Chapter 1. Rebirth. This winter, Wang Jing seems particularly frigid, with snowflakes drifting down like goose feathers and flying fluff. Yet within the hall where a funeral is being held, the atmosphere is surprisingly warm. Return my little one to me. Under the bright lights, Pei Hui, clad in a deep black suit, appears pale as a ghost, his form teetering on the brink of collapse. Xie Chengyan smirks coldly, suppressing his anger lest he disturb the slumbering Shen Lichu in the coffin beside him. Your little one? Our Xiaochu is frail and cannot aspire to the lofty stature of the esteemed Pei Zong. In today's Wang Jing, who does not know Pei Hui, and who does not desire to climb the heights he represents. The Pei family is the true paragon of old money in Wang Jing, and as the sole heir of the Pei lineage, Pei Hui should have lived a life of unparalleled luxury. Alas, tragedy struck when, at the tender age of 10, both his parents met with an untimely demise, allowing distant relatives to usurp power. After years of endurance, Pei Hui recently fought his way back with remarkable tenacity, reclaiming all that was rightfully his. At such a young age, he has seized control of 70% of Wang Jing's economic lifeblood. Yet before the scorn of Xie Chengyan, this now sought-after figure finds himself forced to relinquish all dignity. Kneeling in public, his voice laced with desperation. Xie Chengyan, I beg you, just let me see her. For years, they have been adversaries, and this is the first time Xie Chengyan witnesses Pei Hui yielding, yet he feels no satisfaction within. Nonetheless, he recognizes that he cannot deter Pei Hui, and with a cold laugh, he concedes, very well, I shall grant your wish, Pei Zong. Pei Hui rises, enduring sharp pangs of anguish, and steps toward the dark coffin on the elevated platform, taking a deep breath before forcefully pushing the lid open. At the moment the lid is fully unveiled, Pei Hui is momentarily frozen, only to be overtaken by a surge of astonishment. Inside the coffin lies a profusion of fresh, vibrant roses, their velvety petals exuding a rich, sweet fragrance. There is no body. Where's my little one? What have you done with her? Like a desperate soul clutching at a final straw, Pei Hui lunges back, seizing Xie Chengyan by the collar, his eyes bloodshot as he demands fiercely. Observing Pei Yu's frantic behavior at such close quarters, Xie Chengyan finds it utterly absurd. He effortlessly shrugs off Pei Yu's grasp, turning silently towards the coffin. Pei Hui pursues relentlessly. The coffin has been arranged by Xie Chengyan himself. He gently brushes aside the bouquet at its center, revealing a small jade box. Inside the jade box lies a fragment of a right-hand pinky bone, marked by an old scar that is neither too deep nor too shallowed. In that instant of realization, Pei Yu's heart feels as though it has been brutally squeezed by an invisible hand. This scar is a remnant of the injury Shen Lichu sustained while protecting Pei Hui, nearly severing her entire pinky. From a young age, Shen Lichu's health has been frail, and this deep, bone-revealing scar took her a long time to recover from. Later, in the stillness of each midnight, Pei Hui held Shen Lichu close, only daring to surrender to slumber when he could caress her unblemished right pinky finger. Why didn't you answer the phone the night Xiaochu was kidnapped? She was frozen to death and subsequently devoured by beasts. Those wretched creatures, seeking revenge against you, abducted Xiaochu and, in a bid to evade my pursuit, rendered her unconscious and cast her upon the snow-laden mountains at the border. Moreover, that mountain range is home to large carnivorous predators year-round, and during this period of food scarcity, I could only recover this fragment of her fingerbone. Pei Yu's eyes were bloodshot, a deep darkness overshadowing them, as if something within him was extinguishing bit by bit. Shen Lichu, once cherished and nurtured tenderly by Pei Hui for so many years, was now a victim of the cold she so feared, brutally frozen in the snow. After death, her body was ravaged by wild animals, leaving nothing intact. The first quarrel between Pei Hui and Shen Lichu, leading to their separation, resulted in an irrevocable loss that haunted him for a lifetime. How could he ever find solace? Gazing at the fingerbone, Pei Hui yearned to reach out and touch it, yet he halted just before contact. Suddenly, he knelt beside the heavy black coffin, his features softening with a desperate smile, murmuring, "Little one, do not fear, it is no longer cold, nor does it hurt. Shall I take you home?" In that fleeting moment after their breakup, regret washed over him. Though his pride held him captive, Pei Hui envisioned a time when he would resolve all his affairs and seek Shen Lichu to apologize. He had even planned a proposal, a ceremony he had prepared for 3 years. Alas, they would never have a future together again. Months later, atop the endless snow-capped mountains, a distant black dot moved slowly forward. Pei Hui's brow was noble, his jawline sharply defined at his age. He should have been full of vigor, yet a pervasive sorrow clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Due to prolonged digging in the snow, all 10 of his fingertips had succumbed to necrosis, appearing dark and lifeless. At last, Pei Hui reached his destination, the very spot where Shen Lichu had perished from the cold. With a faint smile, he gently set down the heavy backpack he carried, unzipping it to retrieve the bones within, piece by piece, to reconstruct her form. Soon, a vague human shape emerged in the snow. Once completed, Pei Hui sat beside Shen Lichu, methodically shedding his warm outer garments, leaving only a thin black shirt. Finally, he drew a dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into his heart before twisting it. As he withdrew the blade, a gaping wound appeared at his chest, yet Pei Hui's expression remained affixed with a semblance of joy. He then took the fragment of her finger bone, placing it gently into the void he had created in his chest. As, if impervious to pain, Pei Hui shifted to lie beside Shen Lichu, the biting cold and the agony within him igniting a fierce tumult in his blood. Pei Hui's lips curved in a gentle smile as he softly spoke. "Oh, you despise me, my dear? Is that why you never seek me in your dreams? But worry not, for I shall come looking for you instead. Just a little longer, and I will be there. Once we are reunited, you may strike me or scold me, I care not. Just do not ignore me, for that would bring me great sorrow." That a resounding crash echoed from afar, followed by the ominous arrival of an avalanche. A colossal torrent of snow surged like a deluge, thundering towards them. Pei Hui's smile widened. He had awaited this day for an eternity. Let him and his beloved find eternal rest together in this place. Chapter 2. Would you like to come home with me? The winter sky over Wangjing is perpetually shrouded in dreary rain during early December. 6-year-old Shen Lichu sat obediently beneath the eaves, her porcelain-white face tinged with a hint of purple from the cold, her nose a rosy red. Yet, she eagerly craned her neck, gazing longingly towards the wrought iron gate in the courtyard. At last, a faint sound emerged from beyond the high walls, but no one appeared to push open the gate. Disappointment flickered in Shen Lichu's dark, glistening eyes. The dusk had settled, and it seemed that Aunt Sue would not be returning to prepare dinner after all. Shen Lichu consoled herself silently. It's all right. Cookies and milk would suffice for dinner. Though this place belonged to a wealthy villa district in Wangjing, it bore a desolate and dilapidated air due to years of neglect. No one knew the origins of Shen Lichu. She had been brought here at the age of 4, cared for only by a nanny surnamed Sue. Initially, the nanny tended to her with great devotion, but as time passed and she realized that Shen Lichu lacked any oversight, she began to entertain ulterior motives. After all, the kindergarten Shen Lichu attended provided 3 meals and transportation, and on weekends, a few cookies and milk would suffice to stave off hunger. With her disappointment palpable, Shen Lichu turned to head indoors, but after a few steps, she couldn't resist glancing back. As she hurried towards the house, she suddenly noticed a dark figure stirring by the wrought iron gate. It hadn't been there moments ago. Was it a puppy? After a moment's hesitation, Shen Lichu ventured slowly towards the gate. As she approached, she discovered that it was not a puppy, but a young boy huddled in the corner of the wrought iron gate, his body caked in mud and appearing quite disheveled. Beneath his tousled black hair, a pair of cold, dark blue eyes fixated on Shen Lichu with an intensity that exuded the formidable presence of a top predator. The intensity of his gaze startled her, yet seeing him in such a pitiful state stirred her compassion. She cautiously inquired, "Are you alone as well? Did he, like her, suffer the fate of being abandoned by his biological parents?" Pei Hui pressed his lips tightly together, offering no response, his obsessive gaze still locked onto Shen Lichu, as though she might vanish if he blinked. A gust of wind, laden with the chill of early winter, swept by, causing the boy, clad in thin clothing, to shiver slightly. He would become ill if this continued. Observing him, Shen Lichu's thoughts turned to her own plight, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Don't cry." The boy finally spoke, his voice hoarse and oddly tinged, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Shen Lichu heard him clearly. She sniffed and, without further hesitation, stood on tiptoe to open the wrought iron gate, crouching beside the boy, wrapping her arms around him tightly, and softly asked, "Would you like to come home with me?" Shen Lichu led Pei Hui into her home. Many items within the solitary villa had been surreptitiously sold off by the maid surnamed Su, leaving the place feeling desolate and empty. She originally intended to settle Pei Hui on the sofa before fetching a small blanket to drape over him. However, to her surprise, Pei Hui grasped Shen Lichu's hand and would not let go. "I will fetch you a small blanket," Shen Lichu whispered in explanation. Pei Hui gazed intently at Shen Lichu, his grip tightening. Although his right hand ached somewhat, Shen Lichu, having previously endured an excruciating abandonment, understood Pei Hui's need for security. Shen Lichu blinked and suggested in a childish tone, "Shall we go together?" Anticipating that Pei Hui might not respond, she gently guided his hand towards the other side of the sofa. As long as Shen Lichu did not struggle against his hold, Pei Hui would not resist. The small blanket, made of plush material, soon warmed him, and the once pale, bluish hue of his lips began to restore its color. Meanwhile, the Pei family, having just relocated to this villa district, was in a state of turmoil. No one knew when the esteemed heir had stealthily slipped past heavy security and ventured outside. More concerning was the fact that this heir had suffered from severe autism since childhood and had never experienced the world alone. With nightfall and the winter chill setting in, the search became increasingly arduous. Pei's father, preoccupied with company affairs, hurried back upon hearing the news. "Mr. Pei." The surveillance footage shows the young master appearing at a crossroads for a brief moment, after which there are no further leads. Reported the man responsible for the Pei family security, speaking cautiously over the phone. Pei's father was filled with anxiety and fury, yet he understood that this was not the time for blame. He stifled his anger and commanded, "Seal all exits of the villa district and dispatch reliable personnel from the old residence to continue the search." The villa district was vast, and searching inch by inch would take until dawn. The driver, sitting in front, voiced his concern. "Mr. Pei, should we inform Madam about this matter?" "We must keep it from her," Pei's father replied sternly. Years ago, Pei's mother, a researcher, had signed a confidentiality agreement for a project, which stipulated that she could not leave freely. Informing her now would only serve to amplify her worries. Pei's father rubbed his aching temples, lowering his gaze, lost in thought. On that winter night, a chilling wind swept through, stripping the remaining few leaves from the small branches in the courtyard. The wrought iron gate creaked open. Pei's father gestured for those following him to wait outside the gate. The inner door was not fully closed, and a sliver of light seeped through the crack. He had intended to knock, but the scene he inadvertently glimpsed through the gap left him momentarily frozen in place. In the bright and warm living room, Pei Hui held tightly to a girl of similar age who was in a deep slumber, his dark blue eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings with wariness. He had already sensed the commotion outside the door, fixing a fierce gaze upon Pei father, much like a young wolf cub. From a young age, Pei father had recognized Pei Hui's extraordinary nature. Gifted with an almost supernatural intellect, he spoke little and resisted closeness with anyone. Instead, he often sat by the window, gazing into the distance with those striking blue eyes. His psychologist had attempted to discern what captivated Pei Hui's attention, yet no conclusion had been reached thus far. Chapter 3. It was clearly Shen Lichu who had been abandoned. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped the outdoors, rendering the expansive floor-to-ceiling window opaque, obscuring the view beyond. Shen Lichu resembled a delicate porcelain doll, tightly embraced by Pei Hui from behind. Yet, she seemed unconcerned, tilting her head to observe Pei father, who squatted before the sofa, her dark, glistening eyes filled with curiosity. The Pei family, a prestigious lineage and a venerable family in Wangjing, was led by Pei father. Within a single night, had ensured that Shen Lichu's background was thoroughly investigated by his subordinates. Shen Lichu, merely 6 years old, had been brought to this place at the age of 4, rather than merely an orphan without parents. Pei father suspected she might be the illegitimate daughter cast out by a certain family. In Wangjing, such circumstances were not uncommon. However, as his thoughts drifted, a shadow of doubt flickered in Pei father's eyes. Had she truly just wandered off, accidentally? Shen Lichu blinked, her gaze filled with hope. Pei father nodded gently, explaining that he had been suffering from a severe illness and had just returned from abroad after a long period of treatment. He had gone missing for quite some time. Shen Lichu blinked again, her expression a mix of understanding and confusion. You have helped uncle immensely. Pei father smiled, his tone earnest. As a token of gratitude, I can grant you any request you wish to make. At 6 years old, Shen Lichu was unaware of the profound significance of such a promise from the head of the Pei family. Behind her, Pei Hui had endured a sleepless night and was now deeply asleep, his head nestled in the crook of her neck. Pei father, having noticed Pei Yu's condition, realized it was imperative to take him for a thorough examination for safety's sake. If you're uncertain about what you desire now, you may return when you have thought of something, he said. I have thought of something, Shen Lichu interjected eagerly. Pei father, understanding, nodded slightly with a calm demeanor. Then please do tell. At her tender age, the young girl had encountered too little to desire beyond trivial trinkets. Besides, those who were perceptive enough had already grasped their current predicament and wished to alter their circumstances, something Pei father could easily facilitate. Shen Lichu's voice was tender, and her fair little face was filled with concern, her tone exceedingly cautious. He is very obedient, and his illness will surely be cured. So, uncle, please do not give up on him easily, all right? Upon hearing these words, Pei's father was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of shame for his narrow-minded prejudices. It was clear that Shen Lichu was the one who had been abandoned. All right, uncle promises you, Pei's father replied softly. Shen Lichu smiled, revealing a pair of faint dimples, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. As Pei's father picked up Pei Yu and prepared to leave, he asked her if she would like to come along. Shen Lichu gently shook her head, her gaze dimming slightly, not voicing the reason for her refusal, but politely thanking Pei's father instead. Sensing that Pei Yu's body temperature was unusual, Pei's father hurriedly carried him away. Shen Lichu followed them at a distance, stopping reluctantly when they reached the wrought iron gate, her eyes betraying a deep sense of envy. His father had come to take him home. It was truly wonderful. It was not until her feet felt nearly frozen that Shen Lichu turned back into the house. Inside, it was desolate and empty. Having lived alone for some time, Shen Lichu had developed the ability to take care of herself, dutifully washing, eating, sleeping, and attending school by herself. She believed she must have been too disobedient and too clingy before, which led to her abandonment by her parents. If she became obedient enough and independent, surely one day, her parents would come to take her home. With her head bowed, she silently nibbled on a dry little biscuit, a single tear falling accurately into the glass filled with cold milk. After finishing her breakfast, Shen Lichu once again stood alone under the eaves, beginning her daily vigil. It had rained last night, and today seemed even colder than yesterday. She sniffled, her nose reddened and stiff from the chill. She waited until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Lichu had no precise sense of time. She only knew that after breakfast, she would eat lunch when her stomach growled. Just as she was about to return inside for her lunch biscuit, a black car suddenly halted at the wrought iron gate. Hope ignited fiercely within Shen Lichu, and she nearly dashed outside. Mom, Dad. However, upon seeing who emerged from the vehicle, her words caught in her throat. It was Pei's father. His face was etched with regret, yet he had no choice but to seek Shen Lichu's assistance. Uncle, is there something else? Shen Lichu asked, her eyes misty but maintaining her polite inquiry. Pei's father crouched slightly before her. Little one, my child is gravely ill and refuses treatment. Could you please come to Uncle's house and persuade him? Not long after he brought Pei Yu home, Pei Yu had awakened, resisting all examinations and treatments. His emotions inexplicably agitated. If bringing Shen Lichu did not help, they would have no choice but to resort to enforced sedation again. The kindergarten teacher had taught that one should never leave with strangers. Shen Lichu pressed her lips together, gazing at Pei's father without uttering a word. Pei's father gently continued. His name is Pei Yu, and his mother is a researcher who, due to her own responsibilities, cannot be by his side. Pei Yu is gravely ill. If he does not receive timely treatment, his mother will never see him again. Upon hearing this possibility, Shen Lichu felt her heart tighten, and without hesitation, she replied, All right. Uncle, let us hurry. Pei's father swiftly lifted Shen Lichu and made his way toward the vehicle parked behind them. The distance between the two families was not insignificant, and the journey took nearly 10 minutes. It was a mystery how Pei Hui had managed to arrive yesterday. Once they exited the car, Pei's father carried Shen Lichu at a brisk pace until they reached a slightly ajar door. He gently set Shen Lichu down, and she looked up at him in confusion. "Could you push the door open yourself?" Pei's father coaxed softly. Shen Lichu nodded, summoning her courage to extend her small hand and push open the imposing door. The main light in the room was off, and the thick curtains were drawn tightly, resulting in low visibility. Standing behind Shen Lichu, Pei's father surveyed the area, frowning as he failed to spot Pei Hui. However, Shen Lichu quickly walked straight toward a particular direction. The warmth of the heating system filled the room, and hidden in a secluded corner, Pei Hui fixated his gaze on Shen Lichu, his eyes the only part of him visible. He watched as she approached him step by step. When Shen Lichu finally stood before Pei Hui, she tilted her head and smiled, revealing two faint dimples. "Are you playing hide and seek? Once you're well, will you let me play with you?" Chapter 4. Hold on to her. Keep your eyes on her. A series of targeted examinations and treatments were underway, albeit slowly. The sudden presence of so many unfamiliar faces made it disingenuous for Shen Lichu to claim she was unafraid. This was especially true for the figure standing in the corner. Stealing a glance at the individual, she instinctively moved closer to Pei Hui upon feeling their intense gaze. Noticing Shen Lichu's unease, Pei Hui tightened his embrace around her, his deep blue eyes glaring fiercely at the stranger. This individual was actually Pei Hui's psychologist, a highly esteemed figure in the field who had faced numerous challenges with Pei Hui. However, seeing a glimmer of hope for Pei Hui's recovery in Shen Lichu filled him with excitement. The examination results soon revealed that Pei Hui's fever was merely a consequence of prolonged exposure to the cold outdoors. Administering medication to lower his temperature would suffice. The 4 fluids hung on the stand by the bedside flowed into the back of Pei Hui's hand. The solution contained a small amount of sedative, which Pei Hui could not resist, his eyelids reluctantly drooping shut. Yet, his sleep was restless. If Shen Lichu displayed even the slightest inclination to struggle in his arms, he would force himself awake, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Once again, Pei's father attempted to extricate Shen Lichu from Pei Hui's embrace, yet he was thwarted. Pei Hui tightened his hold on Shen Lichu before finally closing his eyes. Since childhood, Shen Lichu had been frail and had a profound aversion to the cold. Now enveloped in the warm embrace of a furnace, Shen Lichu felt a soothing warmth radiating through her limbs. However, one discomfort lingered. Pei Hui's hold was rather too tight. Pei's father could only cast an apologetic glance towards Shen Lichu, who gently shook her head in response. The blanket draped over her was light as a feather, and the bed beneath her was delightfully soft. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Lichu gently closed her eyes, observing the two small figures nestled together in slumber. Pei's father breathed a quiet sigh of relief and silently exited the room. The psychologist had been waiting patiently outside for quite some time. "I know what you are thinking," Pei's father began in a low voice. "What are the odds?" The psychologist replied candidly. "Before that young girl appeared, I had at most a 10% chance. However, based on what I just witnessed, I now assess the likelihood of curing the young master's psychological affliction at 70%. 70%. Pei's father's eyes brightened, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Yet, before proceeding, the psychologist posed a question. Had the young master met this girl before? This was indeed a point of confusion for Pei's father. They had never crossed paths. How peculiar, the psychologist mused. Is it truly possible for one individual to suddenly feel such a profound possessiveness and dependence on another they have never encountered? With a playful smile, the psychologist teased. It can't possibly be some fate from a past life, can it? When Shen Lichu awakened, the sun had already dipped in the western sky. She was roused by a gnawing hunger in her belly. As she opened her eyes, she found herself gazing into a pair of dark blue eyes, devoid of warmth, that seemed to have been watching her intently for quite some time. Once she regained her composure, she softly inquired, "Do you feel any better?" Pei Hui showed little reaction to her concerned question. Noticing his silence, Shen Lichu remained unperturbed, instead adopting a small adult-like demeanor, as she gently urged. Your mom and dad love you very much. You must be good and get better. I want to go home. With that, she attempted to free herself from Pei Yu's grasp, but to no avail. Blinking innocently, she remained in good spirits and sweetly offered, next time, I'll come back to play hide and seek with you. Pei Yu stubbornly continued to fixate on Shen Lichu, unmoved by her words. He spoke again, still in his peculiar tone, I want to leave. We will always be together. As his voice echoed, Pei Yu's grip around Shen Lichu tightened further. The pain became unbearable, and ultimately, Shen Lichu could no longer contain her tears, crying out, Mom, Dad, I want to go home. Take me home. By the time Pei's father received the news and hurried over, several minutes had already passed. With the advantage of adulthood, he unceremoniously lifted Shen Lichu from Pei Yu's embrace. Pei Yu glared fiercely at his father, enunciating each word with intensity. Mine. That is mine. Due to Pei Yu's psychological issues, Pei's father rarely raised his voice at him. She will only ever belong to herself, he asserted firmly, confident that a 7-year-old child possesses the discernment to understand right from wrong. And that unbridled indulgence was not the answer. Shen Lichu, with a gentle demeanor, nestled against Mr. Pei's shoulder as he carried her out of the room and down the stairs. Her eyes and nose were flushed, and her long, curled eyelashes were dampened with tears, leaving streaks on her face. Yet, her cries were as feeble as a newborn kitten's, evoking deep sympathy. Would you allow your uncle to apologize on behalf of Pei Yu? Mr. Pei softly coaxed while patting her back. Shen Lichu shook her head gently, her voice choked with emotion. Uncle, I want to go home. Mr. Pei had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Earlier that afternoon, he had dispatched someone to keep a vigilant watch over Shen Lichu, and he was well aware that the nanny, surnamed Su, had not returned. If Shen Lichu were to return home, she would be left alone in the empty villa, merely snacking to fill her stomach. Mr. Pei suggested, how about we have a little something to eat first? Once we've finished, I will take you home immediately. Having consumed only a few biscuits and half a glass of milk throughout the day, Shen Lichu was undoubtedly hungry. Mr. Pei gently placed her in a custom high chair at the dining table, which was laden with an array of delicacies kept warm. However, Shen Lichu merely glanced at the food before averting her gaze and shaking her head despondently. Despite Mr. Pei's attempts to persuade her, she remained resolute in her desire to return home. With no other option, Mr. Pei personally escorted her back, instructing the kitchen to pack a meal. After delivering Shen Lichu home, he observed her small figure standing at the doorstep, brows furrowed, and he was not surprised. You frightened her, Pei Yu remarked. His own brow furrowed even deeper, though he did not comprehend why, as things had seemed perfectly fine before. Mr. Pei squatted down to meet Pei Yu's gaze, slowly stating, I know you are intelligent, so until you learn restraint, I do not advise you to continue seeing her. Impossible. The moment Pei Yu laid eyes on Shen Lichu yesterday, an almost instinctual voice had urged him, hold on to her, keep her close. Pei Yu lowered his gaze, his slender figure lingering in place, lost in thought. The following day, after Shen Lichu clumsily completed her morning routine and had breakfast, she prepared to gaze out from the eaves, as usual. Upon stepping outside, she spotted a small figure curled up at the iron gate. Shen Lichu froze, instinctively widening her bright, expressive eyes. It was unclear how long Pei Yu had been waiting there, as even his dark clothing had accumulated a thin layer of frost. You'll catch a cold. Shen Lichu hurried over, her voice laced with urgency. Pei Yu's face bore a slight flush, likely due to his lingering low fever. He parted his dry, cracked lips and hoarsely apologized, I'm sorry. After a moment's reflection, Shen Lichu realized he was apologizing for the previous night's events. It's all right. I forgive you. Seeing the two children reconcile, Mr. Pei appeared at the opportune moment, squatting before Shen Lichu. May I call you Li? He asked. Shen Lichu nodded slightly. Mr. Pei inquired once more, would it be agreeable for Lily to accompany Pei Yu for a while? I find myself unable to spare the time to supervise him as I am moving next door to Lily's residence. Within the entire villa community, only the place where Shen Lichu resided belonged to the category of townhouses. The two villas were closely adjacent, with even a shared wall connecting them. After escorting Shen Lichu home the previous evening, Mr. Pei promptly set about acquiring the neighboring property. By the morrow, his family would officially take up residence there. Gazing towards the adjacent house, Shen Lichu noticed workers busily transporting items in and out, which prompted her to hesitantly nod in agreement. Throughout the morning, rather than Shen Lichu entertaining Pei Hui, it was Pei Hui who persistently clung to her side. He sought to hold her hand at every possible moment. Whenever Shen Lichu displayed even the slightest hint of hesitation, Pei Hui would gaze at her with an air of pitiful longing. Thus, she felt compelled to acquiesce. In the meantime, the Pei household sent over some delightful snacks for the two children, their sweet aroma wafting through the air. Shen Lichu held a piece of pastry and took a bite, her eyes widening in surprise as she savored each morsel with great delight. Observing this scene, Pei Hui wore an expression of contemplative intrigue. Having previously felt famished from the meager breakfast of cookies and milk, Shen Lichu, after finishing a piece of the delightful treat, licked her lips in a moment of nostalgia, but felt too shy to reach for another. Just as she indulged in her regret, a sweet morsel was presented to her lips by Pei Hui. Shen Lichu looked up, momentarily taken aback, her subconscious warning her against further indulgence, reminding her to be a polite child. However, her hunger prevailed. Thus, she took small bites from the treat held by Pei Hui. The delicate tips of her ears tinged a soft pink as she resolved to allow herself just one last piece. As noon approached, Mr. Pei arrived punctually to escort Shen Lichu and Pei Hui for lunch. Seated at the dining table, Shen Lichu lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Lily, there's no need to be polite," Mr. Pei kindly reassured her, believing her modesty stemmed from shyness. "You've helped take care of Pei Hui all morning. This is a reward you rightfully deserve." Shen Lichu shook her head in opposition. At that moment, Pei Hui skillfully offered her a chicken leg, bringing it to her lips. Shen Lichu blinked in surprise, letting out a soft burp, her guilt momentarily surfacing. A moment's reflection led Mr. Pei to understand the situation, leaving him both amused and exasperated. In the afternoon, Pei Hui's psychological therapy formally commenced. The weather was rather pleasant. The psychologist had arranged for a picnic blanket to be laid out on the lawn, intending to guide Pei Hui through play, aided by Shen Lichu. Despite Pei Hui's reluctance towards the psychologist, his cooperation improved significantly in her presence. However, a child's energy is often limited. Shen Lichu, rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn, unknowingly leaned against Pei Hui and drifted into slumber. Pei Hui, maintaining a solemn demeanor, fixated his gaze unwaveringly upon the sleeping Shen Lichu beside him. Her originally porcelain-white cheeks had become slightly flushed from the sun, and beads of sweat glistened on the tip of her nose. Sunlight filtered through her long, curled eyelashes, casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. Contemplating that the day's therapy session was nearing its conclusion, as the psychologist prepared to depart in order to draft a summary of the case, Pei Hui abruptly lifted his gaze. His cold, dark blue eyes, reminiscent of a frigid pool, immediately locked onto the psychologist. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down the psychologist's spine, causing him to swallow instinctively. He could not help but ponder whether this was truly the gaze one would expect from a 7-year-old child. It was only after the psychologist had completely vanished from his line of sight that Pei Hui averted his gaze, allowing his eyes to droop once more. Once he fell into a deep slumber, Shen Lichu, who had been holding Pei Hui's hand, unconsciously released it. Pei Hui furrowed his brow tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he used his free right hand to manipulate Shen Lichu's hand, gently grasping his own left hand. After completing this act, a faint, satisfied smile finally graced Pei Hui's face as he murmured, "Do not part." This slumber lasted until the evening, when Shen Lichu was awakened by Pei's father. "Uncle," Shen Lichu called, rubbing her eyes, her voice sweet and soft. While Pei Hui did not particularly enjoy seeing her smile at others, he merely pursed his lips at this moment. Dinner was served at the Pei residence. After the meal, a female servant escorted Shen Lichu to the bathroom for a bath. Throughout this time, Pei Hui remained vigilantly stationed outside the bathroom door, straining to listen intently, fearful that Shen Lichu might suddenly vanish. After a bath, the female servant emerged carrying Shen Lichu, who was clad in a cozy lamb's wool onesie. Her hair was slightly damp, and her cheeks were flush from the warmth, resembling lychees adorned with dewdrops. Her dark eyes sparkled brightly, radiating a delightful fragrance of milk and honey. Pei Hui had anticipated that once Shen Lichu finished her bath, they would continue to play together as they had during the day. To his surprise, Shen Lichu waved goodbye to him, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Pei Hui, goodbye. I'll come to find you to play tomorrow after school. Tomorrow was Monday, the day when kindergarten resumed. At that moment, Pei Hui, lacking the knowledge of such matters, remained oblivious to the true meaning of school. He fell silent for a moment, but seeing Shen Lichu's joyous demeanor, he suppressed his discontent and mimicked her gesture, waving his hands stiffly as he replied goodbye. Watching Shen Lichu being carried away, Pei Hui, with a heavy heart, resolved to arrive earlier the next day to wait by the wrought iron gate. Chapter 6. Children like me, who grew up without a mother's protection, are like this at 4:30 in the morning, not long after falling asleep. Pei Hui was startled awake by his father, who stood in the living room, exchanging wide-eyed glances with him. Pei Hui's father rubbed his aching brow. Lichu cannot play with you today. Why? Pei Hui furrowed his brow, pursing his lips in confusion. She has to go to kindergarten. I want to go too, Pei Hui declared without hesitation. You cannot, his father patiently explained. Kindergarten cannot accept children as young as you. In truth, this was of secondary importance. According to Mr. Pei's knowledge, Shen Lichu, having won the most popular award in the Cherry Blossom class for 3 consecutive semesters, was adored by numerous peers who eagerly sought her companionship. In light of this, sending Pei Hui to attend kindergarten alongside Shen Lichu could potentially lead to unforeseen complications. Pei Hui, displaying an unusual hint of anxiety, quickly masked it. He raised his gaze towards Mr. Pei and inquired, "What must I do to accompany her to kindergarten?" Mr. Pei raised an eyebrow and replied unequivocally, "Cooperate with the doctor in your treatment. Once he consents, you shall go." Pei Hui nodded in agreement. After their conversation, he ascended to the 3rd floor and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window. This vantage point offered the finest view of the adjacent entrance, where he stood resolutely, silently waiting until 8:30 in the morning. A bright yellow school bus arrived punctually at the wrought iron gate. In the next moment, a petite figure emerged within Pei Hui's line of sight. Yet, within a mere minute, that small silhouette vanished. As he watched the bus gradually depart, Pei Hui's expression darkened, lost in contemplation. Half an hour later, Shen Lichu finally arrived. Shen Lichu, I've asked my mother to bake small cakes. Do try them and see if you like them. As soon as Shen Lichu entered the classroom, before even reaching her seat, she was surrounded by several classmates. When she finally settled at her desk, it was already cluttered with an assortment of items. Shen Lichu patiently and courteously returned each item to its owner. Despite the lack of gifts, the surrounding children remained unperturbed. She retrieved her small water cup from her backpack and placed it in the upper right corner of her desk. Lu Huichuan, since Shen Lichu isn't eating your small cakes, may I have a taste? One child exclaimed upon spotting the box of rainbow-sprinkled cakes on Lu Huichuan's desk, salivating with desire. Lu Huichuan generously shared. Shortly after, he added mysteriously, I overheard my mother say that a new student will be joining us today. As the representative of the parent committee, his mother naturally had early insights into certain matters concerning the kindergarten. This revelation sparked the curiosity of the nearby children, Shen Lichu included. Noticing her interest, Lu Huichuan eagerly divulged everything he knew. He appears to be CS Siren's older brother, though I've forgotten his name. Upon hearing that he was CS Siren's brother, many children felt less favorable towards the incoming student. CS Siren was notorious in the Cherry Blossom class for his domineering behavior, frequently snatching toys and snacks from classmates and tugging on the braids of female students. Just as Lu Huichuan had mentioned, prior to the commencement of the first lesson, the teacher led a new transfer student to the podium. Children, today we warmly welcome a new member to our Cherry Blossom class, named Xie Changyan. Let's applaud and welcome. The teacher enthusiastically introduced. News of a new student being CS Siren's brother had already circulated throughout the class, prompting the children to clap with little enthusiasm. Amidst a sparse round of applause, a cheerful clapping resonated more prominently. Everyone unanimously turned to the source of the sound. Shen Lichu beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling, as she clapped her hands with fervor. Witnessing Shen Lichu's warm welcome towards the new student, many began to feel less resistant towards Xie Siren, her elder brother. The teacher observed everything keenly, and upon noticing Shen Lichu, her gaze softened considerably as she continued. Xie Changyan, please introduce yourself. Xie Changyan's bangs had grown long, draping over his eyes and lending him an unusually somber demeanor. He silently surveyed the audience below. The atmosphere abruptly turned awkward, prompting the teacher to quickly ease the tension. It seems our new student is a bit shy. Let us all extend our kindness to him. The children of Sakura class shared a long table, and thus the teacher deliberately seated Xie Changyan next to Shen Lichu. Lichu, I entrust you with the task of helping our new classmate acclimate, if you would. Shen Lichu was not only cherished by her peers, but also adored by the teachers of Sakura class. With her gentle disposition, willingness to assist, polite demeanor, and delicate, doll-like appearance, who could possibly dislike her? Shen Lichu nodded affirmatively. Of course. The teacher's arrangement was not without purpose. Having noticed Xie Changyan's introverted nature and recent transfer, he believed that with Shen Lichu's guidance, he might find it easier to integrate. As the morning unfolded, Xie Changyan remained reticent. Shen Lichu made several attempts to engage him in conversation or share picture books and toys, yet he seemed impervious to her overtures, sitting silently in his seat. Shen Lichu did not take it to heart. However, the other children who enjoyed playing with her grew increasingly disdainful of Xie Changyan. The new student is so impolite. He is acting rather pretentious. Every day at the kindergarten featured over 40 minutes of nap time, followed by outdoor lessons. Today's outdoor activity involved planting strawberries, an endeavor designed to enhance the children's manual skills and deepen their understanding of life. The strawberry seedlings, lush and vibrant, adorned the cart, with a few pots even blooming with delicate white flowers. Children, please line up to receive your strawberry seedlings, the teacher gently beckoned. In no time, a line of eager little ones formed before the cart, yet Xie Changyan remained conspicuously seated in his spot. Shen Lichu gazed at him and suddenly recalled her new friend, Pei Hui, whom she had met the previous Friday. Is he feeling lonely at home all by himself? Soon, it was Shen Lichu's turn. Teacher, may I help Xie Changyan get his strawberry seedling? The teacher nodded with a smile. Of course you may. However, while transporting the seedlings, the teachers encountered an unexpected mishap, resulting in significant damage to the last row of strawberries on the cart. The most severely affected plant had lost more than half of its branches and leaves. The teachers paid little attention, and to avert any mishaps, they always prepared an excess of materials, ultimately discarding the few damaged plants. Shen Lichu selected the most robust strawberry seedling from a cart full, then took the severely damaged one from the last row. Lichu, there are plenty of strawberry seedlings prepared, and the other children can receive intact ones, the teacher urged. Shen Lichu tilted her head, a pair of faint dimples appearing at her lips. I understand. But I want this particular one, even if it is not perfect. The teacher was taken aback. After retrieving the two seedlings, Shen Lichu placed the healthiest one before Xie Changyan in silence, preparing to rescue the damaged seedling. Just as she settled down, Xie Siren approached her, flanked by 3 little followers. Shen Lichu, I forbid you from assisting Xie Changyan any longer, Xie Siren declared fiercely. He had long been displeased with Shen Lichu, resenting her popularity among other children and the teacher's favoritism that overshadowed his own aspirations. Shen Lichu regarded him with confusion, slightly furrowing her brow. If I see you helping him again, I will punish you each time, he threatened, raising a fist the size of a sandbag. His followers echoed, clenching their fists. Did you hear what our leader said? Though these children were boisterous, they still feared the teachers at this age. As the strawberry seedlings neared distribution, fearing detection by the teachers, Xie Siren quickly led his little entourage away. Shen Lichu watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Returning her gaze, she found Xie Changyan staring coldly at her. Shen Lichu wiped her face in confusion and asked, Is there something on my face? Keep your distance, Xie Changyan replied icily. I have no interest in your pity. It will be taken back sooner or later. It is better not to possess it at all. The current strawberry seedlings were planted in cultivation bags, and they were to be transferred into small pots. The teacher provided detailed instructions, and under the spirit of mutual assistance, the children completed the task admirably. Whenever they encountered insurmountable challenges, the teachers would step in to assist. Once planted and labeled with their names, the children lined up to place their pots on an outdoor table. "Children, let's go wash our hands," the teacher announced, initially intending to wash her hands. Shen Lichu changed her mind upon seeing the teacher pushing the cart away. "Teacher Zhang," she called out. Hearing her, Teacher Zhang paused and turned, bending down with a kind inquiry. "Lichu, what is it? Are these to be discarded?" Shen Lichu asked softly. The extra, undamaged strawberry seedlings had been carelessly planted in the flower bed by the teachers. However, the damaged ones could not be treated the same. Without proper care, they would wither away, even if planted in the flower bed. Seeing Teacher Zhang nod, Shen Lichu blinked. "Then can I have them?" Teacher Zhang replied. "Do you wish to take them back to plant?" Shen Lichu nodded. "Of course you may." Teacher Zhang chuckled softly, "but it may not necessarily thrive." Shen Lichu pursed her lips and smiled reassuringly. "It's all right." Since Shen Lichu desired the strawberry seedlings, Teacher Zhang entrusted them to the school bus driver, intending to hand them over once the bus delivered Shen Lichu home. After this delay, by the time Shen Lichu reached the restroom at the end of the corridor, most of the children had already returned to their classrooms. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated behind her, followed by the sound of shattered glass scattering across the floor. Shen Lichu jumped in surprise, her eyes widening instinctively. Before she could turn to investigate, she heard Xie Siren's domineering voice from within. "You will tell the teacher that you broke the window, understood?" At the shared wash basin, Xie Changyan glared darkly at Xie Siren. "Are you mute, Xie Changyan?" Xie Siren snapped angrily, his irritation at Xie Changyan's silence palpable. One of Xie Siren's minions chimed in. "Boss, there are only a few of us here. If we all insist that it was Xie Changyan, he will have to comply." This thought struck Xie Siren as somewhat reasonable, and he turned to Xie Changyan. "You had better be sensible about this." After uttering this warning, Xie Siren and his followers prepared to leave. However, as they rounded the corner, they found Shen Lichu standing there. "How much did you overhear?" Xie Siren asked, frowning menacingly. Shen Lichu pressed her lips tightly together. "I heard everything." Threatening Xie Changyan was one thing. Adding Shen Lichu to the mix would not pose any issue. "You had better listen carefully, or else," before Xie Siren could finish his threat, a hurried voice interrupted from a distance. "What happened? Teachers are on their way. Are any children hurt?" The kindergarten teachers, responsible for the little ones, knew they would be held accountable for any injuries that occurred. Seeing the teachers approach hastily, Xie Siren wasted no time in casting blame. Xie Changyan was just playing basketball at the wash basin and accidentally broke the window. The teachers, though not inclined to view Xie Siren and his group favorably, were aware that such mischievous antics were typically their doing. Adhering to the principle of not jumping to conclusions, the teachers turned their attention to Shen Lichu. Teacher Zhang softened her voice and kindly asked, "Lichu, could you tell us what you witnessed?" Before Shen Lichu could respond, the threatening glare from Xie Siren was unmistakable. Just then, Xie Changyan emerged from the back room, his tone grave and resolute. "It was I who did it." The teachers paused, sensing something was amiss. Xie Changyan had grown accustomed to this tactic. After all, it was a method often employed by Xie Siren. Regardless of the truth, people tended to trust Xie Siren's narrative. "No, it is not like that," Shen Lichu declared with seriousness, her voice unwavering. In the eyes of the teachers, among all the children present, Shen Lichu was the most trustworthy. Xie Changyan coldly admonished, "Did I not instruct you to mind your own business?" Shen Lichu gazed steadily at the teachers, stating, "It was Xie Siren who shattered the window, and he even threatened Xie Changyan to take responsibility for it. Are you intent on ruining my good fortune?" Xie Siren, accustomed to bullying others since childhood, was taken aback by this unexpected resistance. His expression contorted in anger. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Shen Lichu. "Xie Siren," Teacher Zhang reprimanded sternly, "we will inform your father of today's events." At the mention of his father, The fearless CS siren suddenly lost his bravado. Lichu, please take the new student back, Teacher Zhang said kindly to Shen Lichu. The class is distributing today's snacks. Shen Lichu nodded obediently. All right. As they walked back, Xie Changyin spoke in a hushed tone. Why bother? What advantage do you gain from offending Xie Siren? Suddenly halting in her tracks, Shen Lichu turned to Xie Changyin. This is important to me. Xie Changyin was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, lowering his gaze. Children like me, raised without a mother as protection, are often subject to bullying. Chapter 7. My embrace is as warm as yours, uncle. The Xie family was bound by a business marriage. Xie Changyin's mother had passed away when he was very young. After her death, Xie's father, who finally seized full control, brought home a cherished childhood companion, along with a step-sibling who was merely 9 months younger. From that moment, Xie Changyin's status within the household plummeted. That childhood companion was exceptionally cunning. Within half a year, Xie's father grew to loathe Xie Changyin. Over the years, Xie Siren and his mother employed countless schemes to undermine him. Initially, those who believed in Xie Changyin began to suspect him, convinced that after losing his mother, he had sunk to increasingly deplorable behavior in a bid to rid himself of his stepmother and step-sibling. Consequently, Xie Changyin's spirit had turned to ashes, since everyone despised him. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Hearing Xie Changyin's unusually calm tone, Shen Lichu's eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice trembled. No, please do not let those people bully you any longer. Your mother, watching from above, must be incredibly distressed, taken aback by words he had never heard before. Xie Changyin felt at a loss. He glanced at the sky, then at Shen Lichu, and abruptly quickened his pace to leave. Upon returning to the classroom, Shen Lichu surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of Xie Changyin. Shen Lichu, what are you looking for? Lu Huichuan inquired, perplexed. Have you seen Xie Changyin? She asked. I haven't seen him return, he replied, finding it difficult to warm up to the new student. As the kindergarten day came to an end, Shen Lichu did not encounter Xie Changyin again. However, since the teachers did not mention him, she assumed he must have gone home. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, a bright yellow school bus came to a gentle stop by the roadside. Shen Lichu leaped off, burdened with numerous items, politely bidding farewell to the driver. The driver smiled and replied, Goodbye, Lichu. I shall come and pick you up for kindergarten tomorrow morning. After the school bus departed, Pei Hui emerged from the shadows, silently gazing at Shen Lichu. The moment she turned her head, she spotted him, her eyes instantly lighting up as she joyfully exclaimed, Pei Hui. He approached her. His expression slightly darkened. Who were you speaking with just now? Although the question seemed peculiar, Shen Lichu earnestly provided her answer. After hearing it, Pei Hui pursed his lips and fell silent once more. Pei Hui, I brought you a gift, Shen Lichu said, presenting the items she held in her arms. Although Pei Hui showed little interest in them, he accepted the items and, in a natural motion, took her hand in his. Together, they strolled towards the Pei residence. Hand in hand, upon entering the gate, a servant promptly took her small backpack and water bottle. Shen Lichu then pulled Pei Hui toward a flower bed. Shall we plant them here? She suggested. That sounds good, he replied. The ever-watchful servant soon fetched the necessary tools. After weeding, loosening the soil, planting, and watering, the strawberry seedlings were finally in the ground as twilight descended. Shen Lichu, having worked up a sweat, was concerned about catching a cold. So the servant led her back to change clothes. When Pei's father returned, he found Pei Hui squatting by the flower bed, seemingly fixated on something. As he approached, he realized it was the newly planted strawberry seedlings. Raising an eyebrow, Pei's father remarked, These must be brought back by Lichu. Aside from Shen Lichu, he could not recall anyone else capturing Pei Hui's attention so profoundly. Accustomed to Pei Hui's silence, he continued, The branches are severely damaged. They may not survive. Pei Hui abruptly turned to his father. What can we do to help them survive? His father replied softly, Take good care of them. If they die, Shen Lichu will be very sad, won't she? The memory of Shen Lichu's tearful face resurfaced in Pei Hui's mind, tugging at his heartstrings. After dinner, Shen Lichu and Pei Hui sat side by side, engrossed in a picture book. While she was fully absorbed in the story, Pei Hui's thoughts wandered far from the pages. Observing their hands, which were nearly always intertwined, he suddenly inquired, "Is there anyone in kindergarten who holds your hand like I do?" Shen Lichu nodded. Pei Yu's expression darkened instantly. "Does that mean many people hold your hand?" Sensing his discontent, Shen Lichu hesitated for a moment before nodding again. "Many?" she confirmed, albeit hesitantly. "Excellent." Pei Yu inhaled deeply and continued. "Could you tell me about what happened today in kindergarten?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lichu quickly grasped the reason behind his mood. It turned out Pei Yu yearned to attend kindergarten himself. She smiled brightly and began recounting her day, detailing every little event in hopes of endearing Pei Yu to the idea of kindergarten. Little did she know, Pei Yu was nearly fuming by the end of her tale. For several consecutive days, Shen Lichu had developed the habit of sharing everything that transpired in kindergarten with Pei Yu. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Lichu found herself increasingly looking forward to returning home. In the past, she would set several alarms out of fear of being late for kindergarten. However, that was no longer necessary, for Pei Yu would come each morning to awaken her, taking her hand to lead her to breakfast. After their meal, Pei Yu would personally escort Shen Lichu to the school bus. When the afternoon bell rang, as the bus halted at the entrance and the doors swung open, her eyes would immediately seek out Pei Yu. Upon receiving her, he would promptly take her backpack and water bottle, holding her hand as they made their way home. "Lichu, is today the day your father and brother take you to school?" The teacher chuckled gently. Upon hearing the word father, Shen Lichu suddenly froze, a wave of emotion washing over her as her eyes misted slightly. Today marked a rare day off for Pei's father who, concerned by the relentless rain that had poured throughout the night, decided to accompany them, understanding Shen Lichu's deep emotional ties to her parents. Pei's father refrained from claiming that title, smiling as he said, "I am Lichu's uncle." The teacher quickly apologized. After ensuring Shen Lichu boarded the bus safely, Pei's father gazed at her with a gentle smile, saying, "Lichu, your uncle and Xiaoyu will be waiting for you at home." Home? Did she truly have a home again? Shen Lichu sniffled, nodding earnestly. "All right, goodbye, uncle, goodbye, Pei Yu." Later in the afternoon, it was again Pei Yu and his father who awaited her by the roadside. The rain had persisted throughout the day, causing the drainage system to become somewhat clogged, leaving shallow puddles on the ground. Rather than allowing Shen Lichu to disembark alone, Pei's father lifted her up as she stood on the bus steps. "There's south water on the road. You might catch a cold if your shoes get wet. How about your uncle carries you home?" Nestled in Pei's father's embrace, Shen Lichu felt her body stiffen. In her memories, that embrace had been similarly broad, dependable, and warm. A thin mist formed in her eyes, her nose tinged with pink, and she suddenly spoke, "My embrace is just as warm as yours, uncle. It's just unfortunate that I can no longer feel it." Pei's father set her down beneath the eaves, saying nothing as he half-squatted to gently ruffle her hair, though only daring to do so once, as a stern figure nearby watched him with a penetrating glare. As the winter break approached, a new student joined the Sakura class. Teacher Zhang stood at the podium, announcing brightly, "Children, this semester we welcome our second new student. Pei Yu, let us give him a warm welcome." At that moment, the new student, who should have been introduced by Teacher Zhang, sat beside Shen Lichu. Pei Yu held a flaky pastry, feeding it to Shen Lichu. However, she refused to open her mouth after consuming only a small portion. "Not hungry anymore?" Pei Yu inquired softly. Shen Lichu shook her head, appearing listless. "Don't you want to eat?" "Not really," she replied. "Would you like to drink some water?" Pei Yu asked, furrowing his brow in concern. Recently, Shen Lichu had overeaten one evening and had since struggled with her appetite. This morning, she had not eaten breakfast at all. Pei Yu, holding a water bottle, delicately offered a couple of sips, and only then did his tightly furrowed brows begin to ease slightly. After placing the bottle down, he lifted his gaze, only to find that all eyes around him were fixed upon him. Particularly, the gaze of the individual to the right of Shen Lichu was almost palpable with jealousy. Was this the Xie Changyan that Shen Lichu had mentioned multiple times? Nothing remarkable. When Pei Yu inadvertently met Xie Changyan's eyes, both recoiled as if they had encountered something unsightly. "New student, would you kindly stand and introduce yourself?" Mr. Zhang inquired. Pei Yu was initially reluctant. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the sparkling anticipation in Shen Lichu's eyes, he swiftly changed his mind. Rising to his feet, with a defiant expression and a nonchalant tone. He stated, "My name is Pei Hui. Is that all?" Mr. Zhang felt a twinge of frustration, quickly stepping in to smooth things over. He couldn't help but muse that if all the little ones in the kindergarten were as angelic as Shen Lichu, it would be a delight. More importantly, this newly arrived child was of exceptional standing. The details eluded Mr. Zhang, yet it was not her place to inquire. Just yesterday, the principal had instructed all staff to pay special attention to their attire and arrive early to welcome this new child and their parents. For the past 3 days, a thorough cleaning had been conducted throughout the kindergarten in preparation. Upon Pei Yu's arrival, he monopolized Shen Lichu entirely, forbidding anyone else from approaching her. This tyrannical behavior sparked widespread discontent within the Sakura class. Notably, Lu Huichuan had already reported Pei Yu 4 times that very morning. After hearing the complaints, Mr. Zhang felt overwhelmed. When Mr. Zhang approached Pei Yu, he was standing at the restroom door, waiting for Shen Lichu to emerge. "Pei Yu, why won't you allow others to play with Lichu?" Mr. Zhang inquired. In response, Pei Yu merely lifted his eyelids and replied, "Coolly mine." The brevity of his answer left Mr. Zhang momentarily speechless. At that moment, Shen Lichu exited the restroom. Pei Yu promptly moved to her side, adjusting the faucet to warm water and expertly rolled up her sleeves. Once he deemed the water temperature suitable, he took her hand and carefully rubbed it under the stream. "Is it too cold?" he asked, his concern evident in his tone. "It's fine," Shen Lichu softly replied. After washing her hands, Pei Yu took out a handkerchief to meticulously dry them. As they turned to head back to the classroom, Shen Lichu finally noticed Mr. Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here?" she asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Pei Yu's gaze darkened as he regarded her. Meeting his eyes, Mr. Zhang, almost involuntarily, fabricated a casual excuse in response to Shen Lichu's question. Upon hearing the explanation, Shen Lichu exclaimed, "Oh, well then, Pei Yu and I shall be on our way. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang." As Zhang, the teacher, gazed at the retreating figures of the two holding hands, he suddenly realized the implication of Pei Yu's earlier words. Shen Lichu was his possession, and Pei Yu would naturally not permit anyone else to play with her. Contemplating this, Zhang's expression grew somewhat grave. Today's lunch for the cherry blossom class consisted of stir-fried vegetables, beef with celery, and a soup of ribs with kelp, while the other children were engrossed in their meals. Only Pei Yu was feeding Shen Lichu with a small spoon. "Not the carrots," Shen Lichu softly protested. Pei Yu coaxed her. "All right, we won't have carrots. How about a little more beef?" Obediently, Shen Lichu took a bite of beef but then refused to open her mouth again. Seizing the moment when Shen Lichu was sipping soup from a stainless steel bowl, Pei Yu turned to eat his own meal. After finishing, he began to clear away the leftovers from Shen Lichu's plate. Zhang, observing everything, felt a pang of melancholy as his eyelids twitched. Before Pei Yu's arrival, Shen Lichu had always been the best performing child in the cherry blossom class. Yet, since Pei Yu came along, she had started to be picky with her food. Once lunch was over, it was time for a nap, and the cherry blossom class had always separated the boys and girls for resting. The beds were neatly arranged side by side in the classroom. This time, however, the two had to be apart. Pei Yu glanced down at Xie Changyan, who was sleeping beside him, and his expression darkened. Looking at the metaphorical river that separated him from Shen Lichu, his frown deepened. No way. He needed to devise a plan to ensure Shen Lichu wouldn't have to attend kindergarten. Yet, in the next moment, Pei Yu was met with Shen Lichu's bright, sparkling eyes. Suddenly, the half-hour of nap time didn't seem so unbearable. However, sleep was out of the question. Pei Yu lay on his pillow, fixated on Shen Lichu. She was his. The blanket covered most of her body, revealing only her fluffy little head, which Pei Yu found utterly adorable. At that moment, a figure appeared, blocking Pei Yu's view. Teacher Zhang softly commanded, "Time to sleep." Pei Yu ignored her entirely. However, Zhang remained steadfast, refusing to leave until Pei Yu closed his eyes. After Pei Yu eventually complied, Zhang lingered for a while before quietly departing. Almost the instant Zhang left, Pei Yu reopened his eyes, only to find her sitting in front of Shen Lichu's bed, a chair in hand, her expression serious and effectively blocking Shen Lichu from view. Pei Yu's face darkened instantly. During the afternoon's extracurricular activity, Pei Hui could no longer keep an eye on others. Too many children desired to play with Shen Lichu. Most troubling of all was that Shen Lichu had actually abandoned him to join someone else. Pei Hui pressed his lips together, his gaze shadowed. Surrounded by a throng of children, Shen Lichu, with a bright smile, suddenly noticed Pei Hui's absence. She halted, turned, and called out cheerfully, "Pei Hui, come play with us." In that fleeting moment, the shadows in Pei Hui's eyes vanished without a trace. As he approached Shen Lichu, his thoughts lingered, resigning to the notion that as long as Shen Lichu was happy, that was sufficient. The strawberry seedlings planted by the children some days prior had begun to bear fruit. Yet Shen Lichu's had not. Hers had perished, and notably, it was the first among all the seedlings to die. This was not due to her lack of care. On the contrary, she tended to them diligently. However, Shen Lichu was excessively adored in the cherry blossom class, and whenever the other children watered their own seedlings, they inadvertently watered hers as well. Day after day, this cycle continued, leading to the unfortunate drowning of Shen Lichu's strawberry plants. At precisely 3:50 in the afternoon, the cherry blossom class was dismissed. Just as Shen Lichu was preparing to leave with Pei Hui, Xie Changyan called out to her. Shen Lichu. Upon hearing her name, she turned her head towards the source of the voice, surprised to find it was Xie Changyan. "This is for you." He extended a pod of strawberries toward her, the dark green leaves cradling 3 or 4 large fruits. Yet, they were not yet ripe, with many parts still tinged in pale green. Anticipating that Shen Lichu might refuse, Xie Changyan had already prepared his reasoning. "You know, Xie Siren always targets me. If I keep them here, he will ensure these strawberries never mature. Shall I help you look after them?" Shen Lichu tentatively suggested. "All right," he acquiesced. After accepting the pot, she cradled it carefully in her arms. "I have yet to express my gratitude for the day you stood by my side and protected me," Xie Changyan added, a hint of crimson tinting his ears amidst his dark hair. Upon finishing his sentence, he subtly challenged Pei Hui with a glance. Throughout this exchange, Pei Hui remained stoic, his gaze fixed on Shen Lichu, seemingly oblivious to Xie Changyan as presence. However, Xie Changyan did not miss the fleeting surge of emotion that crossed Pei Hui's face. "Lichu, may I call you by that name as well?" Xie Changyan inquired. Shen Lichu blinked in response. "Of course, you may." It seemed that the task assigned by Teacher Zhang to help Xie Changyan integrate had finally reached fruition. Xie Changyan smiled. "Then, Lichu, I shall see you tomorrow." On their way back, Pei Hui remained expressionless, his gaze fixed upon the strawberry pot in Shen Lichu's embrace, choosing silence. She placed the strawberry pot in a corner of the flower bed, intending to nurture it alongside the others. The two spent their time at the Pei residence until dinner. After their meal, as Shen Lichu prepared to return home, Pei Hui grasped her hand tightly. "Do you have a fondness for Xie Changyan?" he asked. Shen Lichu tilted her head in confusion. "Why do you ask?" "He calls you Lichu," Pei Hui replied, his tone somber, the words seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Shen Lichu was even more puzzled, "But many people call me that." She dismissed his concerns, unaware of the underlying tension. Pei Hui felt a rare sense of frustration. "You can call me Lichu as well," she proposed with a playful blink. Pei Hui muttered, "I do not wish to be like everyone else." He desired to be unique. It is imperative that the designation for Shen Lichu, which is uniquely reserved for Pei Hui, is entirely distinct from others. This posed quite the challenge for Shen Lichu. "You may return now." Pei Hui abruptly released Shen Lichu, stating, "I shall come to awaken you tomorrow morning. Good night." Indeed, Shen Lichu was feeling fatigued. She waved at him and softly murmured, "Good night, Pei Hui. Until tomorrow." After Shen Lichu departed, Pei Hui lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. He was acutely aware of what Xie Changyan was up to that day. However, Pei Hui, being rather petty, was determined to repay any grievances he had endured at Xie Changyan's hands, and he would do so in due time. Shen Lichu was so obedient and endearing. He needed to devise a title that was both special and showcased their unique intimacy to others. Suddenly, a term emerged spontaneously in Pei Hui's mind. In the darkness, he softly whispered, "Little cutie." The more he pondered, the more he relished this appellation. For some inexplicable reason, it felt remarkably familiar to him, as if he had repeated it countless times before. "Little cutie. My little cutie." Chapter 9. unseen smoke of conflict the following day. Considering it was Pei Hui's first day at kindergarten, even though he had worked late at the Pei group the night before, Pei Hui's father made a special effort to return for breakfast. In the dining room on the ground floor, Shen Lichu sat beside Pei Hui, covertly peeling a boiled egg with her head bowed. The freshly boiled egg, though cooled with water, still felt slightly warm in her hands. Pei Hui assumed Shen Lichu was merely playing with the egg and refrained from assisting her, instead occasionally offering her bites of food. "Little Yu," Pei Hui's father inquired, "how was your day at kindergarten yesterday?" Without lifting his gaze, Pei Hui continued to feed Shen Lichu a spoonful of golden egg custard, replying, "It was fine." Pei Hui's father rubbed his temples and asked, "What did you learn at kindergarten yesterday?" Pei Hui replied, "I don't know." At that moment, Shen Lichu had successfully peeled the egg. She handed it to Pei Hui and whispered close to his ear, "Would you give this to Uncle Pei and say it was you who peeled it?" After a moment of silence, Pei Hui, with a serious expression, replied, "No." "Why not?" Shen Lichu softly countered. Pei Hui glanced at his father and replied solemnly, "He is allergic to eggs and cannot eat them." With that, he promptly stuffed the egg that Shen Lichu had just handed him into his mouth. Shen Lichu's eyes widened in disbelief. Pei Hui's father was left speechless. How was it possible that he was unaware of his own allergy to boiled eggs? Shortly after finishing breakfast, the school bus leisurely approached from down the road. With his backpack on and 2 water bottles slung over his shoulders, Pei Hui took Shen Lichu's hand, and they boarded the bus one after the other. "Uncle Pei, see you tonight." Pei Hui's father smiled warmly, gently waving his hand. "See you tonight, Lichu." The feelings he had yet to experience with Pei Hui were, in fact, found in Shen Lichu. Watching the school bus disappear into the distance, Pei Hui's father couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It was no wonder that people often said having daughters was preferable. They were indeed sweet, warm, and heartwarming. Half an hour later, the school bus came to a halt at the entrance of the kindergarten, where Shen Lichu and Pei Hui descended hand in hand. The classmates of the Sakura class had mostly arrived. After safely escorting Shen Lichu to her seat, Pei Hui leaned in to softly advise, "I'm going to fetch some water. I'll be back shortly, so don't wander off." All hazardous items that the little ones might encounter were kept in the adjacent teacher's office, and the water dispenser capable of boiling water was no exception. Shen Lichu blinked and suggested, "Let us go together." "No, I'll be back quickly," Pei Hui replied with a stern expression. Once Pei Hui departed, Xie Changyan, who had been pretending to sleep with his head resting on the desk, straightened up and pulled a large, red apple from his backpack. "Lichu, this is for you." The apple was indeed sizable, and when Xie Changyan forcefully placed it in Shen Lichu's hands, she needed both hands to barely hold it. Shen Lichu always felt that when someone gifted her something, she should have something of equal value to reciprocate, which was why she seldom accepted gifts from her classmates in the Sakura class. She found it difficult to repay such kindness. However, today was different. Shen Lichu smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling, and sweetly expressed her gratitude before placing the apple on the desk and rummaging through her bag to retrieve a few candies to offer Xie Changyan. These candies were fruit-flavored gummies coated in sour sugar, a treat given to her by a maid from the Pei family whom she had helped the day before. Upon returning with the hot water, Pei Hui entered the classroom and immediately spotted Shen Lichu and Xie Changyan engaged in conversation. He couldn't discern what Xie Changyan had said, but clearly made Shen Lichu giggle heartily. Pei Hui found this sight exceedingly irritating. After returning to Shen Lichu's side with an impassive expression, his gaze fell upon the apple resting on her desk. Just as he was about to inquire about its origin, Xie Changyan spoke up first. "Lichu, the candies you gave me are the best I've ever tasted." Shen Lichu tilted her head in surprise, asking, "You like them that much?" It was well known that Xie Changyan usually appeared indifferent to everything. "I have a few more here. I'll give them all to you." With that, Shen Lichu extracted the remaining candies from her bag and handed them over to Xie Changyan. "Thank you." As Xie Changyan accepted them, he casually glanced towards Pei Hui. Pei Hui's expression darkened, and he returned Xie Changyan's gaze with a chilling stare that was unsettling. An invisible tension began to permeate the small confines of the Sakura class. He was aware of the origin of those candies. Shen Lichu cherished them dearly as a reward for her helpfulness, unwilling to consume them. Yet, upon receiving the candies, she had immediately shared them with Pei Hui. But since she was reluctant to eat them herself, how could Pei Hui bring himself to indulge? Unexpectedly, it seemed to benefit Xie Changyan instead. A hint of annoyance flickered in Pei Yu's eyes as he took a deep breath and called out, "Little darling." This endearment was something Pei Hui had first shared with Shen Lichu that very morning. No one had ever addressed her in such a manner, causing her to momentarily be taken aback each time Pei Hui used it. Shen Lichu turned her head, puzzled, and asked, "Pei Hui, what is wrong?" Upon clearly hearing Pei Hui call Shen Lichu by name, Xie Changyan's expression shifted slightly. Pei Hui internally sneered, feeling a significant portion of his irritation dissipate. "Drink some water." The temperature of the hot water in the thermos lid was just right, and Shen Lichu obediently drank it all. At this time, the end of the term was approaching, with only a week left before the winter break, and the weather had turned considerably colder, causing many children to catch colds and stay home. The number of absentees had increased, prompting the teachers to nearly suspend classes. After completing a lesson in the morning, other children invited Shen Lichu to join them in play. Shen Lichu was eager to go, but hesitated at the thought of needing to stay with Pei Hui. "Go play," Pei Hui urged gently, sensing her reluctance. Shen Lichu was taken aback. After all, the Pei Hui of the past would not have been so magnanimous. Pei Hui lifted the red paper cuttings in his hand. "I didn't quite grasp what the teacher just taught, and I'd like to consult Xie Changyan." The previous lesson had been about how to cut window flowers. Thus, Shen Lichu happily joined the other children. It was only after her figure had completely vanished that Pei Hui reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to Xie Changyan. Now, it was time to settle accounts. When Shen Lichu returned from her play, both Pei Hui and Xie Changyan were seated at their desks, engrossed in their respective tasks. Shen Lichu, not thinking too much of it, asked softly with a smile, "Pei Hui, have you learned it?" Pei Hui immediately showcased the window flowers he had cut earlier. Shen Lichu's eyes sparkled with delight as she unabashedly praised him. "It's amazing." After showering Pei Hui with compliments and consuming a significant portion of the hot water from the thermos lid, Shen Lichu realized something was amiss. The apple she had placed on the desk was missing. Chapter 10. Little one, it's not good to accept things from others. Shen Lichu inquired whether Pei Hui had seen her apple. Pei Hui replied he had not seen it, quickly diverting the conversation. "Does little one like apples?" It wasn't a matter of preference. The apple had been a gift from Xie Changyan. Misplacing a gift from someone else was both impolite and disrespectful. Observing Shen Lichu's dejected demeanor, Pei Yu's expression darkened as he gently coaxed, "Don't be sad. When we get back, I'll get you a bigger, redder apple. One shaped like a little rabbit." Shen Lichu pursed her lips and gently shook her head. She searched the Sakura classroom thoroughly and asked several classmates, but to no avail. Returning to her seat dejectedly, she tugged at Xie Changyan's sleeve. "I'm sorry, I lost the apple you gave me." "It's all right. It's not your fault," Xie Changyan replied coldly. Others might not know how the apple went missing, but surely Xie Changyan understood. With this thought, he turned his head, casting a dark look at Pei Hui, who was provocatively staring at him, and clenched his right hand into a fist. This incident left Shen Lichu feeling downcast for the entire day. Upon returning home, sitting on the sofa beside Pei Hui, there was little interest in perusing their favorite picture books. Pei Hui had not forgotten his promise to give Shen Lichu the little bunny apple. Yet Shen Lichu lacked an appetite, managing to consume only half a piece. In a place unseen by Shen Lichu, Pei Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. Was the apple sent by Xie Changyan truly of such significance? To divert Shen Lichu's attention, Pei Hui pondered for a moment and suggested, "Shall we put up the paper cuttings we made at kindergarten today?" Shen Lichu considered it briefly and softly replied, "Okay." Seizing the opportunity while Pei Hui went to fetch double-sided tape, Shen Lichu leapt from the sofa, intending to retrieve the paper cuttings first. As she opened her backpack, she found it empty, realizing that Pei Hui must have placed the paper cuttings in his own bag. Upon taking Pei Yu's backpack and opening it, she indeed discovered the cuttings inside. However, as she pulled them out, a thin plastic item was inadvertently extracted as well, fluttering to the ground. It appeared to be a candy wrapper. Shen Lichu picked it up, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. The lower right corner of the transparent bag bore the imprint of a cartoon orange slice. She distinctly recalled receiving an identical piece among the sour candy given to her by the maid yesterday. Since there was only one orange-flavored candy, it remained vividly in her memory. But hadn't she given all those candies to Xie Changyan that very morning? At that moment, Pei Hui returned with the tools and called, "Little darling." Shen Lichu, clutching the candy wrapper, turned to him and asked, "Pei Hui, why is there a candy wrapper in your backpack? And do you truly not know where that apple went?" Observing the wrapper, Pei Hui furrowed his brow slightly, his expression betraying a hint of annoyance. "Little darling, please don't accept things from others, all right?" Regardless of whether it was candy or an apple, Pei Hui was determined to provide Shen Lichu with anything she desired. He could not bear the thought of her possessing anything not given by him. "Where's that apple?" Shen Lichu, reluctant to answer Pei Hui's question, sniffled softly and inquired. Given the circumstances, there was no longer a need for concealment, and Pei Hui candidly replied, "In the trash." Shen Lichu gazed at Pei Hui in disappointment. "Little darling, don't be angry. I will prepare many apples for you, all right?" Pei Hui said soothingly as he drew closer. Shen Lichu remained silent. The previously planned activity of decorating with paper cuttings was abandoned, and despite Pei Hui's coaxing, Shen Lichu sat vacantly on the sofa. Pei Hui could not comprehend why Shen Lichu was so upset over a mere apple. As evening descended, the sky darkening, it was nearly the time when Pei Hui's father typically returned home. Shen Lichu clumsily jumped off the sofa and muttered, "Pei Hui, goodbye. I'm going home now." With that, she headed toward the front door. Pei Hui maintained a stony expression, silently watching as Shen Lichu walked away until she vanished from sight. Around 7 in the evening, after a long day of work, Father Pei returned home and was somewhat taken aback by the absence of the usual lively chatter between his two children. "Where's Xiao Yu and Li Li?" he inquired with curiosity. Pei Hui, seated on the sofa, wore a sullen expression and remained silent. "What is the matter?" Father Pei questioned, glancing at the servant responsible for caring for the children. "It seems that the young master and Miss Li Li had a quarrel," the servant replied candidly. When dinner was ready, Father Pei sent someone to ask Shen Lichu if she would join them for the meal. Pei Hui sat at the table, seemingly indifferent, yet his ears were perked up, attentive. Shortly thereafter, the messenger returned with the news. Miss Li Li appears to have fallen asleep. After a moment's contemplation, Father Pei decided to let it be. Although they were merely one person short, the atmosphere at the dining table felt desolately cold. After hastily consuming a small portion of his dinner, Pei Hui silently retreated to his room upstairs. He sat on the carpet, wordlessly unwrapping and devouring the remaining candies. What terrible candy! Not sweet at all. Why does Shen Lichu seem to favor Xie Changyan more, despite having known me first? Half an hour later, after washing up, Pei Hui lay in bed, staring at the ceiling shrouded in darkness, silently resolving to avoid speaking to Shen Lichu for 3 days. But was 3 days too long? Perhaps 1 day would suffice. No, better make it half a day. Yet, if he refrained from speaking to Shen Lichu, would that not benefit Xie Changyan? No way. He decided he must speak to Shen Lichu first thing in the morning, ensuring Xie Changyan did not gain an advantage. Speaking was one matter, but Pei Hui resolved not to forgive Shen Lichu in the short term unless she took the initiative to apologize. Thus it was settled. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Deep in slumber, Father Pei felt a gentle nudge. As he groggily opened his eyes, he vaguely discerned a small figure standing at the edge of the bed. Even with his strong heart, he couldn't help but shudder. The next moment, a somewhat awkward voice emerged, "Dad." Recognizing it was Pei Hui, Father Pei exhaled in relief and switched on the bedside lamp, repeatedly reminding himself, "This is my own flesh and blood, the only one, the one I endured 10 months of hardship to bring into this world." "What is it?" he asked, sitting up and rubbing his temples in exasperation. Pei Hui, for once, displayed a glimmer of hope on his face. "Could you help me find someone?" Chapter 11. Medical orders filled with pinyin and annotations at 3 o'clock and 7 minutes. The diligent father, accompanied by his son and guided by the butler, knocked on a servant's door. The awakened servant looked utterly bewildered. At 3 o'clock and 12 minutes, Father Pei Hui the butler, and the servant gathered in the surveillance room to review footage from the previous afternoon. The video paused, and a group huddled around the screen. scrutinizing the various flavors of the candies given to Shen Lichu. There was 1 orange-flavored candy, 3 mango-flavored, and 2 cranberry-flavored. At long last, having discerned the appropriate flavor, the servant presented the corresponding candies to Pei Hui. Upon standing before the familiar wrought iron gate, Pei's father let out a sigh. Can we truly not wait until tomorrow? Pei Hui remained silent. Trespassing into a private residence without the owner's consent is illegal and could lead to imprisonment, Pei's father reiterated. Pei Hui turned to him, his tone exceedingly earnest. Might the police wait until I have apologized to Xiao Guai before taking me away? Pei's father's eyelids twitched. With his assistance, Pei Hui successfully climbed into the courtyard. The gate was unlatched, allowing him to push it open with ease. Various phrases of apology, hastily learned, swirled in Pei Hui's mind. If one were to argue that Pei Hui was unaware of his transgressions, it would be unequivocally false. His possessiveness over Shen Lichu was profound. Whether it pertained to her belongings or gifts bestowed upon her, it remained unchanged. Pei Hui had even prepared himself for the possibility that Shen Lichu might not forgive him. Xiao Guai, Xiao Guai. He called several times before the door to Shen Lichu's bedroom, but received no response from within. An inexplicable sense of panic began to creep in. After calling a few more times and noticing the silence persisted, he could no longer restrain himself, reaching for the doorknob and pushing the door open. He had visited Shen Lichu's bedroom many times before, navigating effortlessly to the bedside. Upon touching her, he was met with an overwhelming heat. Xiao Guai. The entire Pei household was ablaze with light. The pediatrician from the family's private hospital was hurrying over. In Pei Hui's bedroom, he sat at the edge of the bed, holding Shen Lichu's hand, his pallor stark as his lips moved soundlessly, struggling to utter a word. The little girl lying in the center of the bed was flushed with fever, her body scorching, her inky hair damp and disheveled against her cheeks. Her frail form curled up tightly, each breath weaker than the last. Xiao Yu, do not fret. The doctor will arrive shortly, Pei's father murmured soothingly. The family's resident doctors primarily specialized in psychology and were not well versed in handling pediatric fevers, only capable of providing basic initial care. Pei Hui hung his head in silence, his dark blue eyes fixed intently on Shen Lichu. It was his fault. Everything was his fault. If only he had hidden those candies better, if only he had been more patient in comforting Shen Lichu, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Finally, the doctor arrived. They worked with practiced efficiency, utilizing the medications and instruments they had brought. In no time, the situation was managed. The doctor spoke with a hint of relief. Fortunately, we discovered this in time. Had it been left until tomorrow morning, the outcome could have been dire. Several hours of high fever, and even with good fortune, the child's mind cannot withstand such heat. In this season, children already wore thick clothing, and it was imperative to dry off any sweat after exertion. This was Pei's father's first experience with such an incident. Although Pei Hui had suffered from psychological issues since childhood, his physical constitution was notably robust, rarely encountering minor ailments. The doctor could not help but say, Mr. Pei, if I am not mistaken, this young girl is likely a premature infant, possibly one born at just over 6 months. It must have taken considerable effort and care from her family for her to thrive. Moving forward, vigilance is essential. Upon hearing this, Mr. Pei furrowed his brow deeply. He could not comprehend why Shen Lichu's parents, who had painstakingly nurtured her, would abandon her so cruelly at the age of 4. Was there some hidden truth behind their actions? As dawn broke, Shen Lichu's high fever finally showed signs of subsiding. Pei Hui endured the sleepless night, cautiously cradling Shen Lichu in his arms. His eyes reddened with emotion as he choked out, "Little one, I'm so sorry." Suddenly, Shen Lichu stirred. "Little one, what is it?" Pei Hui's heart constricted with anxiety as he inquired urgently. In the next moment, Shen Lichu could not contain her sobs, her cries soft and fragile, akin to a newborn kitten. "Mommy, please don't leave me. Am I not good enough?" It seemed as if she had finally found an outlet for her emotions. Tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Pei Hui gently wiped away her tears, feeling the warmth of her tears tremble at his fingertips. His heart filled with both resentment and hatred towards her estranged parents. Hearing the commotion, Mr. Pei rushed in. "Xiao Yu, give me Lichu." Pei Hui, brimming with tension, encircled Shen Lichu protectively, eyeing Mr. Pei warily. Mr. Pei's expression was grave as he whispered, "I have a way to soothe Lichu." At these words, Pei Hui reluctantly released Shen Lichu, casting a pleading glance at Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei gently lifted Shen Lichu, blanket and all, and sat on the edge of the bed, patting her back rhythmically. As if she recognized the familiar comfort, Shen Lichu's whimpers gradually subsided. Pei Hui pressed his lips together tightly. "Why did they abandon her?" "Mr. Pei replied softly, "Xiao Yu, humanity is an exceedingly complex phenomenon." After more than half an hour, the fever seemed to resurge. It became apparent that Shen Lichu would not be returning to kindergarten for the remainder of the semester, and Mr. Pei arranged for both of them to take leave. It was now the depths of winter. For over 10 consecutive days, Shen Lichu's condition fluctuated, leaving Pei Hui perpetually on edge. During this time, Shen Lichu had been staying at the Pei residence, specifically in Pei Hui's room. When Shen Lichu opened a window briefly, Pei Hui hurried over to close it. "Is it cold?" he asked while reaching to feel her forehead. Shen Lichu coughed twice and smiled softly at him, her voice nasally. "The room feels stuffy. I want to let in some fresh air. Let us wait until you're better before opening the window, all right?" Pei Hui gently coaxed, although she longed for fresh air. To ease Pei Hui's worries, Shen Lichu nodded obediently, responding, "Okay." Last week, the doctor had conducted a comprehensive physical examination of Shen Lichu, providing detailed advice on her diet and daily behaviors. The printed medical advice, filled with pinyin and annotations, was frequently examined by Pei Hui, who feared missing any crucial details. In Chapter 12, amidst subtle rivalries, Pei Hui was feeding Shen Lichu water when she, with a hint of illness on her face and a gentle lick of her lips, quietly expressed her reluctance to drink any more. Observing the half-full glass, Pei Hui furrowed his brow and sternly insisted that she must continue. However, upon catching sight of Pei's father, Shen Lichu leapt from the sofa like a fledgling returning to its nest, rushing towards him. "Uncle, you're back," she exclaimed. Pei's father, with a warm smile, scooped her up and, adeptly feeling her forehead, inquired softly, "Is Lichu still feeling unwell today?" She shook her head and asked, "Was work tough for you today, uncle?" "Just a little," he replied gently. After a moment's thought, she offered, "Then may I give you a shoulder rub?" The tender exchange between the two was heartwarming. Meanwhile, Pei Hui, holding the water cup, wore a solemn expression, his mood evidently less than cheerful. As Pei's father settled onto the sofa, ready for a shoulder massage, Pei Hui eagerly approached, signaling his desire to join. In an instant, Pei's father, who had been savoring the joys of family, found his expression contorted by the surprising strength of his son's grip. Due to her illness, Shen Lichu had not ventured outside throughout the winter. As the new year approached, Pei's father became increasingly busy, leaving Shen Lichu mostly in Pei Hui's company. Their bond had grown so close that they were virtually inseparable, a situation that brought Pei Hui considerable satisfaction, as it left room for no one else to intrude upon their world. Most importantly, in those moments, Shen Lichu's gaze was solely for him. Regrettably, such blissful days were on the verge of conclusion. By mid-February, as the grass grew lush and the birds sang, Shen Lichu, sitting at a small table and nibbling on a slice of cake, joyfully swayed her head in anticipation of kindergarten reopening the following day. After finishing her cake, it was time for Pei Hui's psychotherapy session, which Shen Lichu naturally accompanied. While Pei Hui underwent treatment, Shen Lichu occupied herself with picture books. Her presence made Pei Hui slightly more compliant, though only just. He struggled to endure her prolonged attention directed towards anything or anyone beyond himself, prompting him to disrupt her focus at intervals. "Little darling, look at me," he would call. Shen Lichu, with her gentle disposition, would not be vexed by the interruption. Instead, she would respond with a sweet smile, revealing her dimples. The psychologist could not help but marvel, thinking her an angel, gazing at Shen Lichu with profound kindness. Yet, turning his head, he was met with the chilling, shadowed depths of Pei Hui's dark blue eyes. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the psychologist thought, "He only glanced for a few seconds. Is it necessary to regard him as a potential threat?" As evening approached, the day's psychological session came to a close. Shen Lichu gently grasped the hem of Pei Yu's garment, waving farewell to the psychologist with a sweet and tender voice. "Goodbye, Uncle Doctor. Please be safe on your way." The psychologist felt a warmth in his heart, his tone unconsciously softening. "Thank you, Lichu." Shen Lichu then squeezed the hand that Pei Yu held, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she turned to him. Understanding her intent, Pei Yu managed a stiff smile and succinctly said, "Goodbye, Dr. Mu." The psychologist replied, "Goodbye, young master," with no hint of jest. Upon witnessing Pei Yu's expression, the psychologist felt as if he might be the target of an impending assassination. Not far from the scene, he could overhear Shen Lichu praising Pei Yu. Pei Yu is truly the most polite child in the world. The following morning, at the entrance of the Pei residence, the two children held hands as they boarded the school bus. As soon as they stepped into the Sakura class, Shen Lichu eagerly scanned the room, and her eyes lit up upon spotting Xie Changyan. "Pei Yu, Xie Changyan is over there," she indicated. Pei Yu nodded softly. "All right." Shen Lichu, still holding Pei Yu's hand, approached Xie Changyan, saying, "Xie Changyan, Pei Yu has something to say to you." Xie Changyan hesitated for a moment, instinctively furrowing his brow. He had no expectation that Pei Yu would say anything kind. Shen Lichu encouraged Pei Yu with an assuring glance. Then, Pei Yu retrieved a beautifully packaged box of candy from his backpack and stepped in front of Xie Changyan. With a cold expression, Xie Changyan pondered what trick Pei Yu might be attempting. In the next moment, Pei Yu bowed and sincerely apologized. "Xie Changyan, I'm sorry for throwing the apple you gave to Xiao Guai into the trash." Xie Changyan's brows knitted tighter. It was only when he saw Pei Yu lift his head, revealing a glint of provocation in his dark blue eyes, that he understood the boy was emboldened by Shen Lichu's inability to see. In fact, Pei Yu almost hoped that Xie Changyan would not forgive him, seizing the opportunity to play tricks on Shen Lichu. With a forced smile, Xie Changyan gritted his teeth and replied, "I forgive you." Witnessing this reconciliation, Shen Lichu's lingering worries dissipated entirely. She let out a relieved sigh and joyfully whispered, "That's wonderful." From that moment onward, the rivalry between Pei Yu and Xie Changyan was firmly established. Pei Yu was overtly competitive, while Xie Changyan engaged in subtle skirmishes. Yet, both adhered to an unspoken rule: Shen Lichu must remain oblivious. Thus, until their kindergarten graduation, the unsuspecting Shen Lichu continued to believe that Pei Yu and Xie Changyan had become the best of friends. Every June, the kindergarten hosted a graduation soiree. This year's theme celebrated creative costumes. At the conclusion of the event, the children would vote for the most uniquely dressed champion. Shen Lichu donned an oversized yellow lemon plush headpiece, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Pei Yu. Wearing a similarly oversized purple blueberry plush headpiece, Pei Yu spoke earnestly. "Lemon, so adorable." The only drawback was that the headpieces were too large, causing them to bump into each other as they walked. This predicament left Pei Yu quite distressed. The kindergarten was abuzz with excitement that evening. Parents adorned in splendid attire are a common sight, while the little ones exhibit their unique styles, some cute, some elegant, and others quirky. Amidst this vibrant scene, Xie Changyan sits in the corner, clad in the juvenile outfit of a kindergarten, feeling utterly out of place. With a frigid expression, he silently observes the Xie Siren family nearby. Xie father, garbed in an impressive Met costume, carries Xie Siren on his shoulder, while Xie Siren's mother gently wipes the sweat from their faces with a cloth. Gazing at this warm family, Xie Changyan is engulfed by a profound sense of irony, as resentment burgeons within him. Suddenly, a sweet and tender voice calls out, "Xie Changyan." Turning around, he is met by a pair of clear, warm eyes. Shen Lichu, holding Pei Yu's hand, approaches him. As she prepares to speak, she notices Xie Changyan's attire and momentarily halts. Her reaction inexplicably stirs feelings of inadequacy within Xie Changyan, who wishes he could vanish into the ground. Wow, how cool. He is momentarily taken aback. "Cool. Xie Changyan, you are so clever," Shen Lichu exclaims with genuine admiration. While everyone else changes into different outfits, you remain in your kindergarten uniform, undoubtedly the most uniquely dressed child today. Chapter 13. Can I be the best in the world with you? Shen Lichu's voice is not particularly quiet, drawing the attention of surrounding children who agree with her sentiment. "Oh, I didn't realize it could be like that. I would have worn my kindergarten uniform too," they murmur. In an instant, Xie Changyan in the corner becomes the focal point of the crowd. This evening, Pei father has an unavoidable meeting, leaving Shen Lichu and Pei Hui without parental accompaniment. Noticing that Xie Changyan is also alone, Shen Lichu takes his hand and leads him along. The graduation party features numerous intellectual activities, and Shen Lichu revels in the fun. Tonight, Xie Changyan seems somewhat distracted. Typically, he and Pei Hui would bicker upon meeting, yet today he is lost in his own thoughts. After engaging in various activities, Shen Lichu finds her arms laden with prizes from the games. On this early summer night, she sits beneath a wisteria-laden corridor, contentedly surveying her collection of trinkets while muttering to herself. "This one was won by Pei Hui, and this one too," she exclaims. "Pei Hui is so amazing." Hearing her praise, Pei Hui feels a surge of pride and enthusiasm, declaring, "Little darling, wait here. I will win you more. That's already plenty." Shen Lichu quickly tugs on the hem of Pei Hui's shirt, her voice sweetly imploring, "You must leave some for the other children." Reluctantly, Pei Hui concedes. Shen Lichu glances around, puzzled, and asks, "Where is Xie Changyan?" "He might have gotten separated," Pei Hui replies, his smile fading at the mention of Xie Changyan. The graduation party is set to conclude by 9, and the hour is drawing near. Shen Lichu blinks, noticing Pei Hui's concern. "Are you feeling tired?" he inquires, attentive to her demeanor. Shen Lichu shakes her head and quietly informs him that she wishes to visit the restroom. Pei Hui immediately expressed his intention to accompany Shen Lichu. However, a sense of anxiety washed over her regarding the belongings. After all, they were all prizes he had won for her, and losing them would undoubtedly cause her distress. Pei Hui furrowed his brow in contemplation. Shen Lichu proposed, "Perhaps I should go alone. It's not far after all." It seemed to be the most reasonable solution. "If you haven't returned within 5 minutes, I shall search for you," Pei Hui stated with a serious demeanor. After she acknowledged his words, she leaned closer to Pei Hui, requesting him to help her remove her headpiece. "May I wear your blueberry plush headpiece when I return?" Shen Lichu gazed at him expectantly. Pei Hui replied, "Of course." Once Shen Lichu's figure disappeared from view, Pei Hui removed his blueberry plush headpiece and donned a lemon-themed one instead. Just as he cradled the discarded blueberry headpiece, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Had she returned so soon? The next moment, Xie Changyan's voice echoed from behind. "Lichu, I have won back the large teddy bear you liked earlier." Pei Hui halted his turning motion, stunned. This massive teddy bear, standing at a height of 1.6 meters, was the grand prize of the graduation party, coveted by many children. However, the challenge to obtain it was formidable, requiring considerable perseverance from the participants. Pei Hui had contemplated helping Shen Lichu secure the bear, but she had prevented him from doing so. Xie Changyan continued speaking, his tone inexplicably urgent. Pei Hui remained silent, listening intently. "So, Lichu, would you consider me the best in the world? I promise to treat you better than Pei Hui ever could." If it weren't for Pei Hui's usual restrictions on Xie Changyan's proximity to Shen Lichu, he believed he could accomplish everything Pei Hui did, and perhaps even surpass him. Realizing Xie Changyan's intentions, Pei Hui could no longer suppress his growing anger. He enunciated each word with precision. "Absolutely not. How could it be you?" Upon catching sight of the loathsome face beneath the lemon plush headpiece, Xie Changyan's pupils constricted. Pei Hui coldly scoffed, "Dream on." The mutual disdain between them had been brewing for some time, and tension filled the air, hinting at an impending confrontation. Meanwhile, upon exiting the restroom, Shen Lichu had encountered a familiar child who wished to take a photo with her, causing her to lose track of time. Concerned that Pei Hui might worry, she hurried back. Upon reaching the wisteria corridor, she was taken aback at the sight of the two, both looking disheveled. Not only were they dirty, but Pei Hui also bore a bruise on his cheek, and Xie Changyan had a small cut on his forehead. "What happened?" Shen Lichu inquired incredulously. Pei Hui cleared his throat and replied with utmost seriousness, "We were swatting mosquitoes." Xie Changyan chimed in, right? Sensing Shen Lichu's skepticism, Pei Hui added earnestly, "It was quite a large mosquito." Shen Lichu, still unconvinced, responded, "Then perhaps you should swat them more gently in the future." Pei Hui quickly agreed, "Certainly." Just then, the announcement echoed through the hall. instructing all children and parents to gather in the classroom. 3 individuals tidied their belongings and gradually made their way to the classroom. Along the way, noticing the bruise at the corner of Pei Hui's mouth and the bump on Xie Changyan's forehead, Shen Lichu pressed her lips together, hesitating to speak. Perceiving Shen Lichu's unease, Pei Hui felt a pang of anxiety and softly inquired, "What is it?" Shen Lichu, with a serious demeanor, suggested, "Next time, we could borrow electric mosquito swatters from Teacher Zhang and the others." Pei Hui couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring Shen Lichu that he understood. The trio returned to the classroom, where the teacher cast a glance at them before erupting in anger. Goodness! 5 minutes later, the scent of external disinfectants permeated the teacher's office adjacent to the classroom. Pei Hui and Xie Changyan sat together in silence, both aware in a vague manner that the kindergarten principal, who had some inkling of Pei Yu's background, was on the phone with Pei's father, speaking with utmost caution. Who initiated the altercation? Teacher Zhang inquired sternly. Pei Hui and Xie Changyan adamantly insisted that it was merely an attempt to swat mosquitoes. Aside from their faces, they bore numerous bruises beneath their clothing. Within half an hour, the guardians of both parties arrived at the scene, one from the Xie family being a middle-aged driver, while Pei's father came in person. Knowing he would glean no information from Pei Hui, Pei's father directly addressed the principal. "Is there surveillance at the incident location?" The principal confirmed, yes. Upon hearing this, Pei Hui and Xie Changyan simultaneously declared, "I was the first to strike. I was the first to strike." A silence enveloped the room. Pei Hui and Xie Changyan exchanged quick glances before both pointed fingers, exclaiming, "He started it. He started it." Pei's father turned back to the principal. "Let us access the surveillance footage immediately." Chapter 14. Pei Hui, "You deceived me." The principal swiftly escorted the guardians toward the monitoring room. Shen Lichu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she accused, in a tender voice, "Pei Hui, you deceived me." Pei Hui hurriedly leapt from his seat and rushed to her side, attempting to console her. "But you were also fighting," Shen Lichu retorted, her anger palpable. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and despite Pei Yu's efforts to placate her, she remained obstinate. This left Pei Hui in a state of utter distress, especially with Xie Changyan, the one he loathed the most, watching the spectacle with amusement. Xie Changyan chuckled lightly, scoffing, "You deserve it." In the next moment, Shen Lichu turned to him, her eyes wide and indignant. "You deceived me too. You also fought." The brashness that had characterized Xie Changyan dissipated instantly. He lowered his head, unable to meet Shen Lichu's gaze. At that moment, both boys shared a singular thought. This is hopeless. There is no way to appease her now. Pei Hui began to anxiously circle around Shen Lichu, his expression frantic, as if the sky were collapsing upon him. "This won't do. I must think of a solution quickly." When Pei's father and the others returned, having grasped the entirety of the situation, they were met with the sight of Pei Hui and Xie Changyan, once at odds, now humbly bowing to one another in apology. Pei's father was left in a state of bemused amusement. The resolution of this matter proved to be quite straightforward. Both parties' guardians were amicable, and the 2 young individuals involved had come to a profound realization of their missteps. The resolution of this incident consumed a considerable amount of time, and as Mr. Pei escorted the 2 children into the car heading home, the kindergarten was nearly deserted, with other students and parents having long departed, leaving an air of desolation. Inside the vehicle, Pei Hui was still laboriously attempting to appease Shen Lichu. However, this time, Shen Lichu was resolute in teaching Pei Hui a lesson. Mr. Pei could not suppress a chuckle. Upon arriving home, the hour was already quite late, far beyond Shen Lichu's usual bedtime. During her bath, exhaustion overcame her, and she soon fell asleep, her head resting on the pillow. Meanwhile, in the study of the Pei residence, beneath the bright desk lamp, Pei Hui sat at a small desk, diligently composing an apology letter. Mr. Pei sat beside him, patiently awaiting the completion of the letter to engage in a thorough discussion. Before long, Pei Hui set his pencil down. Mr. Pei quietly inquired, "Is your mouth still hurting?" Pei Hui shook his head. "May I see your apology letter?" Mr. Pei asked again. There was nothing to hide, and Pei Hui promptly handed it over. It amounted to half a page, with neat handwriting, devoid of any misspellings, and any unfamiliar characters were substituted with pinyin, reflecting a sincere attitude of contrition. Yet Mr. Pei remained skeptical about whether the boy genuinely understood his fault. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What if someone else attempts to take your place in Li Li's heart? Before he could finish, Pei Hui interrupted, his small face set with determination. I would never grant anyone that opportunity. Mr. Pei's expression conveyed that he had anticipated this response. Pei Hui, Mr. Pei said with seriousness, his demeanor shifting as he asked, do you truly recognize your mistake? Pei Hui nodded. Next time I get into a fight, I will ensure that Xiao Guai does not find out. Mr. Pei, somewhat exasperated, pressed his fingers to his temples and earnestly advised, before engaging in any future quarrels, reflect on how upset Li Li was today and how difficult it was to console her. Pei Hui took this to heart, recalling the incident. In contrast to his previous feelings of panic, he now found himself preoccupied with another thought: how incredibly adorable she was, especially her round, dark eyes, which appeared delightful whether she was glaring at him in anger or pointedly ignoring him. Each time she ate, her chubby cheeks puffed out were equally charming. Pei Hui broke into a silly grin, thinking, how can someone be so cute? Mr. Pei was left speechless with a mix of frustration and resignation, muttering, forget it. He's beyond help. As for the quarrel between Pei Hui and Shen Lichu, Mr. Pei did not dwell on it. Given Pei Yu's usual dedication to charming Shen Lichu, how could he possibly fail in any endeavor? True to form, within a couple of days, Shen Lichu and Pei Hui had reconciled completely. The summer heat during the vacation was relentless, and Shen Lichu always found this season particularly arduous. Unfortunately, all of Pei Yu's meticulously planned outings had fallen through. Due to her frail health and perpetually cold limbs, Shen Lichu could neither enjoy air conditioning nor indulge in chilled watermelon. However, Pei Hui felt little discontent, finding amusement in spending his days at home with Shen Lichu, enjoying the gentle breeze from the fan and indulging in room-temperature watermelon. Shen Lichu blinked her eyes and softly suggested, Pei Hui, why not take a moment to enjoy the air conditioning? Yet, seated before the slowly rotating fan, Pei Hui, drenched in sweat, replied, no, I don't feel hot at all. Shen Lichu hesitated, but you're sweating profusely. Pei Hui, with a straight face, insisted, it's merely the toxins in my body. Sweating is a form of detoxification. Shen Lichu appeared to comprehend, albeit vaguely. As days progressed, Pei Hui found himself succumbing to heat exhaustion. Even in his weakened state, he stubbornly clung to Shen Lichu, maintaining, is it hot? I think it's quite pleasant. Pei father, exasperated by this, decided to send the two children to the countryside for a respite from the heat. In contrast to the city, the countryside proved significantly cooler and far more delightful. Throughout the summer, Shen Lichu reveled in her time there. By day, Pei Hui would take her hand to wander through the hills, searching for streams to catch crabs and small fish. By night, he would carry her into the fields to chase fireflies. Amidst the symphony of croaking frogs and chirping insects, summer began to draw to a close. And Shen Lichu and Pei Hui were collected by Pei father's envoy. With the new school year approaching, Shen Lichu fondly caressed the new backpack and stationery Pei father had prepared for her. Meanwhile, Pei Hui exhibited a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Thank you, uncle, Shen Lichu exclaimed joyfully as she leaped into Pei father's embrace. I adore the new backpack and stationery, especially that sky blue fountain pen. It feels wonderfully substantial, with a silver nib and clip, and the clip's end is adorned with a high-purity sky blue gemstone. Pei father affectionately pinched her little nose and said, as long as Lily likes it, that's what matters. Pei Hui then leaned in and whispered, if you like it so much, shall I get you one as well? Pei father, pondering a troublesome matter, hesitated to speak. Shall you? He began, and while engaged in conversation with Shen Lichu, Pei Hui glanced up. Pei father continued, prepare yourself. Tomorrow I will take you back to the country. Pei Hui required a thorough examination of his mental health every 2 years. Initially, he brushed it off, replying with a soft okay. However, Pei father proceeded. The journey will be bumpy, and Li Li's constitution is frail. Thus, she cannot accompany us. Chapter 15. Deskmates. Upon hearing this news, Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback. Pei father anticipated Pei Yu's reaction would be significant, Ye did not foresee it would be to this extent. Pei Hui, be obedient. It's merely 3 days apart. Pei Hui remained unmoved, his expression impassive as he replied, I want to go. What does it mean to be apart for just 3 days? It is a full 3 days. Left with no choice, Pei father turned to Shen Lichu, his last resort. It remains a mystery how she persuaded him. But the next day, with a sulky expression, Pei Hui clutched a small pink floral blanket as he followed Pei father. The small quilt was the only item that Shen Lichu had when she was abandoned, holding extraordinary significance for her. As Pei Hui was yet to board the car to the airport, their smartwatches had already disconnected the call. Remember to think of me every day? Pei Hui's voice was muffled, teetering on the edge of reconsideration. Shen Lichu nodded, appearing adorably obedient. All right. 3 days can feel both long and short. Their smartwatches remained interconnected almost at all times. On the eve of the school term, as the time to return home approached, an unforeseen circumstance led to a delay in their flight, prolonging her return to the mainland. It was already deep into the night. Shen Lichu stifled a yawn. Despite her overwhelming fatigue, she mustered the energy to converse with Pei Hui on the other end of the line. It's fine. I will pay attention in class tomorrow and one tea fall behind. Although her soft, nasal voice was endearing, Pei Hui felt a surge of irritation. He had no interest in those trivial classes. Simultaneously, a wave of jealousy surged within him. It seemed Shen Lichu had not thought of him at all. After a few more minutes, Shen Lichu could no longer keep her eyes open and drifted off to sleep, leaving Pei Hui on the other end, sulking alone. Realizing that Shen Lichu had fallen asleep, Pei Hui quietly muted his microphone, just as she succumbed to slumber. Shen Lichu pondered how she would have to venture to school alone on the first day. She was unaware of how long she had slept when a slight noise nearby roused her. Half awake, she opened her eyes to find Pei Hui, who should have been abroad, lying beside her. Did I wake you? He asked softly, having hurried back overnight. He then wrapped his arms around Shen Lichu, gently patting her back. Good, it's only 6:30. You could sleep a little longer. Was this a dream? Pei Hui often complained that she never thought of him, and Shen Lichu resolved to tell him in the morning that she had dreamed of him. Drowsily, she fell back asleep. Around 7:30, a knock at the door awakened Shen Lichu. It was the servant calling her to rise. Responding, she turned her head and discovered Pei Hui lying beside her. He was deeply asleep, one arm and a leg draped over her, as if claiming her as his own. Shen Lichu blinked in disbelief. It was a dream after all. Pei Hui had truly returned. Sensing movement from the person he held, Pei Hui, having just woken, irritably opened his eyes. Pei Hui, Shen Lichu joyfully exclaimed, I missed you so much. Her freshly awoken face glowed with a delicate blush, her eyes like shimmering black jewels. The lingering grumpiness that had shadowed Pei Hui's mood dissipated instantly. He domineeringly pulled Shen Lichu closer into his embrace, resting her disheveled head against him. Accustomed to Pei Hui's clingy nature, Shen Lichu continued to chatter away. At that moment, she thought she was dreaming, intending to discuss this very occurrence with him that morning. To her surprise, upon opening her eyes, Pei Hui was right beside her. Although she had only slept for an hour on the first day of school, Pei Hui was determined to accompany Shen Lichu. Standing side by side at the sink, they brushed their teeth together. In the mirror, Pei Hui's face bore an expression of annoyance and impatience, a testament to his insufficient rest. One hand diligently brushed his teeth, while the other firmly held Shen Lichu's hand. After finishing, Pei Hui took a delicate yellow cloth, dampened it with warm water, and gently and meticulously wiped Shen Lichu's face. Only after tending to her did he attend to his own face, foregoing the cloth and warm water. He simply cupped his hands to splash water on his face. Rather carelessly, after a quick breakfast downstairs, Pei Hui took Shen Lichu's hand, and together they headed to Jingda affiliated primary school. Through Pei's father's clandestine maneuvering, both Shen Lichu and Pei Hui naturally found themselves in the same class. As fate would have it, upon entering the classroom, Shen Lichu spotted a familiar figure, Xie Changyan. She had not anticipated seeing him at elementary school and cheerfully waved at him. However, Pei Hui, already suffering from slight headache due to lack of sleep, felt his head throb even more at the sight of Xie Changyan. With a darkened expression, he thought bitterly, this ghost truly does not relent. ignoring Pei Yu's menacing glare. Xie Changyan approached them with a smile. Lili, what a coincidence. I hope we could be desk mates. Unlike kindergarten, where students could have multiple companions, elementary school only allowed one desk mate. Pei Yu scoffed, dream on. The only desk mate for my little darling can be me. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. After a brief self-introduction, she promptly assigned seating. 5 minutes later, due to his notable height, Pei Yu was placed at the back of the room, exchanging silent glances with his new desk mate, Xie Changyan. Meanwhile, in the second row, Shen Lichu was joyfully chatting with a girl sporting twin ponytails, her eyes sparkling with delight. Pei Yu found the scene exceedingly irritating. What a dreadful elementary school. Frustrated, he could only glare at Shen Lichu. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher ascended the podium and began to speak in a manner that felt like an incantation, causing Pei Yu's mind to grow increasingly foggy until he succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the desk. Thus, Pei Yu spent most of that day in a state of slumber. First graders transitioning from kindergarten are notoriously difficult to manage. Their young age renders them unaware of classroom etiquette, making it challenging to maintain focus for the half-hour duration of each class, which often necessitates the teacher to intervene and restore order. However, over the course of a week, the teacher soon recognized a refreshing presence among the students. In the second row sits a little girl named Shen Lichu. In class, she is always the most earnest, her back held straight. When a teacher seeks interaction, she is the first to step forward. A well-behaved and obedient child, it is impossible for any teacher not to like her. Coupled with her good looks, amiable personality, and helpful nature, Shen Lichu, who consistently clinches the title of the most popular child in the Sakura class, remains well-liked by her peers in the new school. Chapter 16. A narrow path for enemies. The teacher's gaze fell upon the last row of the classroom, lingering on Pei Yu for a few seconds before she sighed, with a complex expression. Before the school year commenced, the school board had summoned her to specifically remind her to pay extra attention to a student named Pei Yu. However, the specifics of Pei Yu's identity were beyond the knowledge of a mere homeroom teacher. Initially, the homeroom teacher felt somewhat apprehensive upon receiving this information. Yet, after a few days of classes, she found herself at ease. Aside from his propensity to doze off during lessons, Pei Yu exhibited no unruly behavior, neither causing mischief nor trouble. Before long, Shen Lichu noticed Pei Yu's situation as well. After another class concluded, she approached his desk and gently nudged him. Pei Yu. Pei Yu, clearly annoyed, stirred awake. Upon recognizing Shen Lichu, his demeanor softened immediately. Are you thirsty? You've fallen asleep again, Shen Lichu remarked seriously. Pei Yu lazily supported his head with his hand, muttering, it's because what they say is too dull. Shen Lichu furrowed her brow, entering a state of contemplation. Soon, she devised a plan. The most significant difference between first grade and kindergarten after school is the presence of homework. Each afternoon upon returning home, Shen Lichu's first task is to tackle her assignments. As she opened her homework book, she glanced at Pei Yu, looking dejected. Pei Yu, what should I do if I can't solve this? Pei Yu immediately leaned in closer, but having spent the class napping, he was equally clueless, his brow furrowing tightly. Little one, wait for me a moment. With that, Pei Yu grabbed his book and dashed out. Shortly after, he hurried back, breathless, and began explaining the assignment to Shen Lichu. As he finished, a look of realization crossed Shen Lichu's face, and she beamed at him. Pei Yu, you are amazing. I admire you the most. Her soft and gentle voice made Pei Yu feel as though he were floating on clouds, his spirits soaring, a smile stretching from ear to ear. When it came time to tackle the next problem, Shen Lichu employed the same tactic. Now, she didn't even need to ask for help. A mere glance of frustration at Pei Yu would prompt him to grab his book and run to her side. After several back-and-forth exchanges, Pei Yu finally helped Shen Lichu complete her homework. The following day, the first period just so happened to be the homeroom teacher's class. She noticed Pei Yu had transformed from his usual habit of sleeping in class to being alert and genuinely engaged. It was astonishing. The teacher glanced outside the glass window, pondering that the sun had certainly not risen from the west today. In the school, earnest attendance in classes, followed by afternoons spent reinforcing lessons with Shen Li, rendered it nearly impossible for one's academic performance not to improve. After the first midterm examination, Pei's father beamed with joy as he gazed upon two vibrant, crimson test papers adorned with perfect scores. Seizing the moment while Pei Hui was absent, Pei's father affectionately ruffled Shen Li's hair, expressing his gratitude. Shen Li shook her head, attributing the success to Pei Hui's inherent intelligence. Following the midterms, an unexpected drop in temperature enveloped Wang Jing, and despite Pei Hui's usual precautions, Shen Li fell ill during class. Upon receiving a call from the teacher, Pei's father promptly set aside his business affairs to bring her home. Having experienced abandonment, Shen Li, who possessed a profound sense of insecurity, became exceptionally clingy when unwell. Once nestled in bed, she would begin to whimper softly, her face flushed with tears, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Crucially, only Pei's father could comfort her. No one else would suffice. Consequently, Pei's father carried Shen Li to his office, trailed by a devoted little shadow, always bustling about. By the end of the day, his shoulder was dampened by her silent tears, even in her slumber. As they traveled home, Pei Hui observed Shen Li's swollen eyelids, resentment brewing within him. For nearly half a month, neither Shen Li nor Pei Hui attended school. During this time, several children spontaneously gathered at the Pei residence to visit the ailing Shen Li. Among them was Xie Changyan, who presented her with a rabbit plush adorned with embroidered lily of the valley on its ears. Shen Li adored it, placing it tenderly on her bedside after it had been cleaned by a servant. Yet whenever Shen Li was absent, Pei Hui would scowl and declare the toy ugly, pointing at its black nose. At long last, after much anticipation, Shen Li was able to return to school. However, due to her incomplete recovery, Pei Hui would rush to her side after each class, solemnly checking on her condition after providing her with warm water. Upon returning to school, it was Shen Li's turn to be on duty, and many classmates willingly offered to assist her. Surrounded by her peers, Shen Li appeared somewhat flustered with her fair complexion. Unable to bear being sidelined, Pei Hui darkened his expression and shooed everyone away. He had not spoken a word, yet he felt it was unjust for others to assist Shen Li. Though Pei Hui managed to disperse the other children, he could not rid himself of the persistent Xie Changyan. Seeing that Xie had seized the only broom in the classroom, Pei Hui hastily snatched the mop after finishing the blackboard. Both were keenly aware of the competition to accomplish more work than the other. Shen Li sniffled and approached Xie Changyan, softly stating, "Xie Changyan, I can manage on my own." Xie feigned ignorance, silently continuing to sweep. Shen Li turned to retrieve the mop from Pei Hui, but he, with an earnest demeanor, proclaimed, as the duty student, there is something even more important to attend to. His seriousness genuinely startled Shen Li. What could be more important? She inquired. In the next moment, Pei Hui set down the mop and took her hand, leading her towards the podium. Seeing Shen Lichu still puzzled, Pei Hui said, "We need to reorganize these chalks." Shen Lichu fell silent. Just as Pei Hui was about to say something further, he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Xie Changyan, you shameless scoundrel." After sweeping the floor, he had stealthily taken the mop while Pei Hui was absent. Cursing under his breath, Pei Hui hurriedly pursued him. Shen Lichu remained quiet, deciding that when it was Pei Hui and Xie Changyan's turn as duty students, she would assist them. On the podium, there were two chalk boxes, one filled with white chalk and the other with colored chalk. Shen Lichu meticulously sorted the chalks and arranged the colored ones according to hue. After cleaning the classroom floor, Pei Hui and Xie Changyan turned their attention to the trash can in the corner. After a brief tussle, they each lifted one side and, still bickering, exited the classroom. Shen Lichu sat on her chair for a while, waiting for their return. When they did not come back, she glanced at the chalk dust on her fingertips and decided to jump down from her seat and head outside. 2 minutes later, Shen Lichu stood at the sink, diligently scrubbing the chalk dust from her fingertips. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a boy's voice. "Why are you running? Did I tell you to run?" The tone was domineering and somewhat familiar. Shen Lichu recognized the voice. It was Xie Siren. "Boss, won't we get caught?" A worried new minion asked. Xie Siren, brimming with arrogance, replied, "What is there to fear? If she tells, I'll just beat her up once for every complaint." As he turned the corner, Xie Siren spotted Shen Lichu by the sink. Again, at the restroom entrance, there was Shen Lichu. Siren gritted his teeth in disdain. How's it you again? Truly, our paths are cursed to cross. Had it not been for the presence of Pei Hui, he would have dealt with her long ago. Chapter 17. The Pei family mansion. Shen Lichu blinked innocently, her gaze inadvertently landing on the girl trapped between Siren and his lackey. The girl's skin was a healthy shade of tan, her hair a wild mess hastily tied up with a black rubber band, yet her eyes sparkled with a fierce spirit. Did you hear everything? Siren asked warily. Shen Lichu hesitated but nodded, adding, I won't report you to your teacher. Siren always regarded Pei Hui with a sense of caution. With a stern expression, Siren replied, You better not. Well, I shall take my leave then. Pei Hui will worry if he can't find me, Shen Lichu said, blinking once more. Siren remained silent. Shen Lichu walked away, choosing not to return to the classroom, but instead heading directly to the teacher's office at the end of the corridor. Just then, her homeroom teacher was preparing to leave with a bag in hand. Shen, is there something the matter? With a bright tone, Shen Lichu began to report, Teacher, there are a few boys by the restroom bullying a girl. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher was alarmed. Within the office, several other teachers were present. Upon hearing Shen Lichu's words, they felt compelled to investigate, regardless of the truth behind the matter. The teachers hurriedly made their way out. Shen Lichu touched her nose and turned towards the classroom. As she stepped inside, Pei Hui, with an anxious expression, rushed towards her, his voice trembling. Little Guai, where have you been? At that moment, Xie Changyan returned, panting heavily. Upon seeing Shen Lichu, the weight that had lodged in his throat was suddenly lifted. It was a relief that she was unharmed. Shen Lichu clearly recounted her recent encounter to the two of them. After listening, Pei Hui and Xie Changyan exchanged a knowing glance. It appeared that Xie Salon had yet to learn her lesson. Shen Lichu believed herself to be principled. Having promised not to inform Xie Salon's teachers, she indeed kept her word, confiding only in her own teacher. As time was not on their side, the trio began to pack their bags in preparation to return home. On their way down the stairs, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Xie Salon and her companions, accompanied by several teachers. One stern-faced teacher was on the phone, likely contacting the parents involved. Given the presence of teachers and Pei Hui, Xie Salon dared not confront Shen Lichu directly, resorting instead to casting furtive, furious glances in her direction. During the assembly on Monday, Xie Salon and her group took turns addressing the audience to express their remorse and bowed in apology to the victim. To avoid causing any adverse effects on the victim, the school refrained from disclosing her identity. A few days later, Shen Lichu encountered the same girl again. The girl's hair was still messily tied up in a high ponytail, her clothing worn and tattered, and even in the frigid winter, she was clad in a pair of drab sandals. She sat on a stone pedestal at the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Shortly thereafter, Shen Lichu noticed a group of children suddenly surrounding her. They began to sing gleefully, as if they had discovered a source of amusement. Class 17, Wenjinju, what a name, so mundane, with hair in disarray every day. Upon hearing these malicious chants, Wenjinju surveyed her surroundings with a cold glare. Her fists clenched tighter by the moment. After several repetitions, the children dispersed, still reciting, Run fast, run fast. Wenjinju is about to hit someone. Haha. I truly wonder how she got such a name. It's quite ridiculous to see someone with such a common name. Witnessing the entire scene, Shen Lichu furrowed her brow in concern. Just then, Pei Hui returned from a nearby stall where he had gone to buy candied hawthorns. What are you looking at? He asked. As Shen Lichu was about to respond, she turned to find that Wenjinju had vanished from the stone pedestal. Nothing, she replied. Pei Hui peeled the glutinous rice paper and offered Shen Lichu a candied hawthorn. The thin candy coating was sweet and crisp, while the hawthorn inside was pleasantly tart. Shen Lichu's eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. However, Pei Hui only dared to give her one, mindful of her sensitive stomach, which could not tolerate excessive hawthorn. Satisfied with just one, Shen Lichu did not ask for more, instead watching eagerly as Pei Hui quickly finished the remaining hawthorns. Shall I buy it for you next year? Pei Hui, moved by her pitiable state, could not help but comfort her. Shen Lichu, filled with anticipation, replied, All right, thank you, Pei Hui. Because of Pei Yu's promise, Shen Lichu looked forward to the arrival of winter each year. It was not until Pei Hui purchased her a third skewer of candied hawthorn that a momentous event occurred in the Pei family. Pei Yu's mother, Ms. Yu Qingqing, was returning home. As a dedicated researcher, Ms. Yu had not returned home for 6 long years. Before her return was even confirmed, discussions about a family banquet had already begun at the Pei family residence, with Pei Yu's father leading the arrangements. The Pei family in the capital consists of 2 branches, the main branch and the collateral branch. Most of the family's influence resides with the main branch, under the control of Pei Yu's father. Due to certain circumstances, even though Pei Yu's grandparents were still alive, Pei Yu's father only allowed Pei Hui to visit them at the ancestral home on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Ultimately, he acquiesced to the family banquet, scheduling it for the evening of Ms. Yu's return. In the evening, the driver took Pei Hui and Shen Lichu to the Pei family residence. The journey was rather lengthy, and by the time they arrived, night had fallen. Pei Hui held Shen Lichu's hand as they exited the car. The Pei family residence was a traditional Chinese courtyard, its tones somber and its decor understated, with a square layout that inexplicably evoked a sense of oppression. A servant guided Pei Hui and Shen Lichu through a series of twists and turns, ultimately leading them down a long corridor to the main hall. An elegantly dressed elderly lady approached them, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out, "Xiao Yu, this must be Li, right? I am your grandmother." Despite the genuine emotions displayed, Shen Lichu felt no warmth. Instead, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. The gathering of the main and collateral branches of the Pei family that night was quite substantial, and Shen Lichu and Pei Hui had arrived later than most. As soon as Pei Hui entered, numerous relatives crowded around him, greeting him with cheerful voices, nearly overwhelming Shen Lichu in the process. Pei Hui, visibly frustrated, could hardly contain his anger. Eventually, the elder lady intervened and led them to a side room to join peers of the same age for some amusement. While the main branch of the family seemed sparse, the collateral branch was thriving. "Shall we go home?" Pei Hui, astutely sensing Shen Lichu's unease, inquired. If she had uttered a single affirmative word, he would have whisked her away without a moment's hesitation. Shen Lichu pondered for a moment before shaking her head gently, replying softly, "We must wait for uncle and aunt." Chapter 18. Carrying her home, Pei Hui pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Shen Lichu worried that he might pick her up and dash outside, so she quickly shifted his attention by casually pointing to a peach on the fruit platter nearby. "I want to eat that." Pei Hui responded affirmatively and approached the platter, searching for the best peach among them. A nearby servant gestured for him to hand it over, offering to help peel and cut it, but Pei Hui declined. Concerned about the use of a knife and the possibility of accidentally injuring Shen Lichu, he stood in place, meticulously peeling the fruit. A few minutes later, Shen Lichu delightedly savored the slices of honey peach that Pei Hui had fed her. Concerned that Shen Lichu might feel hungry before their departure, Pei Hui had earlier provided her with a piece of peach pastry to quell her appetite. However, after consuming only a few pieces of the succulent peach, Shen Lichu found herself unable to continue. Slowly chewing on the fruit, she cast her gaze towards the platter held by Pei Hui, a flicker of despair briefly crossing her eyes. Yet, Pei Hui suddenly set down his fork and plate, extending his hand towards Shen Lichu's mouth and said, rather brusquely, "Spit it out." Shen Lichu blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. She believed she was concealing her feelings adeptly. Yet over the years, Pei Hui had honed the ability to discern her thoughts through her subtle expressions. "Foolish girl," Pei Hui sighed, gently grasping Shen Lichu's jaw, compelling her to open her mouth. He then inserted 2 fingers in her warm mouth, extracting the chewed-up piece of peach flesh. Shen Lichu sniffled, feeling somewhat guilty. Without so much as a glance back, Pei Hui handed the fruit platter to a nearby servant, continuing to converse with Shen Lichu. "Do not wander off. I will go wash my hands." Shen Lichu responded with a soft "oh," appearing exceedingly obedient. Once Pei Hui had departed, she settled onto the plush carpet to engage in a game of Sudoku. Naturally adept with numbers, to Shen Lichu, digits seemed almost alive. She could glance at the math problems in her workbook and instantly provide the answers, as precise as a calculator. Even her math teacher was astonished. inquiring how she managed such feats. At that time, Shen Lichu had gazed back in confusion, replying, "They tell me." The teacher was taken aback and reported her remarkable ability to her father that very afternoon. "Hey, hand over that Sudoku board." Suddenly, a haughty voice rang out. Looking up, Shen Lichu saw a sturdy, sharp-featured boy standing before her. Without hesitation, she relinquished the Sudoku board into his hands. As the boy effortlessly took the board, his brow furrowed tightly, muttering, "What a pushover." Before their arrival, the elders had warned all the children present not to offend Pei Hui, even advising them to flatter and curry favor with him. However, the children gathered at the Pei family estate for the family banquet had all been spoiled at home. Being Pei family children, they were accustomed to being the objects of their peers' admiration. Now, they were expected to fawn over Pei Hui, who would willingly comply. Yet, compelled by their family's admonishments, they turned their attention to Shen Lichu. Soon, other children began to gather around her, their intentions far from friendly. "So, you're Shen Lichu?" someone asked with a smirk. Sensing their antagonistic approach, Shen Lichu preferred to remain aloof, merely nodding her head. The boy who had posed the question continued, "Isn't it wonderful to enjoy free food and stay in someone else's home?" Shen Lichu pressed her lips tightly together. "How brazen. Why do you stay in someone else's house? Don't you have your own parents?" A barrage of words bombarded Shen Lichu, leaving her somewhat bewildered. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by malevolent peers, and with Pei Hui absent, she instinctively recoiled in fear. She longed to return home, yet she could not bear to trouble Uncle Pei. If she were to leave, Pei Hui would undoubtedly follow suit. Suddenly, someone whispered that Pei Hui had returned, prompting everyone to withdraw. When Pei Hui returned with a cup of water, he found Shen Lichu sitting alone on the carpet. Her head bowed, seemingly engrossed in something unknown. "Little one, come, have some water," he urged gently. Shen Lichu feigned nonchalance, lifting her head as if nothing had occurred, responding obediently with a soft okay. However, Pei Hui did not bring the cup closer. Instead, he leaned in, his gaze fixed intently on her, as if seeking to unravel a secret from her expression. Could it be that Pei Hui had noticed something amiss? A wave of panic washed over Shen Lichu. "Little one, why are you unhappy?" Pei Hui inquired. Shen Lichu's body stiffened for a moment, and a dimple at the corner of her lips emerged as she replied, "I'm not unhappy." Quickly, she concocted an excuse. "Perhaps I'm just a bit tired." Pei Hui clearly did not believe her. Yet, he chose not to confront her deception. Instead, he gently touched her nose with his own. "My little one, you are of utmost importance to me." A flicker of coldness passed through Pei Yu's deep blue eyes. He understood that the priority at that moment was not to uncover what had transpired, but rather to soothe her. "Little one, come here," he beckoned, rising before squatting in front of her. Shen Lichu, puzzled, asked in a playful tone, "Where are we going?" Pei Hui vaguely responded, "I'm taking you to another place to play." Without further thought, she stood and leaped onto his back. Pei Hui had carried her countless times before, always steady, never once allowing her to fall. Although Shen Lichu had only visited the Pei family residence a few times, Pei Hui was well acquainted with its layout. After turning a corner for the third time, he brought her to a small door. Due to the grand nature of the family banquet, most of the servants had been dispatched, allowing Pei Hui to easily exit through the small door with Shen Lichu on his back. The bustling streets of Wangjing at 7 o'clock were adorned with bright lights, teeming with life. After a while in the chilly breeze, Shen Lichu finally realized that Pei Hui had led her away from the Pei family residence. Confused, she asked, "Pei Hui, where are we going?" Pei Hui adjusted her position slightly, firmly stating, "Home." Since she was unwelcome there was no reason to linger any longer. The smartwatch indicated that in 4.5 hours, he would be able to carry her home. Initially, she contemplated stopping him, but gradually, she surrendered her strength, cautiously resting her chin on Pei Yu's shoulder, akin to a weary bird finally returning to its nest. "When I grow a bit older, and Dad allows me to ride a bicycle, I'll cycle you home," she sniffled, her voice muffled. "Okay." The more she felt the warmth and dampness against her neck, the more a tempest raged within Pei Yu's heart. Chapter 19. Pei Hui, you're just like my mother. By the time the Pei family discovered Pei Yu's absence, nearly an hour had elapsed. The matriarch of the Pei family pressed a hand against her heart, lamenting bitterly. How could you all be so negligent in watching over the child? The servants bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak. After a tirade of reproaches, the matriarch could no longer contain her tears. If anything were to happen to little you, how could I ever face Pei Hui and his wife? Her heartfelt cries stirred deep sympathy in all who listened. Someone from the collateral branch of the Pei family could not restrain themselves and spoke up. This is Master Yu's home. How could he possibly leave without cause? Surely, he has been led astray. Before she could finish her thought, the matriarch shot her a piercing glare. Silence. The speaker fell quiet. Yet there was little fear on her face, for she knew she had struck a chord with the matriarch. Had it not been so, the matriarch would have interrupted her at the outset. The current head of the Pei family had a strained relationship with the entire clan, a well-known fact among the elite circles of Wangjing. Were it not for their tenuous blood ties, Pei Hui might have even resorted to more drastic measures. In such a context, Pei Hui had gone missing from the ancestral home. How could Pei Hui possibly let this slide? Naturally, he could not. It would be far better to divert blame, casting suspicion upon the orphan named Shen Lichu. Moreover, most members of the Pei family harbored little affection for Shen Lichu, and some even felt a sense of jealousy toward her. Shen Lichu had grown up under the care of Pei Hui, the family's patriarch. Even without blood ties, Pei Hui would never treat her poorly as an adult. Those present were astute, their minds racing with implications. Allowing an unknown individual to raise Master Yu could prove perilous. If her intentions were ill, it might corrupt him. This was her first time visiting the ancestral home, and she had the audacity to incite Master Yu to run away. What a grave offense. The matriarch inadvertently exchanged glances with the former head of the Pei family, who had remained silent in his seat. Years of shared history allowed them to understand each other's intentions in an instant. The discussions in the main hall grew increasingly fervent. In my opinion, dear matriarch, you ought to persuade the current head of the Pei family to resolve the matter concerning that girl, Shen Lichu, post-haste. Otherwise, it may lead to dire consequences. Before the matriarch could respond, a commanding voice rang out from outside. It was Pei Hui. What dire consequences could arise? Pei Hui did not enter, but stood at the entrance of the main hall, casting a cold gaze over those assembled. Prior to arriving at the ancestral home, he had already received word of the situation. Upon seeing Pei Hui, the matriarch hurried to greet him, sorrowfully covering her face as she wept. My son, it is I who have failed you by not keeping a watchful eye on little you. Her sobs grew more anguished. If anything happens to little you, I shall have no reason to live. Pei Hui remained unmoved. In the main hall, all but the elder seated in the position of honor stood in respect. A lady adorned in shimmering jewels hurriedly approached, supporting the elderly Madame Pei, unable to restrain herself from offering a defense. Head of the family, it is not entirely the old lady's fault. Young Master Yu was incited to leave by those around him. Is that so? Pei father replied with a faint lift of his eyelids. Usually, I personally nurture Li Li. How can you perceive her character to be so deplorable? If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. These words fell, and an eerie silence enveloped the room, for none dared to speak ill of Pei father, the helm of the Pei family. Pei father raised his gaze, disappointment etched on his face as he looked at his biological father seated in the main position. His eyes were murky yet sharp. Outside the main hall, footsteps approached, growing louder, and within moments, a feminine voice rang out. Pei Jiun, I have retrieved the items. Her hair, resembling cascading seaweed, fell gracefully to her waist, her features exquisite, with dark blue eyes akin to Pei Yu's. However, as a mother, her eyes possessed a rounder, softer shape, lacking the aggressiveness of Pei Yu. The items she procured were the surveillance tapes from the side hall, and the selected footage was soon displayed. Isn't it wonderful to indulge in the hospitality of others? How brazen. Why are you staying at someone else's home? Do you like your own parents? The malice on the faces of the children in the footage was starkly evident. Pei father, unwilling to squander more time, declared, I do not believe these children would harbor such inexplicable animosity towards Li Li unless the adults at home led the way. Acknowledging the reason, Pei father candidly stated, I will draft a will, ensuring that upon my demise, all assets under my name will be evenly divided between the two children. Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the room. Preposterous! The former head of the Pei family, seated in the primary position, finally spoke. You ungrateful child! How dare you? Pei father coldly chuckled, replying without reservation. Father, the one in power in the Pei family now is I. Meanwhile, beneath the bright streetlights, Shen Lichu was cradled in Pei Yu's embrace, savoring the roasted sweet potato he had fed her. The sweet, honeyed morsel warmed her heart. Pei Yu scooped another spoonful of the roasted sweet potato for her. Are you tired? In truth, she felt a hint of drowsiness, yet Shen Lichu shook her head softly, replying, not at all. Just as she finished speaking, a yawn escaped her lips. Pei Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, in a few hours, we will be home. After feeding Shen Lichu nearly half of the sweet potato, Pei Yu refrained from offering more, fearing she might suffer from indigestion. He swiftly finished the remainder himself and hoisted Shen Lichu onto his back, heading in the direction of home. Pei Yu, I can walk on my own, she protested. You cannot. I am too heavy. With your daily intake of merely half a bowl of rice, how could you possibly be heavy? Pei Yu adjusted her position slightly. Shen Lichu couldn't resist pressing her small face against his back, her little feet swaying gently. After a considerable time, she softly uttered, Pei Yu, you are just as important as my mother. Pei Yu looked puzzled, wondering why the little one would say such a thing. However, chose to remain silent. A gentle laugh escaping her lips, her eyes curving in delight. After a lengthy pause, she inquired, Pei Yu, what if I misbehave? Pei Yu furrowed his brow, his tone stern as he replied, who says you would misbehave? Startled, Shen Lichu quickly clarified, I wouldn't. Her thoughts lingered on the abandonment by her mother and others. Would Pei Yu follow suit? The answer eluded even her, yet inexplicably, she felt no fear. If such a day were to arrive, all she wished for was a delay. Just a little longer. Chapter 20. An unfathomable competitive spirit. Pei Yu carried Shen Lichu for an indeterminate time, her fatigue evident as she rubbed her eyes. Suddenly, a sleek black car came to a slow stop at the roadside. Little Shen Lichu, a voice called. Little Pei Yu, would you consider getting in? I can have my husband give you a complimentary ride. A window of a discreetly luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom began to lower, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Shen Lichu froze for a moment, then, regaining her composure, greeted Auntie. Although Yu Qingqing had not returned in recent years, she and Pei's father maintained correspondence, and naturally, she was well aware of the delightful presence of little Shen Lichu. Seeing her today, she found her even more charming than described in letters, delicately sculpted, her voice soft and melodious. Ah, Yu Qingqing responded with a beaming smile. Shen Lichu climbed into the car alongside Pei Yu. On the journey home, she leaned against Pei Yu's shoulder, soon succumbing to sleep. The interior of the car was tranquil. Upon arriving home, Yu Qingqing lifted Shen Lichu and ascended the stairs. With Pei Yu trailing closely behind, his gaze fixed on her, a servant promptly brought a basin of warm water, and Yu Qingqing gently began to cleanse Shen Lichu's body with a cloth. Once Shen Lichu was settled, downstairs in the living room, a serious discussion was about to commence. Pei's father and Yu Qingqing sat side by side, silently observing Pei Yu, who was ravenously consuming his meal. Upon setting down his chopsticks, a servant immediately approached to clear away his dishes. Pei Yu sat upright, his voice calm. Is there something you wish to reprimand me for? Having acted recklessly by taking Shen Lichu away, he showed no fear of the repercussions. Even if given the chance to act again, he would make the same choice. Yu Qingqing suddenly smiled, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and praised, well done. However, her expression quickly turned serious as she added, but have you considered the broader implications? Pei Yu was momentarily taken aback. No matter how mature you perceive yourself to be, or how prudent your actions may seem, what if someone with ill intentions targets you? She continued, once taken, what means do you have to protect Lichu? Your frail frame, which could be easily overpowered, or... On this point alone, Yu Qingqing could clearly and harshly inform Pei Yu of the dire consequences that befall girls who are abducted and sold. After her reasoned discourse, Pei Yu's expression grew increasingly somber. Yu Qingqing lowered her gaze. Being abducted and sold is merely one of the lighter outcomes. She continued, firstly, The Pei family is in a position of power, attracting many enemies. Secondly, my profession is of a sensitive nature. The branches of the Pei family have long cast covetous glances at the position of heir held by Pei Hui. Yu Qingqing remarked, "Understanding the importance of safeguarding those dear to you is commendable. As a mother, witnessing your sense of responsibility at such a tender age brings me joy. However, I hope that in your future endeavors, you will act with greater caution and security." Pei Hui fell silent, realizing he was still lacking in strength. Only by becoming more formidable could he better protect Shen Lichu. As a resolution to the recent incident, Pei Hui was tasked with composing a satisfactory reflection for Yu Qingqing. The following day, the branches of the Pei family brought their children to apologize to Shen Lichu. The innocent Shen Lichu, with an air of magnanimity, chose to forgive them effortlessly. The gifts brought by each family were accepted under the discretion of Pei's father. In the afternoon, the two children sat on the carpet, eagerly unwrapping their presents. In recent days, visitors have been incessantly arriving at the Pei residence, primarily drawn by Yu Qingqing. Pei Hui, however, displayed little interest in anyone else. Today, a boy of around 15 or 16, clad in a windbreaker and bearing a somewhat frail countenance, arrived accompanied by a slightly younger girl. The girl appeared timid, persistently clutching the hem of the boy's clothing, her gaze cast downwards, unwilling to look around. They were accompanied by an elderly gentleman, a highly esteemed figure in the field of mathematics. As Yu Qingqing elaborated on various topics, the old man's face radiated excitement. He remarked, "Truly, the younger generation is formidable." Yu Qingqing smiled softly, responding, "We, the younger ones, merely stand upon the shoulders of esteemed predecessors like yourself." The old man chuckled heartily. His visit today was not solely for seeking guidance from Yu Qingqing. "Changshu, come here," he called, and the boy in the windbreaker approached, nodding respectfully. "This is my only grandson, who possesses a modicum of talent." Yu Qingqing understood that the old man's mention of a modicum was an understatement. Yi Changshu greeted politely. "Aunt Yu." Yu Qingqing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The old man gazed at Yi Changshu with pride. Yet a hint of regret laced his words. He has been in poor health since childhood. Last year, he fell into the water and was unconscious for nearly half a month, nearly losing his life. His grandmother heard of a remedy that suggested a change of fortune might awaken him. I initially scolded her for such superstitions, yet to my astonishment, Changshu truly awoke, and his health has been steadily improving of late. Yu Qingqing's eyes drifted towards the girl nearby, whose expression was one of shyness. Every generation has its own blessings. With the primary introduction successfully concluded, the old man allowed Yi Changshu to return, continuing his discussion with Yu Qingqing on other matters. Yi Changshu returned to the girl, lowering his voice to inquire, "Would you like some water?" The girl instinctively licked her lips and shook her head gently, sighing at her response. Yi Changshu brought over a nearby cup of tea and offered it to her. She drank eagerly, stopping only when the cup was empty, revealing her thirst. Just as Yi Changshu set the cup down, he caught sight of Pei Hui, also tending to Shen Lichu, offering her water. After finishing her drink, Shen Lichu gazed up with glistening eyes and sweetly thanked Pei Hui. Pei Hui set down the water cup and exchanged a glance with Yi Changshu, letting out a soft snort. Yi Changshu narrowed his eyes slightly. Subsequently, Yi Changshu fed the girl's pastries while Pei Hui offered fruits to Shen Lichu. Pei Hui helped Shen Lichu change the small towel on her back, designed to absorb sweat, while Yi Changshu reached out to wipe crumbs from the corners of the girls' mouths. A peculiar sense of rivalry ignited between them, each striving to outdo the other, yet neither could claim victory. Meanwhile, after Pei Hui found an explanation for an English word for Shen Lichu, he noticed Yi Changshu had been inactive for a while and smiled smugly at him. Yi Changshu squinted his eyes again. In the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and planted a kiss on the girl's cheek. Pei Hui was taken aback, stunned by the unexpected gesture. Once he regained his composure, he too leaned in to kiss Shen Lichu's face. Just then, Pei's father returned from an outing and, upon witnessing the scene, rushed over and swiftly scooped Shen Lichu into his arms. Pei Hui missed his chance. In the 21st chapter, we can agree to let you be Lichu's child bride. Shen Lichu, with her dark, glistening eyes, sat dazed in Pei's father's embrace, tightly clutching an English picture book, appearing remarkably well-behaved. Pei Hui, you cannot kiss Lichu casually, Pei's father stated with utmost seriousness. Pei Hui's face was filled with disbelief as he darkly queried, "Why not?" Pei's father replied, "There are distinctions between genders." The elder, who had been discussing matters with Yu Qingqing, approached upon hearing the commotion, inquiring about the situation. Pei's father recounted what he had just witnessed. "Then why can he kiss her?" Pei Hui stubbornly pointed at Yi Changshu. "He can, but I cannot. What kind of absurd reasoning is that?" Yi Changshu smirked slightly, exuding the pride of victor, and remarked, "Because she is my child bride." The young Pei Hui was oblivious to the meaning of child bride. He turned to Pei's father, enunciating each word, "I want Lichu to be my child bride." Pei's father's eyelids twitched, forcing a smile as he replied, "No." In the presence of others, he felt embarrassed to explain that this was a feudal custom, and one that was decidedly unfair to women. Pei Hui's expression fell, his dark blue gaze fixed sternly on Pei's father, remaining silent. When it came to matters concerning Shen Lichu, Pei Hui exhibited a stubbornness that no one could sway. Upon finally grasping the situation, Yu Qingqing nearly doubled over with laughter. Eager to stir the pot, she suggested to Pei Hui, "Although we do not agree to Lichu being your child bride, we can consent to you being Lichu's child husband." Without hesitation, Pei Hui agreed, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Very well, I am willing. I shall be little Gui's child husband." He then quickly inquired, "Can I kiss little Gui now?" Yu Qingqing smirked, "Not allowed." Pei Hui's eyes widened in frustration as he pressed, "Why still not allowed? As the childhood husband of Li Li, one must heed her every word. Until she grants her consent, no affection may be exchanged." Pei Hui leaned closer, grasping the arm of Pei's father, who was holding Shen Lichu, and softly inquired, "Little darling, may I kiss you?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation, carrying a hint of supplication. However, Shen Lichu gently shook her head, her voice soft and obedient, "Not allowed." In her early years, Teacher Zhang had emphasized repeatedly that she must not allow others to touch or kiss her indiscriminately, especially not Uncle Pei. This also applied to Pei Hui. Any breach of these rules required an immediate report to Teacher Zhang. Although Shen Lichu did not fully comprehend the reasons behind this, she knew she had to comply. Pei Hui's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Yu Qingqing and the elder continued their discussion, while Pei's father listened attentively. After soothing the girl beside him, Yi Changshu turned his attention to the dejected Pei Hui. Undeterred, Pei Hui asked Shen Lichu once more, only to receive another rejection. Having finished reading an English picture book, Shen Lichu neatly returned it to the shelf. Just as she contemplated selecting another book, the voices of Yu Qingqing and the elder caught her attention, drawing her into their conversation. Shen Lichu listened with a sense of confusion, oblivious to Yi Changshu approaching her side. He succinctly explained the topic under discussion between Yi Qingqing and the elder. The more she listened, the more enlightening it became, and admiration for Yi Changshu blossomed within her. "Brother, you are amazing." Yi Changshu chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Pei Hui glared at Yi Changshu, as if he could shoot sparks from his eyes. This was the first time Pei Hui had faced such a significant setback in his pursuit of Shen Lichu. Yet, seeing her so engrossed in the conversation, he could not bring himself to interrupt. Noticing Shen Lichu's keen interest, Yi Changshu decided to sit beside the girl. After receiving Shen Lichu's consent, he handed her an English picture book and gently reminded her, "If you encounter any unfamiliar words, feel free to ask me." The girl's eyes sparkled with appreciation as she carefully cradled the book, nodding shyly. In the time that followed, Shen Lichu listened intently to Yi Changshu's explanations. While the girl focused on reading the book, Yi Changshu balanced his explanations with attentiveness to the girl's understanding. Throughout the ordeal, Pei Hui maintained a sulky demeanor, silently simmering with frustration, wary of disturbing Shen Lichu. Yi Changshu found the situation amusing and, feeling mischievous, posed a question to Shen Lichu. "Who do you think is more impressive, me or him?" He deliberately paused at a crucial moment, igniting Shen Lichu's curiosity. Instanted recognizing Yi Changshu's intent. Pei Hui shot him a fierce glare. How despicable! Shen Lichu, now aware of the underlying motive, regarded Yi Changshu with a gaze filled with caution and vigilance, declaring, Pei Yu is impressive. One affirmation was not enough. Shen Lichu continued, Pei Yu is the most remarkable child in the world. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu's spirits soared, and he looked triumphantly at Yi Changshu, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Later, Yi Changshu resumed his explanation, while Shen Lichu deliberately chose to ignore it. Before long, the elder rose and departed with Yi Changshu and another individual. Just before leaving, Yi Changshu made a point to mention to Yu Qingqing the matter he had just explained regarding Shen Lichu. Upon seeing Yu Qingqing's lack of surprise, Yi Changshu understood. It appeared that the Pei family had already made arrangements concerning Shen Lichu. Not far away, Pei Yu sheltered his head behind Shen Lichu's English picture book, asking for what seemed like the umpteenth time, Am I truly the most remarkable presence in your heart? Shen Lichu smiled, her eyes curving gently, Yes. And what about in the future? Will it still be the same? It will still be the same. Even when you grow old, will you still think I am the most remarkable? Even when old, I will still think Pei Yu is the most remarkable. Could you repeat that? That you believe Pei Yu is the most extraordinary child in the world? Shen Lichu obediently reiterated. Pei Yu broke into a silly grin. A few minutes later, unable to contain himself, Pei Yu leaned in to ask once more. Each time, Shen Lichu patiently repeated without a hint of annoyance. Pei Yu had another question in mind, but Shen Lichu preemptively said, Pei Yu, I'm thirsty. Immediately, Pei Yu cheerfully went to fetch a cup of water. Yu Qingqing, who was secretly observing the two children, sighed and spoke to Pei Fu. Thank goodness Lichu has such a good temperament. If it were someone else, they would surely find this relentless questioning unbearable. Pei Fu raised an eyebrow. If I were to ask you questions as persistently as Pei Yu, would you respond with the same enthusiasm? Before he could finish his thought, Yu Qingqing, already aware of his mind, interrupted, I would give you a punch, and then the world would fall silent. Chapter 22. Pei Yu, flesh of my flesh. Bone of my bone. On the day of the first snowfall, the two children had just completed their final examinations. 3 days after the exams, the results were announced. Shen Lichu ranked first in her entire grade. The composition she wrote for the Chinese exam was so impressive that her teacher couldn't help but call Pei Fu to commend him. The title of her essay was My Elder. Pei Fu had the essay printed, holding it with great affection, declaring that he would frame it and take it to his office to display. This left Yu Qingqing immensely envious, and she approached Shen Lichu, softly pleading, Lichu, could you write about Annie next time? Shen Lichu, with her dark eyes glistening, replied earnestly, Okay. Pei Yu feigned indifference. Yet he couldn't help but sneak glances at the composition in Pei Fu's hands, his heart bubbling with envy. Surely, had the assignment not been so specifically limited to writing about elders, Shen Lichu would have written about him. It had to be that way. Today, Yu Qingqing and Pei Fu were set to attend a lavish evening banquet. Little Yu, if Lichu feels unwell, be sure to let us know promptly. Pei Yu nodded. Since this morning, Shen Lichu had seemed somewhat listless. She had no fever or any discomfort, yet her demeanor appeared rather droopy. Worrying, Yu Qingqing took out a thermometer before leaving and checked Shen Lichu's temperature. It was normal. Shen Lichu sniffled softly. Auntie, I am fine. Yu Qingqing nodded in acknowledgement. Just as everything was arranged, and Yu Qingqing and Pei's father were about to depart, Shen Lichu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, causing her to collapse against Pei Yu. Pei Yu was taken aback. Xiaoguai. Hearing Pei Yu's anxious voice, Yu Qingqing and Pei's father hurried back, concerned. What happened? Upon seeing Shen Lichu clutching her chest, her lips pale, the two of them immediately lost all desire to attend the banquet. No matter how significant the event, it paled in comparison to the well-being of the child. Yet, Shen Lichu seemed to recover quickly. Her lips returned to their original soft pink hue after a brief moment of discomfort. Blinking at the three worried faces before her, she appeared to be free of pain. Pei Yu, visibly shaken, had turned ashen with red-rimmed eyes. Pei's father stated solemnly, We must have her undergo a hard examination. Without even changing their clothes, they rushed Shen Lichu to the hospital, with Pei Yu naturally following suit. The hospital lay in the opposite direction to the banquet venue. Upon reaching the Pei family's private hospital, medical personnel promptly greeted them. During the examination, Pei Hui stood on tiptoe, peering through the thick glass window. Pei's father was on the phone. Just then, Yu Qingqing pulled out her phone and was stunned to see a breaking news alert. Wangjing-Jiang Bridge suddenly collapses, resulting in 8 deaths and 17 injuries. The incident occurred approximately 35 minutes prior. Yu Qingqing, possessing a keen sense of time, distinctly remembered that she and Pei's father had left 40 minutes ago. It was essential to cross the Jiang Bridge en route to the banquet, a journey that would typically take about 5 to 6 minutes. The chilling thought struck her. If it hadn't been for Shen Lichu's sudden chest pain, the idea sent a shiver down her spine. When the results of Shen Lichu's heart examination were revealed, the doctor stated, "Madam Pei, Miss Lichu's heart is quite healthy. There are no issues." "Then why the pain?" Pei Hui inquired, his anxiety palpable. The doctor frowned slightly, unable to provide a definitive explanation. There are many potential causes for heart pain. On the way back, Yu Qingqing remained distracted. After the fleeting moment of pain, Shen Lichu's spirits seemed to lift, and she began whispering playfully with Pei Hui. Upon returning home, Pei's father, having attentively monitored Yu Qingqing's emotions throughout the journey, turned to her and asked, "What is wrong?" Yu Qingqing showed him her phone, displaying the earlier news article. "If we hadn't taken Lichu to the hospital, it's highly likely our names would have been on that list of victims." Shen Lichu had appeared unwell that morning, and just as they were about to leave, she had experienced that sudden pain. Yet, on the way to the hospital, her spirits had gradually brightened, and with the heart examination yielding no issues, it all seemed too coincidental. The sequence of events suggested that Shen Lichu's sudden chest pain had been a fortuitous intervention, preventing them from stepping out into danger. Had they shown less attention to Shen Lichu, perhaps things would have unfolded differently. Yu Qingqing, who once harbored skepticism towards the realm of the supernatural, now found herself filled with reverence for such matters. Just as she began to articulate her thoughts, Mr. Pei swiftly covered her mouth, whispering for silence. Some matters, he believed, need not be elaborated upon. From the moment Pei Hui was born, he felt as if he had been awaiting Shen Lichu's arrival, much like the biblical tale of God creating Eve from Adam's rib. Shen Lichu had seamlessly become an integral part of Pei Hui's existence. Time flew by, and the 6 years of elementary school came to a swift conclusion, with Shen Lichu consistently achieving the top rank in her class. Her fascination with numbers remained unwavering throughout. With Shen Lichu's consent, Yu Qingqing began to guide her along this path. During the transition to junior high, Shen Lichu's numerous accolades in various mathematics competitions made her a coveted prospect for many prestigious secondary schools. Yu Qingqing took charge of all her academic pursuits, carefully weighing her options for secondary school. Ultimately, Shen Lichu enrolled in Beijing University Affiliated Middle School, in anticipation of a selection examination for outstanding candidates to be held during Shen Lichu's 3rd year of junior high. Yu Qingqing had already received advance notice that only 7 students would be admitted from this rigorous assessment, which took place at one of the top schools in each city across the nation. The term genius, often spoken of in hushed tones, merely represented the threshold to this selection process. Yu Qingqing held high hopes for Shen Lichu. In April, the evening sky blazed with crimson hues. In a narrow alley adjacent to the school, Pei Hui, clad in a black windbreaker, stood beside a trash bin, methodically tearing a pink envelope into shreds before discarding it. "Pei Hui, who are you to meddle in Shen Lichu's affairs?" A voice rang out, belonging to Jiang Jinghang. At this age, during such a tumultuous period of adolescence, the trend of romantic pursuits has been rampant. Pei Hui, uninterested in such frivolities, had long declared that no one should cast their gaze upon Shen Lichu. Yet, some dared to challenge his authority. "Shen Lichu has been nurtured under our Pei Ji's watchful eye. Who are you to claim such rights?" They dared to approach Shen Lichu, oblivious to their own insignificance. Xie Changyan emerged from the alley first, glancing at his watch and softly reminding them, "We're going to be late." Pei Hui responded with a silent nod, his expression impassive. As a member of the elite class, Shen Lichu's dismissal time was nearly an hour and a half later than her peers. The trio made their way towards the school. Meanwhile, Shen Lichu received heartfelt gratitude from a bespectacled classmate for her assistance with the coursework. The elite class operated on an elimination basis. Should any student from a lower-tier class surpass an elite student in exams, they would take their place. Within Beijing University-affiliated middle school, the competition was fierce, with students often separated by mere fractions of points. In this fierce competition, assisting others often translates to harming oneself. The vast majority of individuals are inherently self-serving, with only Shen Lichu standing as a notable exception. Whenever someone approaches her with questions, Shen Lichu diligently and meticulously offers her guidance. If her explanations do not resonate the first time, she willingly reiterates. With a smile, she reassures, "No need to thank me." By the time Shen Lichu tidies her backpack, most of her classmates have already departed. April in Wangjing has begun to warm up. As she steps out of the classroom, the slightly oppressive heat greets her. Just as she turns towards the right staircase, a bony hand suddenly emerges from behind to grasp her backpack. Sensing the weight on her shoulder lighten, Shen Lichu instinctively recognizes the identity of her helper, Pei Hui. The boy standing behind her towers a full head above her, with an air of nonchalance. He removes Shen Lichu's backpack and casually slings it over his shoulder. Upon feeling the heft of the bag, Pei Yu's expression darkens momentarily. "It's so heavy. And you still dare to carry it yourself?" Shen Lichu blinks, feeling somewhat guilty as she defends, "It's just a short distance." Pei Hui lets out a languid hum. "You can carry it if you want. It's not me who won T grow taller." Shen Lichu shoots him an indignant glare. Height has always been a sensitive subject for her. Growing up together, she has watched Pei Hui and Xie Changyan shoot up in height, while she seems to be lagging behind. Shouldn't girls develop faster than boys in that regard? Pei Hui takes Shen Lichu's hand and leads her toward the stairs. Not far from the school gate, under the bicycle shed, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang have been waiting. Upon seeing Shen Lichu approach, Jiang Jinghang, munching on a pancake with various fillings, waves enthusiastically. Shen Lichu's eyes light up at the sight of the delectable pancake, her gaze fixated on it. It's smeared with spicy sauce. It looks utterly delicious. Suddenly, Jiang Jinghang feels that his half-eaten pancake has lost its appeal and quietly suggests, "Lichu, how about I share a piece with you?" Shen Lichu, feeling a bit shy, tilts her head, her dark eyes brimming with hope. "Can I?" It's possible, but it requires Pei Yu's consent first. Gently tugging at the hem of Pei Yu's shirt, she asks, "Pei Hui, can I have a bite?" Pei Hui scoffs. "Try having a bite and see what happens." Shen Lichu pretends not to grasp his sarcasm, turning to Jiang Jinghang with glee. Pei Hui has agreed. Jiang Jinghang's eyelids twitch. He senses that her tone hardly conveys agreement. Since the moment he met the two, Pei Hui has been exceedingly strict about what Shen Lichu consumes. Even when Pei Hui momentarily falters and allows her to eat something inappropriate, he swiftly retrieves the offending snack from her mouth. For his own safety, Jiang Jinghang promptly shoves the remaining half of the pancake into his mouth. It's hot, hot, hot. Such a large bite proves difficult to chew. Shen Lichu declares, "Let us go, it's time to head home." Silence had enveloped Xie Changyan until he finally spoke up. Shen Lichu stood beside the back seat of Pei Yu's bicycle, her gaze cast downward, remaining silent. "Little darling, what troubles you?" Pei Hui inquired lazily. "It's dirty," Shen Lichu replied. The back seat had been wiped down in advance by Xie Changyan before Pei Hui ascended to fetch Shen Lichu. Despite the long-standing discord between Pei Hui and Xie Changyan, Pei Hui still trusted his efforts. Leaning closer to inspect, Pei Hui indeed spotted a speck of fluff, likely a remnant from the cleaning process that had inadvertently floated up. "Who indulges you in such bad habits?" he scolded. If his shoelaces picked up even the slightest imperceptible stain, it was imperative to return and change. The books he used had to be impeccably arranged, appearing as good as new after a semester's use. Shen Lichu blinked and softly remarked, "It's Pei Hui who spoils me. Go take it up with him." Though Pei Hui feigned annoyance as he pulled out the cotton t-shirt from beneath his black windbreaker to clean the back seat, inwardly he was elated. He secretly wished Shen Lichu would be even more willful and exacting. After all, no matter how tumultuous things became, he would always be there to catch her fall. Not long ago, when he had intended to confess his feelings to Shen Lichu, he was confronted by a disgruntled individual questioning Pei Yu's entitlement to care for her so deeply. It was simply because, ever since Shen Lichu was 6. He had been by her side whenever she fell ill. It was because he had nurtured her into adulthood. He had been the one to replace her small sweat towels most frequently, and the one to wipe away her tears the most often. He had even personally washed the clothes she had soiled during her first menstrual cycle. How could anyone question his right to care for her? If he, Pei Hui, were deemed unworthy of such a role, then surely no one else could claim the right. By now, it was quite late, and the campus was desolate. As Shen Lichu sat on the back seat of Pei Hui's bicycle, she held onto his slender waist with one hand while her mind inadvertently wandered back to the topics discussed in class that day. No more thoughts of studying, Pei Hui suddenly declared. Can you really tell? Shen Lichu protested softly, her eyes widening. Pei Hui gave a light snort. Your mind is burdened with too much knowledge. It will hinder your growth. Shen Lichu pouted in dissatisfaction. Nonsense. She insisted on drinking a glass of milk every morning, assuring herself it would not impede her height. Yet, the thought made her feel somewhat guilty, as she could only manage half a glass each time, with Pei Hui dutifully finishing the rest. Shen Lichu resolved silently that starting tomorrow, she would drink a full glass, striving to grow taller, ideally surpassing Pei Hui. Chapter 24. Your brother is truly kind to you at 6:30 in the evening. Pei Hui parked the bicycle and reached into the front basket to retrieve Shen Lichu's backpack. Let us go. As he walked beside her, Pei Hui naturally draped his arm over Shen Lichu's shoulders. Years earlier, Pei Hui's father had arranged for the wall between their two villas to be torn down, and the villa under Shen Lichu's name had undergone a complete renovation. The most significant transformation occurred on the floor that was once her bedroom. The entire wall was removed, creating 3 distinct spaces. The central area, slightly smaller, serves as a cozy living room, while the spaces to the left and right are designated as the bedrooms for Shen Lichu and Pei Hui. Dinner has been prepared. Auntie and uncle won't be joining us for dinner tonight? Shen Lichu inquired of the butler. The butler nodded in response. In recent years, Pei's father and Yu Qingqing have become increasingly busy with work, often absent from home. After dinner, taking advantage of Pei Hui's phone call, Shen Lichu attempted to sneak upstairs with her backpack. However, upon lifting it, she realized it was unusually light. Why is it so light? Shen Lichu unzipped her backpack, only to discover that most of her books had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from behind her. What are you looking for? Shen Lichu, feeling guilty, replied. I just want to take out my water bottle. Pei Hui playfully pinched Shen Lichu's cheek, teasingly warning, you're not allowed to read anymore. If you spend all day reading or doing exercises, what will happen to your health? Realizing her secret was out, Shen Lichu decided to confront him directly. Where are the books from my backpack? Who knows? Pei Hui feigned ignorance. Annoyed, Shen Lichu widened her eyes and glared at him. The stern Pei Hui led her upstairs, urging her to wash up quickly. When he heard Shen Lichu emerge from the bathroom, he remained seated on the small living room sofa, not bothering to look up. Come here. Obediently, Shen Lichu approached and sat down beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. Pei Hui glanced at the space between them, where another person could sit, and domineeringly shifted closer to her. At that moment, Shen Lichu was still fuming over Pei Hui's mischief with her books. As he leaned closer, she instinctively shifted away. Pei Hui, undeterred, moved even closer, prompting her to scoot away again. With a languid gaze, he looked at her with a half-smile. Alarmed, Shen Lichu quickly stood up and attempted to flee to her room. Yet, after just one step, she found herself swept off her feet by Pei Hui, who firmly seated her on his lap. On the coffee table lay an array of tools for nail care. Extend your hand. In the summer, Pei Hui's body radiated warmth, and whenever Shen Lichu drew near, she felt overwhelmed by the heat. Reluctantly, she extended her hand, resembling a playful kitten, her delicate pink pads exposed for trimming. Her nails were thin and brittle, easily prone to breakage upon contact with hard surfaces. After an incident where Shen Lichu's nail had broken painfully close to the flesh, Pei Hui became particularly attentive to her nail care, even dedicating a week to studying at a nail salon. The process of nurturing her nails was lengthy and meticulous, and soon the lively Shen Lichu succumbed to slumber, leaning against Pei Hui, enveloped in trust and dependence. By the time Pei Hui had tended to all 10 of her nails, 40 minutes had elapsed. He gently lifted the sleeping girl in his arms and proceeded toward the bedroom, where the decor was adorned in a bright palette of pink and white hues. The floor is adorned with a plush white carpet, while the bed is positioned near the window, draped with layers of cascading bed curtains. The window is slightly ajar, allowing a gentle night breeze to waft into the room. As she is laid upon the bed, Shen Lichu stirs momentarily from her slumber, drowsily calling out, "Pei Hui." Pei Hui replies softly, "What is it? You are so kind to me." Pei Hui tenderly tucks the blanket around her and retrieves a small floral quilt, which she has cherished since childhood, placing it in her embrace. "Sleep now." Shen Lichu peacefully closes her eyes. Before departing, Pei Hui discreetly adjusts the direction of the rabbit plush toy adorned with lily of the valley on the bedside table, positioning it to face the wall, as if it is reflecting upon its misdeeds. Only then does Pei Hui feel a semblance of satisfaction as he leaves. The following morning, at precisely 5:40, the alarm clock's chime resonates through the room. Upon hearing it, Shen Lichu immediately turns over and sits up, rubbing the remnants of sleep from her eyes in preparation for her morning routine. Next door, Pei Hui is also enduring the torment of the alarm. An explosive mood spreads throughout the bedroom as he glares ferociously at the incessantly ringing clock. The whimsical frog alarm, a stark contrast to the room's decor, was a gift from Shen Lichu when they were in the 5th grade, purchased with her prize money from a mathematics competition, which Pei Hui cherishes deeply. As Pei Hui, with his tousled black hair and an air of undeniable intensity, storms out of his room, he encounters Shen Lichu, who is on her way to freshen up. "Pei Hui, your class starts morning self-study at 7:30. You could sleep a little longer." The elite class, however, begins at 6:30. The expression on Pei Hui's handsome face betrays a fierce demeanor, making it clear he is not to be trifled with. In front of a large mirror mounted on the wall of the washstand, Shen Lichu and Pei Hui stand side by side, each wielding an electric toothbrush. While she brushes her teeth with one hand, the other is firmly grasped by Pei Hui. Breakfast awaits, and Shen Lichu leisurely finishes a bowl of wontons, leaving half a cup of milk untouched. When Pei Hui reaches for it, she stubbornly insists, "I can finish it." Pei Hui raises an eyebrow. "Really? When have you ever finished a whole cup of milk?" The milk, sourced fresh daily from the family's private farm, often carries a strong flavor. Shen Lichu pinches her nose to down the remaining half cup, while Pei Hui worries she might feel nauseous. In a battle of strength, she cannot possibly compete with him. Pei Hui decisively snatches the cup and drains it in one go. Time is of the essence in the morning, and more often than not, the chauffeur from the Pei family drives them to school. Their bicycles are securely fastened to the rack at the back of the vehicle. Each morning, Pei Hui ensures he escorts Shen Lichu to her classroom before departing, though there is still some time before the bell for morning self-study rings. Most students in the elite class have already gathered. Pei Hui adeptly retrieve a thermos box and a thermal cup from his backpack in succession. "Remember to eat when you're hungry. Today, the kitchen has prepared your favorite shrimp and vegetable dumplings along with a berry tart. Regardless of your thirst, do not forget to drink water. Do not endure thirst simply to avoid the inconvenience of using the restroom. I will check on you during lunch." Shen Lichu nodded in agreement. Once Pei Hui departed, her desk mate leaned over with an envious expression and remarked, "Shen Lichu, your brother is truly wonderful to you." Chapter 25. I have never regarded him as a brother. Shen Lichu smiled quietly. In the next moment, her desk mate's stomach audibly grumbled. The classroom was unusually quiet, filled with students engrossed in their books and exercises, making the sound of her stomach even more pronounced. Shen Lichu opened her thermos and offered it to her, softly inquiring, "Would you like a little something to settle your stomach?" Initially, her desk mate intended to decline, but upon seeing the neatly arranged shrimp and vegetable dumplings within the thermos, she found herself unable to voice her refusal. The dumplings, with their thin skin and generous filling, were irresistible and tantalizing. Her desk mate reached for one, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. After taking a bite, her eyes widened in astonishment. "This is so delicious." Once she finished, Shen Lichu asked again, "Do you want more?" Her desk mate shook her head. Realizing that these delicacies were specially prepared by Pei Hui, concerned that Shen Lichu might be hungry after her morning studies. "Your brother is truly good to you." She couldn't help but exclaim again. She wished she had a brother who was as considerate and caring. Shen Lichu lowered her gaze and murmured, I have never regarded him as a brother. Just then, the bell for the morning class rang. Her deskmate, looking puzzled, asked Shen Lichu, what did you just say? Shen Lichu shook her head, dismissing it. It's nothing. The teacher approached the podium, holding a stack of exam papers, and announced sternly, today we will have a surprise quiz during the morning study period. After the exam, seating arrangements would be determined by the rankings. This was a customary practice in the elite class, employing surprise tests to encourage students to compete for better educational resources. The classroom filled with discontented murmurs. No, I've only been in this great seat for half a month. To avoid delaying the morning lessons, their time for answering questions was quite limited. Once the exam concluded, they immediately exchanged papers for grading. During the brief intermission, several classmates gathered around Shen Lichu, seeking assistance. Shen Lichu, congratulations. You are first again. I wish I had your intellect. Among them was the bespectacled girl who had approached Shen Lichu for help the previous day. Overwhelmed with excitement, her face flushed, she exclaimed, Shen Lichu, thank you so much. The last question on today's exam was exactly the type you explained to me yesterday. It was this question that allowed her to improve her ranking by 3 places, although she still remained at the bottom. Shen Lichu replied, no need to thank me. You have grasped the knowledge well. The bespectacled girl clasped her hands together, wishing, I truly hope I can master more material before the next grade examination, so I won't be pushed out of the elite class. While everyone chatted and laughed, a boy hurriedly passed by Shen Lichu's desk, jostling an askew. Let us set aside the matter. He even offered a perfunctory apology, barely turning back, uttering with a nonchalant air, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback. The onlookers, displaying varied expressions, were at a loss for words. It was the bespectacled girl who appeared particularly embarrassed. The crowd united to right Shen Lichu's desk, offering her a few hasty words of consolation. As the class time approached, everyone returned to their respective seats. Once the throng had dispersed, her deskmate tugged at the hem of Shen Lichu's garment and whispered, he must have done it on purpose. Previously, he had been alternating with Zhang Yuan for the last place in class. You explained the problems to Zhang Yuan, enabling her to surpass him. Upon grasping the situation, Shen Lichu fell into silence. Moreover, the others had achieved their commendable grades purely through their own efforts, without any deceit. There was, however, another matter that her deskmate had refrained from sharing. Many believed that Shen Lichu often meddled excessively in others' affairs. Not only did the top-tier students seek her assistance, but even those from outside the elite class were drawn to her for guidance. Shen Lichu treated all with equal regard. The fierce competition for spots in the elite class left some students at the bottom quite disgruntled. As those outside the elite class improved academically, the standing of some within it became precarious. Meanwhile, in the last row of Class 6, Pei Hui remained sprawled on his desk, catching up on sleep. Jiang Jingheng, seated in front, turned around to inquire of Pei Hui's deskmate, Xie Chengyan, in a hushed tone, what did Pei do last night? Is he still not awake? The lunch break is nearly upon us. Xie Chengyan lazily lifted his gaze. As long as he is still breathing, that's what matters. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the previously tranquil classroom. Isn't that the school bell, Wenmengzi? What brings her to our Class 6? Surely she is here for Pei Hui. Or could it be for you? Just as Jiang Jingheng turned back, he spotted Wenmengzi approaching. Hi, she greeted him with a smile. Jiang Jingheng returned the gesture with equal familiarity. While they weren't particularly close with Wenmengzi, they were acquainted through a mutual friend who had taken a liking to her and often included her in their activities, leading to a sense of familiarity over time. Is Pei still asleep? Wenmengzi asked, feigning surprise. Her face was adorned with light makeup, her hair elegantly styled in soft waves, and a hint of perfume lingered in the air. Jiang Jingheng nodded and inquired, what do you need from him? I forgot my book and came to borrow one from Pei, she replied, squatting down to rummage through the box at Pei Hui's feet. Once she found where she saw it, she made to leave without delay, saying, please tell Pei I stopped by. Jiang Jingheng saw nothing inappropriate in her actions and waved her off. Pei Hui was typically quite generous, parting with items freely, save for those concerning Shen Lichu. Thus, Jiang Jingheng perceived Wenmengzi's request as rather innocuous. It appears that when Mengzi and Pei Hui have grown so close that they have crossed certain boundaries. Just before when Mengzi was to leave class 6, Xie Changyan took a moment to glance at her, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. Others may have been oblivious, but Xie Changyan was acutely aware. The reason Pei Hui could afford such generosity was that most material possessions held no significance for him. However, once it came to matters of utmost importance to Pei Hui, if anyone dared to touch even a hair on such matters, Pei Hui could make that person regret ever being born. As the final class of the morning approached its conclusion, Pei Hui straightened his posture, his brow slightly furrowed in a peculiar manner as he silently rubbed his wrist. The teacher at the podium had already finished lecturing and instructed the students of class 6 to engage in self-study. Jiang Jingheng seized the opportunity to mention that when Mengzi had come to borrow a book from him, Pei Hui responded with a detached HM, indicating his awareness. Yet in truth, he did not even know who Mengzi was. Chapter 26. A mad dog is bound to bite. An upcoming mathematics competition was on the horizon. Shen Lichu, along with several other students confirmed to participate, was required to stay behind for additional tutoring. In recent days, school had been letting out increasingly late, and Pei Hui had begun to grow impatient, often relying on the Pei family chauffeur for transportation to and from school. Yet, seeing Shen Lichu working so hard, he found himself unable to voice his disapproval of her participation in the competition, instead opting to coax her into eating a little more at each meal. Past 11 in the evening, after completing half of a test paper, Shen Lichu looked up to find Pei Hui resting his head on his hand, dozing off. As she prepared to tug at his sleeve, the moment she moved, Pei Hui awakened, concern etched across his face as he asked, "What's wrong? Are you thirsty?" Shen Lichu felt warmth in her heart and softly replied, "Pei Hui, you should go to bed." With only half a page of the test left, she intended to finish it before retiring for the night. While the competition was undoubtedly important, she knew that if she fell ill as a result, Pei Hui would be deeply worried and distressed. Nothing was more paramount than Pei Hui's well-being. Pei Hui, struggling to keep his eyes open, stubbornly insisted, "I'm not tired." During this period, for every night Shen Lichu stayed up late, Pei Hui remained by her side, never missing a single one. Shen Lichu refrained from further persuasion, understanding his stubbornness and resolve. Rather than continue to argue, it was more prudent to devote that time to studying. In half an hour, the remaining half page of the test was completed. Shen Lichu reviewed her answers to mark her paper. Pei Hui, resting his head on the desk, gazed at her with his deep blue eyes, as if he could never tire of the sight. Noticing his intense stare, Shen Lichu briefly glanced at him and curiously inquired, "Do I have ink smudges on my face?" Pei Hui replied, "No, I just want to keep looking at you." Shen Lichu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. The academic challenges ahead would only grow more formidable. While talent was significant, diligence was even more crucial. Shen Lichu was well aware that aside from the Pei family, she had no retreat. Moreover, she did not wish for the Pei family to become her fallback option. Even if Pei Hui seemed frivolous at present, he remained the sole heir of the Pei family throughout. Upon reaching the age of 18, he will gradually take over the Pei group under the guidance of the elders of the Pei family. This delineates the disparity between Shen Lichu and Pei Hui. Only through relentless effort in the present can Shen Lichu hope to stand alongside Pei Hui in the future. Recently, the students at the back of Class 6 have been aware of Pei Hui's foul mood, and they dared not provoke him. This morning during self-study, Pei Hui, unusually, did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he held a Band-Aid adorned with a floral rabbit in one hand, propping his head with the other as he gazed out the window. Lost in thought, the pastel pink Band-Aid, with its whimsical design, starkly contrasted with Pei Hui's otherwise rebellious and defiant demeanor. Jiang Jingheng queried, "Did Lichu give that to you?" Pei Hui, with a hint of pride, affirmed, "You have no idea. This morning I walked her to the classroom, and I accidentally grazed my hand. She was so worried when she saw it." Jiang Jingheng's expression turned peculiar. "So, that's why you chose not to treat the wound on your hand? You have the Band-Aid, yet you refuse to apply it. You're merely being obstinate." Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, casting a disinterested glance at Jiang Jingheng. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand." The significance lay not in the wound itself, but rather in the Band-Aid gifted by Shen Lichu and her genuine concern. Had it not been for that damned early self-study session, Shen Lichu would have undoubtedly tended to his injury herself. Jiang Jinghang thought to himself. He acts as though he is a screw loose. However, he only dared to voice this sentiment internally, knowing well that Pei Yu's formidable fists were not to be trifled with. A screw loose, a muttered curse escaped Pei Yu's lips as he turned his head. Startled, Jiang Jinghang immediately raised his hands in surrender. Not me. I didn't dare to speak it aloud. That was Xie Changyan. Pei Yu scoffed, retorting, Xie Changyan. If you're envious, just say so. The two, having shared a desk for years, had a history of discord that was well known. As tension escalated, Jiang Jinghang, reveling in the drama, incited further excitement. Fight. Fight. Both Pei Yu and Xie Changyan suddenly turned their gazes toward him, in unison exclaiming, What business is it of yours? Get lost. During the break, Pei Yu rose to leave and, fearing he might misplace it, tucked the Band-Aid within the pages of his textbook. Having suffered a rare injury, he intended to feign vulnerability before Shen Lichu to capture her attention. As he departed, when Monk Si approached with a book in hand, Where did Pei Gu go? Jiang Jinghang, bored and reclining on his chair, replied, He went to find Lichu. Among those who played with Pei Yu, no one was unaware of who Lichu was. Shen Lichu, Pei Yu's cherished sister whom he had nurtured since childhood, was held in the highest regard. At the mere thought of her, when Ming Xi's brow faintly furrowed. I came to return a book. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot. Jiang Jinghang dismissed her concern. Feel free to use it. After all, Pei Gu rarely pays attention in class. By the end of the semester, Pei Yu's textbooks remained as pristine as ever, lacking the courage to occupy Pei Yu's seat. When Meng Si pulled a chair from the side and seated herself nearby, the box used by Pei Yu to store exam papers and textbooks was in disarray, prompting Wen Mengzi to lend a hand in tidying it up. Don't touch that book on the table, Jiang Jinghang kindly cautioned. Intrigued, Wen Mengzi inquired, why not? Without lifting his gaze from a game he was engrossed in, Jiang Jinghang replied, There's a Band-Aid inside that Pair gave to Brother Pei. Upon hearing this, Wen Mengzi reached out to open the book and indeed discovered a small rabbit-patterned Band-Aid nestled between the pages. How childish, she thought, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. She continued to assist Pei Yu in organizing the books and papers within the box, feigning ignorance to the murmurs around her. It seemed that her relationship with Pei Yu was indeed genuine. The school beauty is so virtuous. I truly envy her. If only you had a family background as splendid as Pei Yu's, with a Rolls-Royce to ferry you to and from school, and a watch worth millions that you could gift away, the school beauty would surely treat you with the same grace. By the way, what does Pei Yu's family do? This was a matter shrouded in mystery. It was rumored to be connected with, when Ming Xi's inadvertent glance at the sharp edge of the table sparked a moment of contemplation. Just then, Jiang Jinghang's character in the game met his demise. Out of courtesy, he inquired, What's wrong? I accidentally grazed my hand, when Meng Xi replied, biting her lip in a slightly aggrieved manner, as crimson droplets of blood began to trickle forth. As Jiang Jinghang's character revived, he noticed his advantages being compromised by others. Archer, you truly are a beast. The game has only just begun, and you've already taken my resources. Enraged, Jiang Jinghang paid little heed to the subsequent words spoken by Wen Mengzi. Jiang Jinghang, please let Brother Pei know that I used his Band-Aid, she said. Although Jiang Jinghang did not hear her, it did not escape Xie Changyan's notice. He cast a cold glance in her direction, causing Wen Mengzi to pause in her action of tearing the Band-Aid. May I use it? She asked tentatively. Xie Changyan averted his gaze, responding in a nonchalant tone. That belongs to Pei Yu. I cannot say. However, I would advise you to refrain from touching it. Otherwise, a rabid dog may bite. With 5 minutes remaining before class commenced, Pei Yu entered the classroom with a cheerful demeanor. Upon returning to his seat and flipping through the pages of his book, the smile on his face abruptly transformed into a scowl. Where's my Band-Aid? Chapter 27. How dare you? When Mengzi had just settled into her seat, when a perceptive classmate noticed the Band-Aid on her finger. Mengzi, what happened to your hand? When Mengzi casually flicked her slightly curled hair behind her shoulder, responding with nonchalance. I helped Pei Yu organize his book box and accidentally scraped myself. Upon hearing Pei Yu's name, the expressions of those nearby turned notably intriguing. Who in Jingda-affiliated high school was unaware of Pei Hui. His family background was enigmatic, his spending lavish, and his looks were unparalleled. The company he kept consisted of the most prominent scions of Wangjing, all of whom adored Pei Hui. The only drawback was his capricious temperament and reluctance to engage with others. "So, Mengzi, is this Band-Aid from Pei Hui?" someone curiously inquired. When Mengzi smiled but refrained from giving a direct answer. However, her reaction was sufficient to ignite the imaginations of those around her. It seemed the recent rumors held a grain of truth. My heavens, Pei Hui possesses such a striking contrast. On the surface, he appears distant and unapproachable. Yet the Band-Aid he uses is pink, adorned with charming bunny patterns. Who knows, perhaps it was specially intended for Meng Ci. Wow, this is utterly delightful. Is this the special treatment reserved for the campus belle? The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Wen Meng Ci remained aloof, a faint smile gracing her lips as she quietly perused her book. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. "Pei Hui, what brings him here? Are you foolish? He must be searching for the campus beauty." Wen Meng Ci. Pei Hui scanned the room, unaware of Wen Meng Ci's identity. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, Wen Meng Ci rose from her seat and, with a buoyant stride, approached Pei Hui, sweetly inquiring, "Pei Hui, what brings you here?" That question was rendered unnecessary. Pei Hui's gaze fell upon the pink bunny-patterned Band-Aid adorning her finger. That was the very one Xiao Guai had given her, a treasure he himself was reluctant to use. Pei Hui's expression remained impassive. "Do you realize that taking without asking is akin to theft?" The smile on Wen Meng Ci's face faltered. With a thunderous crash, Pei Hui's fist struck the classroom door, creating a deep dent as the forceful blow sent the door crashing against the wall, shattering the glass above it. Fragments of glass scattered across the floor. Startled, Wen Meng Ci let out a piercing scream, her eyes wide with terror, pupils constricted. Deep down, she understood that had she not been a girl, that punch would have surely been aimed at her. It was merely a small Band-Aid. Was it truly that significant? Pei Hui's face contorted with fury, resembling a vengeful specter, veins bulging on his arms. "I cannot bear to use it myself. How dare you?" Wen Meng Ci felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to." As the final class of the morning commenced, an anxious Jiang Jingheng knocked on the door of the advanced class, interrupting the teacher's lecture. "Excuse me." The teacher, engrossed in his lesson, furrowed his brow and inquired softly, "Student, what seems to be the matter?" Jiang Jingheng responded, "The headmaster sent me to fetch Shen Lichu for a visit to his office." Shen Lichu paused in surprise. Upon receiving the teacher's nod, she promptly rose to accompany Jiang Jingheng outside. As they walked, she lowered her voice to ask, "Did something happen with Pei Hui?" Jiang Jingheng nodded gravely. On their way, Jiang Jingheng succinctly relayed the sequence of events to Shen Lichu. This incident, while not egregious in nature, after all, Pei Hui had not directly harmed Wen Meng Ci, was indeed intimidating for her. Furthermore, it was Wen Meng Ci who had erred initially. Jiang Jingheng felt a pang of guilt. He had not discerned Wen Meng Ci's feelings toward Pei Hui. By the time Shen Lichu hurried to the headmaster's office, the situation had, in fact, been largely resolved. In the eyes of the majority, Wen Meng Ci is the most significant victim in this scenario. After all, the incident stemmed from nothing more than a mere adhesive bandage, an inconsequential matter. Pei Hui sat on a stool in the corner, his head bowed, lost in thought. Beside him stood Xie Changyan, arms crossed, appearing less like a problem solver and more like a spectator eager for entertainment. Wen Meng Ci and a middle-aged man were persistently offering apologies to Pei Hui, their demeanor exceedingly sincere. Those unaware of the context might mistakenly believe that Pei Hui was the one being threatened. Pei Hui. Upon hearing his name called, Pei Hui instinctively raised his head and, within a heartbeat, located Shen Lichu, his brow furrowing slightly. "What brings you here?" He rose and strode through the crowd to Shen Lichu's side, casting a worried glance towards Jiang Jingheng. Shen Lichu's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you planning to keep this from me indefinitely?" To be honest, Pei Hui had contemplated such a course of action. With Shen Lichu present, however, he felt compelled to cooperate and resolve the matter before the noon dismissal. After exiting the director's office, Shen Lichu attempted to take Pei Yu's hand, only to find him evading her touch. It was the first time in their lives that Pei Yu had rejected Shen Lichu's gesture. Shen Lichu paused, and Pei Yu moved to the other side, naturally grasping her hand instead. Sensing something amiss, Shen Lichu was about to inquire, but Pei Yu deftly shifted her focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, Xie Changyan, trailing behind them, observed Pei Yu's casually tucked hand with a knowing smile. Jiang Jingheng, feeling somewhat perplexed, asked, "What are you smiling about?" Xie Changyan, in high spirits, replied, "Guess." Although Jiang Jingheng could not fathom it, he sensed it was likely not a good omen. To him, Xie Changyan and Pei Yu were polar opposites. Pei Yu, with his capricious and obstinate nature, often displayed a lack of regard for others. Yet as long as one did not provoke his temper, he was amenable. In stark contrast, Xie Changyan exuded warmth and charm, standing out among the elite youth of Wangjing. However, those who truly understood him recognized his ruthless demeanor. Both shared a common trait. When it came to matters concerning Shen Lichu, they were prone to madness. With only a few minutes until the end of school, the quartet made their way to the cafeteria. At this moment, the cafeteria was still relatively empty, and the dishes from the fourth-floor dining hall were quickly served. The pickled plum sauce ribs from Jingda Affiliated School are renowned for their exquisite taste, available only on Thursdays with a limited supply. Every Thursday, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan would take turns coming early to secure some for Shen Lichu. This Thursday, however, Shen Lichu was unexpectedly dismissed early, eliminating the need for a scramble. Yet, at this moment, Shen Lichu's gaze did not settle upon the coveted pickled plum sauce ribs. With a serious expression, she commanded, "Pei Yu, extend your right hand." Pei Yu, holding chopsticks in his left hand, noticed Xie Changyan had already placed a piece of rib into Shen Lichu's bowl. He followed suit, casually remarking, "My right hand is a bit cold. I'm warming in my pocket." Chapter 28, Obedient Pear Baby. Shen Lichu would be a fool to believe that. No wonder, upon exiting the office of the head teacher, Pei Yu refrained from allowing her to hold his hand. Shen Lichu, with her round eyes widening even further, pondered, "Your hand is usually as warm as a furnace, yet now it feels cold?" While the two were engaged in their quarrel, Xie Changyan silently placed a piece of pork rib into Shen Lichu's bowl. Pei Yu shot him a glare, but swiftly added another piece for Shen Lichu. "One for you. One for me." Jiang Jingheng, who was blissfully engrossed in the drama, failed to notice their unspoken rivalry. As he reached for a rib, he was met with an empty grasp. Surprised, he looked down and discovered that the plate of sweet and sour ribs was already empty, leaving only a smidgen of brown sauce. Stealing a glance at Shen Lichu's bowl, he noted that her ribs were piled high, a mountain of exquisitely selected short ribs. After a long, slow braise, they had become tender and flavorful, their golden hue enticing, coated in a thick, rich sauce. Jiang Jingheng was captivated, and in a moment of gluttony, he made a decision that defied familial decorum. He stealthily reached for a piece, hoping not to be noticed. However, before his chopsticks could touch the ribs in Shen Lichu's bowl, two piercing glares fell upon him. Jiang Jingheng awkwardly chuckled. Amidst their dispute, Pei Yu reluctantly withdrew his right hand from his pocket. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "It's nothing serious, just a minor abrasion." His fingers, typically elegant in form, now revealed a bizarrely deformed pinky. A mere abrasion, indeed. Shen Lichu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Disregarding her meal, she rose and grasped Pei Yu's left hand, determined to take him to the hospital. Jiang Jingheng lamented, "Aren't you going to eat the ribs?" Alas, when weighed against brotherhood, ribs pale in significance. He stood up and hastened after them. As they reached the exit of the cafeteria, Jiang Jingheng swiftly returned, clutching the bowl of ribs as he dashed off. "Uncle, I'll return the bowl to you this afternoon. The ribs are important too." An hour later, in the private hospital of the Pei family, Pei Yu's right pinky had been placed in a cast. "Miss Lichu, do not worry excessively. Young Master Yu possesses a robust constitution and will recover swiftly," the kindly doctor with graying hair reassured. Shen Lichu, her expression stern, replied, "He was planning to hide this from me. Had it not been for Shen Lichu's timely discovery, Pei Yu might have delayed addressing his fractured pinky for who knows how long." The doctor chuckled. "Young Master Yu is quite the rascal." The physician, having been re-employed by Pei Hui's father after retirement, possessed unique insights into treating congenital ailments. Over the years, he had been solely responsible for Shen Lichu's treatment. Having watched her grow, Shen Lichu maintained her serious demeanor as she nodded earnestly. Pei Hui, feigning gravity, soothed her. Indeed, I'm terribly wicked. Shen Lichu shot him a glare. That evening, upon learning of Pei Hui's fracture, both Yu Qingqing and Pei's father simultaneously declined their work commitments to return home. When they arrived, they found Pei Hui struggling to serve himself, requesting Shen Lichu to feed him. With a gentle nudge of her elbow, Yu Qingqing playfully prodded Pei Hui at his waist, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Your son has truly inherited your remarkable talent for performance. It would be a pity for him to inherit the Pei group when he grows up. Pei Hui, rather than feeling embarrassed, took pride in her jest. Hearing a commotion at the door, Shen Lichu instinctively turned her head, catching sight of Yu Qingqing and Pei Hui returning. A flicker of apprehension crossed her heart. After all, a significant portion of Pei Hui's injury stemmed from her actions. Oh dear, my little Li, were you frightened today? Yu Qingqing enveloped her in a warm embrace. Noting her slight frame, you seem a bit thinner. Have you been eating properly? Or is it the pressure of the upcoming competition weighing on you? Pei Hui drew a chair beside Shen Lichu, gently tousling her soft black hair. Lichu, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. With a slight sting in her nose, Shen Lichu sniffled and softly replied in the affirmative. She promptly addressed Yu Qingqing's inquiries, assuring her she had not lost weight, was eating well, and did not feel overly stressed. Yu Qingqing's heart melted at her precious niece, the obedient and endearing Lichu. It was only when she heard the sound of Pei Hui setting down his chopsticks after finishing his meal that Shen Lichu suddenly remembered the gravity of the situation. Pei Hui was injured. Looking up, she whispered, Annie, Pei Hui fractured his pinky. Yu Qingqing nodded in acknowledgement. The hospital informed your Uncle Pei and me. It's nothing serious. Pei Hui is as sturdy as an ox. He recovers swiftly. Though Pei Hui had returned home due to his injury, the focus of Yu Qingqing and Pei Hui remained predominantly on Shen Lichu. Yu Qingqing had brought several sets of mock exam papers, treasures that had never been circulated in the market. Shen Lichu was enthralled, eager to dive into her studies. Whenever she encountered challenging questions, Yu Qingqing was there to guide her. Pei Hui, seated nearby, reflected on the preciousness of tranquil times, much like the reports from the Pei family hospital had suggested. Pei Hui's robust health would see him through. The day before Shen Lichu departed for a competition, the splint securing Pei Hui's pinky could be removed. The competition would span 4.5 days and was located in the neighboring city, requiring over 2 hours by train. Pei Hui, his face taut and teeth clenched, voiced his 17th inquiry of the day. Can I really not go with you? Just as Shen Lichu was preparing to shake her head in refusal, Pei Hui grasped her head, attempting to coax her into agreement. Be good, she reassured him, gently patting his head. I need to pack my luggage. That evening, Shen Lichu planned to forego her studies to prepare her belongings and retire early to rejuvenate her spirit. Though she spoke of packing, it was Pei Hui who busied himself with the task, unwilling to let her shoulder the burden. Amidst the flurry of activity, he could not help but fuss over her. Is the hotel you'll be staying at secure? I'll arrange for someone to buy a surveillance camera detection device. Wait a moment. I shall inquire about the water quality over there to determine if a softener is necessary. Shen Lichu found herself both amused and exasperated. Pei Hui, I will only be residing there for a few nights. What of it? Just a few nights? Pei Hui frowned, profoundly disagreeing with Shen Lichu's perspective. Could a mere few nights warrant such a dismissive attitude? In matters concerning Shen Lichu, the notion of being perfunctory held no place in Pei Hui's lexicon. Even if he were to present her with all the beauty the world has to offer, he would still feel it insufficient. Chapter 29. Why pretend not to know me? After repeated pleas from Shen Lichu, Pei Hui reluctantly reduced his luggage to a single large suitcase. He zipped it up, stood it upright, and pushed it into a corner, inquiring for the 18th time that evening. Are you truly not able to take me with you? Shen Lichu sighed. Please stay home and wait for my return. All right? Pei Hui maintained a stern expression. No, not at all. Then how about I leave behind the little blanket to keep you company each night? Shen Lichu coaxed. Over the years, the little blanket had become profoundly significant to her. She could only sleep soundly when holding it. Pei Hui stubbornly refused. No. Later, to comfort the sulking Pei Hui, Shen Lichu agreed to let him sleep on the floor of her room that night. In the darkness, Pei Hui gently hooked his finger around Shen Lichu's that hung down from the bed. He could not help but ask, "Little darling, will you think of me every day?" "Yes," Shen Lichu replied. Pei Hui inquired further, "Will you think of me every moment?" Halfway through his question, he reconsidered and said to himself, "Forget it. Perhaps you shouldn't think of me every moment." For this competition, Shen Lichu had truly poured countless efforts into her preparations, wishing to stretch every second to its limits. If the outcome were not favorable, it would undoubtedly sadden her. In truth, Shen Lichu could not guarantee that she would think of Pei Hui every moment, but she was certain that thoughts of him would cross her mind innumerable times. She and Pei Hui seldom experienced separation. The night passed in silence. The following day, Pei Hui personally escorted Shen Lichu to the station. As one of the key representatives for Beijing University affiliated high school in this competition, the supervising teacher showed great concern for Shen Lichu, engaging her in conversation throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the hotel, Shen Lichu immediately initiated a video call with Pei Hui. From afar in Wangjing, Pei Hui scathingly critiqued the entire hotel as worthless. Yet, with a single sentence, Shen Lichu silenced him instantly. "Pei Hui, I miss you. Then why did you refuse to let me accompany you?" Pei Hui felt a pang of sadness. Shen Lichu fell silent. Separated by a small screen, the two exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Just then, a knock sounded at the hotel door. The hotel, booked by the school, provided standard rooms shared by two students. The visitor was likely Shen Lichu's roommate. "Pei Hui, I will call you later," she said hurriedly, ending the call as she approached the door. Upon opening it, she found a tall girl standing there, with single eyelids, a high ponytail, and a sun-kissed complexion. In an instant, Shen Lichu recognized her, Wen Jinju. That winter, Shen Lichu had stumbled upon a group of children surrounding Wen Jinju, singing malicious nursery rhymes. She had encountered Wen Jinju a few more times afterward and had even braided her hair once. However, after that occasion, Wen Jinju transferred schools. To her surprise, their paths crossed again here. It turned out she also attended Kyoto University affiliated high school. When Wen Jinju entered, she cast a deep glance at Shen Lichu. Having arrived early, Shen Lichu had already organized her luggage. With nothing else to do, she decided to assist Wen Jinju in tidying up her belongings. "My family thinks the hotel's bedding is not very clean, so they prepared disposable items. Since I had extra on hand, I went ahead and changed them for you," she explained. Upon hearing this, Wen Jinju slightly nodded, her tone somewhat distant. "Thank you." After helping Wen Jinju with her luggage, Shen Lichu extended her hand and solemnly introduced herself. "Hello, I am Shen Lichu." Wen Jinju reciprocated the handshake. However, as Shen Lichu withdrew her hand, she heard Wen Jinju question with curiosity. "You clearly recognized me, so why pretend you don't?" Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Wen Jinju seemed to have already deduced the reason, assuring her that there was no need to fear unearthing old wounds. Those times were now in the past. Shen Lichu smiled with relief. "Jinju, I am truly delighted to encounter you here again." Wen Jinju smiled back. As half a day passed, Shen Lichu felt quite at ease. The supervising teacher was particularly attentive to her, and her temporary roommate was a girl she had known for quite some time. Later, Yu Qingqing and Pei's father called one by one to check on her. With headphones on, Shen Lichu sat on a stool, deliberately positioning her phone to capture a corner of the room. Meanwhile, Wen Jinju sat by the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Lichu, who was engaged in a serious phone call. "Uncle Pei, it's not necessary. The food here is quite delicious." Though uncertain of what the other party had said, Shen Lichu hesitated before agreeing. After ending the call, she turned to Wen Jinju, apologetically asking, "I'm sorry, did I disturb you?" Shen Lichu thought to herself, perhaps next time she should step out to the small balcony to make calls. Wen Jinju shook her head. "Your family cares for you deeply. However, who could possibly dislike such a bright and radiant moon?" Shen Lichu blinked. "I seldom travel far alone. They tend to worry." Wen Jinju responded with a faint Shen Lichu added, "The elders at home have ordered meals to be delivered. Let us enjoy them together later." Half an hour later, the food ordered by Pei's father arrived swiftly, with most dishes being Shen Lichu's favorites. Unsure of Wan Jinju's tastes, she had chosen two safe, conventional dishes. After the meal, Shen Lichu stepped out to the small balcony and initiated a video call with Pei Hui. After a few seconds, the call connected. Pei Hui wore a serious expression. "Did you only eat a tiny bit for dinner again?" Shen Lichu, feeling somewhat guilty, touched her nose and refrained from responding. As the weather gradually heats up, Shen Lichu, who is already suffering from the summer heat, finds it easy to let herself go, especially in the absence of Pei Yu's watchful gaze. Pei Yu rubbed his temples and said, "Later, I will prepare some late-night snacks for you." Shen Lichu obediently responded with a good. Concerned that Pei Yu might dwell on this matter, she swiftly redirected his attention. "Pei Yu, can you guess who my roommate in this competition is?" A friendly hint. "We met in elementary school." Pei Yu pondered carefully, rummaging through the corners of his memory for a few names that slightly rang a bell. "None of them," she teased. "It's Wan Jinju." Pei Yu had no recollection of that name. In truth, it wasn't just Wan Jinju. He struggled to remember most of his classmates from 6 years of elementary school. Seeing that Pei Yu was genuinely stumped, Shen Lichu felt a twinge of regret. "I even used to braid her hair, but she transferred the very next day." Upon hearing this, Pei Yu recalled the day vividly, the day they discussed the osmanthus reign during their 5th grade Chinese class. It was a day etched in his memory because, after class, Shen Lichu expressed her desire to plant an osmanthus tree at home. Not far from the Jingda-affiliated primary school was a flower and bird market. After school, Pei Hui had warned Shen Lichu not to wander off, promising to return after purchasing an osmanthus sapling. However, upon securing the sapling, he found Shen Lichu missing. Panic-stricken, he was about to call his father for help when Shen Lichu reappeared, though her usually neat and smooth black hair was now a chaotic nest atop her head. The little rabbit hair tie she cherished had mysteriously vanished. This transformation nearly left Pei Yu unable to recognize her. He feared she had been bullied. Later, on the way home, Pei Yu inquired about the incident, but Shen Lichu deflected with clumsy lies. Naturally, he didn't believe her. Yet, when she claimed to be starving, her belly practically deflating, Pei Yu immediately abandoned his questioning and focused on feeding her snacks. "So you took that little rabbit hair, tied a braid, Wan Jinju's hair, and yet you deceived me, saying you went downstairs to see the osmanthus tree and got your hair caught in the branches," Pei Yu accused through gritted teeth. Shen Lichu blinked innocently, murmuring, "Can you please forget about that?" "No." Pei Yu glared at her fiercely. "Back in 5th grade, you dare to keep things from me. What else might you do in the future?" Shen Lichu felt a slight headache, regretting her choice of topic. To appease Pei Yu, when the late-night snacks he ordered arrived, Shen Lichu devoured them all and sent him a photo of a disc. The competition proceeded smoothly, and Shen Lichu felt that her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. That evening, during a gathering, the supervising teacher specifically asked Shen Lichu how she performed. After all, she was their greatest asset from Jingda-affiliated high school. If she faltered, the others would have little hope. Shen Lichu answered truthfully, "I believe it's quite acceptable." Upon hearing this, the leading teacher immediately felt reassured, for they all knew Shen Lichu's inherent modesty. The return journey was scheduled for early the next morning. After the dinner, the teacher reminded everyone to rest well, to avoid the chill, and above all, to refrain from staying up late. After days of tension, it was easy to fall ill once the pressure was relieved. As soon as she returned to her hotel room, Shen Lichu received a call from Yu Qingqing. She happened to be in town for a business trip the following day and intended to take Shen Lichu to meet a highly respected elder. This was Yu Qingqing's thoughtful way of paving a bright future for Shen Lichu, a kindness she could not refuse. However, Shen Lichu was uncertain about how to convey this news to Pei Yu. Sensing her hesitation, Yu Qingqing smiled and said, "I mentioned it to Xiao Yu this afternoon." Although Pei Yu was displeased, he ultimately acquiesced. Despite his usual domineering nature, he recognized the benefits for Shen Lichu when it truly mattered. After ending the call with Yu Qingqing, Pei Yu's call came through almost immediately. With a sulky expression and his deep blue eyes filled with melancholy, he said, "Then perhaps I should tell Annie I'm not going." Shen Lichu sighed. No way. Pei Hui insisted. Shen Lichu prided herself on her ability to soothe him. Yet, as she comforted him, she inadvertently lulled herself to sleep. Just before drifting off, she caught a glimpse of a low battery notification flashing on her phone. She needed to charge it, but she was far too exhausted to even muster the strength to lift a finger. Hearing the sound of the hotel door opening and closing, Pei Hui recognized that Wang Zhenju had returned and reluctantly ended the call. At the Pei residence, Pei Hui sat on the carpet of Shen Lichu's room, pointing at the ugly rabbit adorned with lily of the valley on its ear, exclaiming in frustration, "My little darling doesn't want you anymore." For the past few nights, he had been sleeping on the floor of Shen Lichu's room, and tonight was no different. The thought of Shen Lichu's return being postponed another day made him grit his teeth in annoyance. The longer she was away, the longer he had gone without a good night's sleep. Feeling overwhelmingly tired, Pei Hui lay back down on the floor, staring at the ceiling, and unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Outside, the night had completely fallen. In the dimly lit room, Pei Hui, who had barely closed his eyes, began to dream. The scenes in his dream were bizarre and disjointed, lacking coherence. Yet, the content was deeply cherished by Pei Hui. In the dream, he had indeed fulfilled his wish of never parting from Shen Lichu as they grew up together. They shared a bed, meals, and commuted to work together, with Shen Lichu still very much relying on him. Just as Pei Hui thought the dream would continue in this blissful manner, the narrative took a sudden, drastic turn. He and Shen Lichu found themselves in an unprecedented quarrel, leading to their separation. When they met again, it was at Shen Lichu's funeral. He knelt down, desperately pleading with Xie Changyan to allow him one final glimpse of Shen Lichu. After much effort, Xie Changyan finally consented, but upon opening the coffin, there was no trace of Shen Lichu within. As Pei Hui was consumed with ecstatic joy, Xie Changyan's subsequent words fell upon him like a bucket of icy water in the dead of winter. He stated, Shen Lichu's life is fragile, unworthy of Pei Hui. He further proclaimed, Shen Lichu's remains have vanished. He also asserted, it was Pei Hui who caused Shen Lichu's demise. Each word dripped with sorrow. These phrases seemed to morph into the sharpest blades, shattering Pei Hui's heart into a multitude of fragments. The intense pain radiating from his chest roused him from his slumber. Pei Hui sat up, terror etched upon his face, his complexion as pale as parchment, his chest heaving violently, drenched in a cold sweat. Little darling, Shen Lichu. With tears streaming down his face, Pei Hui appeared ensnared in a nightmare. His gaze vacant as he anxiously called out, entirely oblivious to the fact that Shen Lichu had yet to return from her competition. He scarcely remembered how he exited his room, wandering through the villa like a restless spirit. A young servant, startled by Pei Hui's condition, called out in distress, Young Master Yu, what has happened to you? Pei Hui mumbled incessantly, Little darling, where are you? Responding to the commotion, the butler, busy in the courtyard, hurried inside, inquiring, What's the matter? The servant, perplexed, replied, I don't know either. Young Master Yu suddenly became like this. The butler, being considerably older, quickly discerned that Pei Hui was ensnared by a nightmare. He instructed the servant accompanying him to fetch a basin of cold water. Upon the splash of cold water, Pei Hui indeed awoke from his trance-like state. Once conscious, the grim-faced Pei Hui continued to fervently inquire about Shen Lichu's whereabouts. Where is little darling? The butler chuckled softly. Young Master Yu, have you forgotten? Miss Lichu has gone to the neighboring city for a competition. He thought nothing of it, assuming the two youngsters had been apart for too long, leading to a bad dream. Pei Hui lowered his head, secretly relieved. Yes, a nightmare. It was undoubtedly a nightmare. No matter what transpired, how could he bear to utter such harsh words to Shen Lichu? It must have been the anxiety stemming from their prolonged separation. Pei Hui endeavored to dismiss the vivid sensations of his dream. Returning to his room, he sat upon the carpet, gently placing his hand over his heart. Here, remnants of that soul-wrenching anguish lingered. Was it truly just a nightmare? Pei Hui found himself lost in a haze. At that moment, the phone that Pei Hui had carelessly cast aside in the corner rang abruptly. Thinking it was Shen Lichu calling, he trembled as he reached for the device, hardly glancing at the screen before answering. It was not Shen Lichu. Instead, it was someone from his circle of acquaintances. The caller's tone was urgent. Pei Hui, something has happened to Shen Lichu. He explained that Shen Lichu, wishing to surprise Pei Hui, had conspired with an aunt to keep it a secret. But an accident had occurred. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Jinghang said, looking troubled as he faced the person before him. Nianzi, it's not that I lack loyalty. However, regarding the matter of Wenmengzi, I would prefer not to be involved. He has always been loyal and principled, yet that does not imply he is foolish. He is quite capable of discerning what holds significance. Qi Nian repeatedly implored. Mengzi merely wishes to apologize to Brother Pei, growing somewhat exasperated by the insistence. Jiang Jinghang replied with a hint of impatience. If you still consider me a friend, refrain from advocating on behalf of Wenmengzi. Should you persist, our camaraderie will truly be called into question. Their initial acceptance of Wenmengzi stemmed solely from Qi Nian's interest in her. Clearly, it appears that Wenmengzi seeks to exploit her connection with Qi Nian to approach Pei Hui, harboring ulterior motives. Has she genuinely recognized her missteps? No. She and her family merely fear incurring the ire of the Pei family. With the conversation reaching this point, Qi Nian could only seize his entreaties. Not far away, with swollen eyes, Wenmengzi strained her neck to observe them. Upon seeing Qi Nian approach, she hurriedly inquired, "What did he say? Has he agreed?" Qi Nian shook his head. "What shall we do then?" Wenmengzi lamented, tears streaming down her face. "If I cannot appease Brother Pei, my family will undoubtedly sever ties with me." Qi Nian quickly handed her a tissue, tenderly wiping her tears, while inwardly lamenting Pei Hui's overblown anger. After all, it was merely a band-aid. Did Pei Hui truly need to react with such fury? With tear-filled eyes, Wenmengzi gazed at him, softly pleading. Is there truly no other way? Even a brief meeting with Pei Hui would suffice. Qi Nian sighed, offering consolation. "Do not fret. Allow me a moment to contemplate." Nearby, someone was asking Jiang Jinghang, "Is Brother Pei unavailable for leisure today?" Jiang Jinghang shrugged in resignation. "He is at home, acting as a lookout for Li Li." "But the competition concludes today, does it not?" The person questioned in confusion. "Li Li will not return until the day after tomorrow. She mentioned Aunt Qing intends to introduce her to an elder." When he inquired of Pei Hui earlier, the intensity of Pei Hui's discontent was palpable, almost as if it could traverse the internet. "Well then, why hasn't Brother C arrived? I called him a moment ago. He was already en route, so he should be arriving soon." The exchange, casual in nature, ignited a thought in Qi Nian's mind, though he held some reservations. The perceptive Wenmengzi sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Disregarding everything else, she grasped Qi Nian's sleeve tightly, as if clinging to a final lifeline. "Have you devised a plan?" Qi Nian hesitated but eventually nodded. Sensing his uncertainty, Wenmengzi, with desperation, implored, "If you can facilitate a meeting between me and Pei Hui, I will comply with any request you make." This proposal was undoubtedly a significant temptation for Qi Nian. "Really?" he asked, somewhat incredulous. Wenmengzi nodded earnestly, indeed. With numerous illegitimate offspring, if she were truly cast out and severed from her family, her situation would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Nian gritted his teeth and agreed, proceeding to contact Pei Hui. As he dialed Pei Hui's number, Wenmengzi's gaze flickered momentarily, and she casually sought an excuse to distance herself from Qi Nian. This way, even if Pei Hui pursued the matter, it would not significantly concern her. After all, the idea had originated from Qi Nian, and he was the one who executed it. Moreover, Qi Nian had always held affection for her. In the end, she could simply feign ignorance. Once Qi Nian concluded his call, Wenmengzi hurried over, her face a mask of concern. "Is this truly acceptable?" Qi Nian, relentlessly attempting to reach Shen Lichu, replied without lifting his head, "Pei Hui is already en route." "Nian, I am profoundly grateful to you." Wenmengzi expressed her sincere thanks. Then, with her gaze lowering, she whispered, "Only you would treat me with such kindness." Qi Nian felt a surge of purpose in his actions, excitedly declaring, "As long as you understand my feelings for you." Wenmengzi shyly bit her lip, responding with a soft, bashful Before long, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Xie Chengyan, who entered holding an umbrella, droplets cascading from its surface. A nearby attendant promptly took the umbrella from him. Jiang Jinghang, turning to look, exclaimed in surprise, "Is it truly pouring outside?" "Indeed," Xie Changyan replied succinctly before noticing Wen Mengxi's presence. He glanced at Jiang Jinghang, questioning, "How'd she come to be here?" "She was brought by Yinian," Jiang Jinghang replied quietly. Frowning, Xie Changyan accepted a warm towel from the attendant, then turned back to Jiang Jinghang, stating, "In the future, there will be no need to call Qi Yinian for any matters." This declaration effectively excluded Qi Yinian from their circle. Each person's actions and words represented not just themselves, but also their respective families. Jiang Jinghang's eyes widened in disbelief. Such ruthlessness. After all, he has been a brother for so many years. Xie Changyan shot him a cold glance, lifting the corner of his lips disdainfully. It is better to sever ties with those who lack clarity to prevent unnecessary complications. Within their close-knit circle, if Pei Hui was present, they would heed his words. If not, the majority would take Xie Changyan's lead. Thus, Jiang Jinghang felt no need to dwell on it. Very well, I shall inform them shortly. However, neither anticipated that trouble would soon arise. 15 minutes later, drenched to the bone, Pei Hui forcefully pushed open the door to the private room, his dark blue eyes, tinged with bloodshot veins, scanning the entire space. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, everyone inside paused their activities and turned to look. "What the hell, Brother Pei? What brings you here?" In the next moment, a furious Pei Hui strode directly towards the corner where Qi Yinian was seated with Wen Mengxi. His piercing blue eyes fixated on Qi Yinian with a malevolent intensity, as if he wished to flay him alive. Qi Yinian, still wearing a smile, began to speak. "Brother Pei, I was just..." Before he could finish, Pei Hui had reached him and tightly grasped his collar, the veins in his rain-soaked right arm bulging. "You think you can fool me?" Chapter 32. Upon realizing that Shen Lichu was the apple of Pei Yu's eye, those nearby hastily intervened. "Brother Pei, let's discuss this calmly. Please, do not resort to violence. Brother Pei, temper your anger." At that moment, Qi Yinian was in a state of panic. Having never anticipated that a mere fabrication could incite such fury in Pei Hui, it remained unclear who had mentioned Shen Lichu. But the previously composed Pei Hui was once again consumed by rage. He seized Qi Yinian and dragged him backward like a lifeless dog, slamming him against the corner wall with a resounding crash. In the next instant, a tightly clenched fist, cutting through the air, descended upon Qi Yinian's abdomen. "Ah, no, please. Pei Hui, I was wrong." The depths of Pei Yu's eyes were filled with a terrifying ferocity, dissuading anyone nearby from attempting to intervene. If this continued, even if Qi Yinian survived, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Jiang Jinghang rushed forward, restraining Pei Hui from behind. "Brother Pei, cease this at once. If you continue, Lichu will surely be upset." Pei Hui remained unfazed, intent on dealing with the unfortunate soul in the corner. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Xie Changyan finally stepped in. He swiftly approached, grasping Pei Yu's collar, and coldly demanded, "Pei Hui, what madness has overtaken you?" Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Jinghang discreetly signaled to the others to assist in lifting Qi Yinian away. Although Pei Hui was known for his erratic temperament, he was not one to resort to violence without cause. There must have been deeper issues at play. Under Jiang Jinghang's persistent questioning, Qi Yinian reluctantly revealed the deceit he had perpetrated against Pei Hui. Once the truth was laid bare, everyone felt that Qi Yinian truly deserved the beating he received. Jiang Jinghang was nearly beside himself with anger. Indeed, Xie Changyan had demonstrated foresight, recognizing that Qi Yinian was incapable of discerning the gravity of the situation. Their camaraderie could no longer continue. Knowing full well that Shen Lichu is Pei Yu's cherished one, how could you dare to provoke him? Do you believe you have multiple lives? To deceive Pei Hui by suggesting harm had befallen Shen Lichu. Did you ever consider the consequences? If Pei Hui were to encounter misfortune on his way here, would the Pei family let your family off the hook? Everyone knows that within the Pei family of Wang Jing, Pei Hui is their sole heir. Qi Yinian, still defiant, retorted, "As soon as you encountered trouble, Wen Mengxi vanished without a trace. Are you still deluding yourself?" Xie Changyan approached, his words piercing directly into Qi Yinyan's heart. Upon hearing this, Qi Yinyan, disregarding his injuries, rose to survey his surroundings, only to find no sign of Mengzi. Have you all driven Mengzi away? At that moment, still clinging to his delusions, he was truly beyond redemption. Jiang Jingheng was exasperated. Do you not see? When Mengzi has merely been using you as a backup. No, Qi Yinyan muttered in disbelief, and ultimately, overwhelmed by frustration, he fainted on the spot. Jiang Jingheng quickly called to inform the elders of both Qi Yinyan and Pei Yu's families. Pei Hui sat motionless in the corner of the private room for an entire night, his emotions devoid of fluctuation. His deep blue eyes were filled with an air of desolation. He remained still on the ground, unresponsive to the attempts of others to console him, his entire being seemingly frozen, even the muscles of his face betraying no reaction. He resembled a lifeless, cold figure devoid of breath. In truth, how could Qi Yinyan's clumsy lies deceive Pei Hui? It was fear that gripped him. What if? Just like in a dream, a quarrel led to their separation, resulting in an eternal divide. Even the slightest hint of truth made Pei Hui too apprehensive to take the risk, let alone gamble with it. As the night wore on, the rain-soaked clothes on Pei Hui had long since dried under his body heat. Uncle Pei, this is my fault, Jiang Jingheng lamented. Had he recognized when Mengzi's feelings for Pei Hui sooner, the incident with the Band-Aid would never have occurred, nor would it have triggered a series of ensuing events. It is not your fault, Pei's father replied. Lili had been a source of concern for Pei Hui since childhood. When she fell ill as a child, it felt as though she had taken half of Pei Yu's life with her. Their prolonged separation during this competition exacerbated Pei Yu's separation anxiety. The housekeeper had mentioned that Pei Hui seemed to have had a nightmare about Lili not wanting him, leaving him in a state of fright. Just as he was beginning to regain his composure, that young lad from the Qi family called to deceive him again. Over the years, Pei Yu's emotional turmoil had not only gone untreated, but had worsened. His separation anxiety had been discovered by Pei's father when Pei Hui was still in elementary school, and by then, it was already quite severe. If he was apart from Shen Lichu for more than a few hours, Pei Hui would unconsciously wander like a ghost to the places where Shen Lichu liked to linger until she returned to his side. Jiang Jingheng inhaled sharply, astonished to learn of the multitude of issues at play. It was no wonder Pei Hui struggled to maintain control. Pei's father raised a hand to massage his aching temples. Do not mention this to Li. Pei Hui values his pride, and there are many things he has not confided in Shen Lichu. Jiang Jingheng nodded gravely in agreement. At 4 in the afternoon, Xie Changyan successfully welcomed Shen Lichu at the high-speed railway station. Hasn't Pei Hui come? Shen Lichu peered around curiously. Xie Changyan smiled gently. I'll let you in on a secret. He's busy preparing a surprise for you. So that was the case. Shen Lichu boarded the vehicle with Xie Changyan, as Yu Qingqing was still on a business trip in a nearby city and did not return with them. During the journey, Shen Lichu shared the news of her reunion with Wen Jinju with Xie Changyan. Xie Changyan raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Indeed, Shen Lichu replied, her eyes sparkling with genuine happiness for Wen Jinju's current success. It's wonderful that her childhood hardships Haven T can find her. Before parting, Shen Lichu had even asked Wen Jinju for her contact information. The black business vehicle continued its journey until it finally halted at the entrance of a clubhouse. Shen Lichu recognized the establishment. It was owned by the Xie family, with Xie Changyan being the current shareholder. However, due to her demanding studies, Shen Lichu had not visited often. The private room, where Pei Hui was located, was on the top floor. At the moment the door to the private room swung open, the sound of lights illuminating the space was immediately accompanied by a series of celebratory firecracker pops. Despite having adequately prepared for this occasion, Shen Lichu couldn't help but flinch at the sudden noise. However, an assertive arm enveloped her in a warm embrace, and the familiar scent wafting through her nostrils assuaged her fears. With Pei Hui by her side, she felt invincible, comfortably nestled against Pei Hui. Her eyes sparkled as she took in the vibrant surroundings. The room was awash with colorful confetti, flowers, and gifts, while the voices of friends offering their congratulations and welcome filled the air. A soft, plush sensation brushed against her shoulder, followed by Pei Yu's voice whispering in her ear, "Little darling, you have finally returned." He had been patiently awaiting Shen Lichu's arrival. Chapter 33. Why aren't you holding my hand today? It was uncertain who had orchestrated this celebration, even preparing a congratulatory cake. Shen Lichu found herself caught between laughter and tears, but the competition results aren't out yet. Jiang Jingheng was the first to praise her, with our Lichu leading the charge. First place is certainly assured. Others quickly chimed in, affirming their sentiments. They had indeed planned this celebration for Shen Lichu, but it was scheduled for the day the results were announced. Nevertheless, an early celebration was just as delightful. Feeling slightly bashful from the compliments, her ears flushed a rosy hue amidst her dark locks. Due to Shen Lichu's long journey, the celebration concluded rather early. On their way home, she gently grasped Pei Hui's hand and inquired softly, "Is something troubling you?" She had sensed something amiss in his demeanor throughout the day. Pei Hui lowered his gaze, squeezing her fingers. "Why do you ask, little darling?" He was confident that he had concealed his feelings well. His father had effectively blocked all news from last night. And the Qi and Wen families had been warned, leaving Shen Lichu with no means to uncover what had transpired. Thus, Pei Hui felt secure. "My intuition tells me," Shen Lichu replied slowly. Pei Hui, unwavering, countered, "Then your intuition is mistaken. It's not rush hour. Our journey home will take around 20 minutes, she noted. Once they reached their destination, Shen Lichu walked ahead, with Pei Hui closely trailing behind. "Why aren't you holding my hand today? What if I were to be abducted by traffickers?" Pei Hui grumbled playfully, forcefully placing his hand into hers. Shen Lichu's eyes widened in earnestness as she poked his muscular arm, saying, "Pei Hui, I doubt that traffickers would target you. If anything, they should be the ones terrified if you were truly taken." Long ago, Pei Hui had dedicated considerable time to martial arts, excelling in both unarmed combat and weaponry. He coughed lightly, trying to maintain a feigned bravado. "Am I not allowed to be scared?" "Of course you are," she replied, though her gaze toward him remained slightly hesitant. Pei Hui, unperturbed, decided to act petulantly, his tone mockingly stern. "I don't care. If you don't hold my hand, I won't go home." And there he stood, unwavering. When Shen Lichu is willing to take the initiative to hold his hand, only then will he return home. Shen Lichu quickly soothed him, taking his hands with both of hers, employing every possible means to lead Pei Hui back home. In the midst of comforting Pei Hui, Shen Lichu completely forgot the question she had asked in the car. It was not until bedtime, in a state of drowsiness, that she suddenly recalled it. This evening, Pei Hui was also sprawled on the floor of Shen Lichu's room. "Pei Hui, you still haven't answered me. What exactly happened?" In the darkness, Shen Lichu's voice was thick with sleepiness. Pei Hui, who was far from asleep, replied, "I have closed my eyes and drifted off. I cannot answer your question." The drowsiness that had enveloped Shen Lichu dissipated considerably. She turned over, sat up, and switched on the bedside lamp. Climbing out of bed, she squatted in front of Pei Hui, gently prying open his tightly shut eyes. "Speak quickly." Pei Hui pulled her into his embrace and let out a deep sigh. "I had a dream." Shen Lichu, intrigued, asked what dream. Pei Hui's expression grew increasingly serious, just as Shen Lichu prepared to be a dutiful listener. The next moment, Pei Hui began, "I dreamt of." "Pei Hui, your act of pretending to sleep is so exaggerated." In response, Pei Hui exaggeratedly began to snore. Sleep is to be feigned, yet the person is not to be released. Before long, Shen Lichu leaned against Pei Hui's chest, slipping into a deep slumber. Pei Hui slowly opened his eyes. The bedside lamp cast a soft, warm glow, and Pei Hui gazed at the serene profile of the person in his arms, gently reaching out to touch her. Warm. This is not a dream. Carefully, so as not to disturb Shen Lichu, Pei Hui slowly encircled her. "Little darling, I am so scared. What should I do?" The moment he closes his eyes, the nightmare from that night resurfaces in Pei Hui's mind, leaving him feeling anxious and uncertain. He whispered, "Little darling, please never leave me, all right?" Naturally, Shen Lichu, already deeply asleep, offered him no response. After waiting for a while, Pei Hui pondered and freed one hand to gently hook Shen Lichu's little finger with his own. "Let's make a pact." The results of the competition were soon revealed. Just as everyone had anticipated from Shen Lichu, she achieved an impressive score. After receiving the competition prize, Shen Lichu immediately planned how to use the money. Sitting on the sofa in the small living room after a shower, she mumbled to her phone, "Auntie's job requires intense eye strain. I need to buy her a good eye massager. Uncle Pei has long meetings and sits for prolonged periods. Should I buy him a lumbar support or a massager? Oh, and what about Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingyang?" As for Pei Yu's gift, Shen Lichu had long decided what to give him, a pair of sneakers. The last pair she had given Pei Yu was already too small for him due to his rapid growth, but he was reluctant to part with them. When Shen Lichu had initially gifted them to Pei Yu, he was hesitant to wear them, but after some coaxing from her, he finally agreed. Holding her pajamas, Pei Yu pretended to go take a shower while actually standing nearby, eavesdropping. There is no need to purchase anything for old Pei. His back is perfectly fine, and he does not require a waist support. As for my sneakers, they are still wearable with a little squeeze. Regarding Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingyang, they should keep their distance. Do they truly deserve it? As for the eye massager for Ms. Yu, a budget-friendly one will suffice. Having said that, Pei Yu took out his phone, fiddled with it for a while, and then presented it to Shen Lichu for her inspection. This eye massager, after applying the coupon, costs 129 yuan and 70 cents. Shen Lichu confiscated Pei Yu's phone, maintaining a stern expression. "Hurry and take a shower. Remember to wash thoroughly." Pei Yu touched his nose and, after a considerable pause, managed to utter, "Can I use your shower gel?" Shen Lichu appeared puzzled. "Isn't our shower gel the same scent?" "Not quite," Pei Yu replied earnestly. "Yours is a tad more fragrant." Shen Lichu tilted her head in contemplation. "How about I trade you a bottle?" Pei Yu scoffed, muttering, "Even if we swap, it will still be your scent." It wasn't merely the fragrance of the shower gel. It was the scent of Shen Lichu's shower gel that was delightful. Shen Lichu pondered deeply, but still failed to grasp the distinction between the two. She waved her hand dismissively, "Then go ahead and use it." However, in Shen Lichu's presence, Pei Yu was quite adept at taking advantage of situations. Smirking, "Then can I use it tomorrow?" "Yes, you may." "What about the day after tomorrow?" Chapter 34. How do you know my little darling spent 3,002 on a pair of sneakers for me? In the 6th class, at the back of the classroom, Jiang Jinghang strolled to his seat, holding a bag of soup dumplings. "Pei Gu, would you like some soup dumplings?" "How do you know my little darling spent 3,002 on a pair of sneakers for me?" Jiang Jinghang was perplexed, his small head filled with big questions. For those of their affluent background, a pair of sneakers costing 3,002 wasn't deemed extravagant. However, if Shen Lichu were the one to make the purchase, that would be an entirely different matter. Jiang Jinghang's interest peaked, and he leaned in for a closer look, while Pei Yu hurriedly cradled the sneakers on the table. "Step back. You'll get the oil from the soup dumplings on my sneakers." 3,002 for sneakers. That is quite a price. Jiang Jinghang remarked. If 3,002 were to drop on the ground, Pei Yu would probably be too lazy to bend down and pick it up. Not true. Pei Yu might indeed pick it up, hand it to Shen Lichu, and then let her commend him for being an honest child. Xie Changyan only entered the classroom just before the morning self-study session began. However, before he could settle into his seat, he fell victim to Pei Yu's teasing. "Oh, isn't that Xie Changyan? Have you seen the sneakers that my little darling bought for me? Worth 3,002? Xie Changyan smiled with feigned amusement, then silently unzipped his backpack, retrieving 2 gift boxes. The wrapping paper of the gift boxes was blue. Pei Yu immediately recognized that these were gifts sent by Shen Lichu to Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang, as he had meticulously wrapped them the previous night while grumbling. Xie Changyan called out, "Jiang Jinghang." Jiang Jinghang, with 3 soup dumplings in his mouth, turned in confusion. "Huh?" Xie Changyan handed him the slightly larger gift box. "This is a gift from Lichu for you." Jiang Jinghang was momentarily taken aback, his face radiating surprise. "Am I included as well?" This was indeed the competition prize that Shen Lichu had painstakingly earned, and he never anticipated receiving a gift himself. As he unwrapped it, he discovered a gaming console inside. Xie Changyan's wrist sported a sleek black watch. Pei Yu rested his chin on his hand, grinning as he watched them unveil their gifts. He then pointed to Jiang Jinghang's gaming console, 987 yuan and 65 cents. Next, he gestured towards Xie Changyan's watch, 1,034 yuan and 3 cents. The reason Pei Yu recalled the exact prices, even down to the decimal, was due to the lengthy negotiation he had with the vendor, which lasted half an hour. He then presented his own pair of sneakers, 3,200 yuan. That's 32 100 yuan bills. The combined cost of the gifts for the other two did not even surpass the price of his sneakers. In the afternoon, Shen Lichu planned to attend his basketball match, and he would don these very sneakers to take the court. The basketball game between Class 6 and Class 17 was scheduled for the afternoon after school. Shen Lichu arrived at the venue early. Pei Hui personally ensured Shen Lichu was comfortably seated in a shaded spot in the audience. Xie Changyan, who typically abhorred such sweat-inducing activities, took a seat beside Shen Lichu. Today, Pei Hui exhibited an extraordinary prowess on the court, prompting even his teammates to marvel. Pei Hui, coming out with such intensity right from the start? Upon hearing this remark, Xie Changyan could not suppress a scoff inwardly. What a pretender! As Pei Hui played, Xie Changyan took it upon himself to introduce the players to Shen Lichu. He provided not just names, but also the backstories of each individual. The tall player, Meng Yanqi, was terrified of dogs. Recently, he had been chased into the fish pond by a dog named Da Huang while confessing his feelings on the school as confession wall. The bespectacled Zhang Yi came from a family of mixed nationalities. He was once affectionately dubbed imported goods, but after his parents' divorce and his father's remarriage to a celebrity, he had since been referred to as domestic goods. The families of these elite offspring and wealthy second-generation individuals primarily engaged in arranged marriages, often lacking a foundation of genuine affection, viewing their offspring more as responsibilities than as loved ones. Xie Changyan's choice of words was always amusing, and before long, he had Shen Lichu giggling. The basketball match was exhilarating. Once it concluded, Shen Lichu rushed to Pei Hui, eager to hand him water, with Xie Changyan closely trailing behind. Due to the rigorous study schedule of the elite class, Shen Lichu seldom had the opportunity to attend Pei Hui's games, and most of the teammates were unfamiliar with her. When Pei Hui had settled Shen Lichu earlier, it was in a corner, away from the gaze of many. However, during the game, they had seen Xie Changyan converse with Shen Lichu on multiple occasions. Observing Xie Changyan's attentiveness towards Shen Lichu, the teammates naturally assumed she was a friend he had brought along. One teammate, in a state of alarm, turned to Xie Changyan. "Xie Ge, does your friend not know Pei Ji's rules?" After a match, Pei Hui never accepted water handed to him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pei Hui reached out to take the cup of water from Shen Lichu's hands, advising her gently, "Take your time." The other teammates, unfamiliar with Shen Lichu, were taken aback. What on earth? After unscrewing the lid of his cup, Pei Hui did not drink immediately, but instead offered the rim to Shen Lichu's lips. The afternoon sun was mercilessly hot, and Shen Lichu found herself quite thirsty, gulping down several mouthfuls. "Do you want more?" Pei Hui inquired again. After Shen Lichu declined, he tilted his head back and finished the drink in one go. Someone expressed their astonishment. "Is there something amiss here?" Jiang Jingheng, who had just finished a bottle of water, asked in confusion. They've always interacted this way since childhood. Having seen it so often, one becomes accustomed to it. In fact, if Pei Hui were to treat Shen Lichu differently, it would be Jiang Jingheng who fell out of place. "Pei Hui, your basketball skills are impressive," Shen Lichu complimented softly. Pei Hui chuckled. "I'm not usually this good. It's your sneakers that are so comfortable that I performed exceptionally today." Shen Lichu blinked in surprise. "Really?" Pei Hui nodded. "Indeed. A craftsman must sharpen his tools to excel in his craft. It seems a good pair of sneakers indeed plays a significant role." Shen Lichu mused. "Once I have the means, I shall buy you even more expensive and better sneakers." Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, replying, "That sounds good." Subsequently, Shen Lichu began to visit Pei Hui's basketball games almost every afternoon. Gradually, she noticed a growing audience in the stands, initially with a greater number of female classmates than male. As time passed, the number of male spectators began to multiply. Shen Lichu secretly thought to herself that Pei Hui's games must be truly captivating. She resolved to save money to buy him a pair of better, pricier basketball shoes. However, the next day, Pei Hui forbade her from watching him play. When Shen Lichu inquired why, Pei Hui sulked and did not respond. Without Shen Lichu's presence in the stands, Pei Hui's enthusiasm for the sport began to wane. Chapter 35. My frustration at the Kyoto University Affiliated High School Forum. Li Tao, current school beauty versus former school beauty. Who would you choose? The top image showcased a comparison of Shen Lichu's and Wen Mingxi's faces from various angles. The most popular comment read, "Waiting for the administrator to delete this post and impose a ban in one fell swoop." Below this comment, replies emerged in layers. 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes have passed. By the third minute, the post was tragically deleted by the forum administrator. Not long after, another post regarding Shen Lichu surfaced, genuinely asking, "Why can't we discuss Shen Lichu on the forum?" The first reply read, "Why do you think no one dared to post Shen Lichu's photo when the forum was voting for the school beauty?" At the Pei residence, Pei Hui sat in the living room, his expression dark as he used the administrator account to delete the incessantly surfacing posts about Shen Lichu. Is the homework assigned by the school truly insufficient? The forum administrator was not Pei Hui himself. He had recently acquired the account from Xie Changyan. Delete. Delete. Remove them all. Wait, this post enumerates Shen Lichu's remarkable achievements since childhood. It must remain. As Shen Lichu descended from the upper floor, she beheld Pei Hui, his teeth clenched, furiously tapping away at his phone. Approaching him, she curiously placed the back of her hand upon his forehead, noting he did not have a fever. Pei Hui glared, exclaiming, "I am enraged. Who has provoked you?" Shen Lichu inquired, her confusion deepening. Evidently, whatever had incited Pei Hui's ire was of considerable gravity. Once more, Pei Hui fell silent. Recalling that she had important matters to discuss with him, Shen Lichu ventured, "Pei Hui." He replied, "You cannot afford to fail this upcoming final examination." Pei Hui fixed his gaze upon her, maintaining a stony silence. During elementary school, while Pei Hui's grades could not be deemed exceptional, they were at least average, even under circumstances where he did not apply himself diligently. Subsequently, prior to the entrance examinations, the affiliated school had failed to inform students that this exam would determine class placements. Shen Lichu performed commendably, achieving the highest score in her grade, while Pei Hui's results remained mediocre. Upon discovering that he and Shen Lichu would not be placed in the same class, Pei Hui had protested. He even considered utilizing his family's resources to secure a spot in a prestigious class by donating several buildings to the school, but was sternly dissuaded by Shen Lichu. The slots for the elite class were limited, and Pei Hui could not substitute financial contributions for the efforts of dedicated students. Consequently, his academic performance plummeted. Mentioning this infuriated Pei Hui passed the exam. Sensing an opportunity for negotiation, Shen Lichu nodded solemnly. However, Pei Hui retorted with a smirk, "I refuse. If you pass, I shall reward you." Shen Lichu softly enticed. Pei Hui's interest was indeed piqued. "What reward?" "Something I believe you will appreciate," she assured him mysteriously. "I am certain I will not be at a loss regardless of what you offer," Pei Hui mused. "It's a deal." The final examinations at the affiliated school of Jing University employed a randomized seating arrangement. By a twist of fate, Shen Lichu found herself assigned to Class 6. The previous day, Pei Hui had cunningly lured Shen Lichu to Class 6 under the pretext of familiarizing her with the examination environment. Her examination number was located in the 4th row on the left side of the classroom. Pei Hui fixated on that spot, already plotting to switch his desk with hers the moment she departed. At that moment, the most anxious individual was Jiang Jingheng. While reviewing, muttered fervently, his fingers dancing with fervor. Leaning closer, Shen Lichu overheard, "Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jesus, Holy Father, Holy Spirit." "This prayer is becoming increasingly absurd," Shen Lichu remarked. The final examinations spanned 3 days, with results to be announced within a week. Regrettably, Jiang Jingheng's prayers bore no fruit, as his final exam scores remained disappointingly low. Shen Lichu heard from Pei Hui that Jiang Jingheng had received a sound thrashing from his father. This summer was exceedingly sweltering. As the heat intensified, Shen Lichu found herself even less inclined to venture outside, opting instead to remain indoors with Pei Hui. Pei Hui was unable to tolerate Shen Lichu's relentless studying, so he coaxed her into playing video games together. The essence of the game was not merely entertainment, but rather the forging of social bonds. Consider this. What would be the swiftest way to strengthen relationships with roommates once they enter university? It is through the shared experience of combat. Shen Lichu was persuaded by his words, and she subsequently set down her pen to download the game. Although Shen Lichu was not an avid gamer, it did not imply that she lacked a gaming account. Her account had been registered with Pei Hui's assistance, and over the years, her stats had reached an exceptional level. Pei Hui encouraged Shen Lichu to engage in a particular game genre, concerned that unfamiliar teammates might exert pressure on her. He called upon Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang to join them. They were still short one player. Upon noticing that when Zhenzhu was online in her friends list, Shen Lichu turned to Pei Hui with sparkling eyes and asked, "May I invite Zhenzhu to join us?" Ever since they added each other as friends during a competition, Shen Lichu and when Zhenzhu had occasionally been in touch, Pei Hui nodded in approval. The game commenced swiftly, and Shen Lichu played as the simplest support role. Pei Hui instructed her to stay by my side. The jungle position was filled by Jiang Jinghang, the mid lane by Xie Changyan, and the top lane by Wen Zhenzhu. "Little cutie, do you want this?" "No, it seems unnecessary for me." "Take it. I have no use for it either." Jiang Jinghang, unable to contain himself, retorted, "If you don't need it, put it down." Xie Changyan, playing mid lane, was fixated on consuming Pei Hui's minions, while Wen Zhenzhu was engrossed in a one-on-one duel with the opposing top laner. As they neared victory, Wen Zhenzhu and the opposing top laner continued their skirmish along their respective lanes. After several games, Shen Lichu concluded her session when her eyes became uncomfortable and she needed to rest. While peeling an apple, Pei Hui recalled Shen Lichu mentioning that she would reward herself if she passed her exams. "Where's my reward?" Shen Lichu checked her phone. "It should arrive tomorrow." What could it possibly be? Pei Hui felt a twinge of anticipation in his heart. Amidst his eager expectations, the following day at noon, the delivery person arrived at their door with a gigantic box. Pei Hui thought to himself that it must surely be a splendid gift. Shen Lichu handed him a small knife, saying, "Pei Hui, you open it and take a look." Excitedly, Pei Hui opened it, only to have his eyelids twitch in frustration upon discovering a collection of pristine papers. "Is this what you call a reward?" Shen Lichu lovingly caressed the papers. "Yes." "Pei Hui, do you like it?" Pei Hui gritted his teeth. "Like it? I absolutely adore it." Half an hour later, in the Pei family's living room, Pei Hui and Jiang Jinghang exchanged looks of bewilderment. "What are you doing here?" Pei Hui asked irritably. Jiang Jinghang replied, somewhat aggrieved, "Didn't you invite me, Pei Hui?" When had he ever invited Jiang Jinghang? "Wait a moment." Pei Hui turned to Shen Lichu, who had already divided the papers into 3 portions. With a beaming smile, she reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone will have share." The entire summer, the 3 of them spent their time in remedial classes. It must be said that Shen Lichu's tutoring proved to be remarkably effective. Following the start of the new semester, all 3 achieved commendable results on their entrance examinations. After the school entrance examination, and in light of her imminent graduation next year, the Kyoto University affiliated high school organized a parent meeting. Both Yu Qingqing and Mr. Pei were uncertain about their attendance due to work commitments. On the day of the meeting, they were unable to contact each other because the school had installed signal jammers. As the meeting was about to commence, Yu Qingqing stood at the entrance of the elite class, gazing at Mr. Pei, both exchanging bewildered glances. "I'll go to class 6. "I'll go to class 6, they chorused in unison. "All right, you go." "All right, you go," replied Yu Qingqing. Mr. Pei smiled helplessly. Just then, Pei Hui suddenly appeared, perplexed, and asked, "What are you 2 doing at the entrance?" Yu Qingqing looked up at the class name at the door. It was indeed the elite class. So they hadn't gone astray. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing here?" Pei Hui responded nonchalantly, "I'm here to assist Xiao Guai with the parent meeting." Having raised Shen Lichu single-handedly, it was only fitting for him to help her with the meeting. A few minutes later, the meeting officially began. As the homeroom teacher took to the podium, prepared to speak, he fell silent upon seeing the multitude of individuals occupying Shen Lichu's seat, one of whom was none other than the notorious troublemaker from Class 6, Pei Hui. After the parent meeting concluded, Shen Lichu's academic pressure soared once again. After all, she was not only facing the entrance examination, but also an exceptionally significant selection process. From that moment on, no one yearned for the end of high school more than Pei Hui. Observing Shen Lichu's gradual weight loss, he began contemplating the art of making nourishing soup. By the time Pei Hui had mastered the craft of soup making, Shen Lichu faced her selection examination. Due to the exam's high confidentiality, Pei Hui was unable to accompany her. However, on the day of the exam's conclusion, The entire Pei family awaited her outside. Upon receiving Shen Lichu, no one inquired about how she had performed. The results of a selection examination would be released in 2 weeks, and naturally, they reflected Shen Lichu's hard work. Were it not for the need for discretion, Mr. Pei would have hosted a grand banquet to proclaim the news throughout Wangjing. Mr. Pei was so elated that he intoxicated himself. As Yu Qingqing assisted him into the room, he mumbled, "My daughter, truly remarkable." This was the first time in many years that Shen Lichu had heard him refer to her in such a manner, daughter. Sitting on a bench in the courtyard, Shen Lichu gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky, repeatedly reflecting on this endearing term in her heart. A decade had already passed. "Be careful of mosquito bites," came Pei Yu's somewhat languid voice from behind. Shen Lichu turned to look. Over the past year, Pei Yu had grown remarkably tall, almost changing overnight. Previously, there had only been a head's difference in height between them, but now Shen Lichu found herself dwarfed by him. Standing next to Pei Yu, reaching only to his chest. There are no mosquitoes. The pest control arranged by the butler is quite effective. Pei Yu settled beside Shen Lichu, both of them gazing up at the night sky. After a long while of observation, he still could not discern what precisely captivated Shen Lichu. The dark night enveloped them. The sparse stars in the night sky failed to sparkle. Seizing the moment while he was gazing upward, Shen Lichu stealthily shifted to the side. Once settled, she turned her head and found Pei Yu's intense gaze fixed on her. With a commanding and assertive demeanor, Pei Yu pulled Shen Lichu back beside him and resumed his observation of the celestial expanse. Shen Lichu mused to herself, "Does this man possess eyes on the side of his head?" Pressed against Pei Yu, the warmth became unbearable, prompting her to attempt another retreat. This time, Pei Yu did not even glance back. "Try moving again and see what happens." Testing fate was not an option. "You are so warm," Shen Lichu muttered in dissatisfaction. Pei Yu replied with a light snort. "You didn't say that during winter." Indeed, that was true. Bored, Shen Lichu reached out to playfully tug at Pei Yu's fingers. At her touch, Pei Yu responded, shifting slightly. Suddenly, Shen Lichu asked softly, "Have you had that nightmare again?" For nearly a year, Pei Yu had been haunted by the same recurring nightmare, often waking in the middle of the night and sitting by Shen Lichu's door for hours on end. Pei Yu responded with a low murmur of acknowledgement. The thought of the nightmare cast a shadow over his features. He struggled to distinguish between dream and reality. Shen Lichu, both concerned and curious, pressed, "Can't you tell me what the nightmare is about?" Pei Yu remained silent. His silence was a refusal. A sense of disappointment washed over Shen Lichu. Yet she could surmise it was related to her. "When will you tell me?" she inquired again. Pei Yu turned his head, his gaze into Shen Lichu's depths. "When you grow a little older." Before entering his new school in September, the Pei family had an important event to prepare for, Pei Yu's coming-of-age banquet. On the day he turned 18, following the banquet, Pei Yu would officially step into a new phase of life, gradually assuming the role of the family's leader, a responsibility he could not shirk. The banquet was to be held at the Pei family's ancestral home, which had been closed to guests for years. Tonight, the doors were finally opened, and the elite of Wangjing had gathered almost in their entirety. Yet, the guest of honor, Pei Yu, lingered stubbornly on the second floor, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit. Pei Yu crouched before Shen Lichu, his tone melancholic. "Why won't you join me?" No amount of persuasion could sway Shen Lichu to make an appearance at the banquet. "It's not appropriate." Pei Yu held steadfast to his belief, "With me present, there's nothing inappropriate about it." He simply wished for her companionship at all times. As he matured, the intimidating aura emanating from the stoic Pei Yu intensified. In the past, Jiang Jinghang would occasionally jest with him, but now he felt a measure of trepidation. While others may fear Pei Yu, Shen Lichu remained unafraid. "No, I'll stay on the second floor and watch you," she replied. "Why?" Pei Yu insisted on uncovering her reasoning. Shen Lichu shook her head, falling silent once more. When the time came that she could no longer avoid descending, Pei Yu rose and hurried away. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Occasionally, Shen Lichu would stand by the railing, surveying the entire event below. Every time she appeared, Pei Yu would invariably raise his head to locate her. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Pei Yu personally brought a slice of cake to Shen Lichu. The cake was neatly cut, adorned with a deep red cherry, presenting an exquisite sight. Being the center of attention, Pei Hui could not afford to be away for long. After delivering the cake to Shen Lichu, he promptly departed once more. Lacking an appetite, she consumed merely half of the slice before setting down the silver fork. Unconsciously, she wandered back to the railing, instinctively scanning the banquet hall for something. After several rounds of searching, she ultimately failed to find what she sought. Her gaze settled on Pei Hui, in an effort to shed his youthful appearance. He had swept his bangs back, revealing his sharp brows and eyes. It was hard to believe he was merely 18. Holding a wine glass, he walked alongside his father, gracefully greeting every elder introduced by his father with a dignified demeanor. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. "Hello." Shen Lichu turned to see a boy, who had recently reached adulthood himself. Having stayed close to Pei Hui for many years, she had unconsciously honed her ability to discern identity through attire. The brooch on his chest and the cufflinks on either side were all part of the same exquisite ruby set. The luxurious watch on his wrist exuded a sense of maturity that was incongruous with his age, likely a gift from an elder in his family. He was presumably a cultivated heir or a favored younger member of his household. Shen Lichu replied politely, "Hello. Have you encountered some trouble?" The boy expressed a hint of distress. "It seems I am stuck here and unable to descend to the first floor." Shen Lichu chuckled lightly. "Please follow me." Although the main entrances to the second floor were sealed off, several winding exits remained accessible for convenience. She guided him to a staircase, saying, "You can reach the first floor directly from here." "Thank you," he replied courteously. Before leaving, he added warmly, "Miss, your eyes are very beautiful." Shen Lichu's smile widened. "Thank you." After bidding him farewell, she returned to her original spot only to find Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng had also ascended the stairs. "Lichu, where did you go just now?" Jiang Jingheng inquired, puzzled. Shen Lichu explained, "Someone mistakenly went up to the second floor, so I escorted him to the staircase." Upon hearing this, Xie Changyan furrowed his brow intensely. Generally, the movement of guests at each banquet was strictly regulated. The main entrances to the second floor were sealed. Was it mere coincidence that this individual had managed to ascend through the other exits? "Can you recognize that person again, Lichu?" Xie Changyan asked. Shen Lichu nodded. Together, she and Xie Changyan approached the railing, searching the crowd until they finally spotted the individual from earlier. Jiang Jingheng joined them, eager to participate. It turns out he is from the Shen family. Shen Lichu's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned nonchalance as she inquired, "The Shen family?" In Wangjing. Approximately 2 decades ago, the Shen family stood as the sole clan daring to challenge the Pei family. However, a series of unforeseen events transpired, leading to the mysterious disappearance of the family patriarch, which plunged the Shen family into turmoil for nearly 6 months. Ultimately, it was the estranged wife of the missing patriarch who emerged to shoulder the burden of the family's affairs. Yet, the turbulence of that extended period severely weakened the Shen family's standing, and their influence in Wangjing has diminished ever since. Reflecting on this bygone era, Jiang Jingheng could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The individual in question was named Shen Jinxing, who, in truth, was not the biological offspring of the missing patriarch, but rather an adopted heir from a collateral branch. Noticing Shen Lichu's keen interest in this matter, Jiang Jingheng divulged all he knew. "My mother often spoke of that matriarch as truly virtuous. Despite the main branch of the Shen family facing disappearances and deaths, she possessed the capability to absorb the entire clan, yet chose to adopt a successor from a collateral line. No matter how diminished the Shen family became, they remained a shadow of their former self, yet still more formidable than others." Xie Changyan casually inquired, "What has piqued Lichu's sudden interest in the Shen family?" Jiang Jingheng, with his characteristic bluntness, waved dismissively. "What else could it be? If there were another Jiang family in Wangjing, I'd be intrigued too." Shen Lichu chimed in, "Exactly." Coincidentally, Pei Hui, who had just concluded his affairs, ascended the stairs. "What is it?" he asked. Just as Jiang Jingheng was about to respond, Shen Lichu interjected, "Nothing." She swiftly diverted Pei Hui's attention elsewhere. The perceptive Xie Changyan seemed to sense something amiss. He glanced at Shen Lichu before shifting his gaze to the banquet hall below. At that moment, Shen Jinxing was also looking up the stairs. Their eyes met, and he raised his glass in a silent toast to Xie Changyan. As the evening banquet drew to a close, it was quite late. Instead of returning home, they chose to stay at the Pei family's ancestral residence. Pei Hui, upon descending the stairs, did not immediately retreat to his room, but opened the door to the adjacent chamber. In unfamiliar surroundings, Shen Lichu preferred to turn on a desk lamp to facilitate her slumber. Under the soft, warm glow, she clutched her small quilt tightly and drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Pei Hui quietly seated himself at the edge of the bed. From the moment he entered, he made no discernible sound, yet Shen Lichu stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes, she sleepily murmured, "Pei Hui." He responded softly and reached out to gently pat her back. "Go back to sleep." With his soothing touch, Shen Lichu soon succumbed once more to slumber. Over the past few days, he had been dreaming nightly. In the realm of his dreams, the world on the day of his 18th birthday appeared vastly different from today. In a cramped, modest rental, Shen Lichu held a small cake in her hands, smiling as she wished him a happy birthday. The cake was diminutive, even the frosting made from inexpensive vegetable cream. Yet Pei Hui felt certain it would taste far superior to the towering three-tiered cake he had cut today. At that moment, a long black limousine slowly came to a halt before the gates of the Shen residence. In the next moment, the butler, attired in a sleek black tailcoat, stepped forward and gently opened the car door. Shen Jinxing alighted from the vehicle and raised his gaze to behold the brightly illuminated main hall of the Shen family estate. His brow furrowing in concern. "Is Aunt still awake at this hour?" The butler nodded, a profound sorrow etched upon his face. "She is yet to take her medication tonight. The broth has been kept warm in the kitchen." Hastily instructing the kitchen to bring forth the medicine, Shen Jinxing strode purposefully towards the main hall. Within the expansive, intricately decorated white-hued main hall, a woman of exquisite beauty, her gentle features framed by a soft glow, sat beneath a crystal chandelier. Her hair was elegantly pinned back, and she deftly threaded a needle, stitching together a delicate pink floral quilt, her jade-like fingers dancing gracefully through the air. "And," he called, prompting her to pause her work and lift her gaze towards him. "Is Jinxing back?" Shen Jinxing affirmed, quickening his pace to stand before her. "I heard from the butler that you have not taken your medicine tonight. It matters not whether I take it or not," she replied, but before she could finish her sentence, a fit of coughing overtook her. Shen Jinxing promptly extended his hand to gently pat her back, and once her coughing subsided, he swiftly offered her a glass of water. He understood well that her ailment was one of the heart, and such afflictions require remedies of the spirit. The servant soon arrived, presenting the warmed medicine, and under Shen Jinxing's stern supervision, the woman reluctantly accepted the bowl and drank. The concoction, laden with potent sedative properties, soon rendered her drowsy. After expressing her concern for Shen Jinxing in a few tender words, she was escorted by the servant back to her room upstairs. Once her figure had completely vanished from sight, Shen Jinxing gradually averted his gaze to the half-finished pink floral quilt. For many years, she had been devoted to creating such items. The reason lay in the tragic memory of her daughter, the sole child of the previous head of the Shen family, who perished in a fire, clutching one of these very quilts. The fact that the last head of the Shen family had a daughter was known only to the family. The outside world remained oblivious. Upon her birth, the previous patriarch had boldly declared that only she could inherit the Shen family legacy. This proclamation led the world to mistakenly believe that he fathered son. Shen Jinxing's thoughts drifted to the pair of eyes he had inadvertently encountered at the Pei family's heir's coming-of-age banquet that evening. They were dark and lustrous, sparkling with intelligence. More strikingly, the girl's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his aunt's. Though his aunt's daughter had perished in the flames, her remains had never been found, leading Shen Jinxing to ponder deeply. Thus, disregarding all decorum, he ascended to the second floor of the banquet, eager to glimpse those eyes up close. At that moment of recognition, a singular thought consumed him. They're so alike. Just then, the butler approached quietly, a porcelain bowl in hand, and broke the silence, interrupting Shen Jinxing's reverie. "Young master, please have some soup to revive you." Shen Jinxing extended his hand to accept the drink, taking a sip before seemingly nonchalantly inquiring, "Does Pei Hui of the Pei family not have a younger sister?" The butler pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "It seems he does not." The young master returned to the country at the age of 7, accompanied by a childhood companion. This companion, a childhood playmate, was frequently ill and clung to him during her ailments, never allowing him out of her sight. Even amidst his demanding responsibilities, the head of the Pei family would cradle her constantly. Whispers circulated that this girl was intended to be Pei Yu's childhood bride. Upon hearing the term child bride, Shen Lichu scoffed, a wave of unnameable anger swelling within him. Such feudal customs. At the commencement ceremony in early September, the autumn sun blazed fiercely, compounded by the monotonous speeches delivered in a prolonged tone by the school officials, leaving the students on the playground looking rather listless. Once the officials concluded their speeches, the host took the microphone and announced, "Next, let us welcome the representative of the new students, Shen Lichu, to deliver a speech." The girl clad in a school uniform gracefully ascended the podium, her bright, dark eyes shimmering like water, as her jade-like fingers gently adjusted the slightly misaligned microphone. "Respected teachers," she began, her voice clear and melodious, reminiscent of a babbling brook, dispelling some of the autumn heat. Many in the audience raised their heads with curiosity, whispering among themselves, "Is this Shen Lichu, who ranked first in the city for the high school entrance examination? I heard she scored full marks in mathematics and the sciences." Indeed, she achieved full marks, but that was the highest score available. No wonder these schools are competing fiercely for her. Look at her eyelashes, so long and curled. She is as adorable as a doll. Did you notice the deep purple jade bracelet on her left wrist? Even in this glaring sunlight, it shines brilliantly, worth at least 7 figures. Pei Hui stood at the back of the crowd, his tall figure casting a proud gaze upon the podium. This was the girl he had nurtured himself. Thus, when he heard others praise Shen Lichu, he felt an even greater pride than she did. Meanwhile, Shen Lichu, a year older and positioned on the 5th-floor corridor of the teaching building, cast a somber glance at Shen Lichu on the podium. The opening ceremony concluded precisely at 4:55 p.m. Not far from the playground lay the small shop, which was relatively quiet at that moment, as students from the other 2 grades had not yet dismissed. Shen Lichu sat at a small table outside the shop, holding a bottle of room-temperature grape juice, her eyes fixed longingly on the carbonated drink in Jiang Jinghang's hand, just retrieved from the freezer. As the bottle cap was popped open with a faint hiss, a subtle lemon fragrance wafted through the air. Jiang Jinghang wished to ignore Shen Lichu's gaze. She sniffled and attempted to look away, but as soon as she did, her eyes were irresistibly drawn back to him. Jiang Jinghang said, "I'll let you have a sip from the cap. Just a capful, nothing more." Shen Lichu's eyes sparkled with delight as she shyly pressed her lips together. "Is that really okay?" Jiang Jinghang handed her the bottle cap, then unsteadily poured a generous amount into it. The freshly opened sparkling water was effervescent. It appeared to fill the cap to the brim, yet within moments, much of it diminished. Nevertheless, Shen Lichu savored the drink with great appreciation. Pouting in a pitiful manner, she remarked, "I still can't taste it." Jiang Jinghang responded, "The last cap?" Shen Lichu promptly extended her hand, revealing the cap. Jiang Jinghang poured again. Shen Lichu sipped delicately until the last drop was gone, then looked up at Jiang Jinghang with hopeful eyes. Jiang Jinghang declared, Chapter 39, Shen Lichu, who matters more to you, me or Shen Lichu? As Jiang Jinghang uttered the phrase "the last cap" for the 5th time, he finished pouring for Shen Lichu and immediately tilted the bottle towards his lips, drinking heartily. He gulped down the remaining beverage in one go. Soon after, Pei Hui and Xie Changyan emerged from the convenience store, one after the other. Jiang Jinghang hurriedly concealed the empty bottle while Shen Lichu skillfully hid the cap. When Pei Hui reached Shen Lichu's side, he observed her sipping from a bottle of room-temperature grape juice. Pei Hui spoke up, "Let us go. Ms. Yu's about to arrive." Shen Lichu replied with an affirmative hum. Earlier, Yu Qingqing had informed Shen Lichu that she would be taking her to a seminar soon. If it weren't for the school wanting Shen Lichu to represent the freshmen and give a speech, she and Yu Qingqing would have departed the previous afternoon. After bidding farewell to Xie, Changyan, and Jiang Jingheng, Shen Lichu followed Pei Yu towards the school gate. On the way, Pei Yu asked with a frown, "How many days will it be?" Each time Shen Lichu left, Pei Yu's expression soured from the moment he learned of it until her return. During this period, everything seemed to irk him. Therefore, this time, Shen Lichu and Yu Qingqing decided to withhold the news from Pei Yu until just before their departure. Tentatively a week, Shen Lichu replied, touching her nose, feeling somewhat guilty. A week. Tentatively, Pei Yu halted, glaring at her. "You're going to be away for so long. Why did you only tell me this morning?" He wondered how Shen Lichu had suddenly become so obedient these past few days, as she had previously been engrossed in her books and had followed him like a shadow. It seemed she had intended to charm Pei Yu and then spring this unpleasant news on him. Shen Lichu fell silent. Pei Yu's chest heaved with agitation as he gritted his teeth. "You're driving me insane." "Don't be upset," Shen Lichu dryly advised. "I've heard that the yellow peaches there are exceptionally delicious. I'll bring some back for you, all right?" Pei Yu replied expressionlessly. "Are they exclusive to me? Or can anyone have them?" Just as Shen Lichu was about to coax Pei Yu further, a gentle voice resonated from behind. "Oh, it's you." Shen Lichu instinctively turned her head, encountering a pair of soft, gentle eyes. It was the boy she had inadvertently met on the second floor during Pei Yu's birthday banquet. Also a member of the Shen family. The mention of the Shen family caused her gaze to flicker slightly. With a smile gracing his lips, Shen Jinxing introduced himself. "I am Shen Jinxing. Are you new students?" Yet it was not Shen Lichu who responded, but Pei Yu, who casually pulled Shen Lichu behind him and replied, "What if we are? What if we aren't?" Upon encountering this individual, Pei Yu instinctively felt a sense of rational aversion, one that even surpassed his dislike for Xie Changyan. Turning gently to Shen Lichu, he said, "My dear, Ms. Yu is waiting anxiously. We should be on our way." Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, Pei Yu had already draped his arm around her shoulder, leading her away. Shen Jinxing's smile faltered, his gaze silently following Shen Lichu's departing figure until it vanished from sight. On the other side, as Shen Lichu hurried to keep pace with Pei Yu, she occasionally glanced back at him, becoming momentarily distracted and stumbling slightly. Pei Yu swiftly caught her, and once she regained her balance, he knelt to check if her foot had twisted. "My dear, I apologize," he said, realizing his earlier demeanor had been somewhat off. Shen Lichu shook her head, concern etched on her face as she looked at him. Previously, Pei Yu had made an effort not to call her my dear in the presence of strangers, as he feared they might adopt the term, thinking it was a common nickname anyone could use. Yet today, he had referred to her in such a manner before Shen Jinxing. After much contemplation, Shen Lichu arrived at the most plausible conclusion. Pei Yu was asserting his claim over her. Yet, did this not imply a lack of security on his part? How could Pei Yu, having only recently met Shen Jinxing, feel insecure due to his presence? Shen Lichu found herself utterly perplexed. "My dear, how do you know that person named Shen Jinxing?" Pei Yu's expression darkened slightly. Consequently, Shen Lichu recounted the incident from the banquet, where Shen Jinxing had inadvertently wandered to the second floor. Upon finishing her narrative, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. For Pei Yu detested any form of concealment on her part, no matter how trivial. At that moment, Pei Yu was plagued by the same doubts that had once troubled Xie Changyan. Was Shen Jinxing's presence on the second floor truly a mistake? A cold smirk formed within Pei Yu's heart. He certainly did not believe it. After escorting Shen Lichu away, he chose not to return home, but instead headed to the Pei family's ancestral residence. He had the surveillance footage from a day of the banquet retrieved, scrutinizing every action of Shen Jinxing from the moment he entered the venue. He noted that each time Shen Lichu stood by the second floor railing and met his gaze, Shen Jinxing was quietly observing her as well. As the banquet progressed, Shen Jinxing could no longer contain himself and found a way to ascend to the second floor. Pei Yu clenched his fists at his sides, his face darkening as he fixated on Shen Jinxing's visage in the footage. His instincts had proven correct. This wretched individual named Shen Jinxing was indeed coveting his deer. At 9 o'clock that evening, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu were engaged in a video call. "Pei Yu, Pei Yu, Pei Yu," she called several times before he finally snapped back to attention. "My dear, what is it?" he asked, noticing her worried expression. Are you feeling unwell? This is not the first time Pei Hui has lost focus this evening, and his complexion is notably poor. Pei Hui, perhaps I'm just a bit sleepy. Shen Lichu recalled that Pei Hui had been busy assisting Uncle Pei with work matters last night, resulting in a very late night. With a serious expression, she advised, "You should go to bed early. Close your eyes. I will watch over you as you sleep." Pei Hui chuckled softly, responding with a good, and fixed his phone at the bedside before shutting his eyes. Initially, he intended to deceive Shen Lichu, but unexpectedly, he truly fell asleep. After an indeterminate duration, his consciousness began to awaken, yet his eyelids felt heavy and refused to open. Pei Hui was acutely aware that he was about to confront those recurrent nightmares he had endured countless times before. However, he soon recognized that this iteration of the nightmare differed from the others. Previously, Pei Hui only knew that he and Shen Lichu had erupted in an unprecedented argument, leading to Shen Lichu's unfortunate incident shortly after their separation. The cause of their quarrel, which had troubled him for so long, finally unveiled itself. In the dream, a furious Pei Hui grasped a ceramic cup nearby, only to realize it was handcrafted by Shen Lichu. He immediately set it down and seized a glass cup instead, hurling it violently into the corner. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by Pei Hui's choked inquiry. "Shen Lichu, who truly holds more importance to you, me or Shen Jinxing?" Chapter 40. Guilt after infidelity. Indeed, the younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. Qingqing, the prodigy you're nurturing is truly remarkable. After 3 consecutive days of seminars, the accolades from industry titans for Shen Lichu were ceaseless. Her unique insights at such a young age indicated that her family must have invested tremendous effort in her development. Given Shen Lichu's current qualifications, she certainly possessed the capability to skip grades. Qingqing had also inquired about Shen Lichu's opinion on this matter. However, Shen Lichu, harboring her own ambitions, declined, choosing to proceed at a steady pace despite the temptations from various esteemed institutions. For Shen Lichu, the most enticing aspect of the seminars over the past few days was the tea breaks. From main dishes to snacks, desserts to fruits, and an array of beverages, everything was abundantly available. On the first day, Shen Lichu, remembering Pei Hui's admonition, gazed longingly at the offerings but only sampled a modest amount. By the second day, she began to waver, tentatively indulging a bit more. On the third day, her appetite overtook her rationality. After finishing, she found herself burping and overwhelmed with guilt. Yet, she still yearned for another piece of egg tart. The tart had just emerged from the oven, its outer layer crisp and flaky, while the inside was tender and sweet. Regrettably, when Shen Lichu looked again, the large plate that had held the egg tarts was now empty. With a sigh of disappointment, she lamented her misfortune. Suddenly, a humorous voice from her left interrupted her thoughts. "Did your little princess, who loves to throw tantrums, not accompany you this time?" Turning her head, Shen Lichu saw Yi Changshu and obediently greeted him, "Brother Yi." The nickname Little Princess was one Yi Changshu had playfully assigned to Pei Hui. Regarding the matter of nicknames, Shen Lichu found herself unable to refute, as Pei Hui had also bestowed a moniker upon Yi Changshu, calling him a remnant of feudalism. Yi Changshu approached, presenting Shen Lichu with a small plate that contained the very egg tart she had longed for. It was sent by Bao Yu, who was unable to come over. Bao Yu had been the child bride brought into Yi Changshu's family during his youth, intended to bring him good fortune. Shen Lichu blinked and said, "Then, Brother Yi, please convey my thanks to Sister Bao Yu." Yi Changshu nodded and, before departing, handed her a small box containing hawthorn pills meant to aid digestion. The seminar had concluded just past 1 in the early hours. Upon returning to her hotel room and completing her evening routine, Shen Lichu glanced at her phone and quietly opened her chat with Pei Hui, sending a simple message. "Pei Hui, I miss you so much." No sooner had she sent it than a video call request from him appeared almost instantaneously. For a moment, Shen Lichu felt a flutter of panic. She looked around to ensure there was nothing suspicious before reaching for the button to accept the call. On the diminutive screen, Pei Hui's face dominated. Yet the decor behind him indicated that she was indeed in her own room. Pei Hui, with a hint of displeasure, muttered, "Why did you take 17 seconds to answer?" Shen Lichu licked her lips momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Pei Hui did not pursue the matter further. Leaning back against the edge of Shen Lichu's bed, Pei Hui revealed his sharp jawline and a slight bulge at his throat. With a raised brow, he inquired, "So what did you eat today?" Shen Lichu replied flatly, "Rice." Pei Hui arched an eyebrow, suddenly laughing. "Shen Lichu, do you know what your earlier behavior resembles?" Shen Lichu, perplexed, uttered a soft ah. Pei Hui enunciated each word, "The guilt of infidelity. After doing something wrong, you seek to alleviate your burden." Reluctantly, Shen Lichu recounted the mishmash of food she had consumed that day. With each item she mentioned, Pei Hui responded with a cold laugh. "Good, very good." He gritted through clenched teeth. "Now open your mouth." Pei Hui was in a state of extreme agitation, resembling a volatile oil drum ready to explode. Shen Lichu obediently opened her mouth, allowing him to inspect her teeth. Due to severe malnutrition from ages 4 to 6, her dental health had suffered, leading to issues like looseness and cavities. Consequently, Pei Hui had been exceptionally strict about her diet throughout her life. He had never allowed her to consume an entire bottle of carbonated drinks, often opting for lower sugar fruits as well. Fortunately, having brushed her teeth meticulously earlier, Shen Lichu had passed Pei Hui's cleanliness check. She earnestly said, "Pei Hui, I'm sorry. I want to do it again." Feeling a tinge of disappointment, her beautiful, delicate brow drooped slightly, and her lips turned downwards, presenting a pitiful countenance. Witnessing this, Pei Hui found it hard to suppress his lingering irritation, blaming himself for returning late during their childhood. If only she had returned when she was 4, Shen Lichu would not have endured such suffering during her growth. Cravings for food and drink remained unfulfilled. Pei Hui sighed and gently inquired, "After consuming so much, are you feeling overly full?" She was prone to indigestion, and with the sudden intake of such rich, sugary foods, complications were likely. Shen Lichu shook her head. "I had hawthorn pills." Alarm bells rang in Pei Yu's mind. "Who provided you with those hawthorn pills?" "Brother Yi," she replied. With that, Shen Lichu presented the half-finished box of hawthorn pills to Pei Hui, affirming her honesty. To his dismay, Pei Yu's expression darkened. That remnant of feudalism is back. Despite the years that had passed, he could not forget that fateful afternoon. Shen Lichu hesitated but nodded. "Do not consume the hawthorn pills he give you next time," Pei Hui warned grimly. "Seeing your talent surpass his, he surely harbors ill intentions." With that, he began to critique the hawthorn pills packaging, concluding they were of inferior quality. Shen Lichu felt conflicted and finally said, "But, Pei Hui, the hawthorn pills you give me are from the same brand." Pei Hui, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Clearing her throat, Shen Lichu sought to change the topic and picked up the neatly folded, white floral quilt beside her. "Pei Hui, it's torn. After years of wear." Despite Shen Lichu's careful preservation, the fabric had grown fragile. Just yesterday morning, she had accidentally tugged at it, resulting in a significant tear that pained her heart. Pei Hui quickly comforted her. "It's all right, my dear. Don't be upset. Once you bring it back, I'll mend it for you." Initially, a maid would assist Shen Lichu with mending the quilt, but it gradually became Pei Yu's responsibility. Now, his mending skills rivaled those of professional repairmen. Chapter 41. Pei Hui. "She's not your plaything, the hour was late." Under Pei Yu's gentle coaxing, Shen Lichu soon fell into a deep slumber, clutching the torn quilt. He could not bear to end the call and quietly watched her serene, sleeping face. Shen Lichu was so obedient, not only in her sleep posture, but also in her nature. She was charming, easy to comfort, and tender-hearted. This brought to mind a dream where he had choked out a question to Shen Lichu, pondering who truly held more significance to him, she or Shen Jinxing. Yet Pei Hui could not fathom that his lifelong companionship with her could be overshadowed by the sudden emergence of Shen Jinxing. He scoffed inwardly, refusing to believe it. The Shen Lichu he knew would never act in such a manner. If she did, it must surely be due to some compelling circumstances. He felt foolish for his thoughts in the dream. It was only when Shen Lichu's phone battery dwindled, shutting off, that Pei Hui finally retrieved his warm phone with a slow sigh. In the darkness, he murmured ominously, "Shen Jinxing?" Pei Hui had scarcely slept through the night. During the intermission, Pei Hui kept glancing out of the window. "Brother Pei, what are you looking at?" Jiang Jinghang inquired curiously, leaning closer. Hey, isn't that Shen Jinxing? On the lower floor across the way, Shen Jinxing, adorned with the distinctive armband of the student council president, was engrossed in conversation with someone, a blue hardcover notebook in hand. Who do you think is more accomplished, he or I? Pei Hui suddenly posed the question to Jiang Jinghang. Startled, Jiang Jinghang replied, Brother Pei, are you feeling all right? Have you caught a fever? Pei Hui narrowed his dark blue eyes slightly. Although they were brothers, it was essential for brothers to offer candid advice, even if it was unpleasant. However, sensing Pei Hui's fierce demeanor, Jiang Jinghang felt that colluding in mischief was not entirely unfavorable. In certain respects, little Shen Jinxing is undoubtedly inferior to you, Brother Pei. Xie Changyan scoffed lightly and remarked, In what ways? Is it in intelligence? Or temperament? Or perhaps in how clingy one is? Jiang Jinghang withdrew slightly, refraining from further comment. Glancing around in anticipation of a potential altercation between Pei Hui and Xie Changyan, wishing to escape unscathed. To his surprise, Pei Hui seemed transformed today, his head bowed, silent. Jiang Jinghang quietly asked Xie Changyan, What is up with Brother Pei today? He seems off. Xie Changyan, equally puzzled, stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow. Is he experiencing an early midlife crisis? Jiang Jinghang mused. Previously, when Shen Lichu left, Pei Hui merely wore a sullen expression, unlike today. He was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but he sensed an inkling of defeat emanating from Pei Hui. Defeat? The thought startled Jiang Jinghang. This proud and untamed individual could, one day, feel a sense of defeat over matters unrelated to Shen Lichu. It must be a misperception. After lunch, Pei Hui habitually carried a bag of cat food to feed a stray cat at school. He was not inherently kind-hearted. This stray cat was pregnant, with a belly swollen like a balloon, yet a sharp chin. Before the school opening ceremony, it had once attempted to scam Shen Lichu. Since then, Shen Lichu had been concerned, prompting Pei Hui to feed it daily at noon. After several days, the cat remained skittish, lurking in the grass until Pei Hui had poured the food and left, before cautiously approaching to eat. While dining, it kept a vigilant watch on its surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Pei Hui captured its fierce, gluttonous appearance in a photograph and sent it to Shen Lichu, who promptly responded with a thumbs up. Pei Hui couldn't help but smile. Shen Lichu must have been free, as she quickly initiated a video call. Look at the cat. Pei Hui's mood soured instantly, a wave of jealousy bubbling within him. Is the cat more important, or am I? Shen Lichu blinked. You are important. Then say it again, Pei Hui replied, his expression impassive. After Shen Lichu ended the video call, she promptly dialed again, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Her voice as soft and sweet as in her childhood. She exclaimed, Look at Pei Hui. Pei Hui maintained his stoic demeanor, yet the deep blue of his eyes sparkled with mirth. Once his spirits lifted, he leisurely adjusted the camera to show Shen Lichu the cat. The feline swiftly devoured the mountain of cat food before darting away. Pei Hui flipped the camera back and began his routine inquiries. Have you had enough water? Are you tired? Did you sleep well last night? After consuming so much oily and sugary food yesterday, do you feel unwell today? Shen Lichu patiently addressed each question in turn. Pei Hui remarked, Just 3 more days. Shen Lichu replied with a soft coincidentally. Someone on her end greeted her, sounding like a peer. Observing Shen Lichu's bright smile as she conversed, a wave of jealousy surged within Pei Hui, darkening his gaze. He had always been this way. With age, this trait had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. However, unlike in his youth, Pei Hui had developed a veneer of composure. When Shen Lichu redirected her attention to him, Pei Hui had already concealed the shadow of jealousy from his expression. My dear, who just greeted you? He inquired nonchalantly. Shen Lichu replied truthfully, It's a friend of Brother Yi. Cursed remnants of feudalism. Pei Hui responded with a feigned interest, then expertly extracted details from her. In no time, he had subtly gathered Shen Lichu's impressions of this individual, how often they had met, and what was said. Soon after, Yu Qingqing approached Shen Lichu, prompting her to hastily end the call. Pei Hui tucked away his phone, lifted the cat food with one hand, and coldly remarked, Haven't you had enough? A figure emerged from behind a tree. It was Shen Jinxing. Pei Hui had long been aware of Shen Jinxing's presence. His earlier conversation with Shen Lichu was deliberately intended for Shen Jinxing to overhear. Pei Hui, she is not your possession. She is a living, breathing individual. Previously, Shen Jinxing had commissioned an investigation into Shen Lichu and Pei Hui, although the Pei family had tightly controlled information regarding the children's past. Shen Jinxing still managed to uncover some details. Throughout their lives, Pei Hui had sought to oversee every aspect of Shen Lichu's existence, from her diet to her daily hydration and friendships. Could someone with such a strong desire for control truly understand the essence of respect? Shen Jinxing believed the answer was glaringly obvious. Certainly not. Chapter 42. Has he not yet awakened to reality? Pei Hui scoffed coldly, his expression dark and his tone laced with hostility. What authority do you have to utter such words? Without waiting for Shen Jinxing's reply, he continued, emphasizing the word stranger. A mere acquaintance you have met only twice? Shen Jinxing frowned. Until he confirmed the situation, he could not disclose his suspicions to Pei Hui, if his conjecture proved accurate. Regardless of Shen Lichu's future decisions, he felt she should possess the right to be informed. The Shen family has found itself in a precarious position over the years, surrounded by predators eager to seize any opportunity. Consequently, Shen Jinxing has developed a habit of viewing all matters through the lens of malice. He regards Shen Lichu as merely a pawn in Pei Hui's hands, a mere child bride. Considering this, Shen Jinxing suppresses his fury and articulates with deliberate clarity. I simply cannot abide by your sordid actions, Pei Hui. Pei Hui, having exhausted all patience, retorts with palpable anger. You'd best keep your distance from my dear one. To which Shen Jinxing coldly replies, and what gives you the right to utter such words to me? Do you truly believe that Shen Lichu harbors genuine affection for you? She is merely constrained by your family's narrow worldview, forced to choose you over others. Pei Hui, uninterested in allowing Shen Jinxing to finish, interrupts with indignation. What gives me the right? Let me elucidate. It is because every drop of water she drinks, every morsel of food she consumes has been provided by me. Since we met, I have been by her side during every significant moment of her life. When she falls ill, I am the one who tends to her. Whenever she feels the slightest discomfort, I remain awake by her side, unable to close my eyes. I can effortlessly discern her emotions from her expressions, whether joy or sorrow, even from the minutest of gestures. There are countless instances that substantiate my claim. Yet, many question my authority and right to be so involved in her life. The person who understands Shen Lichu best is not herself, but me, the one who has cared for her all these years. So what audacity does Shen Jinxing possess to contest me? As Shen Jinxing listens to these assertions, he finds himself momentarily at a loss, questioning whether this truly constitutes a mere guardianship of a child bride. Pei Hui's tone remains resolute. I will be the most significant person in her life, past, present, and undoubtedly future. However, who can predict the complexities of life? Genuine emotions are ever-changing. A person as remarkable as Shen Lichu, having grown and experienced the world, will she willingly remain tethered to Pei Hui, devoid of freedom? Shen Jinxing smirks maliciously. Pei Hui, I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realizes something of great importance. Pei Hui had spoken extensively about his relationship with Shen Lichu, but had notably omitted any mention of her boyfriend. Could it be that he remains oblivious? Shen Jinxing scrutinizes Pei Hui with newfound insight, as if uncovering a monumental secret. A smile creeps across his lips, and he cannot help but chuckle. Pei Hui, it seems you are unaware. A clever fool undone by his own cleverness. Having grown up in the constant presence of Shen Lichu, Pei Hui has long believed that their dynamic is as it should be, and those around them have grown accustomed to it. For those less familiar with Pei Hui, any mention of Shen Lichu prompts an immediate shift in his demeanor, transforming him into a ferocious protector, discouraging any further discussion. It is within such an environment that Pei Hui has failed to recognize the deeply possessive nature of their relationship, which has become disturbingly abnormal. Upon realizing the issue, Shen Jinxing naturally refrained from offering any reminders. Regardless of whether Shen Lichu was the child of his deceased aunt, Shen Jinxing harbored hopes for her to embrace a broader future, rather than be tethered to the Pei family as a child bride by Pei Hui. Watching Shen Jinxing's retreating figure, Pei Yu's expression grew increasingly gloomy and agitated. What was it that he was unaware of? What matter had Shen Jinxing discerned that eluded his perception? They had merely quarreled earlier in the day, yet that night he dreamt of an argument between himself and Shen Lichu instigated by Shen Jinxing. For several consecutive days, Pei Yu's countenance remained ominously dark. Jiang Jingheng, seated in front, turned around, poised to inquire about something from Pei Yu, only to witness Pei Yu suddenly crush a pen in his hand, lost in thought. Pei Yu's gaze was frigid. Is there something? Jiang Jingheng, resembling a quail, timidly shook his head and stammered. No, nothing. I merely thought the air behind you could use some freshness, so I turned to breathe in some. Pei Yu, head bowed and expressionless, began to tidy the items on the table. Indeed, it seemed he was experiencing an early onset of midlife crises. Jiang Jingheng leaned toward Xie Changyan, whispering his grievances. His moods are so unpredictable. Xie Changyan merely raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Tomorrow, Shen Lichu was set to return. During their video call that evening, she repeatedly admonished Pei Yu not to skip class to pick her up, or else she would be displeased. This time, Pei Yu unusually feigned compliance, inquiring when Shen Lichu would arrive and what transportation she would use. However, Shen Lichu saw through his intentions and kept all details secretive. After several attempts to pry the information from her, Pei Yu was left with no choice but to relent. Supporting his face with one hand, he sighed, lamenting, "The little one is grown up. She is not easily deceived anymore." Speaking of this, Shen Lichu became quite indignant, her cheeks puffed with indignation. How dare you bring up the past? In times gone by, whenever Shen Lichu returned from a trip, regardless of his own plans for the day, Pei Yu would always cancel them to fetch her. Of course, he had coaxed and cajoled his way into discovering her travel details. Shen Lichu, who had never guarded herself against Pei Yu, had learned to be wary after numerous encounters. Each time, he would promise, "I won't dare next time." Yet, without fail, he would always dare again. Though he lacked justification, Pei Yu's resolve strengthened, for it was simply because he missed her. Not only did he lack reason, but he also vehemently accused her. "Every time you travel, you never spare a thought for me. Look at the dark circles under my eyes. They're all due to thinking of you, and I can hardly sleep at night." He sought to assert his case, inflame his indignation, and simultaneously take the opportunity to needle Shen Lichu. Xie Changyan and the others mock me daily, laughing at how I am like a child without a pair, unable to function without you. Listening to him, Shen Lichu couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for Pei Yu, realizing she might have been a tad excessive. Reluctantly, she began to apologize. Pei Yu huffed lightly. "No need. Just tell me the time and place. I shall pick you up tomorrow." Shen Lichu replied, "That won't do." Pei Yu, Chapter 43, The Pearl Beneath the Dragon's Jaw Due to a Small Tear in the Delicate Pink Floral Quilt. Shen Lichu had taken to meticulously unfolding and refolding it each night before sleep, cradling it in her arms afterward. Today was no exception. As she arranged the quilt with an extraordinary level of care, Pei Yu found himself gazing at her serious profile, which inadvertently summoned thoughts of Shen Jinxing, a figure he detested both in dreams and reality. The mere mention of Shen Jinxing prompted Pei Yu to recall the haunting inquiry from his dreams. "Shen Lichu, who holds more significance for you, me or Shen Jinxing?" One was Pei Yu, who had grown up alongside Shen Lichu, while the other was merely a stranger she had encountered twice. Pei Yu had no doubt regarding Shen Lichu's choice, yet he yearned to hear her decision with his own ears. Thus, once Shen Lichu had meticulously completed her task with the quilt, Pei Yu posed the question. Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Concern etched across her face. She looked at Pei Yu and anxiously asked, "Pei Yu, have you been burning the midnight oil too much? Are you hallucinating? Is there even a basis for comparison between the two?" Pei Yu coughed lightly and rephrased. "Hypothetically speaking, if I and Shen Jinxing were to be poisoned simultaneously and you possessed but a single antidote, whom would you choose to save?" To underscore the gravity of the situation, Pei Yu emphasized that the poison in question was indeed lethal. When life was at stake, the matter became exceedingly delicate. Shen Lichu's expression grew serious, and under Pei Yu's expectant gaze, she replied, "Administer it rectally with the dosage halved. I believe both of you could survive." Pei Yu's eyelids twitched. Is that the crux of the matter? His irritation flared. The focus is on who, between me and Shen jinxing, is more important to you. Shen Lichu touched her nose, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Of course, you are the more important one. Pei Yu felt a modicum of satisfaction at her response. Yet, he then heard Shen Lichu muttering under her breath, but the book really states that rectal administration, with the dosage halved, would ensure both could survive. Pei Yu took a deep breath, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I fear I shall have another sleepless night. Shen Lichu was bewildered. Huh? You're making me angry, Pei Yu retorted indignantly, convinced that one day Shen Lichu would drive him to the brink of exasperation with her nonsensical logic about rectal administration and dosage reduction. The following day, Jiang Jingheng was taken aback by the dark circles under Pei Yu's eyes. Brother Pei, did you not sleep at all last night? He exclaimed. Pei Yu's appearance was so disheveled that one might mistake him for a panda. It was quite alarming. Pei Yu rested his head on the table, lazily responding with a grunt. Lichu is returning today, right? Jiang Jingheng recalled Shen Lichu mentioning she would bring him delicious yellow peaches from her hometown, known for its bountiful harvest of the fruit. Pei Yu lifted his gaze slightly, fixating intently on Jiang Jingheng, who had just mentioned Shen Lichu. No matter how close a friend was, the moment Shen Lichu was brought into the conversation, Pei Yu would adopt this guarded demeanor, cautious, vigilant. To Pei Yu, Shen Lichu was as invaluable as a pearl beneath the dragon's jaw, prompting Jiang Jingheng to raise his hands in a gesture of surrender. I mean, no offense. I'm merely inquiring about the whereabouts of the big yellow peach. Pei Yu retorted, eat a fart. Jiang Jingheng remarked, the morning hours have flown by. As the third period concluded, famished students began to rummage for snacks. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared at the classroom doorway, peering curiously inside. A female classmate, returning from the restroom, kindly asked Shen Lichu as she passed, excuse me, are you looking for someone? Shen Lichu blinked and replied, is Pei Yu not here? Upon noticing the small box cradled in Shen Lichu's arms, the girl's expression shifted subtly. She realized Shen Lichu was there to see Pei Yu. Pei Yu had already become a prominent figure in the school, having dispatched all unruly troublemakers on the very first day of term. He had boldly declared to their leader that should he learn of any student being threatened by outsiders, regardless of whether they were under his command, he would personally deal with them. Unable to remain by Shen Lichu's side at all times, he sought to eliminate all threats preemptively. It had not been long since school commenced, yet numerous girls had already approached Pei Yu to confess their feelings or present him with gifts. Initially, Pei Yu had listened patiently to the girls, albeit with a furrowed brow. However, as the encounters multiplied, his patience waned. The last girl to confess had been driven away by the dark and forbidding look in Pei Yu's eyes. Since the opening ceremony, Shen Lichu had attended a seminar, leaving their relationship a mystery to others. The female classmate assumed Shen Lichu was yet another girl there to confess her feelings and offer gifts. Regretting her involvement, she pointed Shen Lichu toward a seat at the back of the classroom. As she glanced up and noticed Shen Lichu's charming and delicate appearance, she couldn't help but add, Pei Yu is asleep, and he has a serious case of morning grumpiness. It might be best not to wake him. Perhaps try again later. Shen Lichu tilted her head and smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. It's all right, thank you. The girl sighed. Well, some people are truly beyond advice. Their conversation, devoid of hushed tones, attracted the attention of many. Ah, I remember now. She asked Shen Lichu, the one who spoke on behalf of the freshmen at the opening ceremony. Someone remarked. I heard she went straight to a prestigious academic conference after the ceremony. It's surprising that someone so accomplished would develop feelings for Pei Yu. What does that matter? Have you forgotten the daughter of the Han-Tang Yuan group who brought Pei Yu handmade chocolates and left in disgrace? Amidst the gazes of onlookers, some eager for gossip, others concerned or regretful, Shen Lichu, clutching her small box, made her way toward Pei Yu. In full view of the crowd, she reached out and gently tapped Pei Yu on the head. Pei Yu, wake up. Those who knew Pei Yu's temperament gasped in shock. Had this Shen Lichu lost her mind? Awakening the slumbering Pei Yu was one thing, but daring to tap on his head was quite another, a reckless act indeed. Pei Yu, with a grim expression, lifted his gaze and upon seeing Shen Lichu and the box cradled in her arms, his countenance darkened further, rising with an intimidating demeanor. The stark contrast in their heights became apparent. As Pei Hui stood, Shen Lichu had no choice but to look up at him. Just as she was about to reveal the small box she held, Pei Hui seized it from her grasp with a fierce intensity. In that moment, many felt a twinge of anxiety for Shen Lichu. Chapter 44. Lichu, you are the last resort of the Pei family. Pei Hui furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why did you not call for me to meet you at the door while carrying such a heavy load?" Shen Lichu, with a playful smile that revealed her dimples, softly replied, "It's not heavy." The box contained yellow peaches that Shen Lichu had personally harvested, though most of the others were sent via postal service. Pei Hui's frown deepened. "Is this not heavy? Throughout your life, I have carried even your school bag for you. When have you ever borne such burdens?" Shen Lichu gazed up at Pei Hui, unable to suppress a chuckle. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Aren't Xie, Changyan, and Jiangjing hang here?" The moment Shen Lichu's attention shifted to others, discomfort stirred within Pei Hui. He suppressed his discontent, suspecting they were perhaps entangled in some mischief. Shen Lichu, aware that the break between classes was limited, prepared to return to her classroom. Before departing, she whispered something to Pei Hui, who reluctantly acquiesced. She opened a small box and retrieved a peach larger than her hand, proceeding to approach the female classmate who had previously initiated conversation with her. "Thank you. Please accept this yellow peach." The classmate glanced between Shen Lichu and Pei Hui before ultimately accepting the gift. Pei Hui escorted Shen Lichu to the classroom door. He wished to accompany her back inside, but Shen Lichu firmly prohibited it, leaving him to watch her depart with longing. Only when Shen Lichu had completely vanished from sight did Pei Hui retract his gaze and turn back toward the classroom. However, instead of returning to his seat, he approached the desk of the classmate who had spoken with Shen Lichu and rapped his knuckles on the surface. His expression was cold and distant, a stark contrast to the warmth he had just displayed with Shen Lichu, now tinged with an air of foolishness. "Hello, may I trade something else for this yellow peach?" Knowing that Shen Lichu and Yu Qingqing would be returning home together, Pei Hui's father had arranged for the kitchen to prepare a feast of their favorite dishes. As they dined, the yellow peaches brought back by Shen Lichu became the dessert. Pei Hui's father praised the fruits while eating, suggesting, "Old Pei, let us plant the entire hillside in yellow peaches this year." Observing Shen Lichu's fondness for the peaches, Pei Hui proposed, "Our family has a hillside on the outskirts of the city, ideally suited for cultivation. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. When we were children, Father would always send us there for the summer." Pei's father cast a glance at Shen Lichu, a smile instantly gracing his features as he raised an eyebrow and said, "It is indeed possible, but I too have conditions. The mountain is yours, and I shall provide you with a sum of seed capital. However, within 3 years, you must repay me tenfold of that initial investment. The yellow peaches will bear fruit in approximately 3 years, but that mountain has potential that extends beyond mere cultivation." Pei Hui lowered his gaze, contemplating the feasibility of this arrangement, and promptly agreed. Pei's father, with his legs casually crossed, spoke at a deliberate pace. "Now, let us discuss your general plan. Even among siblings, accounts must be meticulously settled. This applies equally to father and son." Once Pei Hui's plan received his father's approval, the funds would be dispersed. Pei Hui elaborated on his general strategy in detail. After listening, Pei's father nodded slightly, regarding Pei Hui with approval and saying, "By 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you should submit a proposal on my desk in the study. After 3, I will be away on a business trip." Pei Hui nodded in agreement. "No problem." After addressing matters with his father, Pei Hui approached Shen Lichu again. "My dear, this year I will acquire the hillside on the outskirts of the city and plant it entirely with yellow peaches." Shen Lichu blinked and softly replied, "But I would prefer grapes." Without hesitation, Pei Hui changed his mind. "Very well, I will switch to grapes." Observing Pei Hui's swift change of heart, Pei's father couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation, while Yu Qingqing stifled a laugh. As the conversation shifted to business, Pei's father brought forth recent important matters concerning the Pei group for discussion with Pei Hui. Noticing that some of these topics occasionally touched on confidential matters of the Pei group, Shen Lichu prepared to rise and leave. However, just as she stood, Pei Hui grasped her wrist, saying, "Where do you think you're going?" He knew Shen Lichu too well. Pei's father smiled at Shen Lichu. Lichu is part of the family. Naturally, she should be informed of these affairs. Moreover, I have my own interests at heart. If anything were to happen to your aunt and me, the Pei group could not solely rely on Pei Yu. In such a scenario, Lichu, you would be the family's final bastion. Shen Lichu pouted in disagreement. Uncle, please do not speak of such things. Pei's father chuckled. Very well, I shall refrain from such talk. Yet, he could not help but reminisce about the bridge collapse incident when Shen Lichu was 9, when he and his wife nearly faced death. Perhaps, Shen Lichu was indeed the little lucky star of the entire Pei family. Shen Lichu's 18th birthday arrived in the spring of the following year, as anticipated. Pei's father had initially planned to host a birthday banquet for her that would rival Pei Yu's. However, since Shen Lichu did not consent, he had to abandon the idea. Despite the absence of a grand celebration, the Pei family would not overlook this special day. Invitations were sent to all of Shen Lichu's close friends. On the eve of her birthday, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng arrived to assist in decorating the venue for the celebration. Late into the night, the venue was finally arranged, and knowing they would return early the next day, they decided to stay at the Pei residence. Over the years, they had spent many nights at the Pei home and even had a dedicated guest room. The alarm clock, set specifically for midnight, rang for a brief second, prompting Pei Yu and Xie Changyan to simultaneously exclaim, "Happy 18th birthday, Xiaoguai." Copy Lili. Shen Lichu leisurely turned off the incessantly ringing alarm. After their declarations, Jiang Jingheng also offered his congratulations to Shen Lichu. With a radiant smile, she replied, "Thank you, Pei Yu, thank you, Xie Changyan, thank you, Jiang Jingheng." Pei Yu and Xie Changyan resumed their spirited debate. "I said it first. Nonsense, I was the one to say it first. I was first. Their bickering escalated into a cacophony of meaningless repetition. Amidst their dispute, someone suggested reviewing the surveillance footage, and they hurried off to the monitoring room. Jiang Jingheng sighed, exuding an air of weary maturity as he remarked, "These two are so childish." Shen Lichu observed Jiang Jingheng, who, in the absence of Pei Yu and Xie Changyan, was voraciously indulging in late-night snacks, contemplating whether to speak. "Would you like some?" he asked quietly, raising a skewered meat dish that was low in oil and salt. Shen Lichu promptly dismissed her earlier thoughts of Jiang Jingheng's immaturity and resolutely replied, "Yes." Chapter 45. You all deceive me. Pei Yu and Xie Changyan quickly returned, and, judging by their ongoing quarrel, it seemed they had yet to reach a conclusion. Xie Changyan feigned magnanimity. "All right, if you say you're first, then you were first." Pei Yu retorted, "It was indeed me who was first. Why pretend to be magnanimous?" Their argument intensified. Unable to endure the din any longer, Shen Lichu, whose ears were ringing, offered Pei Yu a glass of water. "Your mouth looks dry. Drink some water to soothe it." Pei Yu, casting a triumphant glance at Xie Changyan, drained the glass entirely. Yet, after drinking, he continued his provocations towards Xie Changyan. "Is this amusing? You should really consider before he could finish." Shen Lichu, having poured another glass of water, presented it to Pei Yu once more. He drank again, eager to boast to Xie Changyan. This time, he managed only a single word before the familiar glass was brought to his lips again. Feeling the water rise to his throat, Pei Yu, under the hopeful gaze of Shen Lichu, gulped it down in one breath. Finally, having finished, just as Pei Yu began to articulate a response, he caught sight of Shen Lichu's fluid pouring motion, and the words that had lodged in his throat refused to emerge. He found himself at a loss. Xie Changyan could not suppress a chuckle. After a prolonged absence, claiming to visit the restroom, Jiang Jingheng returned, mysteriously concealing an object in his arms. "I procured something splendid." He revealed a bottle of low-alcohol wine, intended for Shen Lichu's birthday banquet the following day. As heirs to their respective families, they had been exposed to wine tasting since childhood. Yet Shen Lichu was the only one present who had never indulged. Intrigued by this novel experience, she felt a surge of anticipation. Pei Yu unhesitatingly shattered her delightful fantasy. "No way." Shen Lichu negotiated, "I just want to taste a tiny bit." Not even a little bit is permissible. In certain matters, Pei Yu holds absolute authority. During their childhood, Pei Yu, unaware of the implications, purchased a bowl of sweet fermented rice balls for Shen Lichu. The delightful sweetness captivated her, prompting her to indulge further. As she savored the treat, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Mistaking the rice balls for being too hot, Pei Hui would blow on each spoonful before offering it to her. After finishing, Shen Lichu felt dizzy, struggling even to walk in a straight line. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Did you not say that today, being the birthday star, I could do anything?" Pei Yu's eyelids flickered, and just as he was about to resolutely deny her, a better idea surged within him. He shifted the conversation, saying, "Very well. Let us see how lucky you are today." With her eager anticipation, Pei Hui entered the room and retrieved a small toy from Jiang Jinghang's backpack, a finger-biting shark. The toy resembled a cartoon shark, its mouth opening to reveal a set of approximately 12 teeth. Among these, only one tooth was rigged. Pressing it would cause the shark's mouth to snap shut, capturing a finger. Pei Hui declared the rules. Whoever's finger was bitten would earn the right to drink. This finger-biting shark toy had been brought to school by Jiang Jinghang a few days prior, and Pei Hui, having played with it alongside Xie Changyan, was well acquainted with its mechanism. He intended to take advantage of Shen Lichu's inexperience with the toy. After placing the shark on the table, Pei Hui instructed, "As the birthday star, you shall go first." Shen Lichu carefully aligned the toy and, with utmost seriousness, pressed down on one of the teeth. The shark's mouth remained still. Next was Pei Hui, and the shark remained unmoved. Then came Jiang Jinghang, who also faced no consequence. Upon receiving a glance from Pei Hui, Xie Changyan deftly located the mechanism and pressed the designated tooth, causing the shark to snap shut unexpectedly. Shen Lichu gasped in surprise, her eyes widening. After several rounds, the button remained untouched by her, leading her to question whether her luck was truly so abysmal. Even as the bottle of wine neared emptiness, she had yet to be chosen. With a crestfallen expression, she watched as Pei Hui poured the last drops from the bottle. "Little one, you cannot blame me, can you?" He feigned innocence, having conspired with the others to deceive her. Shen Lichu nodded glumly. Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang, observing her plight, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, a small taste would not be such a transgression. Pei Hui offered her a piece of apple with a small fork, and she accepted obediently, taking dainty bites while covertly glancing at the cup before him. The wine, served at the gathering, was of such low alcohol content that for Pei Hui and his companions, it was akin to drinking soda. Seizing the moment when Pei Yu's attention wavered, Shen Lichu darted from beneath his arm, attempting to sneak a sip from his cup. As soon as the delicate peach-colored lips of Shen Lichu made contact with the rim of the wine glass, a hand swiftly attempted to withdraw the glass. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lichu bit down on it. Fearing for her delicate teeth, Pei Hui refrained from using force and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Shen Lichu, you've certainly become bold." With the glass still in her mouth, she mumbled, "I just want to taste it." Pei Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. "No, don't be unreasonable." Ultimately, Shen Lichu did not get to drink. Concerned that she might sneak another sip, Pei Hui drained the remaining contents in one gulp. Shen Lichu's face was a canvas of disappointment. While Pei Hui and the others engaged in conversation, Shen Lichu discreetly examined the toy shark, turning it over and over. Astutely, she quickly deciphered its mechanism. It dawned on her that her previous misfortune was not due to bad luck, but rather that Pei Hui and his companions had conspired to deceive her. She tugged at the edge of Pei Yu's garment. Pei Hui turned his head, gently inquiring, "What is it?" His question drew the attention of Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang as well. Shen Lichu maintained a stern expression, remaining silent, yet soon discovered the hidden mechanism within the shark's teeth. Pressing it down, the shark's mouth snapped shut instantly. Her glistening dark eyes were filled with reproach. "You deceived me." In complicity, Jiang Jinghang began to glance around, whistling nonchalantly. Xie Changyan feigned interest, picking up the glass and inspecting it with exaggerated scrutiny, remarking on its surprisingly good quality. The instigator, Pei Hui, felt a twitch of awkwardness, clearing his throat twice. "Little one, would you believe me if I said it was broken earlier?" Shen Lichu glared at him in silence. Chapter 46. She was nurtured by Pei Yu's affection. The late-night gathering concluded with Shen Lichu yawning and displaying signs of fatigue. The guest rooms occupied by Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang were located on the first floor. Just as Shen Lichu was preparing to ascend the stairs, Xie Changyan suddenly called out to her. She tilted her head to look at him. Not long before, she had yawned, her dark eyes glistening, exuding an aura of softness. Xie Changyan produced a large box from behind him and handed it to Shen Lichu, smiling, "A birthday gift? Open it and see." Shen Lichu blinked, sincerely responding, "Thank you, Xie Changyan." The box was wooden and felt substantial in her hands. Slowly, she lifted the lid, her eyes widening as she murmured, "So beautiful." Inside lay a crown, adorned with a principal stone of high purity, resembling a pigeon egg in its pink hue, surrounded by a delicate arrangement of smaller pink and white diamonds. The entire crown, illuminated by the living room's main light, cast a kaleidoscope of colors. Xie Changyan watched her with a gentle smile, softly explaining, "The pink main diamond is a lab-created gem. It didn't cost much." Over the years, the Pei family had thoroughly indulged Shen Lichu, even bestowing upon her privileges that Pei Hui, the true heir, had never experienced. How could someone raised in such an environment fail to discern whether the pink diamond was synthetic or natural? Shen Lichu was aware that Xie Changyan spoke deliberately to alleviate any sense of burden she might feel. With a complex expression, she regarded him and earnestly declared, "The sentiment is what truly matters. I shall wear this crown at the event tomorrow." Xie Changyan responded with a brief acknowledgement before urging her to retire for the night, as an early rise awaited them. After watching Shen Lichu ascend the stairs, he turned his attention to a distant corner, where their conversation had been orchestrated by Pei Hui to provide them with a private moment. Moments later, Pei Hui emerged from the shadows. Their eyes met for a fleeting instant before they parted ways. Xie Changyan returned to his guest room, while Pei Hui ascended to his own quarters. Once inside his room, Xie Changyan could not suppress a wry smile. He understood that he could never compete with Pei Hui, nor had he ever wished to vie for Shen Lichu's affections. He had not disclosed to her that he had crafted the crown with his own hands, meticulously selecting the materials, cutting and polishing them, melting them down, and finally setting the stones, a labor of love that consumed 2 full years. The pink diamond at its center represented all his savings amassed over the years. Having lost his mother at a young age, and with his father remarrying, showering affection upon his new son, Xie Siren, the heirship of the Xie family was not rightfully his. Yet his uncle, a man of considerable cunning, harbored no genuine intentions for Xie Changyan's future. Rather, he coveted the wealth of the Xie family. Having experienced the harshness of life at such a tender age, Xie Changyan had become disillusioned with everyone, which explained his lack of resistance or explanation when Xie Siren conspired against him, until he met Shen Lichu. Her youthful face filled with concern, and her red-rimmed eyes conveyed to Xie Changyan, "Your mother in heaven must be anxiously watching all of this." He recognized that he was merely a pawn in a marriage of convenience, devoid of love from his father and mother alike. Yet in that moment, he felt an unexpected acknowledgement from someone. Though not his mother, it was Shen Lichu. This realization ignited a determination within him, compelling him to strive for something more, even if it meant becoming a mere puppet to his own uncle. In the upstairs bedroom, Shen Lichu sat cross-legged on the bed, while Pei Hui knelt on the carpet. Together, they gazed at the crown nestled within the grand box. "It's far too extravagant," she murmured. Pei Hui, with a furrowed brow, let out a scornful huff, yet refrained from voicing any rebuttal. His understanding of Xie Changyan's precarious position within the Xie family only deepened his awareness of the significance behind the crown. The pink diamond was likely acquired by Xie Changyan at an auction, fetching a minimum of 9 figures. He could have easily redirected that sum towards endeavors that would fortify his claims to power. Yet, he chose instead to fashion it into a crown for Shen Lichu. Despite his distaste for Xie Changyan's actions, Pei Hui found himself at a loss for words to disparage him. He keenly sensed that this revulsion had evolved from mere childhood rivalry over Shen Lichu's attention into something far more complex. Yet what exactly is this layer of complexity? Pei Hui found himself utterly perplexed. Moreover, the words spoken by Shen Jinxing a few days prior, "Pei Hui, it appears you're unaware," left him equally baffled. Under the weight of this dual confusion, Pei Hui spent nearly an entire night in restless contemplation. The following day, at 6:30 in the evening, the Pei family commenced a modest banquet in honor of Shen Lichu, with guests comprising individuals familiar with her. Wen Zhenju was among the invitees, presenting a rather unique gift, a wolf fawn pendant. Yi Changshu and his fiancée, Yi Dai Baoyue, arrived early as well. Over the years, the animosity between Pei Hui and Yi Changshu had only intensified, each harboring a disdain for the other. Draped in a halter-neck satin gown, her ebony locks cascading in gentle waves to her waist, Shen Lichu sat poised before the mirror, observing Pei Hui behind her as he bowed his head to adorn her with a crown embellished with pink diamonds. "My little darling, you are exquisite," he murmured softly. Their eyes met in the reflection, and Shen Lichu tilted her head slightly, a smile illuminating her features. Pei Hui's voice held a muted tone as he confessed, suddenly, "I find myself reluctant to let you go out like this." The mere thought of others beholding Shen Lichu stirred a tempest of jealousy within him. He yearned to conceal her away, to a place known only to himself, ensuring that no one else could capture her gaze. Suddenly, Shen Lichu turned, grasping tightly at the hem of Pei Hui's garment, and looked up at him with earnest intensity, stating each word with conviction, "I can change if necessary." For Pei Hui, she would willingly acquiesce to any of his requests. Raised in a cocoon of his affection, she found that no one and nothing could compare to him. Pei Hui chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to conceal the overwhelming possessiveness and obsession that lurked beneath. He inquired, "So obedient, are we?" Without waiting for her response, he continued, "Little darling, you must learn to be disobedient, to assert your independence, to embrace rebellion. Just do not simply comply with my wishes, for I am indeed capable of confining you within the confines of my desires." At his words, Shen Lichu pouted, acutely aware that it was Pei Hui who had fostered her habitual reliance on him. Nevertheless, she softly tugged at the fabric of his garment. Her voice gentle, "I am disobedient. I only heed Pei Hui's words." Chapter 47. She declared, "Pei Hui, I like you." Upon hearing Shen Lichu utter this phrase, Pei Hui was momentarily rendered speechless, the silence stretching long enough for Shen Lichu to begin fiddling with the hem of his garment out of boredom. Pei Hui grasped her hand, which had been toying with his clothing, holding it firmly. Feeling a twinge of pain, Shen Lichu instinctively attempted to pull away, only to realize that it was Pei Hui who held her hand, prompting her to cease her struggle. Pei Hui, however, maintained his grip, never once allowing Shen Lichu the opportunity to break free from his hold since they first joined hands at the tender age of 6. Pei Hui asked, "Shall I escort you downstairs?" Shen Lichu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she gazed at Pei Hui, choosing silence yet nodding emphatically. Upon her entrance, Shen Lichu was greeted with an exuberant chorus of cheers and well wishes. Surrounded by familiar faces, there was no need for empty pleasantries, and everyone reveled in the joy of the occasion. Pei's father stood elevated on the platform, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had never displayed such emotional vulnerability even during his own son Pei Hui's coming-of-age ceremony the previous year. Yu Qingqing, filled with pride, mused, "Our daughter has blossomed into a young lady." She glanced at her husband, raising an eyebrow. What if, perchance, Shen Lichu were to marry? Pei's father retorted with indignation, "My Lichu is merely establishing another household. What a cold-term marriage is." Yu Qingqing, observing the figure beside Shen Lichu, who was vigilantly watching over anyone attempting to approach her, sighed and pressed her aching temples. Pei's father continued to grumble nearby. "I heard that the Gu family from the north of the city lost their precious daughter, raised for 20 years, to a penniless scoundrel who deceived her with a bag of oranges. That scoundrel, being merely a greedy individual, discarded her without hesitation after she severed ties with her parents. If any impoverished lad approaches my Lichu with ill intentions, I shall ensure he swiftly meets his demise." He paused, realizing Lichu was now grown, and felt compelled to remind Pei Hui to be more vigilant. Yu Qingqing pondered seriously. "I believe Lichu is not the type to be easily swayed by trivial matters. However, your son might be rather infatuated. You should impart some wisdom to him." The banquet proceeded smoothly according to plan until the intermission, when security personnel approached Pei's father to inform him that the Shen family had sent a gift. Why would the Shen family suddenly send a present? Pei's father was taken aback, remembering that the guest list had never included the Shens. Over the years, the Pei and Shen families had little interaction. Yu Qingqing furrowed her brow. The Shen family? Pei's father understood her thoughts, knowing that Shen Lichu also bore the Shen surname. However, he was certain Lichu could not possibly belong to the Shen family. He had investigated long ago, confirming that Shen Lichu had no ties to the Shen family's collateral branches. Moreover, it was well known that the previous patriarch had only one son with his now-divorced wife, who tragically perished in a fire. Though their ages matched, their genders were entirely different. In the courtyard, on a swing chair, Shen Lichu delightedly savored a large piece of cake. With a delicate constitution, she only indulged in this treat on her birthday, when Pei Hui would present her with a generous slice. The swing chair was spacious enough for two, yet it still had ample room to spare. Pei Hui sat beside Shen Lichu, his arm casually draped over the edge of the chair, exuding an air of possessiveness towards anyone who approached her. The banquet concluded at 8 o'clock. Once the guests departed, Shen Lichu followed Pei Hui upstairs to change and freshen up. Dressed in her sleepwear, she settled onto the sofa in the small living room, awaiting Pei Hui to dry her hair. "I am so tired," she remarked. Her birthday banquet concluded rather early at 8 o'clock. In stark contrast to last year, when Pei Yu's celebration lingered until nearly midnight before he could finally extricate himself. The warm breeze danced through her hair, while Pei Hui occasionally applied gentle pressure to Shen Lichu's scalp, a soothing gesture that prompted her to involuntarily squint her eyes, and before long, succumb to slumber on the sofa. The previous night, Shen Lichu had already endured a sleepless vigil, her anxiety and excitement keeping her awake for an eternity. Rising early that morning, the moment her mental fortitude waned, her eyelids refused to part. Only when Pei Hui had thoroughly dried her silk-like black tresses did he delicately set down the hairdryer. Much like the times Shen Lichu had inadvertently dozed off while studying, Pei Hui effortlessly lifted her and quietly carried her into the bedroom. The fragrance in the corner of Shen Lichu's room transformed with the seasons. Spring brought forth a sweet yet subtle floral aroma. After laying her gently on the bed and tucking her in, Pei Hui did not rush to leave, but instead took a seat at the edge of the bed. The faintly sweet scent occasionally wafted into Pei Yu's nostrils, and unbeknownst to him, his breaths deepened in search of that elusive fragrance. His gaze fell upon the delicate curve of Shen Lichu's neck, slightly visible, and he quickly averted his eyes, feeling as though he had been scorched. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze returned. There, it seemed to promise an exquisite aroma. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Pei Hui leaned closer to inhale, and indeed, he detected a sweet scent, one not emanating from the incense in the room, but rather a more intricate, intoxicating sweetness. It resembled a ripe peach on the verge of decay, exuding an unparalleled fragrance. Shen Lichu, stirred by the soft touch against her neck, opened her eyes, her voice thick with sleep. "Pei Hui, what is wrong?" Realizing the nature of his actions, Pei Hui abruptly jolted awake, straightening his back and striving to suppress his embarrassment. "It's nothing, just a mosquito, I suppose. Are there mosquitoes this early in the year?" Yet, Shen Lichu, too drowsy to ponder, soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Watching her eyelids flutter shut once more, Pei Hui hastily retreated. What had he just done? As he matured, the scrutiny of the outside world compelled Pei Hui to restrain his impulses toward Shen Lichu. Other than hand-holding and occasional embraces, he had never crossed any boundaries with her. Returning to his own room, he lay on his bed, berating himself for his earlier actions. Yet his mind inexplicably conjured that complex, sweet aroma. The more he thought about it, the more maddening it became. Unable to rein in his wandering thoughts, Pei Hui resolved to sit up and retrieved a bottle of sleep aid from the nearby drawer, swallowing a pill dry. Seeking the assistance of medication for slumber, he soon succumbed to a hazy sleep, once more enveloped in dreams that centered around Shen Lichu. In this dream, it was also her 18th birthday. Yet, unlike the Pei family's lavish banquet, the backdrop remained that dilapidated rental apartment. Shen Lichu continued to gaze with her bright, round black eyes. Dressed in the simplest of white dresses, seated at a narrow desk by the window, gently swinging her legs with a soft smile. The sunlight mingled with the fragrant spring breeze as it filtered into the cozy rental space. Shen Lichu cheerfully beckoned Pei Hui to come closer. Just a moment ago, he had been sulking, but now, captivated by Shen Lichu's charm, Pei Hui approached her, his eyes fixed on her without a blink. He positioned himself near her, intending to regain his composure, awkwardly attempting to ask what she wanted. Yet, Shen Lichu suddenly leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Pei Hui's lips. As his pupils constricted in surprise, she casually dropped a bombshell. Pei Hui, I like you. Chapter 48. The meaning behind possessiveness and obsession. Pei Hui abruptly awoke from his dream, his dark blue eyes wide with astonishment, staring at the ceiling, unable to collect his thoughts for what seemed like an eternity. In the stillness of the night, the pounding of his heart was strikingly loud. After a while, he shifted his legs, which had been hidden beneath the covers. However, he soon froze, his expression darkening as he sensed something amiss. Pei Hui swiftly sat up, made his way to the bathroom to shower again, changed his clothes, and carefully washed his soiled garments to dry. Emerging from the bathroom, he found the outside world still shrouded in darkness. Rather than retreating to his own room, he sat in a daze at the threshold of Shen Lichu's room. Lost in thought, he was unaware of how long he had been leaning against the door, only the gradually brightening sky reminding him of the passage of time. He raised a hand to touch the corner of his lips, the very spot where Shen Lichu had kissed him in his dream. A dreamy smile spread across his face. The confusion that had plagued Pei Hui for days shattered in an instant. He finally understood the underlying feelings of distaste and aversion he felt when Xie Changyan gifted Shen Lichu a pink diamond crown, as well as the resentment stemming from Xie Changyan vying for Shen Lichu's attention in their childhood. He now grasped the deeper meaning behind Shen Jingxing's words. Pei Hui, you truly did not know. The nearly obsessive possessiveness he had harbored since childhood had blinded him to the truth until this moment. It was love. Pei Hui glanced towards the lightening horizon, his dark blue eyes filled with determination. At the dining table, it was the 7th time that day Shen Lichu had stolen a glance at Pei Hui, a hint of curiosity reflecting in her glistening eyes. Was there something on his mouth? Why had he been rubbing that spot repeatedly? After retracting her inquisitive gaze, Shen Lichu took a small spoonful of porridge and brought it to her lips. As she prepared to sneak another look, she lifted her head only to meet Pei Hui's dark blue eyes. What are you looking at? Pei Hui frowned, his expression taut. Is there something on my face worth eating? He only served Shen Lichu a small half bowl of porridge, and, after dawdling for quite some time, it remained just that, half a bowl. Shen Lichu fell silent. Pei Hui reached out to touch the bowl of porridge before Shen Lichu. It had already grown somewhat cold. The porridge was yam and beef, and when cold, it would carry a slight fishy taste. Pei Hui took the bowl and tilted his head back to drink it down. Observing this, Shen Lichu's eyes began to dart around, contemplating an escape. Without lifting his gaze, Pei Hui extended his hand to refill the bowl for Shen Lichu while calmly instructing, sit back down obediently. Shen Lichu pouted, ultimately resigning herself to return to her seat. As Pei Hui prepared another bowl of porridge, he did not allow Shen Lichu to take it herself. Instead, he took a spoonful and held it to her lips, saying, "Open your mouth." Shen Lichu had no choice but to comply and swallow it. It was only after he had fed her an entire bowl of porridge that Pei Hui set down the bowl and spoon. Today was Monday. Before heading to school, Pei Hui would inspect Shen Lichu's backpack each day. The water bottle was full, as were the boxes of snacks and fruit. He found nothing resembling love letters or gifts from others. Slinging Shen Lichu's backpack over one shoulder, Pei Hui extended his hand towards her. "Let us go." Shen Lichu hurried to catch up, grasping Pei Hui's hand as they walked out in tandem. A light rain had fallen last night, and it continued to drizzle even now. Pei Hui disliked such weather, for Shen Lichu's health was frail. Getting caught in the rain would render her susceptible to illness, especially during seasonal transitions. Regardless of how Pei Hui tried to prevent it, Shen Lichu would invariably catch a cold or fever. Today, after escorting Shen Lichu to her seat, he checked her forehead, finding no sign of fever, which allowed him to leave with peace of mind. Shen Lichu's class was a special one, with only 7 desks arranged in a spacious classroom. Her deskmate was a girl named Shen Lichu, who was cheerful and sincerely warm-hearted. Each time Pei Hui visited, she would fix her gaze solely upon him. Yet she never exchanged a word with him. Once Pei Hui departed, her attention would shift to Shen Lichu, observing her for a while before averting her gaze. A routine that repeated each time. Shen Lichu placed her large water bottle on the desk, then paused as she was about to store her snack and fruit boxes in the drawer. She opened a fruit box and offered it towards Shen Lichu. Shen Lichu, would you like some fruit? After a lengthy pause, Shen Lichu finally picked a large blueberry from within, murmuring a soft thank you. The blueberry was quite sizable. She turned it over in her fingers, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Ultimately, Shen Lichu did not eat the blueberry, placing it instead in the desk drawer. Meanwhile, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng noticed Pei Hui's unusual demeanor today. During the long break, Jiang Jingheng could no longer contain himself and stealthily inquired, "Pei Hui, are you feeling restless?" Pei Hui retorted with irritation, "You're the one who's restless. Your whole family is restless." Jiang Jingheng felt wronged. He was merely expressing concern for Pei Hui. Pei Hui then shifted his gaze towards Xie Changyan, his expression growing increasingly smug as he touched the corner of his mouth. Xie Changyan was utterly perplexed. What was going on? His lips were inexplicably itchy, prompting him to rub them against a wall that had not been freshly painted. In the past, Pei Hui would have undoubtedly engaged in a debate with Xie Changyan, but today was markedly different. Pei Hui feigned a profound smile and remarked, "Never mind. You wouldn't understand." After all, Shen Lichu had taken the initiative to kiss him and even professed her love for him, albeit in a dream. Xie Changyan remained unfazed. "If you're unwell, seek treatment." Jiang Jingheng nodded in agreement. By midday, when Pei Hui accompanied Shen Lichu to the cafeteria for a meal, she suddenly leaned in, her dark eyes fixated intently on a spot at the corner of his mouth. She seemed to utter something, but upon seeing Shen Lichu, Pei Hui could not help but become lost in the memories of that dream and failed to catch her words. He responded. Shen Lichu frowned slightly, asking, "Has something grown there?" "Nothing has grown," Pei Hui replied, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. He could hardly disclose to Shen Lichu that he had dreamt of her kissing the corner of his lips. Shen Lichu's frown deepened. "If nothing has grown, then why is that area red and slightly cracked?" Upon hearing her mention the cracked skin, Pei Hui instinctively reached out to touch it, indeed feeling a slight sting. He had not anticipated that the skin would be so sensitive. After a morning of touching it, it had surprisingly become raw. Shen Lichu's expression turned anxious after lunch. "Let me accompany you to the infirmary." Chapter 49. Little darling, engaging in romance is not a good behavior. After the meal, Shen Lichu promptly took Pei Hui to the infirmary. The attending school doctor examined him, asked Pei Hui a few questions, and subsequently prescribed an ointment along with a pack of cotton swabs. Then, with sincere concern, he advised, "Student, do not place too much pressure on yourself regarding your studies." "Yes, I will," Pei Hui replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Shen Lichu paused, her expression revealing a mix of hesitation and unspoken words directed at Pei Hui. He took out his phone to scan and pay. The ointment and cotton swabs totaled 21 yuan. Upon exiting the infirmary, Shen Lichu could not restrain herself from tugging at the hem of Pei Hui's shirt, whispering, "Pei Hui, should we take a leave and go to an outside hospital instead?" Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, displeased. "Am I not allowed to study earnestly?" Shen Lichu remained hesitant, ultimately choosing to say nothing. It was better to avoid discouraging his confidence, especially since he had only recently managed to pass his exams. It had been raining all day. The two found a corridor where Pei Hui sat on a bench, allowing Shen Lichu to apply the medication. The benches in this corridor were rather low, and while applying the ointment, Shen Lichu instinctively bent forward. Her expression was exceedingly serious, and Pei Hui felt as though he could once again catch a faint, sweet fragrance. His breath caught in his throat. What should have felt cool and soothing turned into something akin to molten wax, causing him considerable discomfort. In the afternoon, despite the persistent itch, he refrained from touching it. The school doctor had advised that whenever Pei Hui felt an itch at the corner of his mouth, he could apply the ointment. "When I'm not around this afternoon, You can ask Xie Changyan to help you apply it. He approached his tasks with meticulous diligence, undoubtedly surpassing Jiang Jinghang in skill. Pei Hui nodded gravely, yet his thoughts wandered to the notion of enlisting Xie Changyan as assistance. Even if his resolve crumbled, he would never solicit Xie Changyan's help. Just as Pei Hui was about to articulate another thought, a thunderous voice echoed from a distance. "What are you two doing in the corridor?" Shen Lichu turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. At the far end of the long corridor, a stout middle-aged man with a receding hairline was hastily approaching. She recognized him from the opening ceremony. He was the head of the year's academic department. "Was he calling us?" Shen Lichu asked Pei Hui, a hint of confusion in her voice. Pei Hui surveyed the desolate corridor, confirming their solitude. Who cares? 20 minutes later, within the confines of the office, a teacher returning from their lunch break passed by a line of 12 individuals standing outside the office, exchanging jests. "Director, today's covert operation to apprehend couples caught only 6 pairs." The director's expression was one of restrained frustration. To be precise, it was 5 pairs. One teacher blinked in surprise. "Aren't there 12 individuals?" The director hesitated, reluctant to admit mistaken captures. Initially skeptical, he reviewed the surveillance footage twice, ultimately confirming that those 2 were indeed innocent. In the corridor, Shen Lichu, experiencing her first instance of being made to stand, found it somewhat novel, her dark eyes darting about. Pei Hui, who preferred her undivided attention, deliberately touched the corner of his lips, effectively capturing her gaze. "You mustn't touch," she admonished. Pei Hui acknowledged with a sound, only to repeat the gesture moments later. As he prepared to do so again, Shen Lichu seized his sleeve. "The ointment is all gone." Feigning distress, Pei Hui lamented softly, "Little darling, it itches terribly. I can't help myself." Shen Lichu retrieved the ointment and cotton swabs from his pocket, applying the medication once more. After the application, she clutched his sleeve tightly, preventing him from reaching out again. "Little darling, engaging in romantic relationships is inappropriate, especially with others. However, being in a relationship with you is entirely different. It is splendid." "I understand," he replied. Once the director finished contacting the parents of the 5 couples and exited the office, he overheard Pei Hui and Shen Lichu's exchange. "Has anyone given you love letters or gifts? You mustn't accept them. Has anyone confessed their feelings? Inform Pei Hui immediately. Has anyone encouraged you to date? Do not trust them. Keep your distance." Pei Hui's expression gradually transformed into one of satisfaction. "Tonight, I shall reward you with an extra hour of study." "Really?" Shen Lichu exclaimed in delight. Pei Hui nodded. The director, sensing something was amiss in their conversation, struggled to pinpoint the discrepancy. Moreover, as Shen Lichu and Pei Hui had indeed committed no wrongdoing, the director waved them off, allowing them to leave. Due to this incident, they had delayed their return, and the lunch break was drawing to a close. Pei Hui initially intended to escort Shen Lichu back to her classroom, but to his surprise, she declined. Instead, she led him to his own classroom and handed the ointment and cotton swabs to Xie Changyan. With a cheerful smile, Xie Changyan assured, "Rest assured, I shall keep a close watch over Pei Hui. Should he dare to touch the corner of his lips, I shall promptly intervene." Shen Lichu tugged at Pei Hui's sleeve, to which he responded with a forced smile, "I am profoundly grateful to you, Xie Changyan. Who truly cares?" Xie Changyan rolled his eyes dramatically. "We have grown up together as brothers. There is no need for such formalities. If I were to accept this gratitude, it would surely shorten my lifespan." Only then did Shen Lichu feel at ease to depart. Upon returning to her own classroom, she seized the opportunity to peruse the book given to her by Yu Qingqing. As she bent down to search, a series of knocks on the desk interrupted her. Looking up, she saw Xinxiu. "Xinxiu, is there something you need?" Xinxiu furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, "Did you and Pei Hui get caught by the principal while on a date today?" Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback and explained it was a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Xinxiu returned to her seat, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. Observing her, Shen Lichu pondered for a moment before retrieving a blueberry from her fruit box and placing it in the small opening of Xinxiu's desk. The new blueberry nestled closely beside the one Xinxiu had taken earlier that morning. Xinxiu turned her head, looking at her in confusion. Shen Lichu blinked and whispered, "Xinxiu, You cannot harbor feelings for Pei Hui. He has stated that dating is an undesirable endeavor at this time. Shen Lichu's confusion morphed into disbelief. You think I like Pei Hui? Long before becoming classmates with Shen Lichu, Shen Lichu had been somewhat aware of her accomplishments. It can be said that Shen Lichu had followed Shen Lichu's remarkable journey until the summer before their advancement to higher studies. When she learned a rumor, Shen Lichu's relentless efforts were merely to secure her position as the childhood bride of the esteemed heir of the Pei family in Wangjing. As the new semester commenced, Shen Lichu found herself seated next to Shen Lichu, only to discover that the rumors held a semblance of truth. Shen Lichu indeed seemed to heed Pei Hui's every word. This realization caused Shen Lichu's perception of Shen Lichu to plummet. She believed that a woman who had endured such trials and acquired extensive knowledge should not be relegated to the role of someone's wife or daughter-in-law. Is this truly just a coincidence? Shen Lichu asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Isn't it? That is what everyone is saying. Whenever Pei Hui arrived, Shen Lichu's attention was entirely captivated by him. Moreover, seeing Shen Lichu in Pei Hui's company made Shen Lichu's brow furrow tightly. Upon hearing Shen Lichu's retort, Shen Lichu's expression soured dramatically, as if she had bitten into something distasteful. Who told you that? Shen Lichu blinked and remained silent, content with knowing that Shen Lichu did not harbor feelings for Pei Hui. Yet, even Shen Lichu herself was unaware of the slight discontent that arose within her at the thought of someone else liking Pei Hui. Shen Lichu, filled with indignation, turned her head sharply, grasped her pen, and began to work on the problems with fervor. Shen Lichu glanced over and softly addressed her, that student Shen Lichu. Instantly, Shen Lichu ceased writing and turned to look at her. You made a mistake here. Shen Lichu pointed to a fill-in-the-blank question on the test paper, which was precisely the one Shen Lichu had just completed. With a gloomy expression, Shen Lichu silently wrote the correct answer in place. Soon, she finished the front page of the test. Flipping to the blank expanse of the back, her emotions grew more restless. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lichu decided to put away her pen and paper entirely, resolved to have a serious conversation with Shen Lichu before class began. Shen Lichu, she called out. Shen Lichu tilted her head and, with a playful smile, inquired, What is the matter? I heard you are Pei Hui's child bride. While Shen Lichu spoke bluntly, she pondered in her heart how to express herself more delicately, so as to not hurt Shen Lichu's pride. With Shen Lichu's current capabilities, she could undoubtedly secure a better future. Even if she distanced herself from the Pei family, she could thrive independently. Moreover, it was not as though Shen Lichu wished to sever ties with Pei Hui, but affection was one matter, while one's future was entirely another. That's not true, Shen Lichu replied simply. Yet the three words caught Shen Lichu off guard. Not? Shen Lichu was taken aback. Then why do you listen to Pei Hui so intently? I saw with my own eyes you sneaking a bite of fried starch sausage behind Pei Hui's back. And when he discovered it, he actually reached out and dug it out of your mouth with his fingers. Shen Lichu recalled that incident vividly. It had occurred last autumn. She nervously rubbed the hem of her clothing and asked, You saw everything? Shen Lichu nodded seriously. Shen Lichu reached out, grasping Shen Lichu's sleeve with pleading eyes. Her dark pupils glistening with entreaty. Shen Lichu, please, don't tell anyone about this, all right? It's just too embarrassing. Shen Lichu disapproved of her concern. Even now, Shen Lichu was still thinking of Pei Hui. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Shen Lichu spoke first. It's just that my stomach is too weak. Eating such things makes me unwell. At best, I get diarrhea. At worst, I vomit and run a fever. The tips of Shen Lichu's ears flushed with embarrassment as she added, but I just couldn't resist. Even now, Shen Lichu remembered the incident clearly. It had been during the pineapple season, and while Pei Hui went to buy her some pineapple chunks, she had surreptitiously eaten a piece of starch sausage. When Pei Hui caught her, she had imitated Jiang Jingheng, stuffing the remaining sausage into her mouth all at once. However, the sausage had just come out of the pot and was scalding hot, burning the flesh near her gums. In the end, she had only managed to eat one bite of the sausage and missed out on the pineapple that Pei Hui had spent so long preparing. Shen Lichu hesitated, still somewhat unconvinced, but he confiscated your materials and pen, not allowing you to study at home, insisting you accompany him to play instead. Shen Lichu's expression grew even more bashful. That's because when I go home and start studying seriously, I tend to lose track of time. Shen Lichu, unwilling to relent, posed several questions, to which Shen Lichu responded one by one. With a dazed expression, she gazed at the multimedia blackboard before her. Shen Lichu fell into a long silence. Who could be spreading the rumor that Shen Lichu was Pei Hui's child bride? Moreover, those who claimed that Shen Lichu would go to any lengths to secure her position as Pei Hui's child bride were utterly nonsensical. Once she returned home, she would block their contacts one by one and sever all ties. At 7 in the evening, Pei Hui sat on the carpet while Shen Lichu reclined on the sofa. As she applied medicine to Pei Hui's wounds, Shen Lichu recounted her conversation with Shen Lichu. She merely thought it amusing and wanted to share it with Pei Hui. However, to her surprise, Pei Hui's expression darkened instantly. Do not let me find out who is spreading this nonsense. Shen Lichu cautioned, we mustn't resort to fighting. Pei Hui, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, nodded obediently and assured, I won't fight. Just as Shen Lichu sighed in relief, Pei Hui added in a slow, deliberate tone, but I will curse at them. Shen Lichu retorted, child bride? They're all just like Yi Changshu, remnants of feudalism. Of course, if it were rumored that he was Shen Lichu's child husband, it would be an entirely different matter. That would be splendid. Ideally, he could use a megaphone to broadcast it repeatedly beside Xie Changyan and Shun Jingxing. He, Pei Hui, was the only child husband of Shen Lichu. Shen Lichu admonished, we cannot simply curse at others. Cursing is as bad as fighting. Pei Hui quickly agreed, resting his head gently on Shen Lichu's left knee, and soothingly declared, very well, I won't curse. I will reason with them, persuade them with virtue. He narrowed his eyes, placing particular emphasis on the word virtue, imparting a profound significance. Unaware of the underlying meaning, Shen Lichu patted Pei Hui's head and cheerfully stated, exactly, we must be people who reason. Pei Hui responded with a soft mm. At that moment, the phone rang beside them. Shen Lichu glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Pei's father. She quickly answered with delight, exclaiming, Uncle Pei. After celebrating Shen Lichu's recent birthday, Pei's father had gone on a business trip overnight. He had just completed his work and would return tomorrow. The purpose of this video call was to ask Shen Lichu if there were any special local gifts she desired. After a moment of thought, Shen Lichu softly replied, "What I want most is for Uncle Pei to return safely tomorrow." Pei's father felt a surge of warmth in his heart. While Shen Lichu chatted with Pei's father via video call, Pei Hui sat silently on the carpet, occasionally using his pinky to nudge Shen Lichu's pinky to capture her attention. Sensing the ticklishness, Shen Lichu grasped Pei Hui's mischief-making hand in hers, gently rubbing the pinky that had been fractured a few years ago. At that time, Pei Hui's pinky had just healed, yet he still required rehabilitation exercises. After supervising his therapy sessions, Shen Lichu would always massage it for him. This had become an unconscious habit over time. Gazing at Shen Lichu as she incessantly caressed her little finger, Pei Hui was suddenly reminded of a particular incident. In that heart-wrenching dream, during the funeral that Xie Changyan held for Shen Lichu, he had retrieved a severed finger from a coffin adorned with vibrant flowers, which happened to be the very same finger he had fractured. Was this merely a coincidence? In Chapter 51, I Am Not an Adequate Mother, last year, the stray cat that Pei Hui had been feeding gave birth to 3 kittens, all of which were orange tabbies. Thanks to the mother cat being well fed by Pei Hui, the kittens thrived, their bellies round and plump like little balls. As Pei Hui frequently fed them, his classmates quickly became aware that these were his cats, and soon the 3 kittens were adopted. Today marked the final visit of Shen Lichu and Pei Hui to see the 3 kittens. Upon hearing that they were coming to see the kittens, Jiang Jinghang insisted on tagging along. As the adoptive guardian of the mother cat, Xie Changyan naturally accompanied them. The kittens, having grown up amidst people, were not at all fearful. Upon seeing Pei Hui and the others, they meowed incessantly. Yang Yinghang, visible envious, implored, Pei Hui. Can't you spare one for me? He had missed the opportunity to adopt when Pei Hui announced the adoption news. As he was engrossed in a game at the time, Pei Hui stood nearby, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shen Lichu, who was crouched down playing with a kitten, and calmly replied, no. The kittens were incredibly affectionate, circling around Jiang Jinghong's legs. When he scooped one into his hands, the little creature began to knead against his palm. Having never owned such a soft creature, Jiang Jinghang was bewildered, exclaiming, "What S with this cat? Why is it kneading my hand? Could it possibly have a nail infection?" Shen Lichu, unable to contain her laughter, giggled at Jiang Jinghong's confusion. Xie Changyin shot him a glance and remarked, "Do you remember that rainy night when you had a high fever and Aunt Jiang carried you to market?" Jiang Jinghang paused, momentarily bewildered. "Huh?" Xie Changyin, slightly exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose. "Forget it, it's nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Shen Lichu struggled to suppress her laughter, but ultimately failed. While Pei Hui couldn't help but smirk, Jiang Jinghang scratched his head, reflecting on the situation. The 3 adopters for the kittens arrived in succession, all of them girls. Since these were precious to Shen Lichu, Pei Hui took the matter of finding adoptive homes seriously. The last remaining mother cat was also arranged to be taken home by Xie Changyin. Watching the car depart, Jiang Jinghang belatedly grasped the implication of Xie Changyin's earlier remark, which had mocked his intelligence. He glared at Xie Changyin, muttering through gritted teeth, "Xie Changyin, you bastard." In elementary school, everyone wrote essays titled "The Most Unforgettable Thing." Most followed a similar narrative, particularly the popular template about having a fever, where a mother took her child out only to be caught in a downpour, slipping on the way to the hospital despite the pain. Jiang Jinghang had, of course, written his essay in this fashion. Shen Lichu quickly offered words of comfort. Soon comforted, Jiang Jinghang pondered for a moment before he could not help but inquire of Shen Lichu, "Li, did you write it the same way?" As soon as he asked, Jiang Jinghang realized he had inadvertently misspoken. Before he could express regret, 2 icy glares were directed at him. Shen Lichu, however, thought little of it and, in an effort to console Jiang Jinghang, spun a benevolent falsehood. "Yes, I wrote that my aunt carried me to the hospital." Jiang Jinghang felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. What is an angel? The one standing before him must surely be an angel. As the 4 of them made their way back, Shen Lichu and Pei Hui walked side by side at the rear. Pei Hui, with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "How could you write about Ms. Yu? If it were like in the composition, shouldn't it be me carrying you to the hospital?" Shen Lichu quietly explained, "I only said that to comfort Jiang Jinghang." "No way." Pei Hui's eyes widened. He was resolute in his stubbornness. Even if it meant lying, Shen Lichu had to fabricate a tale that involved him. Pei Hui, with the most aggrieved tone and expression, uttered the most unreasonable demand. "Then you must tell Jiang Jinghang that lie again." Shen Lichu quickly covered Pei Hui's mouth, exclaiming, "No, that would only expose the ruse." Pei Hui, his voice muffled, replied, "It's fine. After all, his mind isn't the sharpest." Shen Lichu's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Pei, my mind may not be keen, but my hearing is quite acute." Jiang Jinghong's voice drifted back from ahead. Pei Hui dismissed him. "You could be hard of hearing too." Meanwhile, Xie Changyin looked at Pei Hui with a smile, asking, "When you were little and had a high fever, was it Aunt Yu who carried you to the market?" Pei Hui remained expressionless. "On another note, Senior Shun, this little kitten is entrusted to you." A girl with a high ponytail handed a small open box to Shen Jinxing. The kitten, having left its mother and companions, was quite disoriented and cried out plaintively. Shen Jinxing accepted the box with a word of thanks. The girl gazed at the little orange kitten inside, her heart heavy with reluctance. Had it not been for Shen Jinxing's previous assistance, she would not have been able to part with it. It seemed that fate had not aligned for her and this little creature. Shen Jinxing handed a folder of study materials to the girl, saying, "These are my organized study resources. I hope they can be of help to you." The girl, delighted with the materials, departed. Left behind, Shen Jinxing watched the little orange kitten in the box inside. "Little one, I hope you can be of assistance." On Shen Lichu's birthday, it was also the birthday of Shen Jinxing's aunt's daughter. Originally, Shen Jinxing intended to deliver the gift personally. However, his aunt had fallen gravely ill and was still recuperating in a hospital. Until it was confirmed whether Shen Lichu was indeed his aunt's biological daughter, Shen Jinxing could not disclose anything to her, lest it lead to unwarranted joy. He hoped that this little kitten might bring a glimmer of hope to his aunt. After school, Shen Jinxing went directly to the hospital with the orange kitten. No amount of fresh incense could mask the sterile scent of disinfectant in the ward. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, a woman reclined in a chair, continuing to sew the unfinished pastel pink floral quilt. The wrist, which continuously fluttered in the air, appeared to have thinned even further. Shen Jinxing called out, "Aunt." The woman reclining in the chair halted her actions and turned to Shen Jinxing. "Have you finished school, Jinxing?" He nodded, approached her, and with a bright smile declared, "I brought you a little companion." The small orange kitten inside the box had already consumed its milk and was soundly asleep, cuddling a little fish toy, producing a gentle purring sound. The woman couldn't help but smile, her delicate brows arching in delight. What an adorable little creature. Seizing the moment, Shen Jinxing suggested, "Why not let it keep you company?" The smile on the woman's face instantly faltered, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Never mind, I wouldn't be able to care for it properly. I'm not a qualified mother." As she uttered this last phrase, tears glimmered in her eyes. Chapter 52. Look, is it too much to ask for a little ambition? Shen Jinxing had anticipated that his aunt would refuse. However, he had already devised a countermeasure. Lowering his gaze to the kitten in the box, he mused aloud. The mother cat and the other two kittens were taken away, leaving this one behind, lost and bewildered. Perhaps it feared that its mother would not find it, which is why it lingered in place, reluctant to leave. "I found it so pitiful that I decided to bring it back." This benevolent fib swayed the woman. Memories of her daughter, lost in a fire with no remains to recover, flooded her mind. She trembled as she reached out to touch the kitten in the box, only to retract her hand at the last moment. Ultimately, the kitten remained. Shen Jinxing had long arranged for a series of cat care supplies, awaiting the woman's consent. Within half an hour, the hospital room underwent a remarkable transformation. With a litter box placed in the corner, a giant weeping willow beside the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, and an array of cat toys scattered about. After bidding the woman farewell, Shen Jinxing exited the room and turned towards the doctor's office. Over the years, the woman's health had deteriorated. If she were to suffer another serious illness, the situation would be dire. On his way out of the hospital, Shen Jinxing leaned back in his wheelchair, resting his head on one hand while pressing his fingers against his aching brow. Since the woman's health had required prolonged rest due to emotional distress, the immense burden of the Shen family had fallen squarely on his shoulders. "Have we yet to uncover anything from our discreet investigation?" Shen Jinxing suddenly inquired. The driver ahead responded with a hesitant, "Mr. Shen, the Pei family has concealed all information regarding Miss Shen remarkably well." Shen Jinxing sighed, "I understand. We must ascertain whether Shen Lichu is truly my aunt's biological daughter without further delay." The weather grew increasingly warm. Shen Lichu transitioned from long-sleeved pajamas to a nightgown. After bathing, she sat at the small desk in the living room, joyfully bobbing her head as she played a Sudoku game on her phone, her nightgown a pristine white. She was deeply engrossed in her play, entirely oblivious to the pair of dark blue eyes that were intently observing her from behind. Clad in a long-sleeved, flowing white nightgown, only a glimpse of her alabaster calves and exquisitely delicate ankles was revealed. Perched cross-legged on the sofa, Pei Hui felt a slight movement in his throat, involuntarily reminded of that dream. A gentle breeze infused with the warmth of spring wafted through the small rented room, where a young girl, swinging her legs atop a desk, smiled with arched brows and beckoned Pei Hui over. This was soon followed by an unexpected confession and a fleeting kiss that left Pei Hui utterly breathless. No matter how many times he recollected that moment, his heart would still race. Pei Hui, Pei Hui. He was jolted back to reality by the call of Shen Lichu. He blinked in surprise as he saw her, who should have been seated at the desk, now standing before him. "Little one, what's the matter?" Shen Lichu inquired with a furrowed brow, her concern evident. "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" She continued. "Jiang Jingheng has been calling out to you for quite some time through the headset. Even she, who was not present, could hear him, yet Pei Hui, who held his phone, had remained oblivious. This was decidedly unusual. Pei Yu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Shen Lichu's legs, and he chastised himself internally. "Look, stop looking. Must you be so lacking in self-control?" Yet he feigned composure, stammering, "And no, it's nothing." Shen Lichu, Unconvinced, moved closer, intending to touch Pei Yu's forehead to check if he had a fever. As she approached, her calf inadvertently brushed against Pei Yu's knee. Startled, Pei Yu jolted backward, failing to notice that he was perched on the edge of the sofa and, consequently, tumbled off it. Pei Yu! Shen Lichu exclaimed, hurrying around the sofa to assist him. From his vantage point on the floor, all he could see were Shen Lichu's painfully white calves. No, I can get up by myself, he insisted. Shen Lichu paused, not out of compliance with his words, but rather because she spotted a hint of crimson at the bridge of Pei Yu's nose. Pei Yu scrambled to his feet, hastily adjusting his attire while attempting to regain his dignity. He began, but Shen Lichu interrupted with an anxious tone. Pei Yu, what's wrong? Coughing lightly, he replied. You have a nosebleed. As soon as the words left her lips, a drop of blood fell with a soft thud onto the carpet before Pei Yu. He glanced down, instinctively reaching to touch it, his fingertips stained bright red. After a moment of silence, Pei Yu closed his eyes, then reopened them. His ears flushed as he asked Shen Lichu, Little one, could you pretend you saw nothing? How embarrassing. He had never felt such humiliation. Thankfully, Shen Lichu remained unaware of the cause of his nosebleed. Had she known, his reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. Shen Lichu tried to stifle her laughter, but ultimately could not contain it. In the end, she laughed while tending to Pei Yu's bleeding. The blood loss was minimal. With a wad of cotton placed at the nostrils, it would soon cease. Pei Yu leaned against Shen Lichu's shoulder, looking utterly despondent, as if he had sustained a grievous injury. Consoled him, saying it was nothing of great concern. The recent change of seasons had left the air dry. I will inform the kitchen tomorrow to brew you some cooling tea. Pei Yu lazily lifted his gaze to meet hers, then sighed. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Was it merely the seasonal dryness affecting him? No, it was a deeper unrest within his heart. It was akin to placing a tender, melt-in-the-mouth morsel of meat before a ravenous wolf, its eyes glinting with hunger, visible yet unattainable. That was precisely how Pei Yu felt. He had contemplated revealing his true feelings to Shen Lichu, yet the fragile thread of his remaining rationality held him back. At this stage, Shen Lichu needed to focus on her studies, and he must not become a distraction. Should he lay his cards on the table and disrupt her peace of mind, her grades might plummet, and it would not be Madame Yu and Pei's father who would break his legs. He would do that himself. Pei Yu had faith in Shen Lichu's self-control, but lacked confidence in his own. The thought of enduring 2 long years weighed heavily upon him. Moreover, he had yet to navigate the scrutiny of Madame Yu and Pei's father. What would be their reaction if they discovered that their precious, blossoming cabbage had been ravaged by this reckless pig? Indeed, each hurdle was more daunting than the last. Shen Lichu gazed at him with grave concern before resolutely reaching out to touch his forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you speaking nonsense? The following morning, a bowl of cooling tea was placed at Pei Yu's dining spot. Sitting beside him, Shen Lichu wore an expression seeking praise. I had Uncle Zhang brew this overnight. See, I care about you, don't I? Pei Yu nodded earnestly, then reached out to tousle her hair. In this trying time, drinking bitter tea was part of enduring a bitter life. You boys are already prone to excess heat, so I had Uncle Zhang brew extra. You should take some to share with Xie, Chanyin, and the others. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu's temper flared. Why should I share with them? I can barely drink enough myself. Shen Lichu, with her round, sparkling eyes, remained silent, merely pointing to the 2 large thermoses of tea nearby. Pei Yu fell silent, realizing that sometimes one must consider their brothers. Due to Pei Yu's burden of carrying the 2 large thermoses of tea, Shen Lichu refused to let him escort her to class. Pei Yu frowned. These thermoses aren't heavy. I could lift them with my pinky. To prove his point, he prepared to demonstrate with the very finger that had recently been fractured. Seeing this made Shen Lichu's eyelids flutter, and she quickly urged, It's not about weight. I just worry about you. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu instantly felt revitalized and for once complied. All right then. He pretended to cough twice, his eyes sparkling. But could you say that again? Shen Lichu felt uneasy, and faced with Pei Yu's eager gaze, she could only repeat herself, her scalp prickling with discomfort. Consequently, Pei Yu began to seize the opportunity. At last, after expressing her concern for Pei Yu a dozen times, Shen Lichu reluctantly parted ways with him, who left contentedly carrying 2 large buckets of herbal tea. Although Shen Lichu felt a slight dryness in her throat, she decided to wait until she returned to the classroom to drink, as her water bottle was in her backpack. At that moment, a bottle of strawberry milk unexpectedly appeared before her. Shun Jinxing's voice followed. I heard from Pei Hui that this brand of strawberry milk is your favorite. However, Pei Hui is determined to keep everything about Shen Lichu a secret from others. This information, of course, was not divulged by Pei Hui, but rather discovered by Shun Jinxing through his own inquiries. Shen Lichu turned to face him, remaining silent. Shun Jinxing continued, Your eyes are quite beautiful. This was not the first time he had complimented her eyes, and just as Shen Lichu was about to express her gratitude, he spoke again. They resemble those of an elder of mine. Her eyes are similarly bright and full of spirit. After concealing her emotions, Shen Lichu raised her gaze and smiled, responding, What a coincidence. As if to feign casual concern, she inquired, How is your elder doing now? Shun Jinxing sighed. Not so well. The elder's daughter had tragically perished in a fire accident years ago, and due to the burdens she carried, compounded with fatigue and emotional distress, she had been relying on medication for years. Worry etched across Shen Lichu's delicate face. She advised, You should encourage your elder to look forward. One must always look ahead, don't you think? Shun Jinxing nodded, I will. Ultimately, Shen Lichu declined the bottle of strawberry milk, and when Shun Jinxing asked why, she explained that Pei Hui had forbidden her from accepting gifts from others. She did not wish to upset him. Shun Jinxing stood there until she walked away, after which he turned and looked up. At the corridor of the teaching building, Pei Hui, with a frostbitten expression, stared coldly at him. Shun Jinxing raised the strawberry milk in his hand, flashing a provocative smile. He did not intend to use Shen Lichu to incite Pei Hui's ire. He felt he had no other choice. Throughout the morning, Shen Lichu remained somewhat distracted. During class, Xin Xiu reminded her several times. Eventually, even the teacher at the podium noticed and spoke with Shen Lichu after class, inquiring if she was feeling overly fatigued lately. Her excellence was evident to all, yet the teachers were also aware of her frail constitution since childhood. Shen Lichu nodded listlessly. Perhaps you should take a day to rest at home, the teacher suggested gently. After contemplating, Shen Lichu agreed. Given her current state, remaining at school would be of no benefit. Since she was leaving early, she needed to inform Pei Hui, as he would surely not stay at school any longer upon her departure. Just as Shen Lichu anticipated, upon hearing that she felt tired and wished to take leave, Pei Hui promptly scooped her up and dashed outside without a second thought. At this moment, the class had concluded and the corridor was bustling with people. Shen Lichu barely had time to utter a word of refusal, so she could only bury her face in Pei Hui's embrace. Though Pei Hui walked briskly, he held Shen Lichu securely. Her mind wandered back to that winter night when she had been bullied, and Pei Hui, undeterred by the biting cold, had trekked for hours, determined to carry her home. Halfway through, he suddenly paused, panting, and suggested, My dear, shall we first visit the infirmary? No, Shen Lichu replied, relishing the rare moment of defiance. Pouting, she murmured, I just want to go home. Pei Hui hesitated for a moment before quickly acquiescing. All right, let us return home. After receiving a leave slip, he hailed a taxi by the roadside, and due to the absence of rush hour traffic, they reached home in approximately 20 minutes. Shen Lichu declined Pei Hui's suggestion to have the family doctor come over for a checkup. Her refusals were usually gentle, but today they were firmer. Yet, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Seeing this, Pei Hui's heart ached terribly, and he relented, using a mercury thermometer to check her temperature. Shen Lichu's constitution was frail, so fragile that even heightened emotions could render her ill. The thermometer's reading soon revealed that, fortunately, she did not have a fever. However, the tension in Pei Hui's mind remained taut, tightening rather than easing. Shen Lichu's eyes were still red as she pouted, declaring, I want to go back to my room. As she spoke, she extended her hands towards Pei Hui, clearly indicating her desire to be carried back to her chamber. As Shen Lichu grew older, she became increasingly aware of the boundaries between genders, leading her to restrain herself from crossing various lines with Pei Hui. Something must have transpired. Pei Yu's first thought was of the conversation between Shen Jinxing and Shen Lichu that morning, but it was evidently not the moment for seeking the truth. He reached out and lifted Shen Lichu gently, handling her as if she were a priceless treasure. Chapter 54. I have deceived you for a long time. A gentle breeze of early summer stirred the pale pink curtains. Shen Lichu, wrapped in a thin blanket, nestled comfortably in Pei Yu's arms, sleeping soundly, her long, curled eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Observing her serene visage, Pei Yu, holding her close beneath the thin blanket, continued to softly pat her back. Every half hour, he would take out a thermometer to check her temperature. Fortunately, under Pei Yu's attentive care over the years, Shen Lichu's health had gradually improved. It was a rare occasion for her to relax so completely, and she slept soundly until the evening. Upon awakening, she instinctively shifted closer to Pei Yu. What is it? Pei Yu chuckled softly. You don't mind my warmth today? In response, Shen Lichu wrinkled her nose and huffed, choosing to ignore his teasing. Having just awakened, her voice carried a nasally quality, soft and tender. Pei Yu's lips curled slightly as he imitated her with a hum, then remarked, What are you humming for? Are you a little pig? Shen Lichu glared at him, her round, dark eyes shimmering with indignation as she retorted, You are the little pig. Indeed, I'm a little pig, Pei Yu replied with utmost seriousness. My entire family consists of little pigs. Capitalizing on Shen Lichu's waking moment, Pei Yu picked up the mercury thermometer from the bedside table. My dear, let's measure your temperature once more. The mercury thermometer tends to be more accurate than the infrared one. After receiving it, Shen Lichu clumsily tucked the thermometer into her clothing while muttering, Auntie and Uncle are not little pigs. Only Pei Yu is a little pig. She then raised her gaze to appraise the boy who had settled on her bed. Well, still a hefty pig, I see. Over the years, Pei Yu had never consumed a single meal in vain. Now sitting at the edge of Shen Lichu's bed, a substantial presence. A few years back, she had harbored hopes of drinking an extra half cup of milk to catch up with his height, but that aspiration had long faded. Now, she would be content if she could grow to his shoulder height. Pei Yu playfully flicked her forehead. What are you dawdling about? Keep it tight. We need accurate readings. Shen Lichu, bundled in her blanket, awkwardly turned away, presenting him with her round, fuzzy head. Pei Yu glanced at his smartwatch to note the time before stepping out of the room. Before long, he returned, cradling a neatly folded stack of bed linens. Since returning from school, Shen Lichu had become rather clingy, and he had spent the entire afternoon lying on her bed, fully clothed. With a deft motion, Pei Yu lifted her and carried her to the windowsill. Such tasks were second nature to him, having been practiced since childhood. After preparing the bed within a mere 5 minutes, Pei Yu instructed Shen Lichu to hand him the mercury thermometer for inspection. Noticing her anxious gaze fixed upon him, he couldn't help but find it amusing. It's all right. By the end of the afternoon, Shen Lichu's temperature had indeed fluctuated, yet it remained within normal limits, visibly relieving her. Falling ill meant enduring a lengthy regimen of bitter medicine. More importantly, during her sickness, the entire Pei family had lived in a state of trepidation. The family doctor had taken residence in the guest room downstairs, and both Pei father and Yu Qingqing had attempted to forego work to remain by her side. Pei Yu had been her constant companion. What did that person named Shun say to you today? Pei Yu suddenly inquired. His seemingly casual question caught Shen Lichu completely off guard. Stammering, she asked, How do you know? Pei Yu raised an eyebrow. Every time I part from you. It is only after I have watched your figure vanish from sight that I allow myself to leave. With that, he pressed, What mischief have you been up to? Feeling guilty, Shen Lichu hastily attempted to divert the conversation. I'm so thirsty. Yes, thirsty for water. Pei Yu stood up, and without further ado, went to the small living room to fetch a glass of warm water. The cup held only half a glass of water, and Shen Lichu sipped it slowly. Pei Yu leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and gazed intently at her with his deep blue eyes, showing no signs of impatience. No matter how slowly she drank, the half cup of warm water would eventually run dry. Reluctantly, Shen Lichu set down the empty cup. Can't you tell me? Pei Yu inquired. Shen Lichu nodded eagerly. Is it that you can't tell me for a while, or is it that you can never tell me? Pei Yu pressed, suppressing his feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy. His teeth clenched. Shen Lichu lowered her gaze and whispered, It's just for now. There were matters she had yet to fully contemplate herself. Although unsure if Shen Lichu was deceiving him, Pei Hui was at least gratified to have received the answer he desired. Nevertheless, a sense of bitterness lingered within him. Even Xie Changyan, who had grown up alongside them, had never concealed anything from Pei Hui in all their conversations. Why should Shen Jinxing, whom she had only met a few times, be privy to secrets that he was unaware of? Are you hungry? Pei Hui changed the subject, noting that it was well past lunchtime. Get changed. I'll wait for you outside. With that, he turned and walked out, his expression suddenly cold. It was not that he could not bear the thought of Shen Lichu harboring secrets from others. However, the secret in question had evidently stirred great emotional turmoil within her, which was not conducive to her well-being. Since he could not glean any answers from Shen Lichu, Pei Hui resolved to seek them from Shen Jinxing instead. Just as he was about to step outside, Shen Lichu unexpectedly called out to him. Pei Hui, what is it? Pei Hui paused at the door, but did not turn around. Shen Lichu, feeling anxious, asked if I had been deceiving you about something for a very long time. Would you be very angry? How long? He queried. Shen Lichu lowered her head and fell silent. Pei Hui took a deep breath and confessed, I would be angry. Very angry. Shen Lichu's heart sank, and she nervously bit her lip. The next moment, she heard Pei Hui add, yet at the same time, I would feel a sense of pride. You have always been so well-behaved, never telling lies. The fact that you would deceive only makes me undeniably proud. Could such a well-behaved Shen Lichu deceive others? No, Shen Lichu only deceived him, Pei Hui, and was this not a unique existence in itself? Besides, since you've already admitted your mistake, what could I possibly do? Why stop calling you little darling? Alas, it seems this would not be a punishment for you, but rather for myself. After changing clothes, as Shen Lichu descended the stairs with Pei Hui, she noticed the lively atmosphere in the living room. Upon hearing news of Shen Lichu's discomfort, Pei Hui's father and Yu Qingqing had returned early. Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng also arrived after school. Shen Lichu turned to Pei Hui and asked, Did you already know? Pei Hui looked up at the ceiling, attempting to feign ignorance. It was Yu Qingqing who first noticed the two individuals in the stairwell and promptly called out, Lily. Shen Lichu responded and hurried down the stairs. Yu Qingqing smiled. Take your time, be cautious of your steps, and don't miss a step. Amidst the concern of the gathering, the butler signaled to the servants to bring forth the dishes from the kitchen. The meal was quite lavish, particularly the fried lotus root boxes, which Shen Lichu adored. However, Pei Hui was typically reluctant to allow her too much fried food. After devouring 2 pieces, Pei Hui ruthlessly rotated the dining table's turntable away. Shen Lichu had attempted to stealthily rotate it back, yet the moment she reached for the fried lotus root boxes, the turntable would inexplicably spin away again. Shen Lichu mused that there was never an unspoken rule of silence at the Pei family dining table. Pei Hui began preparing to take over the Pei family business at the age of 18, while Xie Changyan started at the age of 13. Knowing the embarrassment Xie encountered at the Xie household, Pei Hui's father discreetly assisted him on numerous occasions, often providing answers to his questions upon their meetings. Jiang Jingheng, blessed with an exemplary and virtuous older brother, seldom engaged in the discussions among the trio, as his ambitions lay elsewhere. Seizing a moment when Pei Hui was distracted, Jiang Jingheng clandestinely passed a fried lotus root box to Shen Lichu, while Yu Qingqing provided cover for the two. Shen Lichu quickly devoured it, and when Pei Hui glanced over again, she was solemnly picking at a piece of green vegetable. After the meal, Yu Qingqing, busy with her work, hurriedly reminded Shen Lichu not to tire herself too much before leaving. Pei Hui and the others continued discussing work-related matters, while Shen Lichu held a book in one hand and a pen in the other, marking key points for Jiang Jingheng. This is essential. This has an 80% chance of appearing. 20 minutes later, Jiang Jingheng, satisfied, packed his annotated books into his bag. With Lily's help in marking key points, he was certain of excelling in the upcoming midterm exams, alleviating his father's worries about his performance. However, Shen Lichu's attention drifted away from him to the pair of gold-rimmed glasses recently removed by Xie Changyan. Had he become nearsighted? She had never seen him wear glasses before. Jiang Jingheng whispered, "Those are just for show." I asked him to let me try them on, but he refused. Shen Lichu couldn't help but laugh. "I'd like to try them on too. I've never worn glasses." Jiang Jinghang exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Lichu. Their friendship cultivated over many years, allowing for unspoken understanding. The two stealthily rose. Today marked the first day. Xie Changyan donned glasses, and wearing them continuously felt slightly uncomfortable. With the gold-rimmed glasses on, they softened the youthful naivety of his face, lending him a more mature appearance. After wearing them for a day, his nose felt slightly sore from the pressure, prompting him to set them down for a moment. When he reached to put them back on, he found the spot where he had left them empty. He turned and lowered his gaze, only to find them missing. Changyan, they're over there, aren't they? Pei Hui chuckled and gestured for Xie Changyan to glance towards Shen Lichu and Jiang Jinghang. As he turned his gaze in the indicated direction, he caught sight of Shen Lichu curiously adjusting the glasses Jiang Jinghang had handed her. She inquired, "Do I look odd in these?" Jiang Jinghang, stroking his chin in contemplation, replied, "It does seem a bit peculiar." The delicate golden-rimmed glasses appeared somewhat too dainty. Pei Hui, who had been resting his chin on his hand while observing Shen Lichu's antics, couldn't resist joining in. "Pei Hui, look at the glasses," Shen Lichu exclaimed joyfully, shaking her head as she showcased them to him. Pei Hui, with utmost seriousness, declared, "The glasses are ugly, but you look adorable." After removing the glasses, Shen Lichu placed them on Pei Hui's nose, scrutinizing him closely. She then stood on her tiptoes, attempting to tousle his fringe upward. With the golden-rimmed glasses perched upon him, they perfectly concealed Pei Hui's sharply defined brow, rendering him slightly more approachable. "You look splendid." Upon hearing Shen Lichu's compliment, Pei Hui felt a desire to don a pair of spectacles himself. After indulging in this novel experience, Shen Lichu cleaned the glasses meticulously before returning them to Xie Changyan. He received them and once again placed them on his nose, smiling as he remarked, "They are quite clean." Shen Lichu tilted her head to observe him, stealing a glance at Pei Hui before giving a thumbs up and whispering, "You look so handsome in glasses." To be fair, Xie Changyan was far more suited to wearing glasses than Pei Hui. Xie Changyan's appearance lacked the confrontational intensity of Pei Hui's. Instead, he exuded a scholarly elegance, which was accentuated by the golden-rimmed glasses. "Changyan, may I try on the glasses as well? I want Lichu to see if I look handsome." Pei Hui could no longer contain himself. With a smile, Xie Changyan handed the glasses over. Shen Lichu beamed, "Uncle Pei, whether you wear glasses or not, you're the most handsome." Pei Hui, filled with pride, replied, "To be honest, it was this face that won your aunt's heart." "Your aunt has exquisite taste," he added. After their cheerful banter, time had flown by, prompting Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang to rise and depart for home. As they brushed past Pei Hui, Xie Changyan exchanged a knowing glance with him. Pei Hui understood the unspoken message. After ensuring Shen Lichu ascended the stairs and encouraging her to take a bath, Pei Hui made his way back downstairs. At the wrought iron gate, Xie Changyan, visibly weary, stood beneath the streetlight. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, he raised the cigarette he had lit between his fingers, signaling Pei Hui to keep his distance, for Shen Lichu could not abide the scent of smoke. Xie Changyan seldom smoked, only resorting to it when overwhelmed by stress with no outlet for release. Pei Hui halted in his tracks. Realizing he had numerous matters to attend to upon returning, Xie Changyan wasted no time and directly addressed the issue at hand. "I have investigated Shen Jinxing. His proximity to Lichu can be attributed to two plausible reasons. First, the head of the Shen family had an heir who perished in a fire years ago. Yet it is rumored that no remains were ever found, leaving the possibility of survival quite high. Although the public speculates that this heir was male, no concrete evidence exists. It is merely hearsay. Secondly, the Shen family has endured years of turmoil, and Shen Jinxing is intent on forming a union to stabilize the family. Regardless of the motivations behind this decision, Xie Changyan believes it is not favorable news for Shen Lichu. It is not that Xie Changyan seeks to harbor ill thoughts, but in the presence of absolute interests, there exists no absolute trust. Should the first reason come to fruition, Shen Lichu would inevitably pose a threat to Shen Jinxing's position. Chapter 56. My Incompetence. Pei Hui after a bath. Shen Lichu sat on the edge of the bed, observing Pei Hui as he spread bedding on the carpet. Curiously, she inquired, "Didn't Pei Hui check your temperature earlier this evening?" You showed no signs of fever. She had secretly concealed a test paper beneath her pillow, initially intending to write on it after Pei Hui departed. What if a fever struck in the middle of the night? Pei Hui remained anxious. Shen Lichu murmured, I don't think that will happen. Pei Hui, amidst his busy schedule, looked up at her with a half-smile. You think? You don't think? Shen Lichu dared not retort. It's time for bed. You need to rise early tomorrow. Once the bedding was arranged, Pei Hui stood up and directly retrieved the test paper hidden beneath Shen Lichu's pillow. She gasped, her eyes widening in surprise, and asked in a hushed tone, How did you know? She had believed she had hidden it well. Pei Hui placed the test paper in the drawer with a stern expression. Enough chatter, sleep. After Shen Lichu lay down, Pei Hui carefully tucked her in with the thin blanket. The lights were soon extinguished, despite having napped for an extended period in the afternoon. Shen Lichu, usually pressed for time and burdened by her studies, found herself unusually alert as her head met the pillow. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The weather had gradually warmed. Listening to the sounds beneath the bed, Shen Lichu noted that since the lights had been turned off, Pei Hui had remained quiet. Surely, he must have fallen asleep. However, the moment she stealthily extended her toes, she heard the faint rustle of soft fabric, and Pei Hui's voice drifted softly, Retract your feet. Throughout the night, Shen Lichu did not sleep deeply. She sensed Pei Hui rising 4 times, each instance marked by his use of temperature gun, followed by his forehead gently pressing against hers to ascertain if she had a fever. Without her explicit consent, and unless in dire circumstances, Pei Hui would never pry open her clothing to check her temperature with a mercury thermometer. The next day, as usual, Pei Hui carried Shen Lichu's backpack and escorted her to class. If you feel unwell, he began, but was quickly interrupted by Shen Lichu. If I feel unwell, I will tell you immediately. Water must not be neglected, and one should not delay drinking due to the perceived waste of time in visiting a restroom. Snacks and fruit must also be consumed. These admonitions were repeated daily by Pei Hui, and Shen Lichu could recite them by heart. Yet, she never grew weary of hearing them. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, about to speak when his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, and his expression suddenly darkened with disdain. Ignoring Pei Hui's presence, Shen Jinxing approached Shen Lichu, holding a small food box in his hand. Lichu, Pei Hui, with an air of impatience, remarked, What are you even? Can you truly address Lily like that? In response, Shen Jinxing displayed no trace of anger on his face. Classmate Shen Lichu, I have brought you a dessert to enjoy after your meal. Aware that Pei Hui harbored a dislike for Shen Jinxing, Shen Lichu instinctively prepared to refuse. However, upon hearing Shen Jinxing's subsequent words, her resolve wavered. I informed an elder about your situation yesterday, and she rose early today to prepare a nourishing milk, sweet potato, and tremella soup specifically for you. Shen Lichu gazed intently at the small food box in Shen Jinxing's hands for a considerable time. I was indeed abrupt. It is perfectly acceptable to decline. Shen Jinxing continued softly, though a hint of poignant melancholy flickered in his eyes. You need not worry, classmate Shen Lichu. I can consume it later when I grow hungry in the morning. As the weather grew warmer, she pondered whether the contents would spoil after being kept in the thermos for too long. Pei Hui, brimming with annoyance, cast a cold glare at Shen Jinxing, easily perceiving the underlying determination beneath his sorrowful facade. Shen Jinxing had astutely recognized Shen Lichu's gentle nature. However, I had a rather substantial breakfast, Shen Lichu expressed, her countenance betraying her distress at the inability to refuse. Pei Hui interjected, If it's not too much trouble, I would gladly partake. I didn't quite satisfy my hunger this morning. That works perfectly. Shen Lichu tilted her head, her delicate lashes fluttering. Is it all right if I give it to Pei Hui? This presented itself as the most pragmatic solution, and Shen Jinxing had no reason to decline. He smiled amiably. Of course. Pei Hui responded with a mischievous grin towards Shen Jinxing. Given that this was a dessert, the portion of milk, sweet potato, and tremella soup was rather modest. Upon opening the food box, Pei Hui swiftly consumed its contents. As the early study session approached, Pei Hui and Shen Jinxing exited in succession. In the corridor, Shen Jinxing suddenly commented, To give you this is truly a waste. Until matters were certain, he could hardly divulge Shen Lichu's affairs to his aunt. The milk, Sweet potato and tremella soup had been prepared by the kitchen staff at his home. Pei Hui chuckled. It's rather unpalatable. Shen Jinxing was 2 grades ahead of them, attending classes in a different building. As they parted ways, Pei Hui called out to Shen Jinxing, casually asserting his claim. If you wish to win over my little darling next time, remember to refrain from using such sweets. Her teeth are delicate, and I seldom allow her to indulge in such treats. Shen Jinxing scoffed coldly. Your family? What era are we in? Is the Pei family still engaging in such archaic practices of child brides? How revolting. Child bride again. It's an endless cycle. Pei Hui furrowed his brow intensely. Who did you hear about the child bride from? Do not let me catch that rumor monger. Shen Jinxing retorted. What? Does the Pei family possess the audacity to act, yet lack the courage to admit? Pei Hui shot Shen Jinxing a perplexed glance. My little darling is not my child bride. Shen Jinxing remained unconvinced. If the Pei family were not indeed grooming a child bride, how could they invest such effort in nurturing a child not of their bloodline? After all, merchants prioritize profit above all else. In the next moment, Pei Hui spoke to Shen Jinxing in a tone that exuded a sense of pride. But I am the childhood husband of Xiao Guai. Shen Jinxing stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he retorted, childhood husband? Pei Hui straightened his back with an air of confidence, asserting, Xiao Guai herself has pledged this, and my parents have consented as well. So, Shen Jinxing, what do you have to contest with me? Is it your cheap, cavity-inducing sweet soup? Or perhaps your readily available strawberry milk? Shen Jinxing fell silent. When it came to adversaries, Pei Hui preferred a decisive blow, leaving no room for reprieve. From childhood to the present, every aspect of Xiao Guai's attire and needs had been meticulously chosen. Any object that captured her gaze, regardless of its value or rarity, was to be presented to her by the next evening at the latest. Otherwise, it would signify Pei Hui's incompetence. Shen Jinxing, you must understand that whether it be wealth, love, or prospects, these are the very things that Shen Lichu lacks not in this lifetime. Chapter 57. Do you still believe this is a dream? In the evening, after Shen Lichu emerged from her bath, she found Pei Hui lying on the sofa with his hand pressed against his chest, a look of feigned frailty upon his face. His appearance startled Shen Lichu. Pei Hui, what is wrong? You seemed perfectly fine when you returned from school and during dinner. She had even prepared to call you Ching Ching. But then she heard Pei Hui languidly say, I think I might have eaten something bad. His tone, filled with feigned vigor, suggested that the mischievous Shen Jinxing had poisoned the chaotic bowl of sweet soup. Shen Lichu remained silent. Pei Hui continued to ramble, so Xiao Guai. You must never accept anything from Shen Jinxing. Infuriated, Shen Lichu delivered a playful punch to his chest. Ouch! The punch was merely a scare tactic, not meant to hurt. It seemed to have struck a sensitive spot, prompting Shen Lichu to quickly rub the area. Pei Hui held her hand down, grinning, it doesn't hurt. Seeing the flicker of anger in Shen Lichu's eyes, Pei Hui hastily attempted to appease her. How about I fetch you a box of yogurt? Shen Lichu maintained her stern expression, silently extending 2 fingers, her intent unmistakable. 2 boxes were necessary for her to be placated. Pei Hui readily agreed, but the second box can only be enjoyed tomorrow. Shen Lichu reluctantly consented. The yogurt was reduced in sugar, likely to be somewhat tart, yet it was chilled, far superior to the room-temperature watermelon she had consumed throughout her childhood. Once the servant brought the yogurt, Pei Hui peeled off the lid and inserted a spoon before handing it to Shen Lichu. Fresh from her bath, she savored the chilled yogurt with great contentment. Pei Hui, you are truly wonderful. While she indulged in her yogurt, Pei Hui retrieved a small, pale pink quilt adorned with floral patterns. Observing the quilt, now marred with several small tears, Shen Lichu sighed. It has deteriorated too frequently. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to patch it up. Such a hassle. Pei Hui deftly threaded the needle, replying, I don't find it bothersome at all. The fabric surrounding the torn area was completely ruined. It appeared that patching it up was the only solution. After thoroughly consuming the yogurt hidden in the corners of the box, Shen Lichu reluctantly discarded the container and the plastic spoon. In the next moment, Pei Hui's voice resonated, instructing Shen Lichu to brush her teeth. Once she obediently finished brushing, she returned to find Pei Hui still bent over mending the quilt. Shen Lichu settled beside him, curiously peering at his work. How could the needle behave so obediently in Pei Yu's hands? For as long as Pei Yu sewed, Shen Lichu remained by his side, captivated. Once the mending was complete, Shen Lichu complimented, Pei Yu, if you ever decide not to take over the family business, you would undoubtedly excel as a seamster. Pei Yu chuckled softly as he organized the needle box, replying, I would prefer to sew only for you. After ensuring all the needles were returned to the box, he placed the needle box and scissors into a drawer, locked it, and set the key on a high shelf. In most places where Shen Lichu spent her days, Pei Yu would not permit the presence of sharp objects. As time grew late, Pei Yu urged Shen Lichu to retire for the night. Tucking her in, he retrieved the test paper he had placed in the drawer the previous night before turning off the light and leaving. Gently closing the door behind him, Pei Yu examined the test paper as he walked to his own room. It was dreadful. He couldn't solve a single question. What useless test paper, designed solely to torment. Upon returning to his room, Pei Yu placed the test paper on the second shelf of his desk. There lay a stack of test papers, confiscated from Shen Lichu, some nearly completed, some half-finished, others with merely a few lines written, but most were blank sheets. After closing the second shelf, Pei Yu pulled out the black notebook from the back of the drawer. He opened it to the latest page and began recording Shen Lichu's approximate wake-up and sleep times, her meals, and the snacks she had consumed that day. After finishing the records, he glanced at the calendar. In half a month, Shen Lichu would be due for her menstrual cycle. It seemed prudent to refrain from cold foods starting next week. Once the records were completed, Pei Yu swallowed a sleep aid dry and lay down, closing his eyes. He had grown accustomed to dreaming. Over the years, the timelines within his dreams had become chaotic and disordered. One moment, he and Shen Lichu would be sharing sweet moments, and the next, they would be embroiled in fierce arguments. As he slipped into the dream realm, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Tonight, it seemed, he was destined for a nightmare. The dream felt particularly fragmented. On a summer night, Pei Yu returned from the construction site, his body drenched in sweat and subsequently dried by the sweltering heat, emanating an unpleasant odor. At 18, Pei Yu watched the retreating figure of Shen Jinxing, impeccably dressed in a suit, and quietly inquired, Who is he? Shen Lichu expressed her gratitude. His name is Shen Jinxing. He helped me when I was troubled by a client today, early on an autumn morning. As the clock ticked closer to tardiness, Shen Lichu resolutely dismissed Shen Jinxing's offer to escort her school, opting instead for the rear seat of Pei Yu's bicycle. I apologize, Senior Shen, but my boyfriend can also ensure my timely arrival at school. Pei Yu, perched on a second-hand bicycle, gazed with a complex mix of emotions at Shen Jinxing, who sat in his luxurious black car. It was yet another autumn morning, and Pei Yu, whose identity had undergone a profound transformation, was consumed by jealousy as he observed Shen Lichu and Shen Jinxing engaged in private conversation outside the gate. Once the seed of inferiority takes root, it stubbornly flourishes, leaving an indelible mark regardless of one's social standing. After their exchange concluded, Shen Lichu finally noticed Pei Yu had awakened. Little darling, did you not promise me that you would never meet Shen Jinxing alone? His eyes were reddened, reflecting a pitiable state. Shen Lichu approached and embraced his waist. I intended not to meet him, but he mentioned he had something significant to discuss. When Shen Lichu was 12, she had been bullied and fainted in the snow, but fortuitously, Pei Yu had come to her aid, ensuring that a fever that could have claimed her life only erased her memories prior to that age. Pei Yu, with a voice heavy with desolation, inquired, What was so important? Shen Lichu hesitated. I'm sorry, but I promised Shen Jinxing I wouldn't disclose it to you. In that moment, jealousy eclipsed reason. In a fit of rage, Pei Yu grasped a ceramic cup nearby, only to remember it was crafted by Shen Lichu's own hands. He then seized the glass cup and hurled it violently into the corner. Shen Lichu, who truly holds more significance in your life, me or Shen Jinxing? After the familiar quarrel, a montage of fleeting memories rushed past like a revolving lantern, ultimately freezing on Pei Yu kneeling on the ground, cradling a severed finger, weeping in utter despair. Suddenly, the Pei Yu in the dream turned his head, his lips a dark shade, his complexion ashen, his once vacant, deep blue eyes now glaring fiercely at him, enunciating each word. Even now, Do you still believe this is merely a dream? Do not deceive yourself. Chapter 58. Wherever you go, I shall follow, even to death. Pei Hui awoke in agony, his tall frame curled up on the bed. His hand instinctively pressed against his chest. Unable to bear the pain any longer, he let out a faint groan through clenched teeth. The pain was excruciating, akin to a dagger being ruthlessly thrust into his heart and twisted to widen the wound, then a nameless object thrust inside. Struggling to sit up, he leaned against the headboard. In the darkness, his usually vibrant, deep blue eyes now resembled hollow, desiccated voids. It was not merely a nightmare. He had been living in self-deception. Yet, how could one endure such a tragic ending without resorting to self-deception? Pei Hui, in despair, closed his eyes and buried his head in his bent knees, not daring to lift it for a long while. Had he and Shen Lichu truly not crossed paths in their early years? Where had Ms. Yu and old Pei gone? How had he inadvertently caused his little darling's demise? What was the true nature of all this? A multitude of painful and chaotic memories twisted Pei Hui's mind into a tangled mess. Simultaneously, an abundance of confusion loomed over him, one that he yearned to unravel. Yet, regardless of his extraordinary capabilities, he found himself utterly powerless against those ethereal recollections. At the break of dawn, Shen Lichu was startled by Pei Hui, who appeared in an unsettling state. Before she could even inquire about his distress, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Pei Hui, what is wrong? Sensing that something was amiss, Shen Lichu, despite the painful grip of his iron-like arms, did not struggle but allowed him to hold her freely. As she attempted to utter a word, Pei Hui's voice faltered, choked with emotion, and hot tears fell upon her neck, igniting a sense of panic within her heart. Pei Hui was a man who valued his pride immensely. Especially in front of Shen Lichu, he endeavored to conceal all his flaws and vulnerabilities, striving to craft an image of invincibility in her eyes. Throughout the years of their companionship, this marked the fourth occasion in her memory where Pei Hui wept before her. I dreamt that you no longer wanted me. Shen Lichu, struggling to reach behind Pei Hui, emulated the comforting gestures he often afforded her, gently patting him, her voice soft and soothing. It was merely a dream. I will always be by your side, Pei Hui. But what if it is not just a dream? Before she could respond, Pei Hui's voice, hoarse and low, interrupted. Even if it were not a dream, it matters not. Wherever you go, I shall follow, even unto death. Noting Pei Hui's evident distress, Shen Lichu took special care of him that day. After the first class, she discreetly retrieved her phone from her bag. It was a rare sight to behold Shen Lichu, the model student, not engrossed in her studies post-class, but instead engaging with her phone. Shen Lichu was taken aback, exclaiming, "You actually brought your phone to school?" It was well known that the school maintained a strict policy against students possessing mobile phones. Just as Shen Lichu spoke, their teacher appeared before Shen Lichu. The teacher's gaze fell upon the phone in her hands, her brows knitting tightly together. Shen Lichu was about to explain when the teacher preemptively interjected, "Lichu, you are already quite exceptional. Do not burden yourself with excessive academic pressure. Even the most taut nerves require moments of relaxation." Shen Lichu's eyes widened, her expression one of bewilderment. Did her teacher assume she had taken out her phone for academic purposes? She attempted to clarify that her intention was merely to converse with others, but the teacher remained unconvinced. Shen Lichu, observing from the sidelines, struggled to contain her laughter. Once the teacher departed, Shen Lichu turned towards Shen Lichu, her dark, round eyes filled with a lingering melancholy. Meanwhile, on another front, Siege, what is up with Pei today? Jiang Jingheng muttered. He seems rather melancholic. Xie Changyan, glancing up from his emails, cast a brief look at Pei Hui. Perhaps he skipped his usual dose of explosive energy and opted for something else. Jiang Jingheng speculated further, or maybe he has adopted a new persona, transitioning from his aloof, majestic demeanor to a more profound and fragmented one. The likelihood of that is quite substantial, he pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that recently, Lichu has developed a preference for boys who embody such a style? Pei Hui cast a cold glance at the two individuals. Jiang Jingheng instinctively recoiled, while Xie Changyan smirked slightly, launching into a mocking tirade. Playing dead, are we? The final class of the afternoon was physical education. Pei Hui nonchalantly skipped it, making his way to the back door of Shen Lichu's classroom. Unable to shake off the fear of being discovered by Shen Lichu, he dared only to steal glances through the narrow window. Shen Lichu was always earnest during class. Throughout the day, Pei Hui felt as if he were drifting aimlessly, only experiencing a genuine sense of grounding when he beheld Shen Lichu. Despite the scorching sun beating down upon him, he felt not a trace of warmth. Was it possible that this seemingly beautiful reality was merely a vivid dream conjured by his restless spirit? What truly constituted reality? He was on the verge of losing his ability to discern. As soon as school let out, Shen Lichu dashed out of the classroom with her backpack, searching for Pei Hui's figure, ultimately spotting him by the back door. Leaning against the wall, Pei Hui's eyelids drooped as he appeared lost in thought, utterly motionless and devoid of vitality. The summer twilight was sweltering, casting a long shadow of Pei Hui along the corridor. Pei Hui, Shen Lichu called softly as she approached and took his hand. Pei Hui snapped back from his reverie, readily accepting the backpack she offered. "Were you tired in class today?" he asked, attempting to maintain his usual demeanor. "Not at all," Shen Lichu replied. "Let us go home. The driver is waiting at the school gate." Shen Lichu shook her head. "Not just yet. I want to introduce you to someone." Pei Hui felt puzzled, unable to fathom whom Shen Lichu intended to meet. It wasn't until they arrived at the CAF by the school gate that Pei Hui laid eyes on Shen Jinxing. He froze in place, his eyes wide and bloodshot, fixated on him. Shen Jinxing, with a smile on his face, greeted the two with effortless grace. Shen Lichu encouraged Pei Hui as they sat opposite Shen Jinxing. Observing the tightly intertwined hands of Shen Lichu and Pei Hui, Shen Jinxing's gaze flickered momentarily. He chuckled lightly. "I'm quite surprised, Lichu, that you would take the initiative to meet me." Shen Lichu's expression turned serious, because there is something very important I need to clarify. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Jinxing's smile faded, and a look of solemnity replaced it. Shen Lichu wasted no time, stating plainly, "I know that Senior Shen has gone to great lengths to approach me because of these eyes that bear an uncanny resemblance to those of your elders." "Not merely a resemblance," Shen Jinxing interjected, "but rather they are cast from the same mold. However, regardless of how similar they may be, my relationship to Senior Shen's elders is non-existent. I have memories from my childhood, witnessing death firsthand and my mother's departure." At these words, not only was Shen Jinxing taken aback, but Pei Hui was also stunned, turning to look at Shen Lichu in shock. Shen Jinxing hurriedly rummaged through his phone, presenting a photograph to Shen Lichu. "Lichu, please take another look." Shen Lichu lowered her gaze at the photograph on her phone, clearly taken surreptitiously. The woman in the image held an unfinished white and pink floral quilt, her expression radiating warmth and affection. After a minute, Shen Lichu returned the phone with both hands, saying, "Senior Shen, I'm afraid the lady does not resemble my mother as I remember her." Accompanying Shen Lichu in examining the photograph was Pei Hui. Based solely on the unfinished quilt in the woman-esque grasp, Pei Hui was convinced that Shen Lichu was deceiving Shen Jinxing. The quilt and the photograph, both in its stitching and the fabric, mirrored perfectly that of the small quilt Shen Lichu had at home. The woman in the photo must undoubtedly be Shen Lichu's mother. Shen Jinxing, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Lichu, could it be that your memories have faded over time, causing some discrepancies?" Shen Lichu gently shook her head, her voice soft yet resolute. "Senior Shen, my memories are quite clear. Could it be that the photograph I took was unclear, leading you to misjudge?" Shen Jinxing gazed at Shen Lichu with hope. Shen Lichu sighed. "Senior Shen, I understand your concern, but she truly does not align with the image of my mother in my memories." Subsequently, Shen Jinxing sought numerous reasons to sway Shen Lichu's conviction, yet she remained steadfast. Outside the glass window, the evening glow was fierce, and it was already late. Shen Lichu took Pei Hui's hand and, after bidding farewell to Shen Jinxing, prepared to leave. Yet Shen Jinxing was undeterred. "Lichu, I know what I am about to say may be somewhat offensive, but may I earnestly request that you undergo a paternity test with my elder? She longs for her biological daughter." Upon hearing the last words, Shen Lichu fell silent for a long moment, ready to refuse, when Pei Hui, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. "I agree. Shen Lichu turned to look at Pei Hui, her brow slightly furrowed. Pei Hui offered her a reassuring glance and softly added, "Let us set the time for this Saturday." This Saturday, meaning the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Shen Jinxing was too preoccupied to consider whether Pei Hui's unusual behavior signified ulterior motives. After exiting the CAF, Pei Hui took Shen Lichu's hand and led her to the car without uttering a word, fastening her seatbelt in silence. As the vehicle moved smoothly, Pei Hui opened Shen Lichu's backpack, proceeding to check her water bottle, fruits, and snack box as was his custom. It was worth noting that today's fruit box contained carrots and cherry tomatoes, the former of which Shen Lichu was not particularly fond. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Did you manage to eat everything so cleanly today?" Shen Lichu felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Ever since her friendship with Shen Lichu blossomed, Shen Lichu had been sharing snacks and fruits with her almost daily. Recently, Shen Lichu had been troubled, as her diet had been too lavish, leading her to gain some weight. Upon returning home, the routine continued as usual. Under Pei Hui's supervision, she ate dinner, digested, and bathed, throughout which Pei Hui did not mention the event of that evening. Today happened to be the day Pei Hui tended to Shen Lichu's nails. After finishing her bath, Shen Lichu obediently sat beside Pei Hui, extending her hand. Pei Hui began to busy himself. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shen Lichu asked anxiously, "Pei Hui, have you figured it out?" Without lifting his eyelids, Pei Hui responded with a low "Is it her?" "Yes." A silence enveloped the small living room once more. Shen Lichu inquired again, "Don't you want to ask anything?" Pei Hui remained silent, instead asking gently, "Little one, are you truly prepared to be honest?" Shen Lichu felt a twinge of defeat. "No, that was sufficient." Pei Hui affectionately patted her head. "I will wait for the day you are ready." He continued, regarding Saturday, "Do not worry, I will handle everything. I will also find a way to keep old Pei in the dark until you are prepared. Until Shen Lichu is ready." Pei would not allow anyone to expose her wounds. Despite knowing her biological parents' identities, Shen Lichu had never mentioned them throughout her life. Likely because her parents had wronged her in some way. Pei Hui understood that had it not been for his inability to suppress his anxious emotions today, Shen Lichu would not have confided in him. From Shen Lichu's perspective, Pei Hui's unease stemmed from a secret she shared with Shen Jinxing, which he was unaware of. Thus, disregarding her own scarred heart, she endeavored to console Pei Hui. "However, little one, my unease does not arise from that reason." Exiting Shen Lichu's bedroom, Pei Hui walked towards the balcony while dialing Xie Changyan's number. Pei Hui was acutely aware that while he could deceive everyone, he could not outsmart the astute Xie Changyan. Rather than conceal the truth, it was better to take control of the situation himself. He could wait for Shen Lichu to be ready to reveal everything to him, but he would not wait until that day to understand the entire sequence of events. Xie Changyan was evidently not surprised by the news Pei Hui shared. He had already suspected it. In fact, on the day of Pei Hui's coming-of-age banquet, upon learning that Shen Jinxing had stealthily ascended to the second floor, Xie Changyan had begun to harbor doubts. After hanging up, Pei Hui quietly ventured back to Shen Lichu's bedroom, reminded of her childhood sorrows, even in sleep. Shen Lichu's brow remained tightly furrowed. Pei Hui knelt by the bed, extending a trembling hand to smooth her frown. "Little one, do not fear. No matter what happens, I am here. No one can force you." From this day forth, he vowed to ensure that only joy and happiness would fill her life. Throughout the day, Pei Hui reached a resolution. Whether this new life was a gift from heaven or a result of the efforts he made in his past life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. The Pei Hui of his past was a different person. In this life, he would not be so foolish as to let emotions cloud his judgment. Pei Hui smiled softly, though his dark blue eyes, tinged with red, were veiled in a thick layer of cold determination. Chapter 60. Just want my aunt to live a long life on that Saturday. Just before stepping out, Shen Lichu discovered that Pei Hui had inexplicably locked his bedroom door. Curiously, she inquired, "Pei Hui, why did you lock the door?" It was noteworthy that in all these years, Pei Hui had never once locked his bedroom door. In fact, he had always kept it wide open for Shen Lichu's convenience. A fleeting, unusual emotion flickered in the depths of Pei Hui's dark blue eyes, but he maintained a serious facade as he replied, There's a great treasure hidden inside. What treasure? Shen Lichu's curiosity was piqued. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow and deliberately elongated his tone. Does little one want to know? Shen Lichu nodded enthusiastically, much like a chick pecking at rice. Her gaze filled with anticipation. I won't tell you, he teased. Shen Lichu pouted, I'm stingy. Tomorrow, I'll hide a great treasure in my room too and lock the door. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow. You can't. Shen Lichu widened her eyes. Why can't I? What if you suddenly fall ill and lock the door? I wouldn't be able to get in, just like that night when you were 6. I was so worried. Shen Lichu paused for a moment, reflecting on it. Their vehicle soon arrived at the Shen family's private hospital, where Shen Jinxing was already waiting at the entrance. On the way, Shen Lichu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was the Shen family's domain. Could they truly keep things under wraps? Sensing her unease, Pei Hui gently squeezed her fingers, instantly alleviating her worries. Indeed, with Pei Hui by her side, she felt there was nothing to fret over. All she needed was to trust him. The sampling process was brief, completed by doctors in lab coats under Pei Hui's watchful gaze. He had no intention of making Shen Lichu wait for the results there. Just as he was about to take her away, Shen Jinxing suddenly called out, Lichu. Shen Lichu halted and turned back, looking at Shen Jinxing with curiosity. My esteemed elder is in a hospital room upstairs. Would you like to visit her? That elder was Shen Lichu's biological mother. And even though Pei Hui was reluctant for her to go, he could not override Shen Lichu's wishes. Pei Hui softly offered, Little one, if you wish to go, I can accompany you. However, Shen Lichu shook her head, never mind. It wouldn't be appropriate. Hearing this, Shen Jinxing felt a hint of disappointment, but refrained from further persuasion. Everything should wait until the results were in. On the way back, Pei Hui could no longer contain himself, and softly asked, Was she unkind to you? He had been investigating Shen Lichu's childhood, but the Shen family had effectively shielded her early life from scrutiny, making it difficult to uncover details due to the passage of time. Shen Lichu sniffed and then shook her head. No, my elders have always treated me well. Due to her precocious intellect, Shen Lichu had early memories, many of which were buried deep within her heart. Born prematurely, her body had not fully developed many organs and systems. If her family had treated her poorly, she would have likely perished shortly after birth. Upon hearing this, Pei Hui furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a despondent voice of Shen Lichu echoed, But I was a child born without expectation. The efficiency of the Shen family private hospital was remarkable. Soon, Shen Jinxing received the identification report, and he flipped directly to the last page. There was no blood relation. How could this be? Shen Jinxing's pupils contracted sharply as he looked up at the doctor. Could there have been an error in the process? With such strikingly similar eyes, how could it not be so? Shen Jinxing couldn't help but suspect that Pei Hui was somehow involved in this. Just then, an assistant hurriedly approached from the direction of the elevator and whispered something in Shen Jinxing's ear. Furrowing his brow, Shen Jinxing pondered for a moment before responding, Please bring them in. 5 minutes later, Xie Changyan entered the hospital room, carrying a bouquet of sunflowers, guided by Shen Jinxing. Auntie, I brought a friend to visit you. Upon entering, Xie Changyan instinctively surveyed the room, and his gaze was quickly drawn to the name card at the head of the hospital bed. Patient name, Song Yumian. The surname Song? Xie Changyan recalled a Song family that had fallen from grace decades ago in Wangjing. He temporarily set aside these thoughts, smiling politely as he greeted, Hello, Annie. I am Shen Jinxing's friend, Xie Changyan. Song Yumian welcomed Xie Changyan with a cheerful smile, inviting him to sit and asking someone to prepare tea and refreshments. The bouquet was exquisite. The bright yellow sunflowers interspersed with white tulips, surrounded by green fountain grass and other small flowers, evoked a vibrant feeling of spring. Xie Changyan humbly smiled, saying, I'm glad you like it, Auntie. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback upon seeing Song Yumian's eyes. No wonder Shen Jinxing was so fixated on Shen Lichu, for the resemblance was striking. Similar eyes, both bearing a hint of affliction. Xie Changyan did not linger in the hospital room for long, soon rising to take his leave. Shen Jinxing personally escorted him out. As they walked together, their conversations seemed to dance like Tai Chi, appearing as trivial banter on the surface while currents of tension flowed beneath. Why is Mr. Shen so fixated on finding a child of the main lineage? Xie Changyan suddenly remarked as the elevator descended toward the parking lot on the basement level. Aren't you afraid she might return to contest for power? Though the Shen family's influence had waned significantly since the upheaval over a decade ago. Even a dead camel is larger than a horse. In response to this somewhat pointed question, Shen Jingxing did not shy away, chuckling lightly. If I say I care nothing for power, would you, Master Xie, believe me? Xie Changyan remained silent, a faint smile on his lips. Shen Jingxing's expression grew serious as he articulated each word with clarity. I was raised by my aunt. Naturally, I wish for her to live a long life. Even if this nurturing was merely a burden Sanya Mian had to bear for the Shen family, so what? The moonlight's afterglow genuinely fell upon him. Xie Changyan gazed intently into his eyes, while Shen Jingxing remained unflinching. Immediately thereafter, one could hear Shen Jingxing speaking to himself. The child supported by the head of the Shen family will undoubtedly return. By the latest this July, the Shen family will host a homecoming banquet for the girl who has been missing for over a decade. Throughout these years, Shen Jingxing has been dedicated to searching for that child, whose remains are non-existent, while also secretly nurturing suitable candidates. Whether the girl who returns is indeed the biological daughter of his aunt is, in fact, of little importance. Xie Changyan suddenly smiled. Though the mirth did not reach his eyes, Mr. Shen truly possesses remarkable skills. Chapter 61. After my birth, she once contemplated ending my life. Concerned for Shen Lichu, Pei did not take her home, but instead ventured to the countryside. Having frequently visited this place for summer retreats during her childhood, Shen Lichu had not returned for several years due to her academic commitments. This locale is, in fact, the ancestral residence of the Pei family. The grand traditional courtyard is situated halfway up the mountain. Although predominantly constructed of wood, it does not appear dilapidated thanks to annual renovations. Upon hearing the sound of the car, the elderly yet spirited butler promptly emerged to greet them. Ah, Miss Lichu and young master, you have arrived. Shen Lichu obediently called out, Grandpa Li. With the sun blazing outside, Butler Li quickly ushered the two indoors, stating that he had prepared a large pot of free-range chicken soup specially for their visit today. The chicken soup had been simmering all morning, resulting in a rich and flavorful broth. Is there fried small fish? Shen Lichu inquired. Haha, of course. Knowing that young Master Yu enjoys fried small fish, I made sure that the lad from the Fong family brought a basket back early this morning. Those small fish were renowned local delicacies, scarce in number. As they perished the moment they were pulled from the water, making them rather pricey despite their delightful taste. Upon hearing the mention of the lad from the Fong family, Pei Yu's brows furrowed. During his childhood visits to the countryside, that fellow had always stuck close to Shen Lichu. Seeing Shen Lichu, Grandma Li wasted no time in serving her a bowl of chicken soup. The soup, simmered over low heat, had a thick layer of oil on top. But the bowl presented to Shen Lichu was meticulously skimmed clean of that layer. In the courtyard stood a grand pear tree, its canopy casting ample shade, with unripe green pears weighing down the branches. Beneath the pear tree, Shen Lichu sat on a small bamboo chair, sipping the chicken soup that Pei Yu fed her spoonful by spoonful. The weather was somewhat warm, and the soup was quite hot. After only a few sips, beads of perspiration began to form on the tip of her nose. Observing Shen Lichu's hearty appetite brought Pei Yu a sense of joy. The bowl was merely palm-sized, and soon it was emptied as Pei Yu fed her the last spoonful of soup. Shen Lichu licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she conveyed her desire for more chicken soup, only to be coldly denied by Pei Yu. Given the heat and Shen Lichu's tendency to suffer during summer, another bowl would surely spoil her appetite for the upcoming meal. Pouting slightly, Shen Lichu had no choice but to acquiesce. There was also a swing chair beneath the pear tree, handcrafted by Pei Yu during their childhood. As I secured the wooden planks with nails, I inadvertently struck my hand, leaving my fingernail bruised. Fearing that Shen Lichu would worry and for the sake of my pride, I refrained from letting her see it. Shen Lichu rose and settled onto the swing, gently swaying. After all these years, it remains so steadfast. Be careful, Pei Yu said as he followed her, taking a seat on the swing to shield Shen Lichu, preventing her from slipping off. Irritated, Shen Lichu exclaimed, "Pei Hui, when will you stop treating me like a child?" Pei Hui raised an eyebrow and replied with a soft scoff. "When you can finish 2 bowls of rice at every meal, I shall reconsider. In that case, let us forget it." Shen Lichu thought it best not to continue the debate with Pei Hui. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, and conveniently, a beam fell before Shen Lichu. Curiously, she stretched out her hand to play with it. Pei Hui gazed at her and suddenly spoke softly, "Little darling, look, so many people are eager to meet you." Shen Lichu froze. "When you're not home at night, old Pei thinks of you every day, worried you might fall ill or feel frightened alone." When I accompanied him to the Pei group for work, he proudly showcased the essay he had framed in his office, claiming that seeing it daily dispels all fatigue. "Ms. You, the workaholic, calls from time to time. If it gets late and you've fallen asleep, she insists I take the phone to your room just to catch a glimpse of you through the screen. The anticipation of sharing meals with you fills Xie Changyan with great eagerness for each holiday and the return to school. Indeed, there are countless individuals who await the opportunity to see you." Shen Lichu. Pei Hui gently cradled Shen Lichu's face, using his thumb to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. "Little darling, you are so sweet, so kind, so tender-hearted. There are countless people lining up to love you. So please, do not be afraid, all right?" In a sudden rush, Shen Lichu threw herself into Pei Hui's embrace, softly weeping. Observing this, Pei Hui extended his arms, cradling her across his chest. With her legs resting on his sturdy arms and her arms wrapped around his neck, she cried for a long while. Throughout, Pei Hui remained silent, allowing her to express her sorrow. "According to my grandfather, due to my premature birth, once I was discharged from the hospital, I could not be separated from others for even a moment, which is why I was raised in their arms. My mother did not anticipate my arrival and nearly experienced several miscarriages during her pregnancy. After I was born, she once considered taking my life. In my earliest memories, I have encountered her perhaps 4 or 5 times, yet each moment I could distinctly feel that she loved me. Every encounter with my mother would erupt into arguments, the last confrontation stemming from my clinginess. When she stormed out, I chased after her, running outside where shards of glass pierced my soles. Perhaps overwhelmed by the pain, I could not help but cry, pleading for them not to abandon me. My mother paused for a moment, but did not turn back. She glanced at me briefly before continuing on her way. Subsequent events remain a mystery to me. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself in the villa where I encountered you. After 2 solitary years, it was only upon meeting Pei Hui that my life took a turn." As she spoke, Shen Lichu kept her head bowed, too timid to meet Pei Hui's gaze. Once her words ceased, she hesitantly lifted her eyes, and upon seeing Pei Hui, she was momentarily taken aback. Pei Hui was in tears, tilting his head to prevent his sorrow from falling upon her. Shen Lichu yearned to wipe away his tears. Yet Pei Hui's eyes resembled an endless ocean, with tears flowing ceaselessly, no matter how hard she tried to dry them. She withdrew her hand and gradually leaned down, resting her face against Pei Hui's chest, gently closing her eyes. It was never her intent to conceal her feelings from him. She simply feared that he too would perceive her as overly needy and clingy, just as her mother had, leading to abandonment. In such a scenario, she would be left with nothing, utterly devoid of companionship. In that moment, she felt Pei Hui was more akin to water than herself. "It is not your fault, my dear," Pei Hui repeatedly murmured softly in her ear, finally uttering the burdens he had long carried. Shen Lichu felt an immense relief wash over her, her tears gradually ceasing. However, Pei Hui's tears flowed without restraint. Shen Lichu found herself once again tending to his sorrow, initially with a small handkerchief, which soon became soaked. Lacking any other suitable item, she resorted to using the sleeve of her own garment to wipe his tears. Shen Lichu had often heard that girls were made of water, but now she believed this to be inaccurate. Pei Hui embodied the essence of water far more profoundly. Perhaps it was the emotional turmoil and sleepless nights that had led her eyelids to grow heavy as she continued to comfort him. Ultimately, she succumbed to her fatigue, nestling into Pei Hui's embrace and drifting into a light slumber. Pei Hui, with similarly swollen eyelids, gently lifted her and carried her inside. The afternoon sun of summer, around 3 or 4 o'clock, cast a lethargic warmth over the scene. Xie Chengyan, after reviewing the stack of identification reports in his hands, finally handed them to Pei Hui. He had long since bribed the doctor responsible for the tests, substituting the hair samples taken from Shen Lichu. Shen Jinxing, preoccupied with guarding against the Pei family, had overlooked Xie Changyan. The paternity test in Xie Changyan's possession was, in fact, the document linking Shen Lichu to Song Yuming. The results indicated that the test supported Shen Lichu as the biological daughter of Song Yuming. Xie Changyan scoffed coldly before adding, by July at the latest, the Shen family will host a homecoming banquet. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu's brows furrowed deeply. Although Shen Lichu had no intention of acknowledging Song Yuming as her mother, the thought of an interloper occupying her rightful place within the Shen family and basking in their joy was profoundly unsettling. Xie Changyan continued, my associates began investigating the nanny who cared for Lichu, but just as we made some progress, the leads vanished completely. The passage of time has rendered the clues too sparse to pursue further. Moreover, the caregiver who had mistreated Shen Lichu had long been dealt with by Pei's father. Over the years, her life had been quite miserable, and she had succumbed to illness 3 years ago. Perhaps you might consider seeking assistance from Uncle Pei. Pei Hui acknowledged with a hum, indicating his understanding. Brother Pei, the eggs you requested have arrived. At the entrance, Jiang Jingheng, with oil smeared across his face, entered while balancing 3 eggs in his left hand and holding a duck leg larger than his own face in his right. Pei Hui reached out to accept the eggs, thanking him. Is Lichu still asleep? Jiang Jingheng couldn't resist asking. Pei Hui replied that she had awakened and hurriedly ascended the stairs. In the bedroom, Shen Lichu lay upon a finely crafted bed made of golden silk nanmu, gazing at the intricately carved canopy above, lost in thought. The windows were wide open, allowing occasional breezes to sweep through, rustling the curtains around the bed and imparting a gentle coolness. Pei Hui gently parted the curtains and approached quietly. Hearing the faint sound, Shen Lichu quickly turned her head towards the source. Upon seeing her swollen, fish-like eyes, Pei Hui felt a pang of heartache. Hiku, my dear, would you like to roll an egg against your eyes? Shen Lichu pouted slightly, her voice soft and nasal. No. Pei Hui had no choice but to relent, lifting a cup of honey water to her lips. Perhaps due to her infrequent consumption of such sweet nectar, she eagerly gulped down several mouthfuls. As she finished the honey water and began to yawn again, Pei Hui decided to sit by her bedside, gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. Before long, she drifted off into a deep slumber. After tucking her in, Pei Hui gazed at her face and, unable to resist, leaned down to place a kiss upon her eyelids. This kiss had been long desired, especially as Shen Lichu recounted her past. It was also Pei Yu's first kiss with her. Even though it was but a delicate peck, it was enough to set his heart racing. Shen Lichu slept soundly and for an extended period. It was not until evening that Pei Hui gently roused her. With a reluctant hum, she protested, still heavily burdened by sleep, her eyes fluttering. Pei Hui, I am so tired. I want to sleep a little longer. Pei Hui replied, you cannot sleep any longer. Noticing Shen Lichu's continued resistance to awaken, he had no choice but to lift her in his arms. After checking her forehead with a thermometer and confirming she did not have a fever, he carried her downstairs. In the living room, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Pei Hui descend the stairs with Shen Lichu cradled in his arms, they tactfully refrained from mentioning the Shen family affairs. The young girl, with exquisitely delicate features, had her brows slightly furrowed. Beneath her swollen eyelids, her dark eyes glimmered with moisture, and her lips were a delicate shade of pale pink, her porcelain complexion tinged with the pallor of illness. Pei Hui held Shen Lichu in a manner akin to cradling a child. Xie Changyan recalled having seen someone hold Shen Lichu in the same way during her childhood, when she frequently fell ill. While minor ailments were manageable, any significant illness would leave her yearning for the comfort of a loved one to hold her, preventing her from shedding silent tears. Uncle Pei cradled Shen Lichu in his arms, allowing her small head to rest gently on his shoulder, while little Pei Hui followed closely behind like a devoted shadow. Bustling about, Whenever Uncle Pei had no choice but to set Shen Lichu down, Yu Qingqing would take over, showering Shen Lichu with affection and coaxing her sweetly. As the years passed, Pei Yu matured, acquiring the strength to hold Shen Lichu securely in his embrace for extended periods. At that moment, Pei Yu inquired what Shen Lichu wished to have for dinner. Rubbing her eyes, Shen Lichu replied that she had no appetite and did not feel hungry. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Yu asserted that even if she wasn't hungry, she must eat something. In matters of dining, Shen Lichu found herself entirely unable to resist Pei Yu's insistence. Ultimately, she nestled quietly into Pei Yu's embrace, remaining silent. "Li Butler," Pei Yu called out, his voice ringing clear. As Li Butler responded, he hastened over, "Young Master Yu." Pei Yu instructed, "Have Granny prepare a bowl of chicken soup with wontons, keeping the flavor light." In less than half an hour, the steaming bowl of chicken soup with wontons arrived, the plump, delicate dumplings bobbing in a fragrant broth, topped with a sprinkling of fresh scallions. Shen Lichu had a petite palate and could not consume anything too hot, so she waited patiently for the soup to cool. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Jiang Jingheng, who had just finished a hearty dinner, to swallow hard in anticipation, exclaiming, "How delightful it smells!" Nestled in Pei Yu's embrace, Shen Lichu slyly pushed her bowl of chicken soup wontons toward Jiang Jingheng, her intentions unmistakable. Jiang Jingheng's eyelids flickered, feigning ignorance to Shen Lichu's suggestion as he rose and strolled toward the kitchen, calling out, "Granny Li, I would like some wontons too." Chapter 63. Leaning against Lichu's embrace before Shen Lichu lay a small white porcelain bowl, containing no more than 12 wontons. After a prolonged period of hesitation, only 2 or 3 remained. In stark contrast, a large basin before Jiang Jingheng, larger than his own face, was completely devoid of wontons, and he was now eagerly sipping the fragrant chicken broth. Xie Changyan observed the joyous Jiang Jingheng and the forlorn Shen Lichu, unable to suppress a chuckle, which drew a resentful glance from Shen Lichu. In the end, those last few wontons were consumed by Pei Yu on her behalf. After the meal, Shen Lichu was gifted a box of pure mango ice cream. She sat on a swing in the courtyard, savoring the ice cream from a palm-sized container in small bites. "Lichu, do you think this pear is ripe enough to eat?" Jiang Jingheng asked, gazing up at the largest pear on the tree. Shen Lichu replied honestly, "Not yet, and it doesn't taste very good." This pear tree, of an unknown variety, boasted a large canopy but bore fruit with thick skin and hard flesh. Jiang Jingheng smacked his lips, "But I'm curious to try it." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lichu responded, "You may give it a try." Just then, Jiang Jingheng spotted the pear he fancied and clambered up the tree with the awkwardness of a bear. Having concluded their discussion, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan approached the courtyard. Xie Changyan looked around and inquired, "Where is Jiang Jingheng?" Shen Lichu pointed to the tree. "Peiga, Xiega, would you like some pears?" After successfully picking his favorite pear, Jiang Jingheng asked excitedly. Xie Changyan politely declined. Pei Yu, however, was too preoccupied to respond, and instead approached Shen Lichu, coaxing, "Little darling, could you spare me a bite of your ice cream?" Obediently, Shen Lichu handed Pei Yu the golden spoon. Once he had the spoon, Pei Yu scooped a generous portion, leaving only a small crescent of ice cream in the box. Shen Lichu was already accustomed to this. Throughout her life, she had never consumed an entire box of ice cream. The same applied to candied hawthorn. In the early years, Pei Yu would painstakingly buy a skewer of candied hawthorn, yet he would only dare to feed her a single piece. As Shen Lichu's health gradually improved, Pei Yu began to offer her more, but even now, she had yet to experience the delight of consuming an entire skewer. After picking the pears, Jiang Jingheng retreated to the lowest branch, intending to leap down gracefully. However, upon landing, he stepped on a small stone and tumbled into the grass. If it had been any other patch of grass, it would have been inconsequential. But the direction Jiang Jingheng rolled in to contain the ferns that Shen Lichu had planted. Seeing this, Pei Yu hurriedly cursed under his breath and quickly approached to check on him. The noise made by Jiang Jingheng's descent had caught Xie Changyan's attention, and he noticed a tiny branch had fallen into Shen Lichu's hair. He walked over to her, suppressing the urge to reach out and remove the branch. "Lichu, Something's in your hair, he said. Shen Lichu, puzzled, reached up to feel, but could not locate it after some time. Where is it? Xie Changyan smiled gently and advised. A bit to the left. Here? She asked. Just a little further back. Following Xie Changyan's guidance, Shen Lichu finally located the tiny branch. It seems to be stuck, she said with a slight frown, tugging at it with force, which only caused her scalp to ache. Xie Changyan bent down to take a look and confirmed it was indeed snagged. Don't worry, let Pei Hui help you with it shortly. Just then, Pei Hui returned, followed closely by Jiang Jinghang, who was clutching his backside. As he approached, he inquired, what is the matter? Shen Lichu slowly murmured, something's caught in my hair. Pei Hui quickened his pace, coming to her side, while Xie Changyan discreetly stepped back to give them space. In just a few swift motions, Pei Hui removed the small branch and even tidied the disheveled strands of hair that Shen Lichu had disturbed. What was it? She asked curiously. Pei Hui displayed the branch in his palm for her to see. When I have some free time, I shall add a cover to this swing chair. Standing silently behind Pei Hui, Xie Changyan gazed intently at Shen Lichu, who was engrossed in listening to Pei Hui, his elongated peach blossom eyes filled with disappointment. With a snap, 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 Xie Changyan, unable to contain himself any longer, turned around with a forced smile and asked, Is it good? Jiang Jinghang offered him the half-eaten pear, saying, Would you like some? Lichu was right. This pear is quite unpleasant. The skin is so thick it can fill the gaps between my teeth. Xie Changyan, when she was just awakened by Pei Hui, Shen Lichu was utterly exhausted. Now, having finished her evening routine and lying in bed, she found herself unable to sleep. This evening, Pei Hui was still sleeping on the floor. In the darkness, the tranquility of the room was shattered by the simultaneous ringing of two mobile phones. It was Jiang Jinghang initiating a video call in their small WeChat group. Before answering, Pei Hui glanced at the time. It was already 12:47 in the middle of the night. As soon as he connected the call, Xie Changyan's irritable voice was heard. What a nuisance. Jiang Jinghang, with an air of mystery, asked, Are you interested in sampling a thrilling, suspenseful film? I just received the source. Eavesdropping, Shen Lichu curiously inquired, What thrilling, suspenseful film? 10 minutes later, in the movie room, Shen Lichu sat cross-legged on a small sofa, while a spread of late-night snacks ordered by Jiang Jinghang adorned the long table. A cinema-sized screen displayed the latest popular horror film, which had not been released domestically due to its terrifying plot. It was Shen Lichu's first encounter with such a genre, her dark eyes gleaming with anticipation. In contrast, Pei Hui felt a twinge of concern. He feared that the horror elements might frighten Shen Lichu. The film was terrifying from beginning to end, and Pei Hui cast several worried glances in her direction, afraid she would think him a killjoy, yet hesitating to suggest changing the film. When he looked at her once more, Shen Lichu caught him in the act. Pei Hui, are you a bit scared? Before Pei Hui could respond, Jiang Jinghang interjected. Brother Pei is afraid of ghosts? That can't be. With fists as large as sandbags, even if a ghost appeared, it would have to endure a couple of punches before leaving. Shen Lichu blinked earnestly and said, Pei Hui, if you're scared, you can lean into my wide embrace. Is there such a good thing? Pei Hui pondered for a second before quickly nestling against Shen Lichu, looking pitiful as he murmured, Little darling, I'm scared. Chapter 64 should be quite affectionate. The movie had played for quite some time. The protagonists, scattered in their escape, included a younger man who hid beneath a long table adorned with intricate white candelabras. From a young man's anxious and terrified perspective, a pair of bloodied feet slowly passed by the table. Just as he let out a silent sigh of relief, the tablecloth was suddenly yanked away, revealing a ghostly figure with disheveled hair peering from beneath the table. Found you, the ghost softly uttered, her mouth stretching into a wide grin that reached her ears. The young man screamed in terror. Ah! At the same moment, Pei Hui also cried out in alarm, burying his face in Shen Lichu's neck, plaintively saying, Little darling, I'm scared. Jiang Jinghang, engrossed in the film, was not frightened by the unfolding plot, but was startled by Pei Yu's frail, fearful voice. Unable to resist the urge to seek the truth, Jiang Jinghang asked, What is that noise? Xie Changyan stared intently at Pei Hui, crunching on a braised duck neck with an expressionless face. Jiang Jinghang, was entirely oblivious to the undercurrents of emotion swirling in the room as Shen Lichu earnestly comforted Pei Hui. Pei Hui gently rested his head on Shen Lichu's shoulder, his face nestled against her neck. He could hardly comprehend the words tumbling from her lips. He merely thought that her mouth appeared remarkably soft and would be delightful to kiss. As the film progressed, during particularly frightening scenes, Shen Lichu would instruct Pei Hui to close his eyes until the terror had passed, only then permitting him to open them again. By the time the movie concluded, it was nearly 2 a.m. This was the first time Shen Lichu had stayed up so late. The suspenseful plot had kept her engaged. But once the film was over, she could no longer stifle her yawns. After exchanging goodnights with Xie Changyin and Jiang Jinghang, Pei Hui took Shen Lichu's hand and led her back to their room. Once lying on the bed, her head resting on the pillow, Shen Lichu felt her eyelids growing heavy. It was only when she began to drift into a drowsy state that a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Would Pei Hui be too frightened to sleep after watching the horror film? Pei Hui, are you asleep? The normally restless Pei Hui, upon hearing Shen Lichu's soft call, immediately opened his eyes. What is it? Shen Lichu paused for a moment before replying. I'm feeling a bit scared. Could you come up and sleep with me? She was aware of Pei Yu's pride. If she directly asked him whether he was frightened, he would surely put on a brave front. Pei Hui, well aware of Shen Lichu's unspoken thoughts, nonetheless smiled and acquiesced. As he moved on the edge of the bed, Shen Lichu felt the mattress dip softly. She shifted further into the bed. Pei Hui suppressed his excitement, lying at the edge of the bed, urging her gently, little darling, go to sleep. For many years, Pei Hui had been plagued by recurring nightmares, rarely afforded the luxury of a peaceful slumber. Often, he resorted to medication to force himself into sleep. Just when he anticipated another sleepless night, he found himself drifting off, lulled by Shen Lichu's gradually deepening breaths, ultimately succumbing to a dreamless sleep. The following morning, as the habitual rhythm of her biological clock awakened her, Shen Lichu stirred as the outside air turned slightly cool. She turned her head to glance at Pei Hui, who was still asleep. He remained at the edge of the bed, his eyelids heavy and his brow appearing somewhat stern. In their childhood, Pei Hui often embraced Shen Lichu while they slept, one leg draped over her as if claiming her as his own. However, Pei Hui exuded an undeniable warmth. During summer nights, Shen Lichu would instinctively seek to escape his heat, yet no matter where she fled, Pei Hui would invariably find her and pull her back into his embrace. Winter, however, was a different story. Before turning 9, the winter nights were Pei Yu's happiest times. After he turned 9, he faced a dark chapter in life, during which Qingqing forced them to sleep apart. Pei Hui would not acquiesce to such a separation. Yu Qingqing was not lenient with him. The mother and son engaged in a battle of wits for a week, ultimately resulting in Pei Yu's defeat. To this day, Shen Lichu can still recall the expression of grievance on Pei Yu's face as he complained to her, which inexplicably brings a smile to her lips. Shen Lichu seldom had the opportunity to observe Pei Hui in slumber up close. She shifted slightly towards him, propping her face with her hands, which still bore a hint of baby fat, and gazed at Pei Hui with keen interest for a long while, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes. Carefully, Shen Lichu rose and tiptoed outside, but soon returned, a pen in hand. It was a rare occasion for Pei Hui to enjoy such quality sleep. However, upon opening his eyes and not finding Shen Lichu's figure, the fleeting good mood brought about by his restful slumber dissipated in an instant. Pei Yu's expression darkened. Resembling a living incarnation of the King of Hell, his every movement towards seeking Shen Lichu appearing lethal. By now, it was 10:30 in the morning, and the sun hung high in the sky, scorching in its intensity. Butler Li was directing the renovation workers in the courtyard when he caught sight of Pei Hui. Just as he intended to greet him, he froze in his tracks upon turning to face Pei Hui, who looked unusually ominous. Pei Hui noticed his surprise, but lacked the patience to inquire further, coldly demanding, "Where is Xiao Guai?" Butler Li pointed him in a direction. There stood a small stone bridge with a perennial trickle of water beneath it and a massive banyan tree at its head. In the summers of his childhood, Pei Hui often took Shen Lichu there to enjoy the shade. With a clear direction in mind, Pei Hui turned and strode away. Butler Li watched his swift departure, his expression a mix of hesitation and concern. The walk from the ancestral home to the small stone bridge took only 3 to 5 minutes, and from a distance, Pei Hui spotted Shen Lichu. The young girl, adorned with a bright blue wide-brimmed hat and dressed in soft yellow attire, crouched on the bridge, seemingly engrossed in observation. As he approached, he realized she was watching ants transport food. If Pei Hui's guess was correct, the morsels the ants were carrying were likely crumbs of pastries purposefully scattered by Shen Lichu. Xiao Guai. At the sound of her name, Shen Lichu turned around, her beautiful, glistening dark eyes widening in surprise as she smiled brightly at Pei Hui. Pei Hui, you're awake. A tinge of dissatisfaction lingered in Pei Hui's brow as he replied. Why didn't you wake me? Shen Lichu's voice was soft and obedient. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to disturb you. Chapter 65. All of this was cultivated by Pei Hui over more than a decade of indulgence. Upon hearing her words, Pei Hui felt a warmth in his heart, but did not entirely agree. You shouldn't be out here alone. I would worry too much. Just then, Xie Changyin and Jiang Jinghang returned from the melon fields, coincidentally hearing Pei Hui's remark. Jiang Jinghang, with a faint voice, interjected, Pei Hui, are we not humans? Pei Hui snorted coldly, choosing silence. Internally, he mused that it was precisely because of Xie Changyin that he felt even more unsettled. As Xie Changyin and Jiang Jinghang approached, they paused momentarily at the sight of Pei Hui's expression. Shen Lichu's ears were a delicate shade of red, her eyes darting nervously, avoiding the gaze of Pei Hui. She had not anticipated that upon waking, Pei Hui's first action would not be to freshen up, but rather to seek her out. However, this state of affairs could not continue indefinitely. Pei Hui, allow me to wipe your face, Shen Lichu timidly suggested. With that, she reached for the small handkerchief nestled in her bag. Pei Hui cast a wary glance at Xie Changyin and Jiang Jinghang, recalling the peculiar expression of Steward Li from earlier, paired with Shen Lichu's anxious attempt to be overly accommodating. What is on your face? Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, his voice low as he inquired. Little one, have you been up to mischief? Shen Lichu's eyes flitted about, her guilt intensifying. And no, she stammered. Pei Hui retrieved his phone from his pocket, activated the camera, and flipped the lens to face him. His visage, sharply defined, was clearly reflected on the small screen. As he matured, Pei Hui's features had developed an aggressive edge. His fierce brows and chiseled jawline were striking. Even in repose, his countenance exuded an undeniable intensity, particularly when he wore a serious expression. At that moment, however, each corner of his eyes was adorned with a playful drawing resembling a kitten's tail. Most notably, whenever Pei Hui furrowed his brow, a cartoonish depiction of an evil little cat's head emerged at his forehead. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Little mischief. The little one, fully aware that her antics were about to be unveiled, had already made her escape. Xie Changyin smirked. The drawing is quite charming. It makes that ghastly face of yours slightly more palatable. Unable to suppress himself, Jiang Jinghang burst into laughter. As the trio made their way back along the path, Pei Hui chanced upon Shen Lichu's bright blue hat, which she had inadvertently dropped. At home, Shen Lichu had already prepared a basin of water and a square cloth, eagerly awaiting at the door with her round, sparkling eyes. Early that morning, Pei Hui, with his painted visage, had been seen by countless passers-by, yet he felt no annoyance. On the contrary, he found himself in high spirits. In everyone's presence, Shen Lichu exhibited the utmost obedience. It was only in her interactions with him that her playful side emerged, a facet of her personality that Pei Hui had nurtured over the years. He even wished for her to be a touch more mischievous, reveling in her spirited nature. Pei Hui took the cloth from Shen Lichu, rinsing it in clean water, wringing it out, and casually beginning to wipe his face. The ink used for the drawing was special. With a damp cloth, it vanished effortlessly from his skin. After cleaning his face, Pei Hui carried the basin toward the right side. Moments later, he returned, now holding a basin of warm water with a fresh cloth. Setting the basin down, Pei Hui called without turning, Don't run off. Come here. Shen Lichu, hesitant to flee, ultimately complied and approached him. After wringing out the cloth, Pei Hui meticulously began to cleanse her cheeks, neck, and arms. Steward Li arrived, bearing tea and fruit, inviting the other two, who had finished washing up, to partake. Naturally, Shen Lichu was included, and once again, it was Pei Hui who fed her. After sipping a tasteless glass of plain water, Shen Lichu resolutely refused to drink any more. She leaned forward, peering into the cup closest to her, which seemed to contain chilled bayberry juice. The bayberries appeared freshly plucked, the juice in the porcelain cup a deep, rich red, almost black with several translucent ice cubes floating within. Shen Lichu blinked innocently in feigned confusion, inquiring, Pei Hui, what is that dark liquid in their cups? Pei Hui remained steadfast, responding simply, that is medicine. Drink up, he urged. Shen Lichu could only sip from the cup in small, reluctant gulps, as if she were completing an arduous task. After many attempts, the water level in her cup showed little sign of diminishing. Pei Hui's eyelids twitched in irritation as he instructed, open your mouth wider. It was only after he had managed to coax her into consuming more than half a cup that he finally set it down. During the summer, Pei Hui did not overly fret about the routine of feeding her. He was far more concerned with Shen Lichu's eating habits. Like a finicky cat, she would dawdle over a bowl of rice, refusing this and that, her pickiness maddening. Yet during lunch today, Shen Lichu not only finished her bowl of rice swiftly, but also devoured 2 extra pieces of rib. For the first time, her compliance astonished Pei Hui. He served her a piece of chicken with more meat than bone. Shen Lichu frowned, initially intending to refuse, but after a moment as contemplation, she silently accepted and consumed it. Ultimately, Shen Lichu drank half a bowl of soup that Pei Hui had ladled for her before being permitted to leave the table. The post-meal relaxation was spent on a swing beneath the pear tree. Today, Jiang Jingheng rose early and went back to sleep after lunch, while Pei Hui and Xie Changyan retreated to the study to discuss matters. The study was conveniently located near the pear tree, and Pei Hui stood by the window, positioned such that Shen Lichu could see him the moment she lifted her gaze. The summer afternoon was perfect for a nap. As she rocked gently in the swing, Shen Lichu felt herself growing drowsy. After concluding their discussion, Pei Hui hurried to find Shen Lichu. Upon seeing him standing before her, she instinctively extended her hand, requesting, I'd like mango-flavored ice cream, please. Pei Hui reached out and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, when did I ever say you could have ice cream? Shen Lichu retorted with indignation, last night, after I ate my meal properly, you rewarded me with a box of ice cream. Eating properly? Pei Hui chuckled in disbelief. Little darling, honestly reflect on how many wontons you left last night. Is that what you call eating properly? Unfazed, Shen Lichu stood her ground, asserting, I believe it counts. In fact, it was her menstrual period, and the ice cream she received last night should not have been given. However, knowing that a little sweetness and coldness could cheer her up when she was feeling down, Pei Hui had made an exception. Without hesitation, Pei Hui replied, no, you cannot have it. Shen Lichu looked at him with longing, I want to eat it. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of wavering. No, even if you want it, you cannot have it. Chapter 66. Assertion of ownership. The sun began to dip in the west as Yu Qingqing stepped through the gates of the Pei family's ancestral home. Pear. Pei Hui. She stood in the front yard, calling out to the 2 children, and soon footsteps echoed from within the house. Before long, 2 figures appeared before Yu Qingqing, one trailing behind the other. The smaller figure in the lead was running ahead, her soft bangs fluttering in the breeze. Slow down, came the admonition from Pei Hui, who was striding behind with a furrowed brow, incessantly muttering, watch your step. Shen Lichu dashed into Yu Qingqing's embrace, affectionately exclaiming, Auntie. Yu Qingqing extended her arms, gently lifting Shen Lichu by her underarms and weighing her in her hands, softly inquiring, why do you seem a bit thinner, my dear? Shen Lichu blinked, remaining silent but offering a shy smile in response. You hardly eat throughout the day, Pei Hui interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Lichu, his expression stern. You often nibble a few bites and then abandon your bowl. How can you not lose weight? At lunch today, you barely finished a bowl of rice, drank half a bowl of soup, and afterward, you dared to reach out for ice cream. Do I look like an ice cream vendor to you? Shen Lichu widened her eyes, silently gesturing for him to refrain from revealing her secrets. Yu Qingqing, amused by the exchange, patted Shen Lichu's head and asked, so, did you get any from Xiaoyu? Naturally, she had not. Pei Hui maintained an extremely stringent watch over what Shen Lichu consumed. When he said no, it was a firm refusal. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow. If I had given her any, she wouldn't, sensing her secret was on the verge of being exposed. Shen Lichu hurriedly approached Pei Hui, tiptoeing to cover his mouth. Just like calming a child, Pei Hui ceased his struggle and fell silent as she did so. The moment Shen Lichu removed her hand, Pei Hui swiftly resumed his previous line of questioning, further revealing her secrets, which infuriated Shen Lichu, her dark eyes widening in indignation. Yu Qingqing found the scene utterly delightful. Due to this incident, Shen Lichu remained mute on their journey home, refusing to speak a word to Pei Hui. Upon returning to Beijing, Yu Qingqing chose not to take them home, but instead headed to a highly private restaurant. Every weekend, dining at this establishment allowed them to enjoy storytelling. Knowing Shen Lichu relished a lively atmosphere, Yu Qingqing deliberately opted for a table rather than a private room. The dishes arrived promptly. Observing Shen Lichu before her, diligently eating with her cheeks puffed out, Pei Hui requested 2 servings of mango sago, pudding from the waiter. As Pei Hui placed his order, Shen Lichu perked up at the mention of the dessert, her eyes sparkling with delight. Once the waiter departed, Pei Hui leaned toward Shen Lichu with a smile. Are you happy now? Shen Lichu feigned indifference, slowly humming in response, continuing to ignore him. She was calculating in her mind that if she expressed her happiness, Pei Hui would likely start serving her food again. However, unbeknownst to her, Pei Hui had already seen through her little schemes. Regardless of her silence, he would still serve her food. I protest. Protest is futile. After their meal, while Pei Hui settled the bill and Yu Qingqing took a work-related call, Shen Lichu decided to venture to the restroom on her own. Before departing, Shen Lichu informed Pei Hui of her intentions. Pei Hui, furrowing his brow, expressed his disapproval. In such a public space, surrounded by numerous onlookers, how could he possibly feel at ease without keeping her constantly within his sight? Under the guidance of a waiter, Pei Hui took Shen Lichu's hand and escorted her to the entrance of the restroom, only releasing her grasp once they arrived. I shall wait for you outside, he declared. Shen Lichu acknowledged with a soft mm and turned to enter the restroom. After her figure vanished from view, Pei Hui raised his wrist to check the time. A few minutes later, Shen Lichu emerged from within. As she stood at the sink washing her hands, Pei Hui retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. Patiently waiting by her side, the moment she finished, he deftly took her hands to dry them. At that instant, a tall figure exited from another restroom. As Shen Lichu brushed past him, he suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, Lichu? Are you Shen Lichu? Before she could react, Pei Hui swiftly pulled her behind him, shielding her completely. Shen Lichu peered out from beside Pei Hui, gazing curiously at the stranger. The young man had fair skin and stood quite tall, adorned with a sapphire earring on his left ear. Though Shen Lichu found him somewhat familiar, she could not recall his identity. Tentatively, she inquired, Excuse me, who are you? The response came not from the young man, but from Pei Hui, his tone icy as he stated, a telltale. Regardless of the circumstances, Pei Hui would recognize this individual even if reduced to ashes. He was known for frequently presenting gifts to Shen Lichu. During Pei Yu's first visit to kindergarten, he had felt displeased about Pei Hui monopolizing Shen Lichu's attention and had reported him to the teacher no fewer than 4 times within a single morning. With Pei Yu's reminder, Shen Lichu finally recalled the young man's identity. You are Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan nodded in affirmation. I noticed you the moment you entered the restaurant, but I never found the opportunity to greet you. After graduating from kindergarten, Lu Huaichuan had to move abroad due to his parents' job transfers. Upon graduation, he had exchanged contact information with Shen Lichu, but after several relocations, he lost it. Years had passed, yet Lu Huaichuan could not forget the exquisite, beautiful girl with long, fluttering eyelashes from kindergarten. She had spoken softly, and even in moments of anger, she remained exceptionally endearing. Little did he expect to encounter Shen Lichu in a restaurant shortly after returning to the country. His ears flushed slightly as he bashfully scratched the back of his head, asking, May I have your contact information? Of course, Shen Lichu replied, her eyes crinkling in a smile. However, I do not have my phone with me. You may exchange contact details with Pei Hui first. She added, By the way, this is Pei Hui. Do you remember him? How could I forget? Lu Huaichuan replied. Before Pei Yu's arrival, He had been one of the few in the Sakura class who shared a close bond with Shen Lichu. Although she had never accepted the various small gifts he offered, she always willingly teamed up with him during games. Since Pei Hui arrived at the kindergarten, everything has changed. To my surprise, after finally encountering Shen Lichu again, this unruly little tyrant, oblivious to reason, clung to her as persistently as ever. Lu Huichuan tugged at the corners of his mouth and, gritting his teeth, extended his hand to greet Pei Hui, saying, "Pei Hui, long time no see." Pei Hui merely cast a cold glance at him, offering no further response. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Meanwhile, Shen Lichu discreetly poked Pei Hui in the lower back. In a possessive manner, Pei Hui grasped her hand, affectionately admonishing, "Don't tease, it tickles." Chapter 67. Is Pei Hui being too strict with you? Lu Huichuan's expression darkened. After achieving his objective, Pei Hui lazily extended his hand to shake Lu Huichuan's, a provocative smile gracing his lips. "Long time no see." The two hands clasped in the air exerted subtle pressure against each other. Following a handshake that lasted a full minute, Pei Hui and Lu Huichuan exchanged contact information. Lu Huichuan continued to converse amiably with Shen Lichu. "You remain as lovely and charming as ever." The compliment left Shen Lichu feeling somewhat bashful. She touched her nose and smiled shyly. As Lu Huichuan spoke, Pei Hui felt a growing irritation within him, suppressing the rising chill, and gently urged, "Little darling, we must be on our way. Ms. Yu is likely waiting anxiously." Shen Lichu nodded. Just as she was about to bid farewell to Lu Huichuan, he unexpectedly interjected, "Lichu, I have something important I wish to discuss with you privately." Shen Lichu was taken aback. 5 minutes later, when Yu Qingqing found Pei Hui and Shen Lichu. Guided by the waiter, Pei Hui stood immobile against the wall, his gloomy expression fixed on the boy conversing with Shen Lichu in the distance. He dared not even blink, fearing that a moment's lapse would allow Lu Huichuan to whisk Shen Lichu away. Yu Qingqing raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who is that little boy?" "A tattletale." Pei Hui grit his teeth in response. Although Yu Qingqing was not present during the children's early kindergarten days, Pei Yu's father frequently wrote to inform her of their circumstances. During Pei Yu's initial time at kindergarten, the reports about this tattletale were particularly numerous. Upon learning that Lu Huichuan would soon be leaving for abroad with his parents, Pei Hui was overjoyed. On the other side, in a private booth, Lu Huichuan and Shen Lichu sat across from each other. "Would you like something to drink?" Shen Lichu shook her head and replied softly, "Pei Hui doesn't allow me to drink anything casually when we're out." Once again, Pei Yu's influence was evident. Lu Huichuan frowned slightly. "Has Pei Hui been by your side all these years?" Although Shen Lichu was uncertain of Lu Huichuan's intentions with the question, she pondered for a moment before honestly nodding. Lu Huichuan sighed, muttering something quietly. Due to the low volume, Shen Lichu could not discern his words. She asked in confusion, "HM?" Lu Huichuan repeated in a normal voice, "If I were Pei Hui, I would also want to stay by your side." The girl before him was undeniably pure, like a pure white jasmine flower, as immaculate as jade, exuding a rich fragrance that irresistibly draws one closer. Yet, she is also exceedingly delicate, not to be easily plucked from the branch, requiring tender care. Shen Lichu tilted her head and gazed at him. Lu Huichuan could not help but glance at Pei Hui, who had long been watching him with keen eyes, and suddenly smiled with understanding. Perhaps this is quite good. Although Pei Hui possessed a strong sense of possessiveness and control, Lu Huichuan could not deny that over the years, Pei Hui had indeed nurtured Shen Lichu remarkably well. When they first encountered Shen Lichu in kindergarten, Lu Huichuan felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl. It was evident that she had not been well cared for at home. Now, even though traces of illness still faintly lingered on Shen Lichu's face, she appeared to be in excellent condition. Long before Shen Lichu had started her meal, Lu Huichuan had scrutinized her closely. Her clothing, though devoid of any visible brand or intricate design, was unmistakably of the finest quality at a mere glance. Particularly striking were her hands, with their plump and glossy nails glimmering under the light, her fingers long and delicate, pure and unblemished, without a single scar, and her palms completely free of calluses. More importantly, her deep, dark eyes retained the same sincere clarity as when Lu Huichuan had first met her, devoid of any distractions. In a world so chaotic, nurturing such a pair of innocent eyes necessitates not only a kind heart, but also meticulous protection from one's family. Lu Weiquan continua. Lili. Do you know that I actually quite dislike him? Speaking of the past, Lu Huichuan couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. You probably don't know, but when we were young, anything you gifted to others would be reclaimed by Pei Hui through various means. Shen Lichu was taken aback. Really? Moreover, he continued, a significant portion of gifts given to you by others were discreetly replaced by Pei Hui. Particularly, Lu Huichuan had suffered greatly from this. Do you remember that one arts and craft class where the teacher taught us to cut paper snowflakes? I gave you the first snowflake I made. Shen Lichu vaguely recalled this incident. It was because when she and Pei Hui returned home to paste the snowflakes, a candy wrapper fell from Pei Hui's backpack, the very wrapper she had given to Xie Changyan. This incident had sparked their first Cold War. Furrowing her brow, Shen Lichu asked, did Pei Hui do anything else at that time? When the teacher first instructed them on cutting snowflakes, Pei Hui had seemed disinterested. However, upon witnessing Lu Huichuan gifting his first snowflake to Shen Lichu, Pei Hui suddenly became captivated by the activity. Under the pretense of learning, he borrowed the snowflake that Lu Huichuan had given to Shen Lichu. Throughout the entire class, Pei Hui diligently cut snowflakes. After class, he returned the snowflake to her. But unbeknownst to Shen Lichu, it had already been covertly swapped by Pei Hui for a perfect imitation he had crafted himself. How did Lu Huichuan come to know of this? Of course, it was Pei Hui who personally returned the delicate paper cut he had crafted. How domineering! How rude! It is utterly petty. This was indeed the first time Shen Lichu had heard of such a matter, and she felt embarrassed on Pei Hui's behalf as she offered an apology to Lu Huichuan. After so many years, Lu Huichuan was not seeking an apology. He merely wished for Shen Lichu to gain a clear understanding of Pei Hui. Part of his motivation was selfish, yet another part stemmed from genuine concern for Shen Lichu. As a fellow man, Lu Huichuan understood all too well the possessiveness reflected in Pei Hui's gaze towards Shen Lichu. However, it was evident that Shen Lichu did not harbor similar feelings for Pei Hui. This indicated that Pei Hui had been patiently biding his time, waiting for Shen Lichu to mature. The truth cannot remain concealed indefinitely. Rather than allowing Shen Lichu to discover Pei Hui's hidden nature after they became involved, it will be far better to reveal it now. After careful consideration, Lu Huichuan earnestly inquired, Li, do you not think that Pei Hui is perhaps a bit too controlling over you? When I was in elementary school, my parents did not concern themselves with what I ate, wore, or played with, let alone standing guard outside the bathroom. Chapter 68. The selection of those who taste sweet pears on the way home. Pei Hui maintained his usual facade of indifference, attempting to extract information. Most of the time, Shen Lichu merely blushed, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she smiled at him, refraining from answering the questions he posed. Pei Hui's demeanor darkened, feeling a growing irritation. As he muttered under his breath, truly a master of complaints. Even after all these years, he remains insufferably detestable. Yu Qingqing observed the juxtaposition of Shen Lichu's bashfulness and Pei Hui's agitated demeanor, both striving to suppress their laughter. When his attempts to glean information proved futile, Pei Hui opted for a more direct approach. Can you truly not share the contents of your conversation with him? Shen Lichu shook her head lightly. Pei Hui, with a disgruntled expression, pressed on. Who holds more importance, me or Lu Huichuan? Without hesitation, Shen Lichu replied, of course, you are more important. Will I always be the most important to you? You will always be the most important. Just as Pei Hui was about to inquire further, he glanced at Yu Qingqing. But Shen Lichu, sensing his impending question, swiftly covered Pei Hui's mouth. Though Auntie and Pei Hui were of greater significance in Shen Lichu's heart, she felt it necessary to spare Yu Qingqing's feelings. It was not that Shen Lichu intentionally wished to conceal the truth from Pei Hui, but rather that the words seemed to elude her in his presence. At that moment, during rush hour, the vehicle moved in fits and starts. Despite the driver's skill, Shen Lichu felt quite nauseous. She lazily leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. Pei Hui, sensing her discomfort, refrained from disturbing her. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Lichu's thoughts drifted back to her earlier conversation with Lu Huichuan. Regarding his question, Shen Lichu had a clear answer in her heart. She did not withhold the truth from him. She confided that she actually relished being under Pei Yu's watchful care. It was as if every moment reminded Shen Lichu that despite being cast aside by so many, Pei Yu held her dear in his heart, never failing to care for her. Upon returning home, Shen Lichu, having broken a slight sweat, hurried to take a bath. However, when she emerged, having finished her ablutions, she searched in vain for Pei Yu's presence. Picking up her phone, she dialed his number. The call connected almost immediately, but there was no greeting from Pei Yu on the other end, only the faint sounds of deep breaths. "Pei Yu, where have you gone?" she inquired. His response was succinct: "Fourth floor." The fourth floor was entirely devoted to exercise, equipped with a plethora of fitness apparatus and training spaces. When Shen Lichu ascended, Pei Yu quickly gestured for a few training partners to leave. He casually sat down on the floor, beginning to unwrap the tape from his hands without lifting his gaze, saying, "Don't sit too close. I'm drenched in sweat and I wouldn't want to offend you." Feigning ignorance, Shen Lichu stubbornly settled beside him. For a time, silence enveloped them. With a hint of frustration, Shen Lichu spoke. "Lu Huichuan said something that I don't quite understand." Pei Yu turned his head to look at her, asking, "What did he say?" Shen Lichu possessed an exceptional memory. She could recall the contents of books with ease and could verbatim recount the words of others shortly after hearing them. He mentioned that he felt he returned too late. Pei Yu scoffed lightly. Shen Lichu blinked. "Do you know what that means?" Pei Yu acknowledged with a grunt. Yet, when she looked at him expectantly, he slowly replied, "That's something children shouldn't know." Shen Lichu detested being regarded as a child by Pei Yu, her eyes flashing with indignation. She fixed her gaze on him and, in a sudden burst, bumped her head against his stomach, exclaiming, "You're the real child." Pei Yu chuckled softly. The more she observed him, the more exasperated she became, and she decided to ignore him, striding away. Pei Yu followed at a distance, unable to suppress a murmur, still claims she's not a child. When she gets angry, it's even more evident. Thoughts of Lu Huichuan extinguished the smile from Pei Yu's face. Even if he had not gone abroad after graduating from kindergarten, what difference would it make? The sweet pear, nurtured under his care, could only be savored by him when it reached maturity. Since the paternity test, Shen Jinxing had not sought out Shen Lichu. Conversely, Lu Huichuan had arranged for a library and a teaching building to be donated to the school Shen Lichu attended. It was the first time Pei Yu felt truly grateful for the uniqueness of Shen Lichu's class. No matter how much money Lu Huichuan poured in, he could never become Shen Lichu's classmate. As the end of the semester approached, Jiang Jinghang resumed his blend of Eastern and Western spiritual practices. To ensure he could enjoy the hard-won summer break, Shen Lichu dedicated some of her time to provide him with a selection of practice questions across various subjects. This act of kindness moved Jiang Jinghang deeply. On the day the final exam concluded, Jiang Jinghang emerged from the examination hall with a radiant smile. Upon spotting Shen Lichu, he hurried over, overflowing with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness Lichu, for saving my life." Shen Lichu was utterly delighted. The weather, however, was rather dismal. The morning skies had been ominously overcast, and midway through the last exam, rain began to pour down in torrents, showing no signs of abating even now. Many students found themselves stranded within the confines of the classroom buildings. Given the heavy downpour, even umbrellas proved futile. Concerned that Shen Lichu might fall ill from the rain, Pei Yu did not rush to take her away, reasoning that summer rains are typically swift to come and go. In a moment of distraction, Shen Lichu extended her hand into the corridor to catch the raindrops. Pei Yu, with a stern expression, commanded, "Withdraw your hand." Shen Lichu obediently retracted her hand. Considering that the exam had been particularly taxing both physically and mentally, Pei Yu had thoughtfully prepared a variety of snacks, which now proved fortuitously useful. Initially, Shen Lichu was quite compliant, but after just a couple of bites, she began to fidget. With her cheeks full, she chewed her food while glancing around. "Pei Yu, look over there," she pointed. Pei Yu, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "I will only look when you finish what's in your hand." Shen Lichu could only persist in her eating, though her eyes continued to wander. Suddenly, Xie Chanyan called out sternly, "Pei Yu." At the sound of his voice, Shen Lichu ceased her distractions and turned her gaze toward Pei Yu in confusion. Xie Changyan stepped forward, positioning himself firmly beside Shen Lichu, effectively shielding her from the right. Jiang Jinghang was equally perplexed, asking, "What is going on?" Xie Changyan replied coolly, "Nothing much." Earlier, at the far end of the corridor to Shen Lichu's right, Shen Jingxing had approached, accompanied by a girl whose features bore a striking resemblance to Shen Lichu, only to turn and descend the stairs midway. "Aren't you attending the homecoming banquet for the eldest daughter of the Shen family?" Xie Changyan noted. Pei Hui had not observed what had transpired moments before, but Xie Changyan's sudden call and his inexplicable proximity to Shen Lichu had drawn Pei Hui's attention. When he glanced in that direction, he caught sight of Shen Jingxing leading the girl down the staircase. The striking similarity in their features was particularly jarring. Pei Hui and Xie Changyan exchanged a quick glance. As the torrential rain began to diminish after half an hour, the four of them made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Pei Hui adeptly squatted in front of Shen Lichu. She hesitated, asserting, "I can walk on my own." Pei Hui merely replied with indifference, "You may choose. I can carry you or hold you." Though it appeared as though Pei Hui was offering her a choice, in truth, Shen Lichu had only one option. The school's drainage system was not particularly efficient, and after such a heavy rain, the ground was prone to pooling. Consequently, Shen Lichu had no choice but to climb onto Pei Hui's back. Throughout the deluge, she remained completely dry. Yet upon arriving home, Shen Lichu was promptly ushered by Pei Hui to take a bath. As Shen Lichu emerged from the bath, enveloped in warmth, she was greeted by Pei Hui standing at the bathroom door, awaiting her return. Nearby, on a small table, sat a porcelain bowl containing a dark brown liquid. From a distance, the pungent aroma of ginger wafted towards her. It was ginger soup. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Shen Lichu's mind. She had loathed ginger soup since childhood. Similarly, Pei Hui presented her with what appeared to be two options, though, in reality, it was but a singular dilemma. Would she drink it herself, or would he feed her? Shen Lichu was disinclined to choose either. Her dark, gleaming eyes, overly moist from the steam, began to dart anxiously. In the next moment, she muttered, "I seem to have forgotten something very important in the bathroom." Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, but did not impede her retreat into the bath. The bathroom was spacious, divided into three sections: the wet area, the semi-dry area, and the dry area. The dry area featured a door leading directly to the adjacent cloakroom. Shen Lichu stealthily navigated through the dry area and returned to her room. Upon reaching the door, she paused for a moment and resolutely locked it. With the door secured, she believed she had successfully evaded danger, only to turn and find herself face to face with Pei Hui's eyes, which sparkled with a knowing smile. "It seems you wish for me to personally feed you," he remarked with a grin. Shen Lichu froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could that be? She swiftly turned to flee in the opposite direction. Yet, as her hand grasped the doorknob, she realized she had locked it herself. Pei Hui understood her too well. He had deliberately allowed her to escape, only to arrive at her room ahead of time, confidently lying in wait. With a grimace, Shen Lichu resigned herself to drinking the steaming bowl of ginger soup in one go. Until dinner, Pei Hui periodically checked her temperature, finding no issues during this time. Before bedtime, he remained restless, using a mercury thermometer to check her temperature once more. "You're not running a fever, are you?" After posing the question, Shen Lichu, obediently lying in bed, strained to hear his response. Pei Hui furrowed his brow. "Not for now." Each seasonal change inevitably brought illness to Shen Lichu, yet remarkably, she had managed to evade sickness during the last transition from spring to summer. This was not a positive sign. Thus, over the past 2 months, Pei Hui had been particularly vigilant regarding fluctuations in temperature and Shen Lichu's well-being. Upon hearing his answer, she sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Perhaps my health is improving." Pei Hui maintained his concerned expression. "Let us hope so." Nevertheless, he did not relax his guard. 2 hours later, Pei Hui gently opened the door to Shen Lichu's bedroom. Without needing to retrieve the thermometer from the drawer, the sound of her steady breathing filled him with a sense of unease. He had been by her side during each of her illnesses, and the peculiarities associated with her sickness had become etched into his very being. 3 minutes later, the entire Pei residence was aglow with light. The doctor was en route, and in just a few minutes, he would arrive. With an anxious expression, Pei Hui tightly embraced Shen Lichu, occasionally brushing his forehead against her cheek. Her fever seemed to escalate. Despite her discomfort, the struggle to breathe, coupled with the relentless ache coursing through her bones, rendered Shen Lichu incapable of sleep. Pei Hui, I am sorry. I have been so disobedient. If only I had refrained from recklessly reaching out to catch the raindrops today, or had promptly consumed ginger soup upon returning. Perhaps I would not have fallen so gravely ill, causing you such distress. Pei Hui continuously patted her back, reassuringly murmuring, "My dear, this is not your fault." Although Shen Lichu was frail, she was not so weak that merely catching a few raindrops could lead to such an intense fever. When the doctor arrived, he immediately began examining Shen Lichu without pausing to catch his breath. Fortunately, it was merely a common fever, and four was quickly administered. Pei Hui remained by her side, refusing to release her from his embrace. The four contained sedative properties, and Shen Lichu soon drifted off to sleep nestled in Pei Hui's arms. Yet, the fluid seemed somewhat too cold, for even in slumber, her brows remained furrowed. Pei Hui attempted to warm the four line with his hand, and after a short while, her tense expression began to relax. Each time Shen Lichu fell ill, medication and 4 drips were secondary. Once she sank into a deep sleep, silent tears would often flow from her eyes, a haunting echo of abandonment etched deep within her soul over the years. Despite the fever's ferocity, the illness was gradually unraveling. Pei Hui took her to the countryside to recuperate. During this time, upon hearing of Shen Lichu's ailment, several visitors came to see her, with Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng being the most frequent. It was precisely because of this relentless fever that Pei Hui remained vigilantly by Shen Lichu's side, not allowing her to step outside. Air conditioning, ice cream, and chilled watermelon were out of the question. Shen Lichu was permitted only a small fan, no larger than a ball, which provided minimal airflow. Moreover, Pei Hui restricted her to merely 3 hours of its use each day. Each afternoon, Shen Lichu eagerly anticipated the moment she could sit before the little fan, enjoying the cool breeze while sipping green bean soup, relishing the simple pleasure of life. Not far away, Pei Hui and Xie Changyan stood by the window discussing matters. Xie Changyan, with a serious demeanor, scoffed. "Will you not attend the homecoming banquet of the eldest daughter of the Shen family?" Pei Hui's expression turned icy. His possessiveness over anything related to Shen Lichu was unwavering, even extending to things she herself did not desire. The Shen family? We shall see. Chapter 70. The young calf years of collaboration had endowed Xie Changyan with an instinctive understanding of Pei Hui's thoughts, merely by a glance. Coincidentally, he shared the same sentiment. The radiant moon should reside high in the sky, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. It appeared that the homecoming banquet for the Shen family's eldest daughter was destined to be anything but tranquil. During dinner, simply because Shen Lichu had eaten an extra half bowl of rice, she received alternating compliments from Butler Li and Grandma Li, which made her feel quite bashful. Pei Hui chuckled as he tousled her hair. He inadvertently overheard Butler Li mention that there would be a grand market in town tomorrow, sure to be bustling with activity. Shen Lichu turned her head to look at Pei Hui. He softly inquired, "Do you wish to go, my dear?" Shen Lichu nodded. Although Pei Hui was not particularly fond of taking her to crowded places, he could not refuse her desire to go. Furthermore, due to her recent illness, he had kept her at home for far too long. The market required one to rise early. At 6 in the morning, Pei Hui gently awakened Shen Lichu. During her recovery, he had insisted she maintain a routine of late nights and leisurely mornings, so the abrupt early start left her struggling to open her eyes. He coaxed her as he prepared his own clothes. Once Shen Lichu dressed herself, Pei Hui entered the room to assist her with her shoes and socks. He even helped her wash her face and brush her teeth, guiding her through each step. By the time they finished their morning routine, it was already 6:30. On their way to the market, Shen Lichu still felt drowsy. Upon arriving at the market, the lively sounds of vendors calling out jolted her awake. The streets were narrow, and everything around her felt refreshingly new. She was held securely in Pei Hui's embrace, and whenever they encountered muddy puddles, he would effortlessly lift her up with one hand, as if she were a little chick. This happened 3 times in a row. Shen Lichu curiously pinched Pei Hui's firm arm and softly murmured that she wished she had such strength, so she could lift him just as easily. After wandering for a while, she appeared curious about everything around her. Yet when Pei Hui asked her if she wanted anything, she found herself wanting nothing at all. Eventually, her steps halted in front of a traditional popcorn stall. The stall owner, a woman appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, was nimble and kept her stall impeccably clean. Several woven bags stood beside her, filled with popcorn made from corn and rice. "Pei Hui, I want to eat this," she exclaimed. At that moment, there were few customers at the stall, and noticing Shen Lichu's rosy lips and bright smile, the woman disregarded Pei Hui's response and began to fill a bag for Shen Lichu. "Sweet girl, take this to eat. I won't charge you," she said. Shen Lichu stared down in bewilderment at the large plastic bag filled with rice popcorn. This delightful snack, made from rice, released a sweet aroma, and though it appeared to be a hefty bag, it was surprisingly light. Pei Hui attempted to pay, but the woman insisted she would not accept any money. Amidst the crowd, the young girl stood out remarkably, her slightly curled black hair cascading like silk behind her, dressed in the simplest of clothes, her white shoes spotless. Obediently following her brother, the two lingered at the traditional popcorn stall, drawing the attention of many passers-by. While Aunt was entertaining guests, Pei Hui discreetly pulled a banknote from his pocket and placed it into the money box at the stall, then took Shen Lichu's hand and departed. The popcorn was crisp, and Shen Lichu savored one kernel after another, occasionally offering some to Pei Hui. This delightful treat contained no sugar and was light on the stomach, prompting Pei Hui to indulge her whims. The bustling market was essentially divided into two streets. The upper street offered a variety of food, vegetables, and everyday necessities, while the lower street was dedicated to live animals like chickens, ducks, and fish. Numerous narrow alleyways interconnected the two thoroughfares. Receiving an important phone call, Pei Hui led Shen Lichu to a small alleyway to wait. Crouching at his feet with a bag of popcorn, Shen Lichu's gaze was fixated on a stall selling livestock. There stood a calf, its body a charming mix of brown and white, with curly fur, twitching ears, large bright eyes, and a soft pink nose. As Shen Lichu watched, the calf seemed equally captivated by her, particularly by the popcorn in her hands, mooing gently in her direction. Upon hearing Pei Hui conclude his call, Shen Lichu eagerly tugged at his clothing. Pei Hui looked down at her, asking gently, "What is it, my dear?" With sparkling eyes, Shen Lichu inquired, "Will you buy me anything I desire, Pei Hui?" Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to continue. The next moment, Shen Lichu pointed excitedly in a direction and exclaimed, "I want that one." Pei Hui followed her finger to see the little brown and white calf mooing at them. Ultimately, the calf accompanied Shen Lichu home. Upon seeing Shen Lichu return from the market with the calf, Butler Li was momentarily taken aback. He was unsure whether Shen Lichu intended to eat it or keep it as a pet, and he hesitated to voice his thoughts. After all, who would keep a calf as a pet? The calf was utterly unafraid of people, approaching everyone to sniff curiously. On their way home, Shen Lichu had already finished the entire bag of popcorn. It was more of a feeding than a sharing. The calf would extend its tongue, and large clumps of popcorn would stick to it. Pei Hui, who generally disapproved of Shen Lichu's attention straying from him, was not particularly fond of the calf either. The calf appeared quite clean, though bits of grass were caught in its fur. Pei Hui instructed Butler Li to take it downstairs for a bath. After an early start, and under Pei Hui's watchful eye, Shen Lichu finished her breakfast and then returned upstairs for a nap. Pei Hui sat at the bedside, waiting until she fell asleep before quietly rising to leave. The phone call he received that morning was from someone he had dispatched to investigate Shen Lichu's background. They claimed to have uncovered some leads, prompting Pei Hui to leave the ancestral home for a while. Before departing, he instructed Butler Li to inform him immediately if Shen Lichu awoke. Butler Li nodded in acknowledgement. After leaving, Pei Hui reconsidered and returned briefly to leave a note for Shen Lichu. Upon awakening, Shen Lichu instinctively reached for the thermos on the nightstand to quench her thirst. Pei Hui had thoughtfully placed a note beneath the thermos to ensure that she would see it immediately upon rising. In Chapter 71, titled The Achilles Heel, within the Pei Corporation, Pei Hui patiently awaited the return of his father from a meeting. The spacious office prominently displayed a carefully framed essay, authored by Shen Lichu during her elementary school years, which had even garnered an award. No matter how many times Pei Hui gazed at it, he found the writing exquisite, though it stirred a twinge of bitterness within him. Why had his little darling not written about him back then? Years had passed, yet he remained haunted by this lingering thought. A commotion echoed from outside the office. Pei Hui turned to see his father, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing at the entrance, quietly conversing with an assistant. After the assistant nodded in acknowledgement, he departed. Pei Hui's father stepped into the office and closed the door behind him. Having just returned from abroad, he had endured a sleepless night and immediately attended a 2-hour meeting upon landing, leaving his eyes bloodshot from fatigue. He inquired, "How is Lichu?" Pei Hui replied honestly, "She only coughs occasionally." His father rubbed his weary brow, reassured by Pei Hui's care for Shen Lichu. Pei Hui handed him a glass of water, which his father sipped before slowly asking, "What have you discovered?" Initially unaware of the extent of Pei Hui's inquiries, he had been alerted by the significant stir caused by his son's investigations. Pei Hui, cautious, refrained from answering directly and posed a question instead. "Father, how much do you know?" His father regarded him intently before responding, "About Lichu's heritage." Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, coolly retorting, "You are trying to deceive me." A look of appreciation crossed his father's face. Throughout his life, Pei Hui had always been rational, yet matters concerning Shen Lichu were an exception. His father had often outsmarted him, yet Pei Hui seemed to learn little from these encounters. A person's vulnerability can be both a blessing and a curse. Pei Hui understood that he could not keep secrets from his father. The reason his father remained unaware of the specifics was purely out of respect for the privacy of the two young people involved. Pei Hui's expression grew cold as he asked, "Have you heard about the homecoming banquet being held for the eldest daughter of the Shen family?" This event had garnered considerable attention, and it was inconceivable that his father had not heard of it. The Pei family, being prominent in Wangjing, had received an invitation long ago. Having navigated the complexities of the business world for many years, Pei Hui's father was astute enough to grasp the implications immediately. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Over the next 20 minutes, Pei Hui laid bare all that he had learned. When he left the ancestral home, he was alone, but upon his return, he was accompanied by his father, with Yu Qingxing also en route. Anticipating his father's arrival, Butler Li had gathered a team to welcome them at the ancestral home. After disembarking from the vehicle, Pei Hui's first inquiry was about what Shen Lichu had eaten, what she had done, and what she had said after waking. He sought to understand every detail. Upon hearing of the steamed pear with Sichuan fritillary bulb prepared in the kitchen, Shen Lichu merely took a single spoonful before Pei Hui frowned. He had instructed the kitchen to prepare it at 6:30 that morning before heading to the market. The crushed fritillary bulb had a slight bitterness, which Shen Lichu naturally found unpalatable. Yet, she did not expect that she would only take one spoonful. Butler Li then remarked, "Miss Lichu is currently in the backyard playing with a calf." Pei Hui promptly strode towards the backyard. Intrigued, Pei Fu followed suit, inquiring, "What calf?" Butler Li replied candidly, "Today, Miss Lichu bought a calf from a market. She presumably wishes to keep it as a pet. It's quite an endearing little creature." Meanwhile, as Pei Hui approached the back, he encountered Shen Lichu rushing towards him in a flurry. Watching her take those hurried steps made his heart race. "Slow down. Be cautious of the steps." Upon spotting Pei Hui, Shen Lichu dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Pei Hui, it's chasing me." Before Pei Hui could inquire further, a little calf bounded towards them. Upon seeing Shen Lichu in Pei Hui's arms, it pranced even more exuberantly, mooing with delight. The chase was secondary. However, the calf had somehow managed to cover its head entirely in milk, and given Shen Lichu's mild obsession with cleanliness, she instinctively sought to distance herself. "Pei Hui, it's coming." As the calf drew nearer, Shen Lichu desperately attempted to hide behind Pei Hui, but he would not allow it. "Go back and drink your milk." The calf appeared somewhat intimidated by Pei Hui. Upon hearing his command, it halted, stared at him for a moment, and then merrily bounded away to resume its milk drinking. Pei Hui took Shen Lichu's hand and led her to the backyard. Within a mere 2 hours, a fenced enclosure had been constructed for the calf. The Pei family's pasture was situated near the ancestral home. The milk that Shen Lichu had consumed since childhood was transported from here every morning. The calf, still quite small, was fed milk from a small tin bucket, as there was no shortage of milk available. Pei Hui finally understood why the calf's head and face were covered in milk. It had plunged its entire head into the tin bucket, with only its ears visible. How could it avoid making such a mess? As Shen Lichu became engrossed in watching the calf drink, a gentle voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "Oh, whose adorable calf is this?" It was Uncle Pei's voice. Shen Lichu quickly turned to see Pei Hui smiling warmly at her. "Uncle!" Shen Lichu exclaimed joyfully. She held Pei Hui's hand and approached Pei Hui, asking, "When did you return?" "Just got back. As soon as I landed and finished my meeting, I rushed over to see you." Concerned, Shen Lichu looked at him. "You must be very tired, Uncle. I'll massage your shoulders later." Every time Pei Hui returned from a business trip, Shen Lichu would offer him a shoulder massage. Pei Hui smiled in agreement and added, "Auntie is also on her way back." Shen Lichu's eyes widened in surprise. In their daily lives, both Father Pei and Yu Qingqing were exceedingly busy, and it had been an eternity since the four of them had dined together at the same table. Father Pei gazed at Shen Lichu's pointed chin. His eyes filled with concern. She had lost weight. The last time Uncle returned home, he had noticed a hint of plumpness in Lichu's cheeks, which had now vanished. Whenever Shen Lichu fell ill, her appetite would diminish, making her even more susceptible to illness, a vicious cycle. Shen Lichu, feeling embarrassed, blinked her eyes and then noticed a slight itch in her throat. Just as she attempted to suppress it, a sudden cough escaped her lips. She inwardly lamented the situation. Sure enough, Pei Hui's voice of inquiry rang out the next moment. "Butlerly mentioned that you only took one bite of the steamed pear with Chuanbei." Shen Lichu couldn't help but pout. "It was too bitter. I couldn't eat it." Upon hearing this, Father Pei sighed deeply and remarked meaningfully, "Our Lichu truly suffers." Chapter 72. The past portion of steamed pear with Chuanbei that had been kept warm in the kitchen was personally brought over by Pei Hui. He settled into a chair, not lifting his eyelids in the slightest, and said lightly, "Come here." Shen Lichu had no choice but to obediently walk over. Pei Hui scooped out the white pear flesh with a spoon and brought it to Shen Lichu's lips. The scent of Chuanbei was far from pleasant. It was bitter. Shen Lichu held the spoon in her mouth, unable to swallow, yet unwilling to spit it out. She noticed Pei Hui's eyes narrowing slightly, prompting her to hastily swallow the pear flesh. Pei Hui fed her the entire small bowl of stewed pear until it was all gone. Afterward, he peeled a large white rabbit cream candy and held it to her lips. Instinctively, Shen Lichu made a slurping sound, and the sweet flavor of the candy immediately overwhelmed the bitterness in her mouth. Pei Hui chuckled as he patted her head, praising, "Such a good girl." Shen Lichu gazed at him eagerly, her speech slightly muffled due to the candy in her mouth. "Pei Hui, since I'm so good, can I have a mango-flavored ice cream?" Pei Hui's smile widened, and his voice turned softer. "Of course." Today, Pei Hui was exceptionally accommodating. Just as Shen Lichu felt elated, she heard Pei Hui slowly continue, "Since you're such a good girl, how about having 10 today? Mango flavor, chocolate flavor. Oh, and there's your favorite blueberry ice cream in the fridge. I will go get it right now." With that, Pei Hui turned to fetch the ice cream for Shen Lichu. Shen Lichu exclaimed in alarm, "Wait. Pei Hui, I suddenly don't want ice cream anymore." She hurriedly grabbed his hand. To be honest, if one were to count, there were not even 10 ice creams total in the ancestral home. Realizing that she might have upset Pei Hui over the ice cream incident, Shen Lichu stuck close to him for the entire afternoon, trying to placate him. As evening approached, Father Pei awoke from his nap and descended the stairs, discovering the two children nestled together, engrossed in a game of chess. Outside the glass floor-to-ceiling windows, the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues. On the small couch in the corner, although they were playing chess, Shen Lichu and Pei Hui were seated closely together. Pei Hui enveloped the person in his embrace, occasionally lowering his head to nuzzle against Shen Lichu's hair. As Pei's father approached, Pei Hui rested his chin atop Shen Lichu's head, chuckling softly, "General." Undoubtedly, Shen Lichu had lost. Pouting in defiance, she declared, "Pei Hui, I want to play another round." Among their childhood companions, Shen Lichu was undeniably the most competitive, exhibiting not only ambition, but also a fierce self-discipline. During her elementary school years, aware that sports were her sole weakness, she persevered through rigorous training day after day. If she were to falter in the subjects she excelled in, particularly the sciences, She would not easily forgive herself. Thus, upon seeing Pei's father, Pei Hui regarded him as a savior. Old Pei. At the sound of Pei Yu's call, Shen Lichu immediately turned towards the staircase, momentarily forgetting her game with Pei Hui. Uncle Pei. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Lichu stood behind Pei's father, massaging his shoulders, which made Pei Hui feel a pang of jealousy. He could hardly bear to let Shen Lichu attend to him in such a manner. Mr. Pei, what good fortune you have. At the entrance, Yu Qingqing, holding a small cake the size of a palm, smiled and remarked. Children gathered around. Shen Lichu joyfully exclaimed, Auntie. With a beaming smile, Yu Qingqing replied, Sweet little Lichu, look what Annie brought you. It was a small cake. Pei Hui and Pei's father exchanged glances. Both acutely aware of the significance of the cake Yu Qingqing had bought for Shen Lichu, knowing that in the Pei household, her word held the most weight. The small cake, though merely a few bites, brought immense satisfaction to Shen Lichu. As the family gathered for dinner, laughter filled the air. After enjoying the meal, the four of them ventured to the backyard to relax and digest. However, Shen Lichu couldn't help but wonder, how did Annie and Uncle return together? Both were often preoccupied with work, rarely able to reunite during holidays. Nevertheless, at least one of them would always be present for such occasions. Pei Hui, Pei's father, and Yu Qingqing exchanged knowing glances. Finally, Yu Qingqing gently caressed Shen Lichu's small face, her voice tinged with affection. Sweetheart, Uncle and Annie have returned for you. For her? Shen Lichu was taken aback. Pei Yu's voice turned cold. Next week, the Shen family will host a homecoming banquet for their eldest daughter. In the prestigious circles of Wangjing, there was but one Shen family. Shen Lichu quickly comprehended the implications of Pei Yu's words. Someone had replaced her and returned to the Shen family. Her reaction was surprisingly subdued. However, another matter stirred greater urgency within her. Uncle, Annie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep this from you. It's suddenly. Yu Qingqing pulled Shen Lichu into a tight embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sweetheart, we are family, and family does not need to apologize. How could they bear to abandon such a small child? Shen Lichu often found herself in Pei Yu's embrace. Yet the warmth and fragrance of Yu Qingqing's and Pei Yu's hugs were entirely different, soft and comforting, enveloping her as if she were nestled within a cloud made of cotton candy. So much time has passed, and Shen Lichu always believed she had come to terms with it. Yet at this moment, her heart brimmed with an unbearable sense of grievance. She sniffled softly and murmured, I must be too clingy. Yu Qingqing's voice was gentle. Darling, it is not your fault. Pei Hui had someone investigate the past, and Shen Lichu was the most qualified to know about it. Over 20 years ago, in Wangjing, the Shen, Song, and Pei families were in a tripartite power struggle. The Shen and Song families were both esteemed clans. However, when faced with overwhelming interests, the Shen and Song families fell out. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, turmoil struck the Song family, leading to the heir's tragic fall from a building. Seizing the opportunity, the Shen family absorbed a significant portion of the Song family's assets. In the upper echelons of Wangjing society, it was widely believed that henceforth, the Shen and Song families would have no further dealings with each other. Unexpectedly, news broke that Shen Gu, the heir of the Shen family, had fallen in love at first sight with Song Yamian, the illegitimate daughter of the Song family, and they swiftly entered into a marriage. Later, at the age of 24, Shen Gu ascended to lead the vast Shen group. In the second year of his stewardship, he announced the next heir apparent, declaring that only children born to his wife, Song Yamian, would be eligible to inherit the Shen group. The public believed that Shen Ji's first child would be a boy, as tradition dictated that only a son was worthy of inheriting such a grand estate. Yet, in the 6th year of his leadership, an accident befell Shen Gu, and he went missing. Simultaneously, the next heir of the Shen family perished in a fire, leaving no remains. The Shen family was thrown into chaos. From that moment on, the Pei family reigned supreme in Wangjing. Chapter 73. You should hate this. Shen Lichu listened in silence. Pei's father found it hard to continue, for as Shen Lichu had said, she was a child born without expectation. Indeed, her existence was merely a means for Shen Gu to retain Song Yamian. No matter how much Shen Gu doted on her after her birth, It could not change the fact that Shen Lichu was more a pawn than a cherished child while in Song Yumyan's womb. Song Yumyan's father, in his relentless quest to expand his business empire, employed unscrupulous methods. He had many children, yet nearly all were mere chess pieces in his games of power and lust. Only Song Yumyan, seemingly abandoned, was an exception. He concealed his identity, acting as a genuine father, shielding his daughter from the storms of life, showering her with affection. At least that was how it appeared in Song Yumyan's eyes. With the death of her father, Song Yumyan's once harmonious home was shattered. She struggled to accept her father's concealed identity while grappling with his demise. The greatest beneficiary of this tragedy was undoubtedly the Shen family. In a bid for vengeance against the Shen family, Song Yumyan deliberately approached Shen Ge. Through her relentless manipulations, Shen Ge quickly fell deeply in love. However, the truth could not be hidden forever. Song Yumyan's deception was eventually uncovered. Shen Ge, filled with betrayal, turned his love into hatred, ultimately imprisoning Song Yumyan by his side. By this time, she was already over a month pregnant. Shen Ge devised a plan to utilize this child as a means to keep Song Yumyan with him. Yet, Song Yumyan harbored no desire for this child to remain in this world. The events of the past, though distant in time, bear an essence of veracity despite the untraceable details. Shen Lichu remained a silent listener. Father Pei sighed deeply and spoke slowly, declaring that the true instigator of all these calamities was, in fact, Lichu's maternal grandfather. It was he who sought to undermine the Shen family, only to reap the consequences of his actions. Your mother was merely his most significant pawn. Since her birth, Madame Song has existed within a fabricated realm created by him, as he meticulously groomed her to be the quintessential companion favored by Shen Ge. However, I find it hard to believe that over the span of 6 years, Madame Song remained oblivious to her father's true nature. Father Pei continued, "Lichu, you are the most innocent of all." Shen Lichu lowered her gaze and softly murmured, "In truth, I seem to harbor no hatred towards them. What does it feel like to hate?" "I do not know." Yu Qingqing leaned earnestly towards Shen Lichu, urging her, "Lichu, you must learn to hate. Hatred is justified. You have done nothing wrong, yet must endure the anguish of abandonment and abuse." The Shen family, poised to embark on a harmonious new chapter, left the true victim, Shen Lichu, adrift in solitude. Shen Lichu gazed at her in bewilderment. Father Pei promptly declared his stance. From this day forth, the Pei family shall sever all ties and collaborations with the Shen family. Yu Qingqing did not impose any demands upon Shen Lichu. She merely wished for her to uncover the truth. Understanding that Shen Lichu would need time to process the weight of these revelations, Yu Qingqing led Father Pei away, leaving only Pei Yu to accompany Shen Lichu in her solitude. The evening breeze was cool. Shen Lichu raised her eyes to a nearby enclosure, where a calf lay peacefully on the hay, sound asleep. In that vast space, while other calves nestled beside their mothers, this one was incessantly darting about, following the passers-by. Yet, amidst the bustling market, no one paused for a mere calf. As the conversation waned, Shen Lichu suddenly surrendered her strength, leaning against Pei Yu's embrace. She tilted her head, perplexed, and asked, "Pei Yu, do you think the calf knows its own plight?" Pei Yu also turned his gaze towards the calf and finally grasped why Shen Lichu seldom asked for anything from him, yet displayed such unwavering concern for this creature. "I cannot say if it understands its own sorrow," Pei Yu reflected, "but I know there's a tender spirit within that sympathizes with it." "My dear, I sympathize with you too." Shen Lichu's dark eyes sparkled as a smile graced her lips, her brows arching in delight. "That is enough for me. Since the rumors proclaim my demise, let it be so. From this moment on, I shall be myself. As for everything else, let it fade into the past." Yet, Pei Yu was far from acquiescent. How could the adversities endured by Shen Lichu simply be brushed aside? The thought of those who had inflicted pain upon her, now living blissfully, enraged him to the point of gritting his teeth in fury. Shen Lichu leaned against Pei Yu, remaining in that tranquil embrace for quite some time. It was not until the hour she usually retired for the night approached that Pei Yu gently guided her from the back courtyard. After a refreshing bath, Shen Lichu was utterly fatigued, her mind clouded, momentarily mistaking the ancestral home for her residence in Wangjing. In a moment of distraction, she bumped her head against a wall. The sound echoed softly as she dazedly touched her forehead, discovering a tender bump forming. Only upon realizing the swelling did the pain register, and her drowsiness vanished in an instant. At that moment, Pei Hui, clad in a sleep attire and still carrying traces of moisture from a bath, entered the room. "What happened?" he inquired, noticing her distress. Shen Lichu, cradling her reddened forehead, spoke with a hint of grievance. "I bumped my head." Pei Hui hastily approached, concern etched on his face as he examined the injury. Her delicate skin had always been prone to sensitivity. Without proper care, even a brief exposure to harsh sunlight could leave her burned, let alone a collision with the wall. A flush of red spread across her fair forehead, accompanied by a small swelling. "My dear, shall we visit the hospital?" he suggested gently. Shen Lichu blinked, cleared her throat, and then remarked, "Pei Hui, I seem to have experienced a lapse in memory after hitting my head." Pei Hui furrowed his brow. "Oh, I recall you mentioning that I could indulge in a box of ice cream today. Yet, it is nearly midnight, and I still have not savored any ice cream," she lamented. Pei Hui's temples throbbed slightly, yet he ensured that Shen Lichu would indeed enjoy the ice cream she yearned for. He applied an ice pack to her forehead while she eagerly devoured her sweet cone, fully aware that she might not finish an entire one. Shen Lichu hastily relished the treat, her little tongue darting with delight, prompting laughter from Pei Hui. Meanwhile, at the corner of the staircase, Pei's father and Yu Qingqing were discreetly observing from the shadows. Pei's father stood behind Yu Qingqing, cautious of being spotted by Shen Lichu, and asked her for clarity, "How is Lichu's mood?" Yu Qingqing, with utmost seriousness, replied, "She appears somewhat disheartened." Pei's father nodded in understanding. After all, they are her biological parents. It is only natural she feels sadness. Before he could finish his thought, Yu Qingqing interjected, "That is because your son devoured Lichu's entire ice cream in one bite. Such a large serving." Chapter 74. Pain and Delight. Shen Lichu pouted, her eyes wide as she watched Pei Hui consume the remnants of her sweet cone. Seeing her forlorn expression, Pei Hui spoke softly, attempting to soothe her with promises. "Don't worry, next time I shall give you an entire cone." Shen Lichu blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, "When will that next time be?" Pei Hui playfully flicked her forehead. "Next time is simply next time." Such a vague answer. Shen Lichu huffed, feeling slightly miffed and choosing to ignore him. After consuming a portion of the cone, her weariness dissipated, but as Pei Hui continued to apply the ice pack to her forehead, he too became restless, glancing around with curiosity. Out of the corner of his eye, he thought he caught a glimpse of a figure at the staircase corner. However, when Shen Lichu turned to look, there was nothing to be seen. Just as she suspected she had imagined it, she turned back, only to catch another fleeting glimpse from her peripheral vision. Shen Lichu turned her head to glance again, puzzled. Could it be that she had indeed bumped her head against the wall, causing some sort of problem? Her eyes widened in surprise as she reached out to grasp Pei Hui's hand, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Pei Hui, after hitting my head, I feel like I might have really sustained an issue." Pei Hui responded, "Really?" Shen Lichu insisted earnestly. "I can't shake the feeling that there is a shadow at the corner of the stairs, but when I turn to look, there's nothing there." Pei Hui's forehead twitched with tension as he sternly addressed the corner of the stairs. "Aren't you all grown adults? Engaging in such eavesdropping is quite shameful." Shen Lichu appeared bewildered. Just then, she witnessed Pei's father being pushed out by Yu Qingqing, a sheepish grin on his face. A minute later, Pei's father and Yu Qingqing sat side by side on the sofa, their demeanor somewhat awkward, and the atmosphere grew inexplicably uncomfortable. As Pei Hui tucked away the ice pack and stepped away briefly, Yu Qingqing seized the opportunity to occupy his spot. "Annie will blow on it for you, my dear." Shen Lichu had previously observed others comforting children who accidentally bumped into telephone poles, typically little ones around 3 or 4 years old. Their guardians would console the child, and even go so far as to tap the pole in a rather exaggerated manner. Feeling a bit shy, Shen Lichu bit her lip and buried her face in Yu Qingqing's embrace. Yu Qingqing gently held her, a slight frown appearing. "Lichu is fine. The wall is broken." Shen Lichu couldn't help but laugh. Simultaneously, Her heart fluttered at the simplicity of those words. Though she knew Yu Qingqing's actions were overly indulgent, Shen Lichu found herself irresistibly drawn to the warmth of such affection. Taking a small breath, she nestled closer, whispering, "The wall is broken, and so am I. Only Annie and Uncle are good. Even Pei Hui must be temporarily bad for a minute." This was because he had claimed he wanted a bite of the ice cream cone in his hand, and with a grand gesture, he had snatched the entire cone away. Yu Qingqing playfully pinched her little nose and coaxed, "Since Annie is good, how about letting Annie be your mother, Lichu? One who enters the Pei family lineage." She envisioned a grand announcement on the day of the Shen family's homecoming feast, proclaiming that the Pei family had gained an additional daughter. Henceforth, the Pei family would have one more descendant, and she and her husband would have another daughter, while Pei Hui would gain a sister. But this was unacceptable. She could not usurp Pei Yu's one-of-a-kind parents. Moreover, Shen Lichu understood all too well what entering the lineage of these affluent families truly entailed. It meant that she, like Pei Hui, would share in the inheritance of the Pei group. Just as Shen Lichu was about to respond, Pei Yu's urgent voice interrupted from behind. "No, this cannot be." The remaining 3 individuals in the room were equally taken aback. The suggestion had actually been discussed thoroughly between Yu Qingqing and Pei's father, who had previously refrained from mentioning it to Shen Lichu out of concern for her feelings. Never having brought it up with Pei Hui, Yu Qingqing felt that Pei Hui, being so devoted to Shen Lichu, would undoubtedly disapprove. Realizing this, Pei Hui, fearing that Shen Lichu might misunderstand, hastily clarified, "Little darling, please don't overthink it. I am not." However, before he could finish, Shen Lichu displayed an expression of understanding. It is entirely natural to possess a sense of possessiveness over one's parents, especially considering how amiable her aunt and uncle are. Neither Yu Qingqing nor Pei's father anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent. Both seemed to wish to articulate something but hesitated, fearing it might hurt Shen Lichu, unsure of how to begin. This farce ultimately concluded with Shen Lichu feeling sleepy once more. As Pei Hui tucked her in, regret was etched across his face. He had indeed acted too hastily. His vehement rejection would undoubtedly wound Shen Lichu's heart to some degree. Yet, Pei Hui had not foreseen that, after stepping away for but a moment, his parents would drop such a significant bombshell. He was genuinely terrified of Shen Lichu consenting. Observing the unmasked regret on Pei Yu's face, Shen Lichu yawned, took his hand, and earnestly said, "Pei Hui, wanting to monopolize your parents is nothing to be ashamed of." She truly had not thought much of it. Pei Hui felt a peculiar discomfort and, with a stern expression, replied, "You have no idea. What is it that I do not know?" Shen Lichu's curiosity was piqued. Pei Hui chose to sit at the edge of the bed, casting a complex glance at her. "You know nothing at all." If he truly believed she understood, Pei Hui thought to himself, he would not have to struggle so much. Shen Lichu, her eyes heavy with sleep, murmured, "If there is something I do not know, you can tell me." Pei Hui sighed, "You are too young. I cannot tell you for now." Again, he resorted to this excuse. She was already of age, hardly a child. Because of Pei Yu's words, even as she drifted off to sleep, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Following the events of the previous night, Yu Qingqing, fearing Shen Lichu might be upset, deliberately took a short leave to accompany her, constantly indulging her. A little cake sneaked in, ice cream, just a tiny bit every other day. Initially, Pei Hui intended to intervene, but, after contemplation, chose to turn a blind eye. Shen Lichu was enjoying a rare period of blissful indulgence until the monthly dental checkup. The dentist could not help but remark, "Miss Lichu, there are signs of decay developing on your lower right third molar." This single statement shattered Shen Lichu's previously idyllic existence. That very day, the dentist commenced intervention. Upon exiting the hospital, Shen Lichu trailed behind Pei Hui, feeling rather disheartened. Pei Hui was both angry and distressed, thinking, "I should not have indulged Miss Yu's behavior." Fortunately, Pei Hui was very attentive to Shen Lichu's dental issues, steadfastly ensuring regular checkups, which allowed for early detection this time. Shen Lichu dared not meet Pei Yu's gaze, naturally refraining from rebutting him. Chapter 75, Little Treasure, Do Not Forget Your Mother. At the end of July, the homecoming banquet for Shen Jinhua. The eldest daughter of the Shen family was held as scheduled. Due to health concerns, Song Yimian made a brief appearance at the event before hastily departing. Having taken on the responsibilities of the Shen family, Shen Jingxing led Shen Jinhe through the opulent banquet hall, mingling amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts. In a secluded corner, a voice whispered, "Has no one from the Pei family arrived?" The surrounding guests merely smiled in silence. Years ago, the Pei family had reigned supreme in Wangjing. With the astute guidance of Pei Jiyun over the years, their fortunes had flourished. The next heir of the Pei family, despite his tempestuous temperament and defiant nature, was not someone to be underestimated, for a tiger begets no dog. With this father-son duo, the Pei family's position in Wangjing seemed unassailable for nearly a century. Those who have attained such stature cannot be mere fools. They are all astute individuals. The Pei family, being both affluent and influential, had cultivated numerous connections. Even if Pei Jiyun did not attend a banquet, gifts would still be sent in his stead. However, for the homecoming banquet of the Shen family's eldest daughter, not only did no one from the Pei family attend, but they also failed to send any gifts, a silence that hinted at deeper implications worth pondering. Yet, regardless of any underlying motives harbored by the attendees, the atmosphere of the banquet remained serene. The homecoming feast was hosted in a villa belonging to the Shen family. Meanwhile, in a small Western-style house at the back of the banquet hall, Song Yimian lay on a small couch, covered by a thin blanket despite the sweltering summer heat. A persistent itch in her throat prompted a relentless cough, one that seemed to demand the very expulsion of her lungs to achieve any semblance of relief. A servant, monitoring the medicinal brew outside, rushed in upon hearing the coughing fit. "Madam, please drink some water. The medicine will take a little longer to prepare." After reluctantly sipping some water, Song Yumi-in found her coughing somewhat alleviated. Just as the servant turned to attend to the small pot of medicine once more, Song Yumi-in suddenly pressed her hand to her mouth, succumbing to another violent bout of coughing. This episode was even more intense, prompting the servant to anxiously pat her back. Once her coughing subsided slightly, she withdrew her hand, only to feel the dampness upon her palm. Before she could glance down, she heard the servant gasp, "Madam, there's blood." Lowering her gaze, she beheld a stark crimson stain on her pale palm, a sight that was painfully vivid. "Do not inform Jinxing about this." Her demeanor was remarkably composed, clearly not her first encounter with such a troubling sign. The servant hesitated, but Mr. Shun, without allowing her to finish, Song Yumi-in gently shook her head. "This is my retribution." Her ailment stemmed from accumulated exhaustion and emotional turmoil. With proper care, it was not a grave matter. Yet, she had relentlessly tormented herself over the years, transforming into a shadow of her former self. The servant brought a basin of warm water, meticulously cleansing the bloodstains from Song Yumi-in's lips and palms. As she lay there, a faint sorrow flickered in her eyes. When she eventually departed from this world and met her little treasure, in her present condition, would the child even recognize her? The servant gently dampened a small cloth with warm water, wiping away the bloodstains from Song Yimian while struggling to hold back her tears. "Madam, Miss Shen Jinhua has returned. Why are you still so sorrowful?" Since she began working as a servant in the Shun household, she had devoted herself to caring for Song Yimian. Despite her role as a servant, Song Yimian treated her with great kindness. It was precisely because of the extensive care she had given that she found it puzzling when Song Yimian feigned illness to leave the gathering. She could see that, at that moment, Song Yimian's ailment was merely an act. Song Yimian offered her a gentle smile. After the blood on her lips and palms had been cleaned, she wearily closed her eyes and murmured, "I wish to sleep for a while." Upon hearing this, the servant quickly tucked her in, careful not to disturb her further, and quietly departed. For many years, Song Yimian had suffered from insomnia. Countless nights, she lay in bed, her eyes wide open until dawn broke. Once the servant had left, she opened her eyes again, gazing out the window with a distant look. Why was she so profoundly sad? Because she understood that the one who had returned was not her biological daughter, even though Shen Jinhua bore a striking resemblance to her, and even though she had a birthmark on her inner thigh that was nearly identical to that of her little treasure, and despite the paternity test confirming their blood relation. Song Yamayan remained resolute in her belief that the returned child was not her beloved little treasure. What was her little treasure like? All photographs and belongings had been obliterated in a devastating fire, with just a handful of memories. She felt herself on the brink of forgetting what her little treasure had looked like. Those eyes, round and bright like black grapes, with long, curled lashes, had once been cradled in Shen Lichu's arms, a soft, white bundle. Due to her frequent illnesses, her little treasure lacked the sweet scent that other children possessed, instead enveloped in a faint bitter aroma of medicine. Little treasure, do not forget your mother. My little treasure, I am so sorry. Meanwhile, the Pei family ancestral home was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, before Shen Lichu had even risen, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng arrived with a throng of people. Shen Lichu was awakened by Pei Hui, but despite being awake, she was reluctant to rise. Seizing the moment Pei Hui turned away, she closed her eyes once more and nestled deeper into her blankets. Pei Hui found her amusing and sat down at the edge of the bed, gently patting her back through the thin coverlet. After a moment, he realized that the sensation felt rather unusual. Upon closer reflection, it seemed excessively springy. That must belong to Shen Lichu. Pei Hui stiffened momentarily. Fortunately, Shen Lichu was still in a drowsy state and completely unaware of his unusual behavior. Originally intending to call her name one more time to coax her out of bed, he found himself waiting in silence, and Shen Lichu, after a considerable pause, murmured, Pei Hui, my eyelids feel so heavy I cannot open them. In the stillness of the room, her voice was sticky and carried a youthful softness. It was early morning, and the energy of youth was already ablaze. Pei Hui now relies solely on cold showers each morning to suppress the turmoil within him. Yet, in the span of mere moments, the effect of his half-hour cold shower is completely undone. Damn it, he mutters under his breath. Shen Lichu, barely able to hear him, opens her eyes with some effort, playfully intertwining her fingers with his and inquiring with a nasally voice, Pei Hui, what's wrong? Chapter 76. I truly am not a good person. Shen Lichu's eyes widen slightly, her brows furrowing as she reaches out to touch Pei Hui's forehead, mumbling softly, But you don't have a fever? Why are you cursing yourself so early in the morning? Pei Hui gently removes her hand from his forehead and, without hesitation, lifts her effortlessly, carrying her into the bathroom. Once inside, he places Shen Lichu on a small shelf. After wetting a towel and wringing it out, he hands it to her. The girl sitting on the shelf swings her legs languidly, not taking the towel, but tilting her head slightly to look at Pei Hui, blinking her eyes and asking, Pei Hui, could you help me dry off? Pei Hui raises his eyebrows slightly, teasing, you're being quite lazy. Although he chides her, his hands move with meticulous speed and care. Often, Shen Lichu doesn't even have to squeeze her own toothpaste. After handing her the prepped toothbrush, Pei Hui turns and walks out. Shen Lichu knows well what he is up to. By the time she finishes washing up and steps out of the bathroom, Pei Hui has already selected the outfit she is to wear for the day. After changing, Shen Lichu takes his hand as they descend stairs. While on the staircase, she hears a commotion coming from the main hall below. The voices are familiar, likely discussing matters of the business world. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interjects, reminiscent of Donald Duck speaking. Shen Lichu turns her head, curiosity piqued, and asks Pei Hui, are there any unfamiliar faces among today's guests? Pei Hui keeps his gaze fixed on her feet, wary of her tripping. Without looking up, he replies, no, not at all. He wouldn't dare to take Shen Lichu to meet even their longtime acquaintances, let alone strangers. Shen Lichu's curiosity deepens. Upon entering the main hall, she spots a group of friends, some standing, others seated, engaged in animated discussion. Xie Chengyan occupies the central position, while Jiang Jingheng, with his peculiar Donald Duck accent, is chattering away beside him. A boy sitting next to Xie Chengyan, amused and intrigued, remarks, Jiang, you've repeated yourself 3 times, and I still can't decipher what you're saying. Jiang Jingheng, exasperated, reiterates, I said there's a cow in the backyard. A calf. A little calf. Just the night before, Jiang Jingheng had boasted about a 10-pound tub of assorted ice cream, only to face the consequences later that evening. After a few doses of medicine, he is almost well, yet his voice remains temporarily altered, resulting in speech akin to Donald Duck, gibbering and occasionally cracking. Early that morning, Xie Chengyan's patience with Jiang Jinghang wears thin, and with a forced smile, he softly admonishes, "Close that little mouth of yours." Jiang Jinghang began to speak sorrowfully, "So, there's no love left, right? Apologies, Brother Jiang. I still could not quite comprehend your words." At that moment, Shen Lichu's voice chimed in from behind. "Jiang Jinghang, your voice is quite endearing." Over the past few days, the ridicule and disdain from those around him had rendered Jiang Jinghang numb. Nevertheless, he did not take it to heart, as he understood that these so-called friends were merely jesting. However, hearing Shen Lichu compliment his voice as adorable moved him deeply. He rushed to her side, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Lily, only someone as beautiful and kind-hearted as you would offer me solace. Even my own mother can hardly stand my voice." While he spoke, Shen Lichu attentively leaned in, responding earnestly, "It truly is quite cute." Jiang Jinghang scratched the back of his head, beginning to ponder whether his voice might indeed be charming. Shen Lichu smiled, her eyes curving with delight. "You sound like Donald Duck. It's genuinely adorable." The affirmation, repeated thrice, significantly bolstered Jiang Jinghang's confidence, and he gradually came to believe that his Donald Duck-like voice was explosively delightful, considering that the afternoon sun would not be as scorching. The group decided to venture up the mountain for some fun. Before setting off, Pei Hui held a bottle of mosquito repellent, spraying it liberally towards Shen Lichu. She was particularly susceptible to mosquito bites. Whenever Pei Hui and Shen Lichu were together, the mosquitoes would only feast upon her, leaving him untouched. Unfortunately for Shen Lichu, her tender skin would swell to the size of a fingertip upon being bitten, lingering for quite a while. Each year, whether at the ancestral home or Pei's residence, mosquito control was a significant undertaking. Jiang Jinghang shamelessly positioned himself behind Shen Lichu, trying to benefit from the repellent spray. Whenever Shen Lichu turned, he would turn with her. When she rolled up her pant legs, he mirrored her actions. When she lifted her sleeves, he followed suit. Yet, standing nearby and trying to catch the spray was never quite sufficient, and Jiang Jinghang, emboldened, began to direct Pei Hui, "Little Pei, spray some here for me." After uttering this, he turned his back to Pei Hui. Pei Hui, who had long found Jiang Jinghang irksome but had been searching for an excuse to teach him a lesson, promptly kicked him in the rear. Following this, he tossed the bottle of mosquito repellent to Jiang Jinghang. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Jinghang grabbed the repellent and sprayed himself liberally, for the mountain mosquitoes were no trifling matter. "Siego, a marvelous product. Do you want some?" Xie Chengyan scoffed. "No. I fear Pei Hui's concoction might be toxic." Jiang Jinghang paused in his spraying. Then, as Xie Chengyan turned away, he quickly sprayed behind him. A minute later, seeing Xie Chengyan still lively and unscathed, Jiang Jinghang resumed, spraying with abandon. Though the 4 peaks surrounding them were Pei's family territory, the unknowns of the mountain remained daunting. Thus, Butlerly had prepared 4 hunting dogs for the group. They leisurely made their way up the mountain. Despite the path being a mere country trail, it was well maintained, making the ascent quite manageable. In challenging terrains, Pei would lift Shen Lichu into his arms. Shen Lichu peered ahead, noticing that the path seemed to have become more navigable. Concerned that the small branches on either side might injure Shen Lichu's ankles, Pei began to feign. "What do you mean it's easy to walk? Look at this road. It's quite rugged." Shen Lichu leaned forward to take another look. A path wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. Was this truly rugged? Pei Hui then inquired, "Are you bored?" Shen Lichu blinked a little. Pei Hui switched to holding Shen Lichu with one arm. Freeing the other to reach for the backpack he carried on his back. Shortly after, he produced a Rubik's Cube and handed it to Shen Lichu. "If you're bored, play with this." Shen Lichu stared incredulously at the cube, examining it from various angles for quite some time. Then she climbed onto Pei Hui's shoulder, reaching to unzip his backpack. Inside, she found neatly folded handkerchiefs, a collapsible basin, a small first aid kit, and even a tightly sealed flat box at the very back. A blush crept onto Shen Lichu's cheeks. She was all too aware of what lay within that box. However, it was not her time of the month. Chapter 77. Shen Lichu is Pei Hui's precious gem. The group, lively and boisterous, strolled at a leisurely pace, pausing to examine any intriguing novelty they encountered. By midday, they finally reached their destination, a spacious stream where they set down their backpacks and began to chat and laugh, bustling about. They laid out mats, erected a sunshade, organized their belongings, and established a firebreak before starting a fire. Full of youthful energy, each person was brimming with enthusiasm. The boys undertook the heavier tasks, while the girls gathered in clusters, gossiping as they arranged the food. This large crowd consisted mostly of the privileged, either heirs or scions, accustomed to a life untouched by manual labor. Once the other entertainment items were brought out, the barbecue grill remained neglected. Pei Hui, who had never favored crowds, sought a quieter spot by the grill, leisurely toiling away while holding a can of soda in one hand. After Shen Lichu declined several invitations, she finally emerged from the throng and walked toward Pei Hui. Hearing her footsteps, Pei Hui turned to look. "Don't come too close. The smoke will irritate your nose and throat." Shen Lichu found a small stool, sitting at a distance acceptable to Pei Hui, resting her elbows on her knees, propping her chin in her hands as she watched him work intently. From behind Pei Hui, he appeared exceptionally tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The sleeves of his unzipped jacket rolled up to his arms, revealing the pronounced veins on his forearms. It was at this moment that Shen Lichu realized how different Pei Hui was now compared to his younger self. In their childhood, when Pei Hui had carried her, burdened by her sorrow for hours, attempting to bring her back from the ancestral home of the Pei family, his shoulders had been slender. Now, however, Pei Hui's shoulders seemed robust enough to support even the weight of a collapsing sky. Xie Changyan also took a small stool, sitting beside Shen Lichu, asking Lichu, "What are you looking at?" Before long, Jiang Jingheng also arrived, and gradually, the initially lively crowd engaged in entertainment games began to shift towards this direction. Once Pei Hui had finished grilling several skewers of minimalist barbecue, he turned around to find a throng of people. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What's going on? If you want to eat, go and grill it yourself." A swarm of people surged forward, but none dared to snatch the skewers that Pei Hui had already grilled, for everyone was well aware that they were prepared specifically for Shen Lichu. Within Pei Hui's circle, there existed a unanimous understanding that Shen Lichu was his prized possession. It was not merely forbidden to touch her. Even casting a lingering glance her way was strictly off limits. Better to offend Pei Hui than to cross Shen Lichu. Shen Lichu was inherently soft-hearted. Even if someone offended her, unless it concerned a matter of principle, she would not hold it against them. However, even if Shen Lichu were to forgive you, Pei Hui would never let it slide easily. He would wait for a moment when Shen Lichu was absent and would methodically deal with you. Although the barbecue Pei Hui prepared for Shen Lichu was a simplified version, it was still a rare delicacy for her. The skewers used were iron, with a slender pointed tip at the end. Given that he wouldn't even trust Shen Lichu with a single needle, he certainly would not allow her to handle such sharp skewers. He fed her throughout the entire process. After finishing all the skewers grilled by Pei Hui, Shen Lichu appeared to be somewhat unsatisfied. Pei Hui then offered her several sips of warm water. Soon, the first batch of barbecue was ready not far away. Many of the attendees were not particularly skilled in cooking, and their grilled items were merely passable, yet the essence of a picnic lay in the atmosphere. Even with modest flavors, everyone enjoyed their meal joyfully. Beyond the barbecue, a plethora of picnic foods had been prepared. The group sat around the picnic blanket, with a small table in the center laden with an abundance of food. Among them, a large bowl of small crayfish soaked in red oil caught Shen Lichu's eye. The crayfish had been reheated, steaming hot and flavorful. Pei Hui donned disposable gloves, selected the largest crayfish from the bowl, peeled it, and dipped it in the broth before feeding it to Shen Lichu. The shrimp meat was tender and succulent, coated with a spicy and numbing sauce. Shen Lichu's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Pei Hui, "So delicious." Noticing her delight, Pei Hui peeled another one for her. However, given that crayfish are rich and oily, he was cautious not to overindulge her, especially since her appetite tended to wane in the summer. Although Shen Lichu clearly hadn't had enough, she noticed Pei Hui beginning to remove his gloves. "Pei Hui, I still want to eat." Pei Hui raised an eyebrow. "The gloves are already torn." Shen Lichu quietly replied, "I can peel them myself." She had observed Pei Hui peeling crayfish several times and had already learned the technique. Pei Hui chuckled in amusement and playfully pinched her cheek. Aside from the minor disappointment in the culinary experience, Shen Lichu was genuinely happy throughout the picnic. She truly relished the lively atmosphere. After dinner, as her friends began to head home, she stood at the entrance to bid them farewell. Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng had no intention of leaving. It was late, and returning tomorrow would be no inconvenience. At the entrance of the ancestral home stood two imposing wooden pillars. Each year, Shen Lichu and Pei Hui would leave their height marks here, two distinct types. One was curved, resembling a crescent moon, while the other was a simple straight line. The former represented Shen Lichu's height, and the latter, Pei Hui's. Each mark, shallow and fading, grew increasingly worn as one looked downward. In the initial years, the two types of marks were not vastly different. However, as time passed, the straight line marks suddenly surged upward, leaving the crescent marks significantly behind. This pattern continued annually. Now, standing before the wooden pillars, Shen Lichu had to look up to see the latest horizontal mark. Xie Changyan gazed at the scattered, uneven marks with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. There were countless moments when he felt utterly unqualified to partake in Shen Lichu's life. This year's mark had yet to be inscribed. Pei's father arrived with the tools specifically for marking. Lichu, quickly stand over there. Obediently, Shen Lichu positioned herself against the large wooden pillar, waiting for Pei's father to secure the point before she stepped away. Observing the mark, which was not much different from last year's crescent, Shen Lichu could not deny a twinge of disappointment. That would be a falsehood. Noticing her discontent, Pei Hui quickly interjected. I saw old Pei slip just now. It should be here instead. He approached and adjusted the mark 3 centimeters higher. Shen Lichu, puzzled, asked, Really? Xie Changyan, with utmost sincerity, affirmed, I saw it. It's true. Pei Hui is not deceiving you. Jiang Jingheng nodded in agreement. Yu Qingqing, with a resolute demeanor, declared, How can you deceive Lichu? She stepped forward and, on top of Pei Hui's adjustment, raised it by an additional 7 centimeters. This is undoubtedly the correct position. In the end, it was the eldest, Butler Li, who stepped forward, took the engraving knife, and, as he was about to carve at the right position, his hand slipped, inadvertently elevating the mark by another centimeter. Pei Hui whispered in her ear, It's still early. You'll surely grow taller. Xie Changyan added, I've read literature that suggests a girl's height can still increase until she reaches 20. Shen Lichu remained somewhat disheartened. In truth, standing at 165 centimeters is not considered short among girls. Yet having grown up alongside Pei Hui and others, she was particularly sensitive about her height. Each of them had long limbs, especially Pei Hui, who had inherited his grandfather's striking blue eyes and height advantage, reaching nearly 190 centimeters despite being barely into adulthood. Since it was still early, the group decided to retreat to the backyard to enjoy the coolness and share laughter. Shen Lichu and Jiang Jingheng crouched by the small fence, playfully interacting with the calf. The calf, friendly and plump, radiated a sweet milky scent, delightfully wagging its tail as it followed familiar faces, mooing affectionately. What on earth does this little fellow eat? I came to the backyard today and thought you had parked a semi-trailer here. If it gets any chubbier, it might resemble a squat winter melon balanced on 4 chopsticks. As if aware of Jiang Jingheng's disparaging remarks, the little calf playfully curled its tongue around Jiang Jingheng's hair, attempting to nibble at it as if it were grass. Realizing what was happening, Jiang Jingheng hurriedly tugged at his hair from the calf's mouth, muttering, Ancestor, that is my hair. It is not for eating. Shen Lichu chuckled and remarked, It is quite the glutton, willing to eat anything. The calf, though somewhat mischievous at times, was well-behaved and never caused any destruction, often roaming freely around the ancestral home under the watchful eye of Butler Li. Its favorite haunt was undoubtedly the kitchen, especially when Granny Li was present, as she would cater to its every culinary desire. However, more often than not, it was content with milk. By the time Jiang Jingheng extricated his hair, it was drenched in the calf's saliva, resembling a wet mop. The calf had just consumed a small bucket of milk, its mouth tinged with the scent of dairy. Naturally, Jiang Jingheng's hair, dripping with the calf's drool, carried a similar aroma. Shen Lichu, possessing a slight aversion to cleanliness, wrinkled her nose, attempting to distance herself discreetly. only to be caught by Jiang Jinghang. He swiftly pursued her, exclaiming, "Lichu, must your disdain be so overt?" Shen Lichu attempted to evade him by hiding behind Pei Hui, who observed the playful chase. The little calf, witnessing the two in pursuit, joyfully bounded after them. Jiang Jinghang quickly sensed her intentions and positioned himself along Shen Lichu's anticipated path. However, he was merely toying with her. If he truly wished to catch her, it would be a trivial endeavor. Once Shen Lichu grew weary and leaned against Pei Hui, panting, Jiang Jinghang turned to wash his hair. After she regained her breath, Pei Hui graciously offered her warm water, allowing her to sip several times. The evening breeze was cool, and Pei Hui wrapped his arm around Shen Lichu as they sat together on a swing. After a day filled with mountain climbing and playful antics, Shen Lichu was already drowsy. Leaning against Pei Hui's chest, she yawned, her half-closed eyes misty as she gazed at the ripening pears on the branches, lost in thought. Nearby, the sounds of a chess match echoed as Xie Changyan and Pei's father competed. Yu Qingqing and the freshly washed Jiang Jinghang watched on the sidelines. In 2 consecutive games, Pei's father emerged victorious. Xie Changyan humbly remarked, "The young are yet no match for Uncle Pei." Pei's father, well aware that Xie Changyan's youth was not the reason for his defeat, rather, he had been graciously allowing him to win, recognized the cleverness of the younger player, who managed to keep the games close while still conceding. As Pei's father and Yu Qingqing prepared to retire early for work the following day, Jiang Jinghang, eager to continue, enticed Xie Changyan to play another round. However, he was no match for the seasoned strategist, and in no time, he was thoroughly defeated. Realizing he could not win through skill, Jiang Jinghang resorted to playful antics, claiming his horse was a steed of 1,000 miles, capable of traversing vast distances, while asserting that his elephant was a flying giant, soaring high above, impervious to Xie Changyan's pieces. In a moment, he boasted that his artillery was a modern invention of iron cannons, and upon firing, Xie Changyan's pieces would surely perish in droves. Rarely patient, Xie Changyan adhered to the rules set by Jiang Jinghang, engaging him in the game. However, it was not long before Jiang Jinghang faced defeat. Jiang Jinghang protested, "Is this even reasonable? This is utterly unreasonable." Xie Changyan smiled faintly. "Did you not mention your intention to gather lotus flowers? There are still 9 blossoms in the pond behind." Jiang Jinghang, puzzled, wondered when he had expressed a desire to pick lotus flowers. Besides, were they not engaged in a game of chess? How did this conversation veer towards lotus flowers? With innocent curiosity, Jiang Jinghang gazed at Xie Changyan. Xie Changyan's lips curved slightly to gather 9 lotus flowers. Jiang Jinghang responded, "Huh?" After a few seconds, he finally grasped that Xie Changyan was teasing him with a homophonic pun. Gathering 9 lotus flowers sounded like practicing cooking. Such a cruel jest. Fists clenched tightly, Jiang Jinghang felt a wave of humiliation wash over him and began to curse. "Could you not speak so directly, like flatulence? Why all these convoluted phrases? When I'm berated, I hardly comprehend." Xie Changyan chuckled. "Fool, do you understand now? It need not be so direct." Before Jiang Jinghang could unleash another round of complaints, a slipper was hurled his way. Pei Hui frowned, lowering his voice in irritation. "Could you please keep it down?" On the swing chair, Shen Lichu had already nestled against Pei Hui, fast asleep. Jiang Jinghang immediately mimicked, zipping his lips shut. Xie Changyan observed the seemingly inseparable pair with narrowed eyes. Jiang Jinghang leaned over the table, idly playing with the cool jade chess pieces, and quietly inquired, "Did the recently returned eldest daughter of the Shen family offend Lichu?" As the only outsider to the Pei family privy to the relationship between Shen Lichu and the Shen family, Xie Changyan was the sole source of information. Jiang Jinghang was unaware of the specifics, but he understood that if the typically antagonistic Pei Hui and Xie Changyan collectively despise someone, that individual must have wronged Shen Lichu. Xie Changyan murmured in acknowledgement. Jiang Jinghang nodded. "I see. In the upper echelons, families that genuinely foster close ties naturally stand together. Although the Jiang family could not rival the Pei family in depth of heritage and wealth, they were nonetheless a notable new aristocracy in Wangjing." Propping his head up, Jiang Jingheng grew bored playing with the jade chess pieces until his peripheral vision caught something by the swing chair, causing him to furrow his brow. In Chapter 79, a comparison is drawn with Shen Lichu. On the swing chair, Pei Hui cradled Shen Lichu in his lap, allowing her to rest against him. The once rebellious and unruly features of his countenance had been entirely replaced by tenderness. He lowered his head, gently nuzzling Shen Lichu's soft ear with his nose. Jiang Jingheng, perplexed, asked Xie Ge, "Do you not find this somewhat strange?" Xie Changyan shot him a sidelong glance. "What is strange about it?" Jiang Jingheng pointed to his own head, muttering quietly, "Do you think there might be something amiss with Pei Ge?" Xie Changyan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What led you to that conclusion?" Observe how on ordinary days, Pei Ji's demeanor towards us can be quite formidable. However, upon encountering Li, his expression transforms in an instant. A normal person's ability to change their demeanor so swiftly could hardly rival the rapidity of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. After hearing his explanation, Xie Changyan could only laugh in exasperation. "You are simply a genius." Clearly, there were numerous discrepancies in the relationship between Shen Lichu and Pei Hui. Yet, Jiang Jingheng managed to pinpoint the most absurd aspect. Nevertheless, Xie Changyan did agree on one point. Pei Yu's mind is indeed troubled, and it is a significant affliction. Pei Hui and Shen Lichu remained inseparably close. It is noteworthy that even the most genuine of young couples seldom exhibit such intimacy. However, they have been this way since childhood. They rarely find themselves apart. Even during idle moments, for an entire 24 hours, Pei Hui would vigilantly remain by Shen Lichu's side, with no more than a meter separating them. Concerned that Shen Lichu might feel melancholic, Pei Hui refrained from taking her back to Wangjing throughout the summer. Had the weather not been so sweltering, making it easy for Shen Lichu to suffer from discomfort, Pei Hui would have whisked her away to distant shores. As the eve of the new school term approached, Pei Hui, having finally returned home with Shen Lichu, immediately set about packing his belongings. The items he brought back were primarily those Shen Lichu frequently interacted with, as he wished to shield them from the touch of outsiders. Once his packing was complete, Pei Hui commenced laying out a makeshift bed, justifying it by claiming he needed to be nearby in case Shen Lichu experienced discomfort. Shen Lichu blinked, intrigued. It was her first time hearing that one could feel unwell upon returning home. Yet, observing Pei Yu's sullen expression, she deemed it wiser not to inquire further. Pei Hui had endured school for quite some time, not due to a disinclination towards education, but because he felt that the institution was akin to exploiting Shen Lichu. And moreover, they could not remain glued to each other at all times. Seizing the opportunity while Pei Hui was in the shower, Shen Lichu stealthily attempted to open Pei Yu's bedroom door. Alas, it was locked, intensifying her curiosity about what precious treasures lay inside. If it was indeed something that should not be seen by anyone, why, after nearly 2 months of summer at the Pei family ancestral home, did Pei Hui not rush to inspect his treasures upon returning? "Little one, what are you doing? Trying to sneak a peek at my treasures?" The moment Shen Lichu heard Pei Yu's voice behind her, she froze, feeling as if she had been caught in the act. "Aren't you showering?" Attempting to deflect the question, she said, "How did you come out so quickly?" Pei Hui leaned against the door and softly replied, "My pajamas accidentally fell to the floor, so I came out to retrieve another set." Shen Lichu chuckled awkwardly. "Then hurry and get back to your shower. You might catch a cold." "I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now." With that, she exaggerated a yawn for effect. As she hastily retreated, Pei Hui smiled gently, though a shadow flickered in his eyes. The contents of his room were not intentionally concealed from Shen Lichu. Rather, he feared they might frighten her. After Pei Hui finished a shower and returned to Shen Lichu's bedroom, he found her already nestled in the soft embrace of the bed, lost in slumber. Perhaps she initially feigned sleep, but gradually succumbed to genuine slumber. The only illumination in the room emanated from the dim yellow bedside lamp. Pei Hui sat at the edge of the bed, and after a prolonged moment, he gently brushed his fingers against Shen Lichu's delicate, peach-hued lips. The warmth of her breath caressed his fingertips, prompting a soft sigh from him. "Little darling, grow up quickly." At the height of the night, the Shen residence was ablaze with light, yet the atmosphere in the main hall was suffocatingly oppressive. Blood-stained handkerchiefs lay scattered on a small table. Most of the stains dried and darkened, except for the one on top, still vividly crimson. Shen Jinxing was seething with anger. If I hadn't stumbled upon this today, how much longer would you all have conspired to keep it from me? The individuals standing before him were trembling, none daring to utter a word. Ultimately, it was a long-time servant who had cared for Song Yamian that stepped forward, speaking softly. It was Madame's wish for us to keep this from you, fearing that you would be overly burdened by our matters. Since Shen Jinxing had taken on the responsibilities associated with Song Yamian, he was tasked with navigating a barrage of official duties and boardroom challenges, while simultaneously worrying about Song Yamian's health and searching for her biological daughter, who perished in the fire, leaving no remains. Upon mentioning Song Yamian, the fury on Shen Jinxing's face slightly abated. His gaze inevitably fell upon the pile of handkerchiefs on the table, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, needing to brace himself against the table to steady his form. Song Yamian's dedicated physician interjected, "Mr. Shen, we are genuinely exerting our utmost effort. However, Madame's will to live is alarmingly frail. Even the most divine beings would struggle to save one who wishes for death. Currently, no medicine or treatment seemed effective for Song Yamian's ailment. They could only strive to maintain her vital signs." Shen Jinxing fell into silence, and after a lengthy pause, he gestured for everyone to leave. A procession of individuals exited the room. Soon, the vast main hall was left with only Shen Jinxing and Shen Jinha. She stood in the corner, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. As a pawn meticulously cultivated by Shen Jinxing over the years, she was acutely aware of her purpose. Moreover, she sought to seize this rare opportunity for social advancement. Without looking up, Shen Jinxing inquired, "Have you revealed any weaknesses? Otherwise, why does Song Yamian still appear so troubled?" Shen Jinha bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. "No, I have adhered strictly to your instructions, Mr. Shen." Shen Jinxing abruptly lifted his gaze towards her. "Repeat those words with the same expression and tone." Although Shen Jinha did not comprehend his intent, she complied. Shen Jinxing's eyes narrowed. "Incorrect. When she is misunderstood or wronged, it should not manifest in this manner." Shen Jinha hesitated, softly asking, "Mr. Shen, then how should it be?" Shen Jinxing furrowed his brow. It was evident that Shen Lichu and her aunt had undergone a paternity test, confirming their lack of blood relation. However, when Shen Jinxing remarked upon Shen Jinha's demeanor and tone, a subconscious comparison with Shen Lichu emerged within him. In the dimly lit bedroom devoid of any light, Song Yamian lay on her bed, ensnared in a restless slumber. From the moment she closed her weary eyes, it took little more than an hour for her to awaken abruptly, her head throbbing painfully. A tickling sensation in her throat ignited a violent cough, the metallic taste of blood flooding her senses. Realizing she was about to cough up blood again, she struggled to sit up, determined not to burden the maid attending to her. As she reached into the drawer for a handkerchief, her fingers brushed against its familiar texture. Once her cough subsided slightly, she leaned against the headboard to catch her breath. At that moment, the sound of water being poured caught her attention, followed by the illumination of the bedside lamp. Shen Jinxing knelt by the bed, his eyes reddened, offering her a glass of water with a voice thick with emotion. "Aunt, would you like some water?" Instinctively, Song Yamian concealed the handkerchief she clutched behind her. "Aunt, there's no need to hide. I already know," Shen Jinxing said, forcing a bittersweet smile, tears streaming down his face. Gazing at the boy before her, Song Yamian was transported back to over a decade ago, when she was preparing to select an outstanding heir from the Shen family's collateral line. Shen Jinxing was born through surrogacy, his parents having brought him into the world solely to provide cord blood, stem cells, and bone marrow for their firstborn son. At that time, Song Yamian felt a pang of guilt for the missing Shen Gu, shouldering the burden of the Shen family alone. Yet, as an outsider, she desperately needed to adopt a collateral child with the Shen bloodline to stabilize the tumultuous family. It was during this period that she encountered Shen Jinxing. In the bustling hall, the eligible children of the Shen family's collateral line stood neatly dressed, brimming with vitality, awaiting her selection. The parents, standing behind their children, sparkled with anticipation, eager for Song Yamayan to choose their offspring. Shen Jinxing, oblivious to it all, squatted at the corner of the staircase, a small figure peering curiously at the lively scene unfolding in the main hall. Due to his frequent surgeries, the 9-year-old Shen Jinxing appeared no older than 5 or 6. His frail body, swimming in oversized clothing, a haunting sight. Song Yamayan's gaze traversed the crowd, settling upon Shen Jinxing. In stark contrast to the children coddled by their avaricious parents, Shen Jinxing stood out as the most suitable choice. Thus, she chose to take him with her. In the nights that followed, Shen Jinxing would clutch his pillow and stealthily enter Song Yamayan's room. He would not engage in any activity. Instead, he would merely squat in the corner of her room, silently observing her. As their relationship deepened, he drew closer to her, from the corner of the room, to the center, then merely a few steps away, an arm's length, and finally, right by the bedside. Even later, every night, Shen Jinxing would squat by the bedside, one hand clutching the edge of the bed while resting his chin upon it, the other gently grasping Song Yamayan's hand. Contemplating this, Song Yamayan let out a heartfelt sigh, taking the cup of water from Shen Jinxing's hand and placing it on the bedside table. She extended her hand to softly wipe away the tears from his face, sighing, "Why was it that you never cried as a child? Yet now, as an adult, you weep so easily." Shen Jinxing's lips quivered, but no words escaped them. Everyone is destined to meet their end. Were it not for the obligation to safeguard the Shen family's legacy, for Shen Go, Song Yamayan would have long departed to join her daughter. Her daughter had been so young when tragedy struck, even if she had managed to escape the flames. What were the odds of surviving until now? Shen Jinxing's silent tears flowed more abundantly, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Aunt, I beg you, please do not leave me. Have you not taught me to face every challenge and confusion since childhood? Please, teach me just one last time. Show me how I can keep you here." Shen Jinxing had sacrificed so much, far too much, in his quest to retain Song Yamayan. Yet, regardless of his efforts, everything culminated in futility. His biological parents had merely brought him into this world to serve as a blood donor for his elder brother. To ensure her own safety and to suppress any rebellious spirit, his mother had refused to allow him to attend school or engage with others. He lived his life as if invisible until the age of 9. Time and again, his father assured him that after one final surgery, he would take him out to see the world. Yet each promise was broken. Just when Shen Jinxing believed he might perish on the operating table, Song Yamayan appeared. When she took him away, he felt disoriented and anxious, only recalling that the sun was shining that day, warming him through and through. In the early days of living with Song Yamayan, he sensed that her feelings for him were devoid of affection, leaning more towards a sense of duty. However, this could not overshadow the fact that it was the first genuine kindness he had received throughout his life. In terms of academics, Song Yamayan was quite strict. Yet, in his desire to earn even a single word of praise from her, Shen Jinxing would forego sleep for several days. When she commented on the poor appearance of his handwriting, he would practice until his hand cramped. Over time, as their familiarity deepened, Song Yamayan began to show him more genuine care. Upon learning that she had lost a daughter in a fire at the tender age of 4, Shen Jinxing surmised that his unfortunate circumstances had evoked memories of her own child, making him the singular exception among those considered for her inheritance. Even though the only love he had ever received stemmed from someone else's tragedy, he was sincerely grateful from the depths of his heart. Song Yamayan gently shook her head, saying, "Jinxing, I am sorry, but this is something I cannot teach you. I am, after all, a complete failure myself. Jinxing, you already possess so much." Song Yamayan advised, "You will surely possess more in the future. Do not squander your energy on my matters any longer." She understood that the passing of loved ones left an everlasting dampness in one's heart. Moreover, Shen Jinxing, being a person of profound loyalty, would be haunted by regret for eternity if he departed without fulfilling his own wishes. Thus, even aware that Shen Jinhe was not his biological daughter, he remained silent. His future stretched long ahead. He should not be ensnared in regret for a lifetime. Having indirectly caused harm to so many already, he could not inflict further suffering upon Shen Jinxing. Shen Jinxing gazed at Song Yamayan in a daze, slowly shaking his head, tears still streaming down his face. He would rather have nothing at all. All he yearned for was a pure and genuine affection. Chapter 81. The scholar emerging from Song Yamayan's room. Shen Jinxing resumed his usual demeanor of detachment, though his slightly swollen eyelids betrayed a hint of anomaly. Shen Jinhe, who had been waiting outside, was taken aback by Shen Jinxing's appearance. President Shen Jinxing did not pause, brushing past her. "It's nothing. You should rest," he replied, having yet unfinished business with the Shen group. Shen Jinhe watched his hurried retreat until he vanished from sight, her brow furrowed with concern. Rarely had anyone witnessed this other side of Shen Jinxing, and Shen Jinhe was one of the few. Over the years, in his quest to cure Song Yamayan's ailment, Shen Jinxing had exhausted every possible method. He had even resorted to remedies that, by mere logic, seemed utterly futile, provided they would not inflict any negative consequences on Song Yamayan. Shen Jinhe had witnessed him, with a gleaming dagger, carve out his own flesh to concoct medicinal remedies, a piece of flesh no larger than the palm of his hand. Just watching it made Shen Jinhe wince. Yet Shen Jinxing did not flinch at all. It was sheer madness. If Mrs. Song were to depart so swiftly, what would become of her years of planning? No, she needed to contemplate her next steps carefully. Fortunately, now that she bore the title of the eldest daughter of the Shen family, her options were considerably more abundant. On the first day of school, Shen Lichu prepared a sandwich for the stern-faced Pei Hui. While she claimed it was homemade, that was not entirely accurate. Pei Hui had initially barred her from entering the kitchen, fearing she might be splattered by hot oil or accidentally cut herself on sharp instruments. The ingredients had been prepared by the kitchen staff. Shen Lichu merely assembled them. Add 2 soft-boiled eggs. Add 3 juicy beef patties. He loves meat. Add bacon. Add luncheon meat. Add shrimp. Add chicken fillet. The finished sandwich was large, with its filling nearly overflowing, requiring both of Shen Lichu's hands to hold it. Pei Hui touched, held it in one hand, reluctant to eat it, and could not help but ask, "What inspired you to make me a heartfelt breakfast today?" Heartfelt breakfast? Shen Lichu glanced at the sandwich in Pei Yu's hand, attempting to reclaim it. Pei Hui remained vigilant. "Little Guai, what are you up to?" Shen Lichu replied earnestly, "Did you not desire a heartfelt breakfast? I shall take it back and redo it, adding a heart shape with tomato slices on your sandwich." Pei Hui felt a pang in his heart. Shen Lichu assumed he disliked the idea of using tomato slices for the heart. After pondering for a moment, she tentatively suggested, "What if I use ham slices instead?" Considering Pei Yu's fondness for meat, she presumed he would not favor a heart made of tomatoes. This thought only deepened Pei Yu's discomfort. No need. Despite this minor hiccup, he felt overall satisfaction. Upon arriving at school, after stepping out of the vehicle, Pei Hui held the colossal sandwich aloft, as if fearing that others might overlook his prized possession. After escorting Shen Lichu to her classroom, he intentionally took a longer route back to his own, still clutching the sandwich. Just as he settled into his seat, the bell rang. Beside him, Xie Changyan was slumped over his desk, catching up on sleep. Pei Hui roused him. Xie Changyan, begrudgingly awakened, smiled slightly. "Pei Hui, you had better have a good reason for disturbing me. Otherwise, I would not mind finding you some work." Pei Hui boasted, "Behold, the sandwich, my heartfelt breakfast, crafted by little Guai herself." Xie Changyan scrutinized the enormous sandwich, likely only to cause minor injuries to anyone attempting to take a bite, and replied with a cold smirk, "It won't kill you." Pei Hui retorted, "Just admit you're envious." Thanks to this sandwich, Pei Hui felt exuberantly joyful throughout the morning. As the last class of the morning concluded, students began to leave the classroom in waves, while the trio seated at the back, including Pei Hui, remained motionless. Today, Shen Lichu had an exam that would encroach upon their lunch break for approximately half an hour. As time passed, the enchantment of the heartfelt breakfast began to wane, and Pei Yu's expression darkened. What a dreadful class! Not only did they impose such heavy academic pressure on students, but their schedule began so early and ended so late. Had they considered what might happen if students became famished? At that moment, Pei Hui was akin to a powder keg ready to explode, prompting Jiang Jingheng to keep his distance. As the time for the exam drew near, suddenly, a shuttlecock flew in through the window, landing perfectly on Xie Changyan's desk. Xie Changyan glanced at the shuttlecock without making any move. Jiang Jingheng, however, exclaimed, "Where did that shuttlecock come from?" Just as he finished his inquiry, a girl's voice echoed from the hallway outside the wall. "Jinhe, where did my shuttlecock go?" Shen Jinhe responded, "I remember it was somewhere around the second floor." Soon, Shen Jinhe's head peered through the window. "Apologies, classmate. Could you kindly pass my shuttlecock back to me?" Upon hearing this, Xie Changyan shot her a cold glance, but remained silent. Jiang Jingheng was equally taken aback by the smallness of the world, encountering Shen Jinhe so swiftly. Fearing that Pei Hui, the volatile powder keg, might cause a scene, Jiang Jingheng hastily picked up a book and began to fan himself, as if the very air had been tainted by Shen Jinhe's presence. Shen Jinhe's expression stiffened. Pei Hui never cast a glance her way from beginning to end. Timing his movements meticulously, he swiftly rose and exited the classroom, striding purposefully upstairs. Xie Changyan followed suit, wordlessly making his way outside. Jiang Jingheng, casting aside his books, trailed behind the two. On the other side, having just endured an exceedingly mentally taxing examination, coupled with the passing of their usual mealtime, Shen Lichu felt a slight dip in her blood sugar. Upon stepping out of the classroom, she heard Pei Yu's concerned voice. "Are you feeling dizzy, my dear?" In the next moment, a piece of sweet candy was gently placed into her mouth. Shen Lichu, savoring the candy, shook her head and murmured, "I'm just a bit hungry." Pei Hui promptly led the way towards the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng had already ordered their meals and were seated, awaiting the arrival of the two. Jiang Jingheng glanced anxiously towards the nearest entrance, and only upon confirming that Shen Lichu was not in sight did he lean closer to Xie Changyan, whispering, "That girl, Shen Jinhe, bears a striking resemblance to Lichu, especially her eyes, and they both share the surname Shen. The similarity is rather uncanny, wouldn't you say?" Xie Changyan fixed his dark gaze upon him, calmly inquiring, "So, what are you implying?" Jiang Jingheng, indignant, exclaimed, "That Shen Jinhe is quite the clever one. Isn't she? Doesn't she know that the cloned sheep, Dolly, only lived for 6 years?" Chapter 82. He forces me to eat recently. Shen Lichu discovered that Pei Hui not only concealed a great treasure within his room, but also harbored an unspeakable secret. On Saturday, upon awakening, Shen Lichu found Pei Hui mysteriously absent. The previous evening, he had informed her of his plans to be out for the day and return late, steadfastly refusing to divulge any further details despite her persistent inquiries. After finishing her morning routine, she descended the stairs to find Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng engaged in conversation in the living room. "Lichu, what has Pei been up to today?" Jiang Jingheng queried curiously upon seeing her. On Friday, Pei Hui had instructed Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng to keep an eye on Shen Lichu throughout Saturday, for he was uneasy about leaving her alone. Shen Lichu shook her head. Even the oblivious Jiang Jingheng sensed that she was not in high spirits. It was rare for Shen Lichu to be unaware of matters concerning Pei Hui. Jiang Jingheng scratched his head, racking his brain for comforting words, and finally said, "Perhaps things are a bit concerning." Before he could finish his attempt at reassurance, Xie Changyan discreetly kicked him on the shin, interrupting him. Jiang Jingheng suddenly realized his faux pas and coughed awkwardly, hastily trying to amend his words. Shen Lichu pressed her lips together, unsure whether she was comforting Jiang Jingheng or herself. "Pei Hui placed me in danger. He worries that I might be anxious." Every time her emotions fluctuated significantly, she was prone to illness. Jiang Jingheng quickly interjected, "Yes, right?" Just then, a servant noticed Shen Lichu had risen and promptly brought breakfast from the kitchen. Shen Lichu, typically lacking an appetite in the mornings and feeling somewhat downcast at that moment, found it even more difficult to eat a small bowl of thick, simmered vegetable porridge, with the greens finely chopped, was in front of Shen Lichu, who delicately picked at the vegetables, savoring them bite by bite. Minutes passed, yet not a single spoonful of porridge had diminished. As the dish began to cool, Shen Lichu pushed the bowl aside and commenced another task, peeling corn. For Shen Lichu, only the sweetest and tenderest segment of the corn would suffice. However, even with such a small piece of tender corn, she had to not only eat one, but also peel another, carefully removing the husk. After all these years, Jiang Jingheng finally understood why the seemingly arrogant Pei Hui always wore a frown when it came to Shen Lichu's eating habits. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Jingheng remarked, "Lichu, doesn't Pei Hui ever get angry with the way you eat?" Upon hearing this question, Shen Lichu paused for a moment, then nodded and shook her head. She slowly peeled another ear of corn and replied softly, "He forces me to eat." If Pei Hui were present, he would have snatched the spoon from her hand, initially coaxing her, and when that proved ineffective, he would sternly insist she eat. Even when Shen Lichu opened her mouth slightly, Pei Hui would demand she widen it further. Jiang Jingheng gasped, then fell silent for a long while before stating earnestly, "If I dared to eat like you, my brother's hefty ruler would come crashing down on me in an instant." He was not joking in the slightest. Jiang Jingheng's older brother, the eldest son of the Jiang family, had borne significant responsibilities since childhood. To avoid familial discord, Jiang Jingheng grew up under his brother's strict guidance. Whenever his brother chastised him, their parents would merely observe, never intervening. As a child, he was naive and, in moments of dissatisfaction with his parents, attempted to resist by refusing to eat. Since that one time his brother treated him to a fiery stir-fry of bamboo shoots and meat, he never dared to stage a hunger strike again. That experience left a lasting impression on him. Afterward, whenever his father witnessed his fear of that tactic, he would treat him to a bamboo shoot stir-fry whenever his exam scores were abysmal. Recounting those memories brought tears to Jiang Jingheng's eyes. Shen Lichu paused in her peeling. She had seen Jiang Gu, always clad in a suit, speaking gently yet acting decisively. To avoid frightening Shen Lichu, Jiang Jingheng quickly added, "However, if it were you, my brother and father would surely ease up." Whenever he mentioned visiting her, his brother would not question him further or impose a curfew. But when he ventured out with others, if he weren't home by 7, he would face consequences. The Jiang family never expected Jiang Jingheng to achieve great success. They simply desired him to maintain good character and not stray from the right path, allowing his brother to secure a life of comfort for him. What Jiang Jingheng did not share with Shen Lichu was that his father had contemplated encouraging more interaction between them, a notion that left him profoundly unsettled, for he was well aware of his limitations. Setting aside the notion of perceiving Shen Lichu purely as a delicate porcelain doll in need of care due to her frail health, Pei Hui would undoubtedly pursue him to the ends of the earth. His brother even mocked their father, likening him to a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. Jiang Jingheng could never fathom the kind of individual who could compel Pei Hui to willingly entrust Shen Lichu to him. He feared that if Shen Lichu were to marry someone else in the future, on the night of their wedding, Pei Hui would likely intrude upon their shared space, guarding her with utmost vigilance. The mere thought of this brought an amused smile to Jiang Jingheng's face. Throughout the day, Shen Lichu appeared listless. In the flower bed at the entrance, the strawberry seedlings she had planted in her childhood still thrived, though their yield each year remained disappointingly low. Among them was the strawberry plant gifted to her by Xie Changyan. Upon learning that Shen Lichu had nurtured the little strawberries at kindergarten, only for them to be overwhelmed by her popularity and perish, Jiang Jingheng found it utterly delightful. Xie Changyan felt an unusual sense of embarrassment, as he and Lu Huaichuan were the two principal culprits responsible for the demise of Shen Lichu's cherished strawberries. After dinner, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng departed, and just as they left, the sky unleashed a downpour. Following their exit, Shen Lichu lingered in the living room for quite some time, yet Pei Hui had not returned. She illuminated her phone, which remained on the chat interface with Pei Hui. Shen Lichu typed a message swiftly, but after a moment's contemplation, she refrained from sending it. The rain fell relentlessly, and the night had deepened. For the third time, the maid inquired if Shen Lichu wished to retire upstairs. Shen Lichu asked dully what time it was. The maid replied, "It is already 10:41. Given the late hour, the young master might not return, and Miss Lichu should consider resting upstairs." As the autumn rain brought a chill, Shen Lichu was prone to falling ill with the change of seasons. To alleviate the maid's concerns, she ascended the stairs. In the vast room, a dim bedside lamp was the only source of light. Shen Lichu lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The silence around her felt suffocating. Suddenly, She pulled the covers over her head, enveloping herself completely, and did not emerge again. At 11:50-something that night, Pei Hui, cloaked in the autumn chill, hurriedly entered the house. The rain outside was torrential, and to shorten his journey, he had braved the distance from the front door to the interior without opening an umbrella. Upon reaching Shen Lichu's room, he glanced at his watch. It read 11:58 and 37 seconds. Having promised Shen Lichu that he would return within the day, not even a heavy downpour could deter him. Even if the heavens rained down blades, he was determined to come back. After hastily shedding his coat and shoes, he entered the room barefoot, switching on the light as he approached the bedside. Gently, he called out, "Little darling." The figure wrapped like a silkworm in the bed lay still, seemingly asleep. Pei bent down and coaxed, "Little darling, I know you're awake. I brought you a little cake. However, it is rather late this evening, and it would be best to save the meal for tomorrow, shall we?" Aware that Shen Lichu would be disheartened today, Pei Hui deliberately took a detour on his way back to purchase something special. Yet, Shen Lichu remained unmoving. Pei Hui lifted her, along with the blanket, intending to speak. But upon seeing her pouting lips and slightly reddened eyes, he found himself at a loss for words, only able to repeatedly apologize. Tears clung to Shen Lichu's eyelashes, and she sniffled softly, saying, "It is not your fault. I am the one who is overly clingy." She felt unqualified to dictate Pei Yu's whereabouts, to feel anger, or to sulk. Moreover, Pei Hui had kept his word and returned before midnight. Still, she felt a wave of sadness. Pei Hui tenderly wiped her tears away, softly stating, "If you shed tears, regardless of the reason, it is my fault." Shen Lichu extended her hand from beneath the blanket, clinging tightly to Pei Yu's neck, and he embraced her warmly. After a considerable time, Pei Hui inquired, "Did you eat well today?" Shen Lichu replied slowly, "I had some porridge, corn, and not on a couple of ribs." She obediently recounted her meals to Pei Hui, while also being a tad clever. Knowing that Pei Hui was most concerned about her eating habits, she only vaguely mentioned consuming a small amount, embellishing the quantity of the more substantial items. Yet, how could such small tricks escape Pei Yu's notice? Nevertheless, he found her cunning endearing rather than irksome, though he held a certain thought in his heart. His expression conveyed another entirely. While on the way, Pei Hui received a message from Xie Chanyan, stating that Shen Lichu had hardly eaten anything throughout the day. Skillfully, he reached out to touch her stomach, confirming it was indeed flat. "Would you care for a little more to eat?" Knowing that Pei Hui was likely already aware of her meager consumption, Shen Lichu felt a twinge of guilt as he carried her outside. In certain matters, Shen Lichu held no right to refuse. Though Pei Hui had rarely lost his temper with her throughout their lives, it did not mean it had never happened. When he did become angry, he would not resort to icy silence nor cease to speak with her. He would feed her when necessary, coax her to drink water. But when she wished for a hug or to hold hands, he would intentionally retreat. Fearing that Pei Hui might be angered again, Shen Lichu hastily remarked, "You know I dislike overly thick porridge. All right, next time I shall instruct the kitchen to simmer the porridge a bit longer." With that, Pei Hui placed Shen Lichu on a stool in the cloakroom and turned to open the wardrobe, retrieving a coat. "Would you like to wear this white one?" Shen Lichu nodded and added, "When I was peeling the corn, it got too cold too quickly. Next time, I'll peel it for the little one." Furrowing her brow in concentration, she ultimately succumbed to her reservations and quietly declined. No, Pei Hui was aware of her minor quirks, particularly her aversion to peeling oranges that were difficult to handle. A moment's distraction could turn the flesh to mush, leaving one with sticky juice all over their hands. It was exceedingly easy to end up with a mangled fruit. Not to mention, even if Shen Lichu attempted it herself, she found it inedible. The same principle applied to peeling corn. Shen Lichu continued recounting her meals from the day. While Pei Hui responded attentively, he instructed her, "Lift your left hand." After ensuring the zipper of her jacket was fastened, he pondered that she would need a pair of trousers as well. Though her autumn pajamas were long-sleeved and full-length, the fabric was a delicate silk that clung to her skin uncomfortably when a breeze blew through. As their conversation progressed, Shen Lichu's voice grew more subdued. "I don't want to waste food, but I truly cannot eat anymore." "That is all right, sweetheart. If you can't finish, I will take care of it for you." He had already set aside the corn and porridge, intending to warm them later. Once she was dressed in trousers, Pei Hui added a pair of socks for her comfort. Tossing aside the thin blanket, he lifted Shen Lichu into his arms, hastily slipping on a pair of shoes as he prepared to head downstairs. Shen Lichu tugged at his sleeve. When Pei Hui glanced down, he found her gazing intently at his feet, particularly at the white slippers he wore. He had just walked barefoot around the house, and his feet bore remnants of dust. Ultimately, Pei Hui had no choice but to set Shen Lichu down, wash his feet clean, dry them, and change into a fresh pair of slippers. By this time, it was quite late, and he did not wish to trouble the kitchen staff, so he resolved to cook for himself. Oddly enough, Pei Hui had acquired various skills for Shen Lichu, such as sewing, nail art, and hair care. While he was not a prodigy in these areas, he certainly had a knack for them. However, cooking remained an elusive art for him. He struggled with any dish that involved even slightly intricate steps, and he would not dare present such creations to Shen Lichu, fearing it would tarnish his esteemed image in her eyes. Fortunately, making noodles was relatively straightforward. Shen Lichu attempted to assist him. Had been earlier, Pei Hui would have unhesitatingly insisted she sit on a small stool and merely observe. He had nurtured her so well that her hands were not meant for such labor. Considering Shen Lichu's mood that day, Pei Hui retrieved a handful of greens from the refrigerator and instructed her to stay in a spot where she could see him but would be shielded from the smoke. He aimed to keep the evening's meal light. Thus, he prepared a bowl of clear noodle soup, generously filled with vegetables. Shen Lichu always finished every bite of the noodles he cooked for her, as if to honor his efforts. Perhaps due to her hunger today, she even drank the broth to the last drop. Pei Hui was taken aback, just as he was about to inquire why she was so obedient today. The words caught in his throat, and he chose to remain silent. Chapter 84. Pei Hui, please don't be upset, all right? After finishing her evening routine upstairs, Shen Lichu nestled in the window seat, cradling a plush toy adorned with lilies of the valley on its ears. She gazed at Pei Hui, who was making her bed, her brows slightly furrowed and her complexion somewhat pale. As Pei Hui finished arranging the bedding and turned to embrace her, she timely relaxed her knitted brows. "Is it cold?" he inquired, examining her hands and feet after placing her on the bed. Shen Lichu shook her head. Once Pei Hui confirmed that her extremities were warm, he felt reassured. "I will sleep here tonight." With that, he moved to retrieve a blanket for the floor. Shen Lichu quickly protested. "No." Pei Hui paused, settling down at the edge of the bed, gently asking, "Is my little darling still upset?" Shen Lichu pulled the covers higher, revealing only her eyes. Her voice muffled from beneath the blankets. "I'm not angry anymore." She spoke the truth. Indeed, she felt unqualified to be angry. This realization stirred an inexplicable irritation and a sense of grievance within her. Pei Hui observed Shen Lichu intently, noticing her low spirits throughout the evening. Ultimately, he chose to relent, saying, "All right, let's sleep early. We can have some little cakes tomorrow." Before departing, he checked the window to ensure it was securely closed, turned off the light, and exited without returning to his own room. Instead, in the darkness, he groped his way to the small living room sofa. It was already quite late. In a place where he was certain Shen Lichu could not see, a hint of fatigue crossed his brow. After a while, Pei Hui stood and walked to the bathroom. After a quick shower, he unlocked the door to his room, still without turning on the lights. Inside, the curtains were drawn tightly, and in the faintest glow, it was evident that various items had accumulated in the room. Pei Hui opened a drawer, retrieved a blister pack with only one remaining pill, swallowed it dry, and casually tossed the packaging into the trash. After taking the medication, Pei Hui did not lift the covers to bed, but instead returned to sit silently on the small living room sofa. His damp hair clung to his forehead, obscuring his vision, and he irritably brushed it aside. Yet before long, a rebellious strand fell back down. Pei Hui clicked his tongue softly, disregarding it as his gaze fell. Lost in thought, the night was enveloped in silence. After an indeterminate period, the sound of a door opening suddenly broke the stillness at Shen Lichu's bedroom. At that moment, Pei Hui turned his head towards the noise. Shen Lichu hurried in, flustered, and in the dim light, she failed to notice Pei Hui on the sofa. Sensing something amiss, he followed her. Outside the bathroom, Shen Lichu bent over the trash can, her expression pained as she retched. Her formerly fair complexion was now flushed a deep crimson. The bowl of noodles Pei Hui had prepared for her earlier was nearly expelled entirely. Pei Hui's expression darkened to a terrifying extent as he struggled to suppress the impulse to rush to her side, determined not to disturb Shen Lichu. No wonder Shen Lichu dismissed him today. It turns out she was not truly angry. Pei Hui quickly retraced the events, pondering when Shen Lichu's discomfort had first begun. Once Shen Lichu had purged her stomach of its contents, Pei Hui hastened to her side, gently patting her back. Shen Lichu was taken aback. Shouldn't Pei Hui have been asleep at this hour? The room was soundproofed well, and she had made every effort to minimize any noise. Staring at Pei Hui, who was wiping her mouth with a damp tissue, she thought to herself, this is bad. Casually discarding the tissue, Pei Hui inquired, do you feel any better? Shen Lichu, her face pale, nodded anxiously. Shortly thereafter, Pei Hui brought her a large cup of warm water for rinsing. As always, he tenderly cared for her, his demeanor revealing no trace of anger. Yet, it was precisely this behavior that made Shen Lichu sense an impending storm. Pei Hui was indeed upset. Throughout their years together, Pei Hui had seldom displayed true anger in Shen Lichu's presence. Her only recollection of him being this upset was when she had secretly disposed of her medication. This time, however, Shen Lichu could distinctly feel that his displeasure was far more intense. A sense of unease gnawed at her heart. Meanwhile, Pei Hui continued to inquire about her feelings, consulting the family doctor via intercom to ensure there was no serious issue, and then offered her a bit of warm water. Exhausted, Shen Lichu leaned her head against Pei Hui's warm neck and whispered, Pei Hui, please don't be angry. Pei Hui merely responded with a non-committal swiftly changing the subject. Are you tired? Since reluctantly consuming that bowl of noodles, her stomach had been tumultuous, and after vomiting, she finally felt somewhat better. Indeed, she was weary. Then I'll rub your back. Go to sleep. Under Pei Hui's familiar ministrations, Shen Lichu soon fell asleep in his embrace, perhaps due to her lingering discomfort. Her brows remained furrowed in slumber. Pei Hui, with a serious expression, gently massaged her stomach through her clothing for about 40 minutes until her furrowed brow finally relaxed. Was Pei Hui not angry? That was undoubtedly impossible. He was angry with Shen Lichu, but more so with himself. He had known she was feeling low today, but had failed to notice the signs early on. Had he returned to his room without hearing any sound? What would Shen Lichu have done alone, since she dared to conceal her discomfort from him? After feeling exceedingly unwell and vomiting, she would surely have tidied up every trace of it. After cleaning, she would have dragged her weary body back to her room and, wrapped in her blanket, fallen into an uneasy sleep as fatigue overtook her. Moreover, that was not even the worst of it. As this thought crossed his mind, a shadow of gloom settled in Pei Hui's deep blue eyes. It was shortly after 10:20 in the morning. In a state of drowsiness, Shen Lichu, upon opening her eyes, faintly heard voices in the distance, likely Pei Hui conversing with his father. I cannot go. Last night, Xiao Guai vomited once, and has yet to awaken. Pei Fu seemed to be inquiring about Shen Lichu's condition. For now, I'm fine. I took my temperature 7 times last night and did not have a fever. It appeared that Pei Fu had something urgent to discuss with Pei Hui, and the father and son briefly deliberated on the matter. After eavesdropping for a while, Shen Lichu, her head feeling as heavy as lead, glanced at the bedside table, where various medical supplies were somewhat haphazardly arranged. Chapter 85. Utterly foolish upon hearing Pei Hui end the call and approach, Shen Lichu hastily closed her eyes. Yet, as she listened, silence enveloped the room. Logically, there should have been a distance from where Pei Hui made the call. It was implausible for his footsteps to vanish so quickly. Could it be that Pei Hui had walked elsewhere? Shen Lichu exhaled in relief, but as she reopened her eyes, she found Pei Hui, arms crossed and a stern expression on his face, seated at the edge of her bed. Had she imagined it? Shen Lichu closed her eyes again, then opened them once more, and Pei Hui remained there, his demeanor unchanged. How is it that you walk so silently? Pei Hui raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond to her query, instead turning to retrieve a mercury thermometer from box. A familiar routine followed. After receiving the thermometer from Pei Hui, Shen Lichu placed it under her arm, fervently praying not to have a fever. Perhaps heaven heard her supplication, for the result confirmed her hopes. She indeed did not have fever. Sniffing slightly, She extended her hand from under the covers to tug at Pei Yu's sleeve. Pei Yu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept this from you. Her voice, soft and apologetic, carried a hint of nasality. Pei Yu merely acknowledged her with a light as though the entire matter had been effortlessly brushed aside. While Shen Lichu attended to her morning routine, Pei Yu remained by her side, just as he had in the early hours. As his gaze swept past the trash bin, it darkened momentarily. She had suffered from severe malnutrition as a child, often neglecting her meals. Shen Lichu was quite slender when she bent over the trash bin to vomit. Her frail body resembled the delicate wings of a butterfly, fragile and easily broken. Even now, the recollection unsettled Pei Yu profoundly. Due to her earlier bout of sickness, Shen Lichu found herself lacking an appetite when she descended the stairs to see the food laid out on the dining table. The fare was light, devoid of any heavy or greasy items. Not wanting to worry Pei Yu, she hesitated before finally picking up a steam bun. It was small, soft in texture, and carried a faint aroma of sweet milk. Shen Lichu slowly consumed half of it. Xiao Guai, if you cannot eat, do not force yourself. Pei Yu gently took the bun from her hands. Subsequently, he began to inquire about each dish on the table, suggesting that she should eat a few bites if she felt inclined, yet not to eat if she had no desire. In the end, Pei Yu still fed the most of that rather thin bowl of rice porridge. It rained the night before, but today the sun shone a little. After taking Shen Lichu to the yard to bask in the sun for a while, Pei Yu kept watch as she napped for half an hour. Upon waking from her slumber, he coaxed her into eating a bit. In the afternoon, Shen Lichu played for a while before delving into the reference books that Yu Qingqing had brought back for her. Pei Yu did not interfere much, only occasionally offering her small morsels of food. Throughout the day, he seemed to cater to Shen Lichu's every whim. In the evening, Pei's father took a brief moment to return home. Upon seeing Shen Lichu in good spirits, he skipped dinner and hurried back to the company. Before dinner, Pei Yu offered Shen Lichu a piece of candy, flavored with lychee and mint. The sweetness of the lychee was somewhat cloying, but the subtle hint of mint balanced it out. Shen Lichu placed the candy on the right side of her mouth, causing her cheek to puff out. Not far away, Pei Yu was on the phone. Since the commencement of the school term, he had seemed perpetually busy. Whenever Shen Lichu instinctively sought him out, he was most often engaged in a call. It was not until the candy was nearly melted that she suddenly realized Pei Yu had not been angry today. Shen Lichu had initially thought he would be more upset than the last time he inadvertently caught her disposing of her medication. Yet he was not angry, did not raise his voice, nor did he question her. He simply said nothing. This lack of reaction left Shen Lichu feeling uneasy, her heart growing increasingly anxious. This anxiety lingered until she finished washing up and saw Pei Yu sitting upright on the sofa, at which point the metaphorical stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell. Nervously, Shen Lichu fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Summoning her courage, she slowly approached Pei Yu, her gaze dropping as she noticed the small gap between them. She obediently shifted closer to him, sitting intimately side by side. Grasping the edge of Pei Yu's shirt from behind, she once again admitted her fault, saying, Pei Yu, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Pei Yu gently stroked her hair and softly replied, Little one, I am very worried. Shen Lichu pouted slightly. She heard him ask, If I had not discovered it in time, would you have cleaned up after yourself before returning to bed? Who knows Shen Lichu better than Pei Yu? Shen Lichu, feeling guilty, nodded. Seeing her acknowledgement, Pei Yu quelled his anger and asked, Have you considered what would happen if you cleaned up and then developed a fever in the middle of the night? Whenever Shen Lichu had a fever, it was always quite severe. Feeling guilty, she inched closer to Pei Yu, nearly pressing against him. Unsatisfied with the distance, Pei Yu reached out and pulled Shen Lichu onto his lap, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Shen Lichu, go ahead and be angry with me. If you can make me die of anger soon, then Pei Yu firmly closed his eyes, then reopened them, stating with deliberate clarity, I would still haunt you in the afterlife. Shen Lichu leaped into Pei Yu's embrace, continuously caressing his chest while murmuring, Don't be angry, don't be angry. Her movements resembled a playful kitten's pawing, stirring a delightful yet tormenting sensation within Pei Yu's heart. However, he had more pressing matters to address. Thus, He firmly grasped Shen Lichu's hands, his expression turning grave. Little one, I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully, all right? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Lichu prepared to attentively listen to Pei Yu's words. Your unhappiness yesterday, was it truly because I concealed something from you? Or were you subconsciously thinking of that lady residing in the Shen family? Pei Yu had pondered over this for an entire day, unable to comprehend why Shen Lichu had chosen to hide her discomfort from him. He could only extend the timeline further back in search of answers. This was unprecedented. He meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage from the early hours, frame by frame. When he presented a bowl of noodles to Shen Lichu, the aroma caused her brow to furrow. Nevertheless, she persevered through her discomfort and finished the entire bowl, even sipping the broth clean. At that moment, he had been foolishly pleased, believing his culinary skills had improved enough to whet Shen Lichu's appetite. Chapter 86. The Pei residence is her home, Shen Lichu's long curled eyelashes fluttered as she gazed resolutely at Pei Yu, her voice trembling as she asked, Do you wish to send me away? How could he dare? Pei Yu thought perhaps his expression had been unclear, leading to Shen Lichu's misunderstanding, and quickly reassured her, Of course not. Little one, I understand your kind heart. After all, she's your biological mother. Pei Yu was willing to fulfill all of Shen Lichu's wishes, even if such desires clashed with his own sentiments. However, one thing remained certain. Wherever Shen Lichu went, he would follow. He could never allow her to stray from his sight, nor would he permit anyone to wrong her. As long as you wish to return, Before Pei Yu could finish his explanation, Shen Lichu suddenly began to struggle violently, as if summoning all her strength. Fearing she might fall, he instinctively tightened his embrace. Little one, please, let me finish. I don't want to hear it. Shen Lichu's voice grew more choked, and she continued to fight against him. Concerned that he might inadvertently harm her, Pei Yu loosened his grip slightly. Once he confirmed that Shen Lichu was safely on her feet, he dared to release her completely. Shen Lichu said nothing and turned to leave. Pei Yu pursued her relentlessly. Seeing her head toward the stairs, he panicked and shouted, Little one, it was my fault. Shen Lichu pressed her lips tightly together, unable to absorb his words. Her heart feeling as though it were being pricked by needles, her round eyes brimming with tears that blurred her vision. She stumbled forward, her pace quickening. As she descended the next step, Pei Yu could no longer contain himself and lifted her entirely into his arms. Shen Lichu, voice hoarse, cried out repeatedly, No, no. Put me down. All right, I want to hold you, he replied, easing his grip. Pei Hui, who spoke in accordance with SH and LCH, did not ease his grip in the slightest. As they swiftly descended the staircase, he hesitated for but a moment, ultimately deciding against releasing SH and LCH. She began to struggle once more, yet this time, Pei Hui was resolute in his determination to hold on. Amidst her thrashing, when she inadvertently struck his face, a crisp sound echoed in the air. Both SH and LCH and Pei Hui were momentarily taken aback. He, having never experienced such a slap in his life, found himself at a loss. In that fleeting moment, Pei Hui thought to himself that he was truly finished, as SH and LCH's hand inadvertently made contact. He was first struck by the scent of her hand cream, a delicate jasmine fragrance. Throughout the year, SH and LCH had maintained the habit of applying hand cream, and this particular jasmine-scented tube was one that Pei Hui had recently gifted her. He recalled that her previous one was citrus-scented. As for the pain, Pei Hui felt none at all. He licked his lips, his deep blue eyes serious as he suggested, Perhaps I should receive another slap. After uttering this, he turned his face slightly, allowing SH and LCH the opportunity to strike again. Tears that had been welling in SH and LCH's eyes finally cascaded down her cheeks. She cried silently, as was her customary way, without thunderous sobs. Yet her face was drenched in sorrow. Did it hurt your hand? Let me see. SH and LCH clenched her fist tightly, refusing to show him. Suddenly, she felt as though an invisible hand had tightly twisted her stomach, causing her complexion to pale and her expression to twist in pain as she covered her mouth with her hand. Pei Hui instinctively reached out, but SH and LCH had consumed too little that day. After retching for a while, nothing came forth. whenever her emotions surged or she cried for too long. It could lead to emotional nausea. Pei Hui quickly raised his voice to call for assistance. In the brightly lit hall, Shen Lichu remained motionless, akin to a porcelain doll, nestled in Pei Hui's embrace. The doctor arrived, conducting a series of inquiries and examinations. Though it was Shen Lichu who was unwell, it was Pei Hui who provided the answers. Miss L's emotional fluctuations are quite pronounced. It appears to be a case of simple emotional nausea. For the next few days, she should avoid overly greasy foods. If you remain concerned, sir, a more thorough examination can be arranged for tomorrow. Pei Hui nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Once the doctor and servants departed, Pei Hui gently pressed on Shen Lichu's abdomen, inquiring, "Is this still uncomfortable?" After a while, her heightened emotions had settled. Shen Lichu first shook her head, then lifted her gaze to the spot where she had accidentally struck him. Noticing her attention, Pei Hui quickly offered a light-hearted reassurance. "Your little strength doesn't even compare to an ant's bite." However, this was not merely a matter of pain. Being slapped was a matter of dignity. With eyes filled with concern, Shen Lichu reached out and gently caressed his cheek, murmuring, "Pei Hui, I am truly sorry." Yet, Pei Hui's gaze was drawn to the wrist of her raised hand, where a faint red mark remained, a testament to his earlier grip. The evidence, stark and unadorned, accused Pei Hui with an intensity that pierced deeply into his gaze. He gently grasped her wrist, tenderly caressing it, his eyes full of silent disapproval as he spoke. "My dear, even if I have misspoken, you cannot sulk and walk out like this. It is already quite late, and with the autumn nights growing colder, your nightgown is rather thin." He added, "If a similar situation arises again, simply point at my nose and tell me to leave." Shen Lichu paused, her dark eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. Once she processed his words, a smile crept onto her lips. "Do you think I would actually storm out in anger?" Pei Hui seemed taken aback, cautiously inquiring, "Is that not the case?" "I merely came down to fetch my phone," she replied, kindly gesturing towards a corner. Following her direction, Pei Hui's gaze landed on a white-cased phone adorned with a pink crystal cat charm, charging in the corner. Pei Hui was astonished. Shen Lichu, her eyes puffy and red, huffed playfully, "I was preparing to report you." Storming out? That was simply out of the question. She would never engage in actions that would cause concern for those she cherished. As she spoke, her lips pursed again. "I must tell Auntie and Uncle that you wish to drive me away." Pei Hui studied her for a moment before leaning down to gently nuzzle her nose with his. "If old Pei were to hear of this, he would surely break my legs. Given that the news was learned tonight, it was likely his legs would be broken by midnight." Shen Lichu's laughter rang out. Thus, when she heard rumors that the Pei family would eventually cast aside her, the orphan with no ties, she never felt a twinge of anxiety. The Pei family was her home, and Uncle Pei and Annie were her pillars of support. Aside from Pei Hui, Chapter 87 also suggests that Shen Lichu subconsciously harbored feelings for him. Upon hearing her words, Pei Hui dismissed the notion that she yearned to return to her biological mother. Only then did he release the hold he had on her arm, easing his weight against the back of the sofa. He was left even more perplexed, unable to fathom what could cause Shen Lichu to feel so insecure, especially given that she had been unwell yet insisted on finishing the bowl of noodles. Had he been discovered regarding his secretive actions? Pei Hui hesitated. "Do you know that I intercepted those love letters written to you?" Shen Lichu was bewildered, wondering when this had occurred. Noticing her silence, Pei Hui pressed further. "Did Xie Changyan complain to you on Saturday?" "Complain?" Recently, Xie Changyan had been preoccupied with a bidding project in the western part of the city. A while back, he had tricked Pei Hui, which Pei Hui kept in mind. Finally, he had awaited a chance for revenge, and he could not let it slip away. Shen Lichu's expression hardened, her eyes reflecting deeper sorrow. "So, you have concealed so many things from me." She had believed that they shared complete transparency. Upon hearing this, Pei Hui suddenly understood. "Xiao Guai, are you feeling down because I didn't inform you about my whereabouts yesterday?" Shen Lichu's body stiffened. Pei Hui, who had long since learned to decipher her subtle expressions, was utterly convinced that he had accurately guessed the cause of her distress. After traversing a convoluted path, He realized that the issue lay squarely with himself. Pei Hui found himself both amused and exasperated, pondering if he could possibly be any more foolish. Seeing her inner turmoil laid bare, Shen Lichu, in a moment of resignation, decided to voice everything that had been festering within her for so long. You always know where I am. You can freely enter my room. So why do you lock the door? Why do you hide your whereabouts from me? I worry for your safety. I know you promised to return the same day, and you surely would, yet you ought to have kept me updated. In truth, Shen Lichu's possessiveness over Pei Hui was hardly less than his over her. However, while Pei Hui's desire for possession was overt, Shen Lichu's was buried deep within her heart. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, until her voice quivered with emotion. If you make me worry like this again, I want to talk to you anymore. Pei Hui's heart ached at her words, yet he withheld his own feelings, waiting patiently for her to finish her outburst before offering comfort. However, when he heard Shen Lichu declare her desire to ignore him, he could no longer contain himself. He raised an eyebrow and spoke in a gruff tone. That is unacceptable. He understood that Shen Lichu was merely speaking in anger, yet he could not bear to hear even her angry words. Shen Lichu stared intently at Pei Hui, who suddenly broke into a joyful laugh. Xiaoguai, everyone says I'm overly controlling of you. What you eat, wear, do, and use, without exaggeration, I have a hand in nearly everything concerning you. Sometimes, I even question whether I should loosen my grip. Yet, the thought of the string of the kite slipping from my fingers fills me with an inexplicable dread. Thus, Pei Hui began to deceive himself, repeatedly assuring himself that he would loosen his hold just a little later when the time was right. For over a decade, he continued this self-deception, only to find himself even more reluctant to let go. It was precisely because Pei Hui understood that his desire to oversee every detail stemmed from his deep care for her. Therefore, when he heard that Shen Lichu too wished to exert her influence over him, he was elated. Did this not signify that, deep down, Shen Lichu harbored feelings for him, albeit in a nascent and unformed state? But that was of little consequence. Pei Hui had ample time to wait. Shen Lichu, however, was baffled as to why Pei Hui had suddenly diverted the conversation to this topic. She could easily see through his facade of composure, recognizing his underlying anxiety. With a sniffle, she murmured, "How could it be too controlling?" Many children who grew up without parental companionship often harbor feelings of loneliness and anxiety. Yet, since encountering Pei Hui, such emotions had become exceedingly rare for Shen Lichu. He was perpetually attuned to her feelings. Shen Lichu, do you still remember Lu Huaichuan? Upon hearing the name of this notorious tattletale, Pei Hui immediately became vigilant. With an expressionless face, Pei Hui replied, "Oh, I remember. He's the one who reported you 4 times that morning when I first accompanied you to kindergarten. I recently ran into him at the cafeteria, and he was wearing a blue stud in his left ear, claiming that he had something important to discuss with you privately. Yet on the way back, you refused to divulge what you two had talked about, right?" Shen Lichu was taken aback by Pei Yu's lengthy recounting. Had he not mentioned it, she might have forgotten that Lu Huaichuan wore a blue stud that day. Pei Hui began to subtly probe for information. Why bring him up all of a sudden? Has he been seeking you out again? Truly, he does not know when to give up. Shen Lichu, both amused and exasperated, replied, "No. I wanted to tell you what we actually talked about that day." At this, Pei Yu's ears perked up, though he feigned calmness. What did you discuss? Internally, he was already gritting his teeth, eager to discover what this tattletale had said to Shen Lichu that lingered in her memory for so long. Just thinking about their conversation warmed Shen Lichu's heart. He had asked her if she felt that Pei Hui was too strict with her. Pei Hui could not help but curse. As I suspected, this tattletale has ulterior motives. My dear, I've always been perceptive. I felt that Lu Huaichuan, along with Xie Changyan and Zhang Shulan, are all boys who have vied for your attention since childhood. While he could not recall the names and faces of other classmates, the names of these boys were etched in his memory, as clear as day, even if he were to suffer from senility in his old age. Shen Lichu gently placed her hand over Pei Yu's mouth and whispered, "I told him that I quite enjoy being cared for by you in this way. It's as if you are constantly reminding me that even when many abandon me, you will always hold me dear." Behind the excessive control lies immense concern. He also mentioned that such indulgence might spoil her. How did Shen Lichu respond at the time? As long as it was Pei Hui, she would willingly embrace even the most indulgent treatment. In the end, Pei Hui never revealed to Shen Lichu what he had hidden in the room or where he had gone that Saturday. He simply told her to wait a little longer. When she was older, he would tell her. With slightly reddened eyes, Shen Lichu agreed softly. The next day, during morning self-study, Jiang Jingheng entered the classroom just as the bell rang. He took his seat, still catching his breath, and excitedly turned to share his joy with Pei Hui and Xie Changyan. I have some great news to share. Starting today, I have a dog. Pei Hui raised an eyebrow. What kind of dog? Jiang Jingheng retrieved his phone from his pocket, accessing a video from his gallery, his voice involuntarily tinged with excitement. Look, isn't it absolutely adorable? Despite its owner's claim of mischief and destruction, such cuteness rendered the notion of havoc almost inconceivable. The dog in the video appeared diminutive and plush. Its large, round eyes sparkling as it wagged its tail, playfully yipping at the camera, its ears drooping like grand fans on either side. Xie Changyan cast a glance and promptly identified the breed, the renowned beagle, infamously dubbed the king of mischief in the canine world. The celebrated work, I once desired to leap from a building with it, features this very breed. Xie Changyan raised an eyebrow. Who gifted you this dog? What profound grudge could lead to such a gift? Jiang Jingheng, oblivious to the schadenfreude in Xie Changyan's tone, felt a suspicious warmth bloom on his cheeks. A very lovely girl from the same city. When Pei Hui had distributed a litter of orange kittens, Jiang Jingheng had lamented his missed opportunity on social media. That very night, the girl had initiated a private conversation with him. They found themselves chatting almost daily. The previous evening, after the girl had once again praised Jiang Jingheng's kindness, she suddenly inquired if he wished to adopt a dog. Upon his eager affirmation, she seemed immensely pleased. The flush on Jiang Jingheng's face deepened as he bashfully asked, "Could you analyze this for me? Does she perhaps have a slight affection for me?" Xie Changyan's expression grew complex, teetering on the edge of speech. It did not seem like affection, but rather the realization of having found an unsuspecting benefactor. Jiang Jingheng frequently shared snippets of his daily life on social media. His brother sternly forbade him from flaunting wealth. Yet the occasional understated display of his daily possessions and social engagements inadvertently revealed his affluent background. A deeper understanding would unveil Jiang Jingheng's inherent kindness, nurtured to a degree of innocence by his family's wealth. Regardless of the beagle's propensity for mischief, Jiang Jingheng could easily replace any chewed-up furniture and belongings. His inherent goodness assured that he would never abandon a pet lightly, marking him as the quintessential candidate for beagle ownership. Xie Changyan began to speak, but was hastily interrupted by the now crimson-faced Jiang Jingheng. "Never mind, I shouldn't think this way. What if she perceives me as just an average guy?" Xie Changyan scoffed. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingheng was lost in a self-created bubble of sweetness, while Pei Hui appeared visibly agitated. Xie Changyan, engrossed in his own affairs, remarked coolly, "If you fail to provide her with the status and security she deserves, I will take her away." Having entered the adult world while others his age were still in school, Xie Changyan had learned to navigate the intricacies of adult interactions with the cunning of seasoned individuals. His considerations were inherently more profound. The Pei family's deep-rooted affluence rendered them unparalleled in Wangjing, with Pei Hui as the sole heir to the family lineage. Once Pei Hui inherited the Pei estate from his father, he would be confronted with endless temptations. Xie Changyan preferred not to ponder whether Pei Hui might succumb to those lures in the future. He is acutely aware that should Shen Lichu genuinely wish to be with Pei Hui, he would ensure their bond is inextricable. Conversely, if Shen Lichu were to part ways with Pei Hui, the price she would extract from him will be nothing short of a brutal toll on his very essence. Interests often outweigh sincerity in their permanence. Pei Hui's expression was frigid, his voice tinged with a hint of malice. "I shall not allow you the opportunity to take her away." A faint smile played upon Xie Changyan's lips as he languidly issued a veiled threat. "Before graduation, I hope to ascertain whether Uncle Pei and Annie Pei are aware of your intentions. Otherwise, this isn't the most suitable venue for negotiations." Xie Changyan refrained from completing his ominous thought, for some truths, once laid bare, lose their intrigue, do they not? What intentions? Otherwise, what? Jiang Jingheng, who had been eavesdropping intently, inquired with unabashed curiosity. Xie Changyan's smile widened, his tone becoming increasingly gentle. What do you think? Jiang Jingheng stiffened momentarily, hastily turning away while chuckling. I seem to have lost interest in knowing. After years of acquaintance, even if Jiang Jingheng were oblivious, he should recognize that Xie Changyan is not one given to laughter. Most often, his smiles are but fades. Pei Yu's eyelids drooped slightly, his irritation escalating. Did he not desire to confide in Mizu? Rather, Pei Yu was acutely aware that Yu Qingqing would not acquiesce easily. His father, even more so. When Pei Yu first returned to the country with his father, numerous psychologists had found themselves at a loss regarding his psychological afflictions. It was only after encountering Shen Lichu that Pei Yu began to articulate his thoughts. Even the psychologists had remarked to Pei's father that Shen Lichu was the remedy for Pei Yu's heart. Yet, after he clung to Shen Lichu so tightly that it frightened her to tears, Pei's father, in a rare display of anger, admonished him. He disregarded Pei Yu's psychological struggles and firmly stated, Shen Lichu belongs to no one. She is her own. Pei's father has never indulged Pei Yu. Had he truly understood Pei Yu's feelings for Shen Lichu, he would have promptly distanced his son. Love is not a fleeting whim. It is a lifelong obligation. If Pei Yu sought Shen Lichu's affirmation of his confession, it would be easily attainable. However, Shen Lichu, having been raised amidst Pei Yu's transgressions, struggles to discern the line between affection and dependence. Were it not for Shen Lichu's profound sense of insecurity stemming from her childhood abandonment, Pei's father might have never permitted such overstepping behavior. How to communicate? When to disclose? These are questions Pei Yu must ponder deeply. During lunch, Jiang Jingheng shared the delightful news of his new puppy with Shen Lichu. They huddled together, whispering. Jiang Jingheng exclaimed, "Isn't it adorable?" Shen Lichu's eyes sparkled with joy. Absolutely adorable. Next time I return to the countryside, I shall bring it along. It resembles your Hua Hua so closely. They will surely play together. Hua Hua is the little calf that Shen Lichu has been nurturing. Chapter 89. Let her be a bit more selfish. Before the morning classes concluded, the teacher informed Shen Lichu to visit her office after lunch. The teacher's office is conveniently located not far from the cafeteria, just a short passage through a small grove. However, to call it merely a grove would be an understatement. It is, in fact, a favored rendezvous spot among students, affectionately dubbed Mandarin Duck Slope, particularly near the wisteria flower corridor. The head of the teaching department frequently patrols this area, with an uncanny knack for catching students in the act. Pei Yu said, "I'll accompany you." Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Shen Lichu shook her head. "I think I'll go alone." The truth behind her decision lay in a previous incident where she had applied medicine to Pei Yu, only to be caught by the headmaster, who subsequently took note of Pei Yu. He went on to scrutinize Pei Yu's academic performance, discovering a consistent pattern of barely passing grades in every recorded exam since the beginning of the school year. Each subject S-score was a mere breath away from failing, as if someone had imposed an obligation upon him to achieve the minimum passing mark, despite coming from a well-off family and possessing significant intelligence. He stubbornly refused to engage earnestly in his studies, opting instead to emulate the gaming strategies of others. Every time she encountered Pei Yu, it was inevitable that she would feel compelled to express her frustration at his lack of diligence. While the scolding was not particularly bothersome, it was the headmaster's fervor, with spittle flying as he spoke, that irked Shen Lichu, who had a slight aversion to untidiness. Pei Yu, feeling displeased, pondered that if he accompanied Shen Lichu and was caught by that bothersome headmaster, it would undoubtedly infringe upon her precious lunchtime, so he reluctantly stepped back. After reassuring Pei Yu, Shen Lichu set off on her own. As the weather grew increasingly chilly, the couples engaging in clandestine romances seemed less inclined to venture into the grove. However, as she passed the wisteria flower corridor, Shen Lichu caught a glimpse of a figure. The teacher sought Shen Lichu for a conversation regarding the school's 3 reserved spots for early admission to a prestigious university, allowing students to enter a preparatory class upon the conclusion of the academic year. Shen Lichu's class was already quite exceptional, Yet the teachers had privately acknowledged that they could no longer impart anything of value to her. In terms of comprehensive knowledge, she was indeed junior to them. But in certain specialized subjects, she was far beyond their grasp, with terminologies that would leave them perplexed. Keeping Shen Lichu in their midst was a disservice to her potential. She deserved a broader academic journey. The teacher's expression was grave. Li, I sincerely hope you will reconsider. The faculty was well aware of Shen Lichu's natural brilliance and her diligent efforts, alongside the unwavering support of her family, who had devoted themselves to nurturing her talent. At such a young age, she had already garnered numerous prestigious accolades, and elite institutions had extended their olive branches to her long before. Shen Lichu had encountered such persuasive dialogues many times before, from skipping grades to joining training squads, yet she had consistently declined each offer. Lowering her gaze, Shen Lichu replied, I'm sorry, teacher, but I would prefer to wait a little longer. Although the teacher had anticipated this rejection, they could not help but continue their entreaty. The surrounding educators paused their tasks to join in, earnestly imploring her to reconsider. Shen Lichu found herself encircled by a group of teachers, her striking beauty and clear gaze compelling those who spoke with her to lower their voices, as if fearing to startle her. This collective persuasion ultimately concluded with Shen Lichu remaining steadfast in her resolve. As she exited the office, she glanced skyward. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous instances of persuasion. To claim that her convictions had never wavered would be disingenuous. Yet, all she desired was to spend more time with Pei Hui. If fate were to unfold as anticipated, she would tread the same path as her aunt. Moreover, inheriting the Pei family enterprise was an obligation that Pei Hui could not evade. This signified that for an extended period, she and Pei Hui would be separated, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Perhaps it was time for her to indulge in a bit of selfishness. With a heavy heart, Shen Lichu sighed, but the thought of Pei Hui eagerly awaiting her return in the cafeteria brought a smile to her lips. As she passed the wisteria-lined corridor, Shen Lichu hesitated. Realizing her inability to conceal her emotions would likely be evident to Pei Hui upon her return. The evening was likely to bring rain, and she noticed a long line of ants migrating along the edge of the corridor. Before meeting Pei Hui, she had often resided alone in an empty villa, finding pleasure in observing ants at work. She would set a small stool and sit for hours, enchanted by their industriousness. After becoming acquainted with Pei Hui, opportunities to witness such simple marvels had diminished. Pei Hui delighted in seeing her joyful countenance, her eyes sparkling, and thus often encouraged her to explore new experiences together. As she crouched down to observe the ants, she faintly detected someone reading aloud in English. Listening intently, she discerned it was a children's English picture book. Though the pronunciation was somewhat awkward, the reader seemed to correct their pronunciation as they continued, and Shen Lichu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for their struggle. Just as she was about to discreetly depart, she sensed that the individual genuinely required assistance. After a moment's contemplation, she followed the sound. In a small grove, she spotted a girl engrossed in reading a somewhat tattered English picture book. However, her presence startled the girl when Shen Lichu inadvertently stepped on a twig. Who? Shen Jinhe turned sharply, her expression shifting to one of surprise upon recognizing Shen Lichu. Those eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of Madame Song. At the behest of her employer, Shen Jinhe had undergone cosmetic enhancements, particularly around her eyes, which had been meticulously adjusted to mirror Madame Song's features. Yet, despite these adjustments, Shen Jinhe felt her eyes could not compare to this girl's. Did Shen Jinxing know of her existence? Shen Lichu offered an apologetic smile. Sorry. I was just passing by and became a bit curious. Did I startle you? Shen Jinhe shook her head, her earlier embarrassment over her clumsy English reading resurfacing. No, it's nothing. Unable to resist seeking solace, I reasoned that my struggles with this unfamiliar text were merely a sign of my inexperience. Shen Lichu smiled, her eyes curving into gentle arcs. To dare to read aloud is already commendable. Shen Jinhe's expression fell slightly. Please, spare me the comfort. I'm aware of my poor spoken English. She had been forced to drop out of school in the 6th grade, only recently returning to the classroom, and her halting grasp of English had made her the subject of ridicule among many. Truly, Shen Lichu, with heartfelt sincerity, approached her, pointing to one of the words and demonstrating its pronunciation. To ensure clarity, Shen Lichu deliberately spoke slowly. After several attempts to mimic her, Shen Jinhe still failed to grasp the essence, leading her to feelings of despair. I'm sorry, am I just too slow-witted? Despite your numerous teachings, I still cannot learn. Shen Lichu reassured her with a smile. You are not slow, you simply learn at your own pace. Chapter 90. It can never return to how it was before, as Shen Jinhe watched Shen Lichu's retreating figure, her brow furrowed slightly, and the image of those eyes surfaced unbidden in her mind. However, Shen Jinxing also attended this school, and for many years he had been searching for the biological daughter of Ms. Song. That girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Ms. Song, and Shen Jinhe could not believe that he had overlooked her presence. Was Shen Jinxing being deliberate? The true eldest daughter of the Shen family had returned, undoubtedly threatening the position of Shen Jinxing, who had been adopted from a collateral branch. Would Shen Jinxing willingly relinquish the juicy morsel that was the Shen group? Contemplating this, Shen Jinhe's frown deepened. Raised solely by her mother, Shen Jinhe had received an abundance of love despite the challenges of a single-parent household. Had her mother not fallen gravely ill, Shen Jinhe would not have had to leave school at such a tender age. A gambling father, a mother confined to a sickbed, a younger sister still in need of education, and a fractured home. Such a daily existence might be a jest to others, but for Shen Jinhe, it was her harsh reality. It was precisely because she had grown up enveloped in her mother's love that she could not bear the thought of a mother and daughter missing each other due to a mere transaction. Moreover, Ms. Song's condition was dire. If that girl were indeed her biological daughter, it was possible they would be forever separated by life and death. As Shen Jinhe's brow knitted tighter, her peripheral vision caught sight of something on the ground not far away, something that had clearly not been there moments ago. Approaching for a closer look, she discovered it was a school badge, and upon reading the inscription, her pupils dilated in shock. Instinctively, she uttered the name inscribed, Shen Lichu. In the upper circles of Wangjing, who had not heard of the name Shen Lichu, an orphan of frail constitution, not only was she exceptionally bright, but the heir of the Pei family held her in high regard. Shen Jinhe slowly lowered her gaze, concealing the emotions stirring within her. In the cafeteria on the first floor, Pei Hui stared expressionlessly out the window, occasionally glancing at his watch. Xie Changyan, wearing headphones, listened to reports from below, occasionally issuing commands. The sound of chewing paused momentarily, then resumed. Xie Changyan let out a slight, impatient click of his tongue. Hearing this sound, Jiang Jinghang, who held a cup of black sugar pearl milk tea with double pearls, momentarily paused in his vigorous attempt to slurp the pearls. The sound of his sucking halted for a brief moment, as Xie Changyan extended his foot to give him a playful kick. Jiang Jinghang adeptly dodged and flashed a cheeky smile, raising his hand, not an apology, but rather to jest. You still need practice, my brother. Xie Changyan responded with a cold smirk. Following this, Jiang Jinghang mischievously inquired, Brother, how impressive is my predictive skill? He didn't even wait for Xie Changyan's response, giving himself a thumbs up and answering in a playful tone, absolutely. When Shen Lichu entered the cafeteria, she spotted Jiang Jinghang crouched in a corner, repeatedly mumbling the same phrase, absolutely, absolutely. Curiosity flickered in her eyes. What on earth was he doing? After casting a glance at Jiang Jinghang, Pei Hui promptly filled Shen Lichu in on the earlier events. Xie Changyan had a penchant for expressing his annoyance immediately. He had compelled Jiang Jinghang to repeat his earlier phrase 100 times. Should he fall short by a single repetition, Xie Changyan would take the time to call Jiang's father, potentially revealing some indiscreet information. That evening, Jiang Jinghang would undoubtedly find himself subjected to a fiery meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, personally served by his father. Upon grasping the full context, Shen Lichu couldn't help but chuckle. Pei Hui, who generally preferred Shen Lichu's attention to remain solely on him, swiftly redirected the conversation with another inquiry. Why were you gone for so long? What did the teachers say to you? Shen Lichu replied candidly, on my way back. I encountered an ant migration and paused to watch for a while. The teachers discussed some academic matters first, then reminded me to rest more frequently. She had no habit of deceiving Pei Hui, though she occasionally chose to withhold certain information. Pei Hui agreed wholeheartedly. The teacher's words always carry a measure of wisdom. You must heed them seriously. If you focus solely on your studies, what will happen if your health deteriorates? Shen Lichu nodded in agreement, responding, absolutely. Pei Hui's eyelids flickered. Realizing the implications of her previous words, Shen Lichu felt a rare moment of embarrassment, cleared her throat, and blushed as she returned a polite greeting. It was not until the following morning, upon entering the school gates, that Shen Lichu noticed her school badge was mysteriously missing. Pei Hui reassured her, suggesting she could replace it during the lunch break. According to school regulations, wearing the school badge was mandatory upon entering. Any student found without it by the duty officer during morning inspections would incur a penalty. Just as Shen Lichu approached the entrance, a duty officer called out to her, presenting an envelope. Ah, you must be student Shen? Someone found your badge yesterday afternoon and asked me to deliver it to you. Pei Hui expressed his gratitude in a hushed tone, taking the envelope before Shen Lichu. Upon holding it, Pei Hui immediately sensed something amiss. Besides the badge, there seemed to be other items inside. Soon after, Shen Lichu politely thanked him as well. At this moment, the school gate was bustling with people coming and going, as Pei Hui led Shen Lichu forward. While walking, Pei Hui opened the envelope, revealing Shen Lichu's school badge inside. After extracting the badge, he casually tucked the envelope into his pocket. Once he safely escorted Shen Lichu to her classroom, he made his way back to his own classroom, finally retrieving the envelope from his pocket. Initially, Pei Hui speculated about who had penned a love letter to Shen Lichu. However, upon opening it, he discovered not a letter, but two photographs. One featured Shen Lichu, and the other depicted Song Yamian. Shen Lichu's photograph appeared to have been captured from the school's official honor page, deliberately enhanced for clarity. Both images had been conspicuously folded. If the two photographs were to be refolded along their creases and placed one above the other, the striking resemblance in their eyes would become evident. Pei Hui expressionlessly smoothed out Shen Lichu's photograph. Regardless of the circumstances, the creases had left an indelible mark that could never be restored to its original state. Xie Changyan arrived before the third period of class that morning. As he sat down, he noticed the photograph resting in the hole of his desk. His brows furrowed in concern, and he leaned over to inquire softly, "Is this for Lichu? Who sent it?" Pei Hui responded with a brief acknowledgement, not lifting his gaze. "Shun Jinhe. What do the photographs signify? A provocation?" Chapter 91. Investigate. Of course, investigate. At 7 in the evening, at the Shun residence, Shun Jinhe had awaited news of Shen Lichu throughout the day, but none came. Putting herself in Shen Lichu's shoes, she mused that if she were an orphan and saw a pair of eyes strikingly similar to her own, curiosity would undoubtedly be piqued. Could it be that Shen Lichu had not seen the photograph? Lying on her bed, Shun Jinhe pondered before taking up her phone to send message. "Senior, may I ask if the envelope I entrusted to you for Shen Lichu was received by her personally?" After a considerable delay, the reply came, "No, it was taken by her companion." Shen Jinhe responded with a thank you emoji. It seemed that Pei Hui had intercepted it, and Shen Lichu was likely unaware. Just as Shun Jinhe contemplated other ways to anonymously inform Shen Lichu, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. After 3 knocks, there was a pause, followed by another. This was the distinctive knocking style of Shun Jinxing. The thought of this peculiar and meticulous employer made Shen Jinhe feel slightly apprehensive. Repeating to herself, "Money is hard to earn. It's tough to digest," she hurried to open the door. "Brother, is there something you need?" Shen Jinhe inquired softly. Having endured several sleepless nights, Shun Jinxing bore dark circles under his eyes. Fresh from a 3-hour meeting, his voice was somewhat hoarse as he stated, "Come downstairs, accompany your aunt for a while." All the while, Shun Jinhe felt a twinge of anxiety. If it were merely a casual conversation, Shun Jinxing wouldn't have personally come to fetch her, would he? Had he discovered her recent actions? Yet, during this time, wasn't Shun Jinxing preoccupied with matters concerning the Shun group, leaving little room to concern himself with her trivial affairs? As she descended the stairs, Shun Jinhe did not hear another word from Shun Jinxing. Suddenly, he came to a halt, caught off guard. Shen Jinhe nearly collided with him, her heart racing with a tumult of emotions. In a timid tone, she inquired, "Brother, is there something on your mind?" Shen Jinxing lifted his eyelids to glance at her, replying, "Nothing of consequence." His intention was merely to subtly admonish Shen Jinhe, hoping to dissuade any inappropriate thoughts from taking root. Shen Jinhe stifled the urge to roll her eyes, mentally muttering thrice, "Money is hard to earn. It's difficult to endure." As the weather grew increasingly chilly, Song Yamayan had become noticeably more lethargic. In the past, while conversing with Shen Jinhe, Shen Jinxing rarely interjected, choosing instead to sit quietly as a competent listener. However, today, he unexpectedly began to doze off mid-conversation. Shen Jinhe was initially unaware of the crisis engulfing the Shen group. Yet those within the upper echelons were accustomed to elevating some while disparaging others. When she first arrived at the Shen household, invitations to socialize with her had been plentiful. But recently, those overtures had vanished entirely. Those who used to flock to her side, effusively engaging in conversation, now seemed to steer clear of her as if she were the harbinger of misfortune. Shen Jinhe felt a pang of worry. If the Shen group were to face bankruptcy, would she still receive her final payment? Suddenly, Song Yamayan broached the subject, "Jinxing, I heard your school is hosting a presentation this week." Upon hearing his aunt call his name, Shen Jinxing promptly opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. Yes, it seems so. The mention of the presentation piqued Shen Jinhe's interest. She was troubled by Shen Lichu's ignorance of Song Yamayan's existence. Quickly, she wrapped her arms around Song Yamayan, playfully persuading her to attend, presenting a fitting rationale. Breathing fresh air is beneficial for health. Shen Jinxing, wishing for Song Yamayan to engage more with the world, joined Shen Jinhe in her gentle persuasion. Ultimately, Song Yamayan hesitantly agreed. Shen Jinhe began to silently pray for favorable weather on that day. Meanwhile, at the Xie household, years had passed, and the helm was now held by Xie Changyan. Xie Siren and his mother had long been sent abroad. In the face of love, the once assertive Xie father had learned to adopt a more humble demeanor. In the study, Xie Changyan listened to the reports coming through the phone while checking his emails. He had been investigating where Pei Hui had been on that particular day. Recently, young Master Pei had been making multiple trips to the city, yet pinpointing his exact destinations remained elusive. His previous jaunts had been undertaken in the dead of night, returning hurriedly the following morning. Xie Changyan furrowed his brow, pondering, is there something particularly noteworthy in the city that would draw Pei Hui? There were indeed many famous attractions, but under the stipulation of Pei Hui's involvement, he found himself at a loss. Moreover, the fact that he consistently chose to travel at such odd hours felt decidedly peculiar. I have heard from others that an extraordinary figure seems to exist in the city. Xie Changyan replied, "Do tell me more." It was approximately 2 years ago when the heir of the Liu family experienced the tragic loss of his fiancée, Yi, who had been his beloved for many years. In a sudden and massive explosion, the heir was utterly devastated and fell into a deep despair. However, since the end of last year, after visiting the city and encountering that remarkable individual, he soon appeared rejuvenated, albeit accompanied by a peculiar white cat. The presence of a white cat is not particularly remarkable, yet it is curious that the cat possesses heterochromia, identical to that of his late fiancée, Yi. The heir's fiancée, Yi, due to a condition known as heterochromia iridum, had one eye that would exhibit a faint grayish-blue hue under certain lighting conditions. Consequently, rumors spread that this cat was, in fact, the reincarnation of the heir's beloved. Yet, to my mind, there is something rather eerie about this notion. It is likely just a rumor, merely a source of idle gossip. Perhaps the heir merely regards the white cat as a substitute for his fiancée. Xie Changyan, with his eyes gently closed, listened intently without uttering a word. After a prolonged silence following the cessation of the caller's remarks, a sense of confusion prompted the caller to inquire, "Mr. Xie?" Upon the third call, Xie Changyan finally responded, Shall we continue our investigation?" The fact that Pei Hui chose to conceal his itinerary suggests that persistently probing deeper would undoubtedly attract his attention, which would be detrimental to them. After a long contemplation, Xie Changyan stated, "Yes, we must investigate. However, There is no need to pursue Pei Hui any further. We should redirect our focus. We must uncover what experiences the Liu family heir underwent during his time in the city that led to such a profound transformation in his demeanor. Chapter 92. The presentation meeting. During this academically demanding period, opportunities for relaxation, such as the presentation meeting, are rare, and everyone is quite pleased. In the afternoon, as parents began to arrive at the school, Shen Lichu waited at the entrance. The sun made a rare appearance today, though a chilly breeze still swept through intermittently. Fortunately, she soon spotted Song Yumming at the edge of the crowd. Now, the only remaining challenge was to facilitate a private meeting between Shen Lichu and Song Yumming. The more crowded and chaotic the surroundings became, the more closely Pei Hui kept an eye on Shen Lichu, nearly shadowing her every step. Even now, Shen Lichu had yet to devise a plan and could only take things one step at a time. The presentation meeting was about to commence. The sound system on the stage was piercingly loud, while students from each class gathered in clusters, engaging in light-hearted chatter on the outdoor playground. Parents stood nearby, conversing with one another as well. Despite the sunshine, it was late autumn, and the warmth of the sun was insufficient. Just a few days prior, a cold front had swept in, and despite Pei Hui's precautions, Shen Lichu still fell ill. Fortunately, her illness was not severe. Shen Lichu obediently sat on a chair, her small face buried within her scarf, occasionally giving a light cough. It seems as though even the sun is particularly fond of her, casting its warm rays upon her, while her long, slightly curled black hair glimmers as if illuminated from within. She is none other than Shen Lichu, excelling academically and possessing striking beauty. Why, oh why, can't my family's ancestral graves yield such a gem? Amidst a sea of middle-aged parents, the youthful Pei Hui stands out conspicuously among them. His eyes brim with pride as he smiles and responds to the inquiries of those around him. How does my little darling study so efficiently? I cannot say. I have seldom overseen her studies throughout her life. A rebellious phase? She has never been rebellious. She has always been well-behaved since childhood. The distance between Pei Hui and Shen Lichu is merely an arm's reach, and his words are certainly audible to her, causing her ears to flush crimson. At the edge of the playground, on a high platform, Yu Qingqing nudges the side of the person next to her with her elbow, her head turned away as she inquires, "What are we here for?" Pei's father, rarely at a loss, replies, "It seems we are here for the presentation." Yu Qingqing had taken a special leave for this event, and Pei's father had even postponed an important meeting. However, upon arrival, they realized there seemed to be little for them to contribute. The presentation soon commenced. In line with customary practice, the proceedings were rather tedious, culminating in a forced emotional appeal. The host at the podium, with heartfelt fervor, called out, "Students, lift your heads." Gradually, the students below raised their heads. Look at the weary faces of your parents. Observe the way their spines are beginning to bend. Shen Lichu raised her gaze and found Pei Hui looking down at her with spirited enthusiasm, which rendered her momentarily speechless. The host continued to guide. "Parents, extend your hands. Students, take a look at your parents' roughened hands." In midair, Pei Hui's fingers appeared long and delicate, his nails impeccably trimmed. "Please grasp them tightly. It is with these diligent hands that you have been nurtured." After 2.5 hours, the presentation was finally drawing to a close. Yet the parents could not leave. They were to seize this opportunity for a brief parent-teacher meeting lasting approximately half an hour. At the entrance of a small shop, Shen Lichu took a sip of the juice in her hand, enviously watching Jiang Jinghang slurp on his milk tea, lamenting over his poor performance in the midterm examination. Most notably, it was his brother who had attended this presentation. Jiang Jinghang was filled with dread. "Can I have a cup of milk tea?" Unable to contain herself, Shen Lichu leaned close to Pei Hui's ear, pleading. Pei Hui replied without hesitation, "No, too many additives." Shen Lichu let out a disappointed "oh." Seeing her disheartened, Pei Hui softened and devised a compromise. "How about I have the kitchen prepare a nice one for you when we return, with half the sugar?" Shen Lichu eagerly inquired, "Could it be with 70% sugar?" "No, just once with 70% sugar." After much coaxing from Shen Lichu, Pei Hui finally relented, albeit with a furrowed brow. As the foot traffic in front of the convenience store began to swell, Pei Hui, who harbored a disdain for crowded places, took Shen Lichu's hand and decided to depart. Students meandered around the campus, with the playground and convenience store becoming veritable hotspots of activity. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Hui led Shen Lichu away, effectively shaking off their persistent companions, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang. Just as Pei Hui relished the prospect of enjoying a tranquil moment with Shen Lichu, a voice called out from behind. Pei Hui, I finally found you. Your homeroom teacher is looking for you urgently. Naturally, Pei Hui was reluctant to comply. Shen Lichu gently squeezed his fingers, encouraging him. Go ahead, I won't wander off. Under her persuasion, Pei Hui begrudgingly departed. Hoping to find a quieter spot to wait for Pei Hui's return, Shen Lichu unwittingly found herself in a small grove. After days of sporadic rain, the sun finally shone today, yet the grove remained damp and cool. The lack of sunlight and the chill kept most people away. Upon reaching a wisteria tree, Shen Lichu heard a faint voice reading English. Following the sound, she approached, and, before she could greet her, Shen Jinha, who had been somewhat distracted, looked up and exclaimed in delight, It's you. Shen Lichu replied, Your accent has improved significantly. Shen Jinha expressed her gratitude. I owe it all to the methods you recommended. At that moment, Shen Jinha felt a sense of serendipity. She had been searching tirelessly, and now, with Shen Lichu present, it seemed fortuitous that they could meet Song Yumi together. Can I call you Lily? Shen Jinha inquired. Of course, replied Shen Lichu. Shen Jinha feigned a troubled expression. I've encountered some issues and can't find anyone to consult. Could you help me? Without hesitation, Shen Lichu agreed. Initially, Shen Jinha intended to prolong their conversation under the guise of seeking help, but it gradually transformed into genuine inquiry. Although she had heard of Shen Lichu's remarkable accomplishments, it was only now that she truly grasped the depth of her brilliance. Shen Lichu's reservoir of knowledge seemed boundless, no matter what academic question Shen Jinha posed. She answered with humility and grace. You are truly impressive, Shen Jinha admired. Chapter 93. If only. I wish you would remain unaware for a lifetime. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to Shen Jinha in such a manner. With the floodgates of conversation opened, she began to pour out her heartfelt aspirations. Leaning over the table, her eyes sparkled. I want to pursue my studies, go abroad, embrace greater opportunities, and I wish to bring my mother and younger brother along. Her fervent desire to study overseas stemmed from a doctor's suggestion that there might be more advanced treatment options for her mother's rare illness abroad. Additionally, going overseas would allow her to escape from her malevolent father, separated by an ocean, thus ensuring he could no longer pursue their family. However, if she were to fund her studies abroad on her own, Shen Jinha feared she might never earn that amount of money in her lifetime. Thus, she resorted to dubious means. Shen Lichu was an adept listener, and as Shen Jinha articulated her aspirations, she listened with utmost seriousness. Yet dreams, while easy to speak of, proved to be arduous to realize. After the fervor subsides, one is inevitably drawn back to the trifles of mundane life. Shen Jinha quickly came to terms with reality. Her demeanor dampened. She felt that in her current state, surviving alone abroad was a daunting challenge, let alone pursuing her studies with her family in tow. I believe you can achieve it, Shen Lichu asserted confidently. I will always await the good news you bring. Shen Jinha turned her head to gaze at her, and after a long pause, she replied resolutely, All right, timing her departure just as the parent-teacher meeting was drawing to a close. Shen Lichu stood to bid farewell. Shen Jinha hastily gathered her belongings, preparing to leave together. As they stepped out of the grove, Shen Lichu spotted Jiang Jinghang waving at her from a distance. Lichu, she called, Goodbye, I'll go find my friends now. Shen Jinha felt a surge of anxiety and could not conjure a fitting reason to keep Shen Lichu from departing. So she resigned herself to let her go. Why did he have to arrive just now of all times? Since she could not bring Shen Lichu to meet Song Yuming, she might as well take Song Yuming to meet Shen Lichu. Lichu, who was that person beside you just now? Jiang Jinghang inquired curiously, feeling a sense of familiarity. A classmate I happened to meet, Shen Lichu replied. As long as it was a female classmate, that was acceptable. Jiang Jinghang was wary of letting any young rascals approach Shen Lichu, especially during this serious study period, as those who encouraged others to pursue romance often had ulterior motives. He also believed that Shen Lichu, being somewhat naive, could easily be swayed by sweet talk. He shuddered at the thought of a day when Shen Lichu might unexpectedly bring home a scruffy young man. "Is it safe for you to park downstairs?" shouted Ding. The young man might call out to Pei Hui, inciting Pei Yu's wrath, and even if that infuriated him to death, Pei Hui would have to muster the strength to rise again. "What about Xie Changyan?" Shen Lichu asked with curiosity. Jiang Jingheng shrank his neck and whispered, "He with my brother, just up ahead." Shen Lichu followed Jiang Jingheng forward. Standing alongside Xie Changyan were not only Jiang Jingheng's brother, but also Yu Qingqing and Father Pei. Yu Qingqing was the first to notice Shen Lichu. "Lichu, Auntie is here." She then couldn't help but admonish, "Don't run, come here slowly." Shen Lichu obediently refrained from running, yet her pace quickened. "Auntie, Uncle, Brother Jiang." Jiang nodded with a smile, noticing Shen Lichu's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Lichu, are you unwell again?" At the mention of this, Father Pei expressed concern. She fell ill after the cold front hit a few days ago. Once Shen Lichu joined them, the group prepared to head outside. Shen Lichu pursed her lips, reluctant to leave. "Pei Hui hasn't returned yet." Father Pei replied gently. He specifically called to say to wait for him in the car. As dusk approached, the sun had already set, and the wind stung their faces, exacerbating Shen Lichu's lingering illness. On the other side, Shen Jina hurried back to the classroom, yet found no trace of Song Yamayan. Spotting her deskmate passing by, Shen Jinha quickly grabbed her arm and inquired Qianqian, "Have you seen my mother?" Surprised to see Shen Jinha, her deskmate replied, "But your brother took her away before the parent-teacher meeting even concluded. Weren't you with them?" They had waited in the car for another half an hour before Shen Lichu finally saw Pei Hui emerge from the entrance, his expression somewhat grim. The driver alighted from the vehicle to open the door for Pei Hui. The first thing Pei Hui did upon entering the car was to touch Shen Lichu's hand. Fortunately, it was not too cold. He casually asked, "Where are Ms. Yu and the others?" Shen Lichu answered honestly, "Auntie and Uncle went to the company together." It had indeed been a while since they last met. With the air conditioning running in the car, Shen Lichu felt a bit warm and unzipped her jacket. Pei Hui promptly zipped it up for her. Shen Lichu pouted, "It's hot." Pei Hui raised an eyebrow. "Then I shall close the slight crack in the window." "Just zip up my jacket," Shen Lichu murmured. "I think I'm not feeling quite as warm anymore." Pei Hui chuckled, leaning back in his seat. Since he hadn't given the driver any instructions to move, the vehicle remained parked by the roadside. Shen Lichu felt a bit perplexed. "Aren't we in a hurry to go home?" He responded simply before turning his gaze towards Shen Lichu, silently observing her. A sense of unease crept over Shen Lichu. Suddenly, Pei Hui extended his long arm, lowering the partition, which made the confined space feel even smaller. "Little darling," he murmured, "I find it hard to discern whether I should feel more joy or disappointment upon discovering your deception." Shen Lichu's heart tightened. There was but one matter she had kept from Pei Hui. "You already know, don't you?" Pei Hui nodded, the deep blue of his eyes darkening. "Little darling, I do not require you to sacrifice your future for my sake. Not only is it unnecessary, but it is also impermissible." For Pei Hui, time and distance were inconsequential. Indeed, they posed no challenge to him in this lifetime. Shen Lichu inhaled deeply. "I have never intended to give up." If she were to contemplate surrender, how could she justify the heartfelt nurturing bestowed upon her by her auntie and uncle over the years? The effort invested by Pei's father and Yu Qingqing in paving this path for Shen Lichu surpassed even that for their own son, Pei Hui. Shen Lichu could not be so selfish. Furthermore, she was quite rational. Pursuing this path was not only for herself, but also to stand shoulder to shoulder with Pei Hui in the future. How could she possibly abandon it? She merely wished to slow her pace slightly. Pei Hui sighed. "Were it not for the teacher from our last conversation asking my homeroom teacher to find me, urging me to persuade you, when did you plan to inform me?" Now that the truth was out, Shen Lichu felt there was no longer a need for secrecy. "If given the choice, I would prefer you remain unaware for a lifetime." Just as Pei Hui had quietly devoted himself to her, never allowing her to be aware of it. Chapter 94, after all, was it not also Lichu's responsibility? At 9:30 in the evening, upon returning home with Yu Qingqing, Pei Fu immediately sensed that something was amiss in the living room. The two children were sitting closely together, yet neither Shen Lichu nor Pei Yu uttered a word. However, they exchanged furtive glances, stealing peeks at one another. At the entrance hall, Yu Qingqing raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Mr. Pei, your son has become quite audacious, daring not to speak to Lichu. It is simply astonishing." Pei Fu handed the bouquet he was holding to a nearby servant and proposed a wager on who would speak first. "Is there really a need for a bet?" Yu Qingqing replied, "The bag belongs to Pei Yu." Pei Fu, however, held a differing opinion. "I suspect it will be Lichu this time." In pursuit of clarity, the two remained stationed at the entrance for nearly 30 minutes. Finally, as Pei Yu glanced at the clock for the 5th time, he could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Lichu also broke the silence, saying, "I have given it some thought." Shen Lichu urged, "You go first." Pei Yu replied, "You go first. Then I shall speak, but you mustn't get angry," Shen Lichu said earnestly. The moment she spoke, Pei Yu anticipated that her words would not be particularly pleasant. Crossing his arms, he responded, "You speak first, and then I will decide if I should be upset." Shen Lichu contemplated, "Perhaps I shall refrain from speaking." Pei Yu chuckled in exasperation. He understood that Shen Lichu possessed a rare talent and an unparalleled diligence. While other children were merely embarking on the basics of mathematical competitions, Shen Lichu, under Yu Qingqing's guidance, was already eagerly delving into more profound knowledge. Most importantly, her interest was genuine. If it were not for her passion and love for learning, even if she were exceptionally gifted, Pei Yu would not pressure her. In fact, he secretly hoped that Shen Lichu would depend on him for a lifetime. In the entrance hall, Yu Qingqing and Pei Fu were engaged in quiet murmurs. "I believe I have won a bet. I think it's me. I still think it's me." "Then let us check the surveillance." "Fine, let us check." Pei Yu turned his gaze toward the entrance. "Could you refrain from such childish eavesdropping?" He sighed, "Every day, lacking decorum." Yu Qingqing entered the main hall with a light huff, misplaced anger. Pei Fu then took the initiative. "Lichu, Xiaoyu, you should rest early. Although we are unaware of what transpired, let us discuss it tomorrow. It will be beneficial for you both to cool down and reflect." Shen Lichu agreed that both she and Pei Yu should take a moment to gather their thoughts, for discussing matters while emotionally charged often leads to insincere words. Once the two awkwardly ascended the stairs, Yu Qingqing and Pei Fu exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to await developments in the living room. As anticipated, it was not long before Pei Yu reappeared from upstairs. Yu Qingqing lifted her chin. "Speak, what happened?" In matters of Pei Yu's education, Pei Fu often took the lead in trivial matters, but when it came to significant family issues, it was predominantly Yu Qingqing who spoke on behalf of the Pei family. Pei Yu recounted the remarks made by the teacher from the guidance office earlier that afternoon. Over the years, Yu Qingqing has been responsible for Shen Lichu's academic matters, so she's naturally familiar with what Pei Yu has to say. Yu Qingqing remarked, "Xiaoyu, one cannot be so double-standard. When your father laid out a path for you, did you not choose to walk it? The easiest and most straightforward path for Pei Yu would have been to study abroad early, minimizing wasted time in school while learning to navigate the Pei family business under Pei father's guidance." Pei Yu paused, frowning as he countered, "But that is different. Xiao Guai's passion is a dream. Accepting the Pei family business is my responsibility." Yu Qingqing certainly did not intend to blame Pei Yu. Rather, it is often the case that those embroiled in a situation are blinded to its nuances, while outsiders can see clearly. She gently shook her head. "Xiaoyu, isn't that also a responsibility for Lichu?" Long before she was inundated with resources, an invisible obligation had already formed. When Shen Lichu first began to shine, countless people placed their hopes upon her. Over the years, the pressure on Shen Lichu has been immense. Although there are some things Yu Qingqing did not share with her, Shen Lichu can sense that she is being groomed in shadows. The more expectations others have of her, the greater the pressure she feels. She worries about her own lack of talent and her insufficient effort, fearing that she might disappoint those who have nurtured her with such care. Xiaoyu, allowing Lichu to progress at her own pace may not be a bad thing for her. Everyone is only responsible for providing resources and subtle guidance. But in terms of pace, Shen Lichu must learn to find her own way. Excessive guidance will only lead to stunted growth. Seeing that Pei Yu appeared to have absorbed her words, Yu Qingqing felt reassured. She and Pei father ascended the stairs together, conversing softly as they walked. Should we gamble once more? Gamble on when the two of them will reconcile. All right. Pei Yu sat alone in the main hall for quite some time. In a prolonged silence, he noticed the fruit platter not far away. Due to Shen Lichu's dental issues, the household always kept low-sugar fruits on hand. What was common in the Pei household in this life had been a luxury in the last. After the collateral relatives seized power, how could they tolerate the existence of Pei Yu, a potential threat? Yet, they dared not truly harm him. They could only continually complicate matters and bully him, ensuring he would not dare to set foot in Wangjing again. During that time, Shen Lichu, as someone close to Pei Yu, was similarly regarded as a thorn in their side. Just when Pei Yu was unable to secure a future for Shen Lichu, the infinitely superior Shen Jinxing appeared. He could easily provide Shen Lichu with what Pei Yu could not: wealth, status, and any resources related to her future. That sense of inferiority was truly tormenting, especially after Pei Yu's fall from grace, having experienced the harsh realities of society and the fickleness of human emotions. He often questioned whether he was too selfish. Now, in this second life, due to the butterfly effect, countless matters have been altered. The character shaped by different environments is inherently distinct. Pei Yu will never again feel inferior. Yet he remains troubled by the events of his past that hindered Shen Lichu's future. Had it not been for those individuals attempting to drive him out of Wangjing, Shen Lichu undoubtedly could have received a far better education. They leaned on each other, enduring countless hardships, only to succumb to such a dismal conclusion. Pei Yu took a deep breath, unconsciously raising his head, only to encounter a pair of round eyes filled with concern and worry. He softly inquired of Shen Lichu, who stood on the steps. Are you unable to sleep? Shen Lichu shook her head. Chapter 95. Seeking medical advice for reasons unknown. Pei Yu's recent demeanor transported Shen Lichu back to over a decade ago, to the moment of their first encounter. The 7-year-old Pei Yu was covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled, akin to a pitiful little puppy. At that time, she believed Pei Yu had also been abandoned. After sitting beside him, Shen Lichu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she asked, "Did Annie scold you quite fiercely just now? Otherwise, how could Pei Yu display such a wounded expression?" Pei Yu paused, then broke into a smile. "Mizu did not scold me. Although Yu Qingqing was quite strict with Pei Yu, she would never resort to physical punishment. More often than not, she would have him write self-reflective essays. As Pei Yu matured, the length of these essays grew correspondingly. It was estimated that the next time Yu Qingqing assigned him an essay, it would amount to 7,500 characters. The last time Pei Yu penned such a reflection, Jiang Jinghang had stumbled upon him. With utmost seriousness, Jiang Jinghang inquired if Pei Yu had breached any celestial laws. Gazing into Shen Lichu's anxious eyes, Pei Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. After a moment's consideration, he could not suppress the impulse and gently reached out to brush against her eyelashes. The ticklish sensation caused Shen Lichu to instinctively flinch. "What is it?" Pei Yu replied with a smile. "It's nothing. I merely wish to touch gently." Such inexplicable gestures were not uncommon for Pei Yu throughout his life, and Shen Lichu had never taken him to heart. Yet, Pei Yu abruptly said, "Little one, I am sorry." Shen Lichu was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Why the sudden apology? "Today, I disrespected your feelings," Pei Yu expressed, his voice laden with regret. "Shall we take our time, moving forward? If not for Yu Qingqing's reminder, he would not have realized how long it might take him to come to terms with things." Shen Lichu nodded gently. In truth, she disliked when Pei Yu uttered words of apology to her, just as he disallowed her from expressing gratitude. Those were things he ought to have offered willingly. After laying everything bare, Pei Yu also sought out the teachers in the administration office. What he conveyed to them remained a mystery, as they did not approach Shen Lichu thereafter. Life at school continued in its usual rhythm. As the end of the term approached, Yu Qingqing unexpectedly came to take her away. Due to the urgency of the situation, Shen Lichu had no time to bid farewell to Pei Yu. Fearing he might worry, she wrote a small note for her desk mate, Xin Qiu, to deliver to him. To her dismay, Even after the final examinations concluded and winter break arrived, Shen Lichu had not returned. In the days that followed, Pei Hui received no word from her, leaving him in a state of restless agitation. Both Jiang Jinghang and Pei Hui share a sense of restlessness. Without Shen Lichu's assistance in preparing for the final examination, Jiang Jinghang found himself facing a rather unpalatable dish of spicy bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. To make matters worse, the milk-flavored beagle gifted to him by a girl had reached the end of its appreciation period, transforming from a charming puppy into a formidable beagle overlord. As the year drew to a close, the demands of the company intensified, and Jiang Ke found himself with a rare 2-day holiday. On the first day of his break, Jiang Ke, gazing at the chemistry exam paper and answer sheet of Jiang Jinghang, which had been specifically transferred from the school, skeptically decided to grade it himself. After witnessing the glaringly red score of 6 points, he fell into a prolonged silence. Fearing that his brother might faint from the shock, Jiang Jinghang hurriedly offered him a bamboo stick. "Brother, go ahead and hit me." He felt uneasy unless he received that beating. On the second day of his holiday, an early morning uproar from downstairs jolted Jiang Ke awake. The commotion was utterly heart-wrenching, despite residing in a villa district with neighbors quite distant from one another. The noise was loud enough to prompt inquiries from neighbors about whether they were slaughtering a pig for the new year. Considering that the troublesome dog belonged to his younger brother and held significant meaning for Jiang Jinghang, Jiang Ke chose to endure it. That very afternoon, the beagle somehow managed to sneak into the study, and while Jiang Ke was in a meeting, it stealthily chewed through the internet cable and left a mess behind. It is worth noting that Jiang Ke had a severe obsession with cleanliness. For the sake of his and the dog's safety, Jiang Jinghang decided to seek refuge with Xie Changyan. Upon seeing the now fully grown, malevolent beagle, Xie Changyan wasted no time and took both Jiang Jinghang and the dog directly to the Pei residence. Xie Changyan advised Jiang Jinghang, "Just cry. Cry your heart out. Pei will surely assist you." Jiang Jinghang hesitated. "Really?" Xie Changyan replied earnestly, "When have I ever lied to you?" Though Jiang Jinghang found it hard to believe, he was left with no alternative. Upon encountering Pei Hui, Jiang Jinghang indeed began to sob uncontrollably. Initially feigning tears, he soon became genuinely emotional. "She deceived me. Indeed, a woman's words are mere fabrications. All concern is false." Jiang Jinghang felt his youthful heart shatter slowly. He vowed never to trust a woman's words again. Wretched women, all of them are wicked. Hearing Pei Yu's displeased click of the tongue, Jiang Jinghang's cries momentarily ceased. After wiping his tears, he mumbled, "Except for Lily, my mother, and Aunt Yu." The beagle seemed to grasp the situation. Ever since accompanying Jiang Jinghang, it had reverted to its milk-flavored appreciation phase, behaving remarkably well in front of Xie Changyan and Pei Hui. After the outburst of tears, Jiang Jinghang cautiously shifted to the crux of the matter. "Brother Pei, could you perhaps show me some pity?" Pei Hui inquired. "Why?" Jiang Jinghang, tugging at the beagle's large ears, pleaded, "Would you take me in an inn?" The beagle echoed the sentiment in a similarly pitiful tone. "I can be of use." To demonstrate his utility, Jiang Jinghang racked his brain and presented several examples. "When you are bored, I can keep you company while gaming. In this cold weather, I can warm your bed." After Lily left, "Haven't you become a solitary youth? I could talk with you." Pei Hui grumbled, "You are the one living in an empty nest. Do you expect me to warm your bed?" Although Pei Hui declined Jiang Jinghang and his dog, he nonetheless provided him with a temporary refuge from a storm. As the winter break approached its midpoint, Pei Hui finally gleaned some news about Shen Lichu from his father. Impressed by Pei Yu's exemplary completion of the tasks assigned to him, decided to grant him a week's leave. However, this respite was not entirely at Pei Yu's discretion. He was required to take Shen Lichu to an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, recommended by Jiang Ke, noted for his unique methods of health restoration. Pei Hui had no reason to refuse, and that very afternoon, he set off. Meanwhile, the Shen family was preparing for their journey. Compared to a few days prior, Song Yamayan's complexion had grown even more pallid, her voice frail as she murmured, "Jinxing, there's no need for such a grand display." Initially, she had no intention of agreeing to the trip for medical consultation, but she could not withstand Shen Jinxing's persistent entreaties. She had heard of the old physician, known for his eccentricity. The following morning, Pei Hui received Shen Lichu. From a distance, the moment she spotted him, she rushed towards him. "Slow down. Watch your step." Pei Yu's heart tightened, his brow furrowed deeply. Finally, when he caught her in his embrace, his heart eased considerably. With a sharp gaze and a gruff tone, he admonished, "What if you fall?" While others might be intimidated by Pei Yu's demeanor, Shen Lichu was certainly not one of them. Nestled in his arms, she could smell the sweet fragrance of honey and milk emanating from his neck, a scent that was increasingly familiar. With a playful smile, Shen Lichu remarked, "Pei Hui, you've been using my body wash again." Pei Hui coughed, turning his face aside. "I accidentally used it once." "That's a lie. If it were only once, the scent wouldn't be this pronounced," she retorted. Shen Lichu was not alone in her return. She was accompanied by 2 adult men. Although dressed casually, their demeanor suggested they were far from ordinary. After exchanging pleasantries with Pei Hui, the 2 men hurried back to report. Once they departed, Pei Hui took Shen Lichu's hand and led her to the car. "Are we going home?" she asked softly. Pei Hui leaned down to fasten her seatbelt, replying, "Not for now." Shen Lichu obediently acknowledged, refraining from further questioning why they weren't going home or where they might be headed. She simply chose to trust Pei Hui. Once he secured his own seatbelt, the car began to move slowly. Throughout the journey, Pei Hui kept glancing at Shen Lichu, scrutinizing her closely. After a long pause, he expressed with concern, "You've lost so much weight." Shen Lichu replied softly, "I've only lost 2.5 pounds. I've been eating diligently during this time. Always mindful of your gentle reminder to keep myself hydrated." Shen Lichu counted her well-behaved actions over the past few days with her fingers before timidly inquiring, "Am I very obedient?" Pei Hui tenderly caressed her face and praised, "Indeed, you are." Shen Lichu's eyes sparkled as she further asked, "May I have a slice of Swiss roll?" She had heard whispers of a particularly delectable Swiss roll in the city. Having not seen each other for quite some time, Pei Hui was willing to indulge her this once, responding affirmatively. Shen Lichu's joy was palpable. Pei Hui then inquired, "Have you been tired during this time?" Shen Lichu pondered for a moment, nodding her head before shaking it. At her tender age, opportunities to be genuinely helpful were rare. The task she participated in alongside Yu Qingqing was not of high confidentiality, and there were others like her who accompanied adults to observe and learn. Pei Hui feigned ignorance, asking, "What does nodding and shaking your head mean?" Shen Lichu, believing him, pointed to her heart and earnestly stated, "My heart is not tired, but my body feels a bit weary." Fearing that Pei Hui might worry, she made a gesture indicating a slight amount of tiredness. It was not until Pei Hui chuckled that Shen Lichu realized she had been tricked. He had known her meaning all along. Annoyed, she turned her head away. The vehicle came to a halt in the hotel parking lot, where a bellboy had been waiting in the underground garage. After Shen Lichu and Pei Hui disembarked, he ushered them to the elevator and pressed the button for the presidential suite on the top floor. Over the past few days, Shen Lichu had indeed been exhausted. After a hasty shower, she collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. During lunchtime, Pei Hui refrained from waking her. It was not until after 2 in the afternoon that Shen Lichu slowly awakened, her eyes fluttering open to reveal an unfamiliar ceiling. As she surveyed her surroundings, the environment felt strange, yet many items were familiar. On the bedside table lay a box of exquisite Swiss rolls, adorned with the logo of the very establishment she longed to try. Noticing her awakening, Pei Hui, while on the phone, opened the door to the outdoor balcony and approached her. Shen Lichu silently extended her arms. Understanding her unspoken request, Pei Hui promptly bent down once he reached her. After she wrapped her arms around his neck, Pei Hui effortlessly lifted her with one arm. Nestled in Pei Yu's embrace, Shen Lichu tugged at his collar, indicating her desire for the Swiss rolls on the bedside table. Pei Hui, having no choice, tilted his head, securing his phone between his shoulder and cheek, while using his free hand to retrieve the box of Swiss rolls. Shen Lichu was not fond of eating in bed, but the Swiss rolls were truly delectable. She devoured 2 pieces in quick succession. Just as she was about to reach for the last piece, Pei Hui finally concluded his call. "Little darling, what would you like for lunch?" Shen Lichu licked her lips and replied, "I want Swiss rolls." Pei Hui narrowed his eyes playfully and asked with a serious expression, do iruzembel asfisrol. Since Shen Lichu had no particular cravings for lunch, Pei Hui took it upon himself to decide their meal. He dialed the internal phone of the suite, ordered 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and requested a bowl of pigeon soup that had been simmering since morning. With the meal yet to arrive, Shen Lichu wandered aimlessly around the spacious suite, which was divided into several areas. The living room featured a wall of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, offering a view of a river. On a small table near the window, several plates of afternoon tea, sweets, and fruits were displayed. Shen Lichu glanced at them, but did not dare to touch them. Once the food was served, under Pei Hui's watchful eye, Shen Lichu consumed a substantial portion of the meal. After dining, she approached the window again, only to find that the desserts and fruits had already been cleared away. While supervising her meal, Pei Hui revealed the purpose of their trip. After spending over half an hour at the hotel, he prepared to take Shen Lichu out. He provided her with a white down jacket and a cashmere scarf. As he wrapped the scarf snugly around her, Shen Lichu expressed her discontent, saying she felt it was unnecessary. Even if they did not use the parking lot, the distance from the hotel entrance to the car would hardly take a minute. Pei Hui, however, paid no heed to her protests. The eccentric traditional Chinese medicine practitioner resided in a somewhat remote area, and the journey from the bustling city center would take nearly an hour and a half. Shen Lichu felt perplexed and asked if they would be late. Not at all, Pei Hui assured her. He doesn't open until 4:30 in the afternoon because he needs to sleep in the morning. If he hasn't woken up, he won't open the door. If the weather is bad, he won't open it either because it puts him in a foul mood. If a neighbor's duck dies, he won't open the door because he's waiting to eat gingerbeer duck. Chapter 97. Young man, your temper is rather fiery. As the car journeyed along, rain began to fall. Upon reaching their destination, the downpour intensified, with the sky appearing to hang low over the earth. The driver disembarked first, holding an umbrella. The sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrella was dull and muffled. After Pei Hui stepped out, he turned and bent down to carry Shen Lichu from the car. The 3 of them ascended the steps together. Despite the heavy rain, it was only a short walk. The clinic appeared modest in size, yet it radiated a warm, yellowish glow. The driver pushed aside the transparent wind barrier. As Pei Hui carried Shen Lichu inside, he inadvertently disturbed a colorful shell wind chime hanging at the entrance, which jingled softly. 3 walls were lined with medicine cabinets, filling the room with a strong, bitter aroma of traditional Chinese herb.